A muffled thunderclap. Zhang Xu jolted awake from his dream. The same dream head had over 20 years ago, the one that changed his life forever, had returned. Sweat-soaked clothes clung to him, reminding him how it all began with a knock on the door, a knock like distant thunder. Wait, why is it so cold in the middle of summer? As Zhang Xu adjusted to the darkness, a sense of unease crept over him. Beside him was an uneven table, one corner propped up by used textbooks. On the wall across from the bed hung a set of clothes, his grandfather's last gift before passing away. A pure green liang, a type of cotton fabric, once popular in the early 1980s. His grandfather had said it would be for his wedding. Little did they know, not long after setting up the arranged marriage with the Yu family, the old man passed away. That green outfit became the only memento the family had left. A sharp pain shot through his body, making him instinctively look down. In the dim light filtering through the window, he saw scars covering his skin. These wounds identical to those he bore back in 1988. This place wasn't his home, or rather, it was but 20-some years ago. A single thought struck him like lightning. Rebirth. Su. A woman's voice drifted into the room from outside. Yu Manjun. At the sight of her figure emerging in the dark, Zhang Xu's heart clenched. That voice was etched into his soul, the source of a lifelong regret. He had planned to get married before Spring Festival, but news of his parents' divorce shattered everything. Divorce in the late 1980s was scandalous, especially on the eve of the Lunar New Year. These injuries? They were from last night's New Year's Eve dinner inflicted by his drunken father with red-hot fire tongs. Zhang Xu, what's wrong? Yu Manjun sat gently beside him on the bed and lifted his sweat-soaked shirt. Sheen combed his, saying, "Does it hurt again? Let me blow on it." Warm breath brushed his skin, sending a shiver through Zhang Xu's body, followed by a mix of sobs and quiet laughter. Was he crying out of sorrow or joy? He pulled Yu Manjun into a tight embrace. "What are you doing? We're not even married yet. I know you're eager, but you can't just." Yu Manjun blushed. In this era, couples weren't as open as they would be decades later. They already had their marriage introduction letter, official permission to wed. Her parents, now running a business, couldn't return home this year. As Zhang Xu's fiancée, she naturally came to spend the holiday at his house. But this new year turned out anything but joyful. While other families celebrated with fireworks outside, chaos erupted inside Zhang's home. Furniture was thrown around, and she spent the entire night cleaning up the mess. "I'm sorry, Manjun. Sorry." Hearing him repeat those words, Yu Manjun felt even more sympathy for her fiancé, thinking he was apologizing for his boldness. She allowed him to hold her tightly. "Calm down, Zhang Xu. When they come, don't make a sound." "They?" At her words, Zhang Xu suddenly remembered these past few days had been disastrous. December 29th, his parents divorced. December 30th, he got beaten. January 1st, the debt collectors arrived. His father was working the night shift at the factory tonight. Only the two of them were at home. "Zhang Weiya, don't think hiding means you don't owe money. Listen up, 1,200 yuan. If you don't pay today, he'll burn this house down. Open the door. Open up." At the pounding on the door, Zhang Xu slowly rose. Before he could take another step forward, Yu Manjun blocked his path. "You stay here. He'll deal with them. Don't come out no matter what. You? At least I'm a woman. They won't dare do much to me." To her, Zhang Xu was at his most fragile right now. As his fiancée, she should do whatever she could to help this broken household survive. Looking at her innocent face, Zhang Xu shook his head helplessly. If these were just ordinary hooligans, maybe she'd be safe. But the men outside were the brother-in-law of the richest man in town. These weren't nice people. In his previous life, his father was beaten half to death that very night, and his fiancée violated. With memories of the past burning in his mind, Zhang Xu was determined this time. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. Just as Yu Manjun reached for the door, her hand trembling slightly, Zhang Xu grabbed her wrist. "No, don't go out. If they find out you're here, something terrible might happen. Manjun, I'm your man. Starting today, I won't let anyone ever hurt you again." With that unwavering gaze, he gently pushed her aside. As she watched his retreating back, something about him felt unfamiliar. That calm, steady presence felt oddly reassuring, nothing like a teenage boy in his late teens. More like the demeanor of a middle-aged man who had seen too much. By the time he opened the door, he was ready to fight for his life. He grabbed the fire tongs leaning against the wall, the same weapon that had scarred him yesterday, now his only defense. Outside, the snow-covered ground held fresh footprints, but the men were gone. Zhang Weiya finally decided to come home. Had his father returned? Chapter 2. Trouble approaches. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Zhang Xu immediately rushed outside. In the alley, Zhang Weiya found himself cornered at his doorstep. 7 or 8 individuals surrounded him, with numerous motorcycles parked nearby. However, the most conspicuous presence was the Toyota Crown, a symbol of power that had squeezed into the narrow lane, clearly signaling to the onlookers the formidable strength of those who had arrived. Seated in the car was Sun Fuping, a notorious figure whose fur coat could rival the annual income of any household in the alley. Renowned as a wealthy tycoon in Wanchur, he was equally infamous for his ruthless demeanor. His brother-in-law was a real estate magnate in the city, and as a small-time relative, he too enjoyed a rise in fortune, albeit through dubious business dealings. Today, he had come to this impoverished locale for business purposes. Zhang Xu, trembling at the sight of these menacing figures, dared not provoke them. Instead, he approached the car, pleading, "Mr. Sun, on this first day of the Lunar New Year, could you possibly reconsider? My family, my hand." Before he could finish his plea, the window of the car abruptly rolled up. Pinching his fingers painfully, the excruciating agony forced him to kneel involuntarily. "You, Zhang, can't even muster 1,000 yuan. Do you still consider yourself a man? No wonder your wife ran off with someone else just 2 days before the new year," mocked Sun Fuping. Zhang Xu remained silent, his composure unshaken. The times had changed. It was now the lenders who wielded the power. "If it comes to that, you could sell this old house for over 1,000, couldn't you?" Sun Fuping suggested. Glancing at the modest courtyard nearby, the location, while not ideal, had its worth. A quick sale could yield at least 2,000. This is not possible. This house belonged to my late father. Mr. Sun, please grant me a few more days. Besides, this debt was incurred by my wife, and she only borrowed 200 initially. It has barely been a year. As he spoke, the pain in his fingers intensified. According to Sun Fuping, the accumulating interest and the costs incurred with each visit for payment meant that the 1,200 yuan was a mere pittance. In those days, the average wage was only around 40 or 50 yuan, and now their factory was struggling, having not paid out salaries in 6 months. Just before the new year, they managed to distribute a meager 30 yuan, leaving his family in dire straits, with no spare funds to repay the loan. Moreover, the loan was taken by that heartless woman, and Zhang Xu believed he had been duped into signing a promissory note. Understanding that business was the motive for this encounter, Sun Fuping was reluctant to escalate matters on the first day of the new year. He slowly lowered the window, attempting to reason with Zhang Xu, employing a strategy of persuasion before intimidation, ensnaring him firmly in his grip. "Dad." Zhang Xu emerged, brandishing a fire poker, standing resolutely at the entrance. Behind him stood Yu Manjun. Though timid, she aligned herself firmly with the Zhang father and son. Upon discovering that it was his son, Zhang Xu's temper erupted uncontrollably. "What on earth are you doing with the fire tongs so early in the morning? What fire are you trying to start? We have money in this household, so get lost. Hurry and ask your deadbeat mother for money." As he covered his hand, Zhang Xu displayed no regard for Zhang Xu in front of everyone, advancing with a kick. Though it lacked force, it was evidently meant to push Zhang Xu away in another direction. "If you two don't bring back the money today, don't even think about returning. Get out." Zhang Xu had faced a similar scene in the past. However, at that time, he was too young to comprehend his father's deeper intentions, merely believing he was being sent to find his mother. Yet upon his return, he found his father sprawled in a pool of blood. To avert further calamity, he had even instructed Yu Manjun to remain behind, in case something went awry and the need arose to call for help. The sight of his father, drenched in blood, and his fiancée, emerging from within in tattered clothes, cast a shadow of torment over him for decades. With the memory of that past ordeal, Zhang Xu was resolute not to repeat his previous foolish choices. "Go on, why are you still here?" Zhang Xu, in a fit of rage, kicked again. Yet, such petty schemes of his could hardly escape the discerning eyes of Sun Fuping. After alighting from his vehicle, he promptly encircled the 3 of them with his men. The gleaming knife in his hand reflected a chilling glint, instilling an immediate sense of unease. "If this debt isn't settled, none of you will leave today," Sun Fuping declared, signaling to his accomplices, who advanced with malicious intent. In that moment, Zhang Xu braced himself for resistance, gripping the fire tongs even tighter. "Wait." Sun Fuping suddenly halted the others, his menacing demeanor transforming upon noticing Yu Manjun behind Zhang Xu. "Zhang Xu, I never anticipated that your household harbored such a stunning beauty. Is she your daughter?" Sun Fuping approached Yu Manjun, revealing a toothy grin that carried an unpleasant odor. Upon witnessing this, Sun Fuping's expression shifted drastically. He was well aware of this man's notorious reputation. Among the ruffians of Wuhan City, he was notably infamous, rumored to have wronged numerous young women, all due to debts that could not be repaid. Though there had been attempts to confront him, His unique status always rendered those efforts futile. Chapter 3. The Counterattack. No. No, no, Mr. Sun, she is not my daughter. I have only one son, and she is merely a classmate of his, an ordinary classmate. Sun Weiye wore a sycophantic expression, hoping to deceive the other party. However, his feeble attempt at misdirection was glaringly transparent to any discerning observer, revealing his dishonesty. Indeed, an ordinary classmate who arrives to pay New Year's greetings at 6 in the morning on the first day of the lunar year. This left Sun Weiye momentarily speechless. Zhang Xu, noting the situation, protectively shielded Yu Manjun behind him. I know, she is the fiancée you arranged for your son, isn't she? Zhang's silence only emboldened the other party further. Despite her somewhat rustic attire, Yu Manjun's figure and her remarkable beauty made her stand out in the crowd. With lips as red as vermilion and fingers as delicate as scallions, a mere glance at her left an indelible impression. Sun Fuping had encountered many beauties. Yet compared to Yu Manjun, they all paled in comparison. Her captivating eyes, filled with fear, yet able to ensnare the hearts of all the men present, were particularly striking. At that moment, Sun Fuping's demeanor grew increasingly aggressive as he seized Yu Manjun's wrist. With such looks, marrying into a poor family would be a pity. Why not come with me? I can offer you a life of comfort and indulgence. What do you say? And no. Please, no. A frightened Yu Manjun quickly shook off his grip, clutching Zhang Xu tightly with both hands. Mr. Sun, do not go too far. Zhang Xu finally spoke up. Go too far. Sun Fuping laughed maniacally at the retort. What? In this day and age, those who own money become the lords. I borrowed 200 originally. And my father has repaid 600 already. Now, there is still 1,200 left. Do you even acknowledge the law? As soon as these words left his mouth, they prompted uproarious laughter from Sun Fuping and his lackeys. Ha ha ha, you should go out and inquire who truly wields the law in Guanxi, Sun Fuping declared, brandishing a knife as he approached Zhang Xu. Zhang Weiye rushed forward to intervene, but sheer numbers overwhelmed him. Within moments, he found himself on the ground, his face pressed beneath Sun Fuping's shoe. One side was the snow-covered ground, and the other, the sole of Sun Fuping's new leather shoe. Neither was a pleasant experience. Dad. Zhang Xu felt a surge of rage and picked up a fire poker, ready to charge forward. Yet, he had barely taken a step before a brutal kick sent him staggering backward, ultimately falling to the ground, the poker flying from his grasp. Zhang Xu. Yu Manjun cried out, but Sun Fuping seized her and dragged her inside, while the others at the door erupted in lewd cheers. Zhang Xu realized he was no match for them at that moment. Hearing Yu Manjun's heart-wrenching screams, he knew he could not remain idle. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiye collapsed to his knees, his forehead striking the steps at his home, repeatedly pleading for mercy. The surrounding neighbors, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene. Zhang Weiye, if you cannot repay the money, I shall take interest from your daughter-in-law today. If it pleases me, I might even consider reducing your debt by 200. The voices emanating from within the residence incited a renewed fury in Zhang Xu. Observing the fire poker on the ground, he picked it up. But instead of recklessly charging forward as before, he approached the side of the opponent's vehicle. Sun Fuping, if you dare to act recklessly, I will smash this car today. Zhang Xu was acutely aware that someone of Sun Fuping's caliber could never afford to drive a brand new model released just last year. The 8th generation Toyota Crown was only launched in 1987 and was prohibitively expensive for the average person. In Guang City, there were few who possessed such means. And Sun Fuping, a mere ruffian, certainly did not belong to that echelon. If his suspicions were correct, the vehicle likely belonged to Sun Fuping's wealthy brother-in-law. Zhang Xu brandished the fire poker, his gaze fixed firmly on the entrance of the residence. He was gambling on the accuracy of his conjecture. As time trickled by, his heartbeat quickened. Amidst the cacophony of insults emanating from within, Sun Fuping had yet to emerge, but the crude banter had already begun to filter through the crowd. As he appeared, just as Zhang Xu was about to intervene, he raised the fire poker once more. Anyone who approaches, I will smash it. This proclamation indeed stunned everyone into silence. You little brat, if you dare to act up today, do you believe? Do you believe I will rip off this mirror and turn your windshield into a leaky one? The conviction in Zhang Xu's voice left Sun Fuping momentarily speechless. The vehicle was borrowed without permission. Should anything happen, his ruthless brother-in-law would not take it lightly. Zhang Xu, put down the fire poker. Since today is the first day of the new year, I will let it go this time. Sun Fuping's words did not instill trust in Zhang Xu. However, with something capable of threatening his opponent in hand, he felt emboldened. Sun Fuping, do you not desire money? What, has it suddenly appeared? No? Give me 1 month. 1 month during which you are not to trouble me at home, and I shall repay you 1,500 in full with interest. If those words had come from Zhang Weiye, Sun Fuping might have believed them to some extent. But coming from Zhang Xu, a mere boy just past 18, how could he possibly be taken seriously? Chapter 4. A month's pact. Why should I trust you? If you don't, then you can take your dilapidated car and return to your brother-in-law. Zhang Xu's words rendered Sun Fuping momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such insight. Faced with the luxurious vehicle held captive by the fire tongs, he reluctantly conceded, "Fine. I shall grant you a month. If you cannot deliver by then, what will happen? If I fail to do so, this house will serve as collateral for your debt." Agreed. Though it was a threat, the two found common ground under these terms. Observing his son utter such words, Zhang Weiye assumed it was merely a stalling tactic. However, with Sun Fuping accompanied by so many, he had no better options. As Sun Fuping departed, he cast a glance back at the residents. "Young man, do not think of escaping. I shall have someone watch the alley." With that ominous remark, Sun Fuping left, seething with frustration. He had borrowed the vehicle while his brother-in-law was away, and should any trouble arise, he would be unable to bear the consequences. Watching the car drive away, Zhang Xu cast aside the fire tongs and hurried indoors. Yu Manjun sat on the threshold, wiping her tears, evidently shaken by the ordeal. The onlookers had dispersed, and Zhang Weiye, fuming, slammed the door shut. "You little rascal, where do you plan to find 1,500 yuan in a month? In an era where monthly wages barely exceed 1,500 is no trifling sum. One could starve for a year and still fall short." Observing the wounds inflicted by his own hand upon his son, he refrained from saying more. Zhang Xu remained silent, guiding Yu Manjun into the house. When they emerged again, his father had vanished. "Zhang Xu, should I call my parents to see if they can lend us some money?" "No need. I will find a way myself." Observing his fiancée's unwavering support, Zhang Xu was determined not to burden her further. After all, she owed them nothing. He had persevered through the ensuing decades. And with his future aspirations, he believed that earning money in this era was not insurmountable. Yet, the plans he harbored seemed currently unattainable. What mattered most now was how to secure that 1,500 yuan in the short term. Glancing around, he noted the emptiness of the abode. The only item of potential value was the battered radio resting on the table, turning it on absent-mindedly while pondering his financial conundrum. The cacophony gave way to a melody so familiar it felt ingrained in his very being. "You are like a fire in the winter, a blazing flame warming my heart. Every time you quietly approach me, the light illuminates my soul." As he listened to the song that had captivated audiences during this year's Spring Festival Gala, inspiration struck him. Grasping Yu Manjun's hand, he exclaimed with excitement, "I have a plan." A plan. Witnessing her fiancé's elation, Yu Manjun glanced at their intertwined hands. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Zhang Xu." At that moment, shouts echoed from outside. The voice sounded familiar, and Zhang Xu immediately stood up to go out, but was stopped by Yu Manjun. "Given the situation at home, do you still have the time to join them in idle chatter?" "Manjun, do you have any money on you?" Yu Manjun paused for a moment but nodded. "A little. Could you lend it to me?" Zhang Xu asked with a sheepish smile. "That's not acceptable. We agreed that this money was for buying wedding candies after we marry," she replied, her cheeks flushed. However, after gazing at Zhang Xu for a few seconds, she ultimately relented. The amount was modest, just over 20 yuan, mostly in small bills, which she carefully wrapped in a white cloth, her treasured possessions. "You need not wait for me for dinner tonight," she said, pocketing the money and dashing outside. At that moment, Zhang Xu's heart brimmed with excitement. He knew that his time was about to arrive. At the entrance stood a man with 2 small mustaches, appearing somewhat sturdier than Zhang Xu. His name was Chen Peng, and they were considered friends. Compared to Zhang Xu, Chen Peng came from a slightly better background. The two had often found themselves in trouble together, and both Yu Manjun and Zhang Weiye preferred that Zhang Xu not associate with individuals like him. "I heard there was trouble at your home, so I hurried over." "What happened?" Chen Peng glanced around and noticed numerous footprints on the ground, yet saw no apparent trouble. "Nothing much, just some debt collectors, as you may have seen," Zhang Xu replied. "Sun Fuping?" "Yes." Seeing Zhang Xu nod, Chen Peng chose not to inquire further, as he was aware of the other's circumstances. "On another note, do you know where I can find mousse?" "Mousse?" Chen Peng was taken aback. "Who knows where to get that? It's not as good as styling wax, and it's ridiculously expensive." Zhang Xu chuckled, observing his friend's reaction. He realized that in this era devoid of mobile phones and with limited access to information, this disparity was his greatest advantage. A song by Fei Xiong could become a sensational hit in a short span. Throughout the streets and alleys, regardless of age or gender, people would hum a few lines. Products that sold well were undoubtedly cassette tapes. However, the capital required to stockpile those was substantial, and considering that by that time, many cassette workshops had emerged, competing with them would be impractical. Yet, he was aware that a forthcoming hot product was mousse, a new alternative to styling wax, which had gained popularity due to a song by Face Yang. This product was scarce in the market. If he seized the opportunity to stockpile a batch, he would undoubtedly reap significant profits. Chapter 5. Utilizing friends. This particular item is seldom used. The few who do have encountered it at the supply and marketing cooperative. At the mere mention of the cooperative, Zhang Xu's expression darkened immediately. There are not many supply and marketing cooperatives in Guangzhou, the largest of which is located in the city center, where his estranged mother works, holding a minor leadership position. During the economic liberalization of the 1980s, many individuals chose to venture into private enterprises. The supply and marketing cooperatives gradually fell out of favor with this wave of change, ultimately disappearing entirely by the early 1990s. As the two continued their conversation, they walked forward, and the number of shops around them began to increase. Zhang Xu casually entered a cassette store. Although it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, many people were still present, all seeking to purchase Face Yang's A Fire in Winter cassette. A song that had just gained popularity yesterday would not be readily available, even in pirated form, as production required time. The owner could only apologize, suggesting they return in a few days. Zhang Xu gazed at the Walkmans displayed in the glass cabinet and pointed, inquiring, "How much for this Sony Walkman?" Noticing their attire and youthful appearance, the owner was not particularly welcoming. "Imported. 700 yuan. Isn't that a bit steep? Can you lower the price?" The price of over 1,000 yuan was indeed high, far beyond Zhang Xu's means, yet he exuded an air of confidence that suggested otherwise. "If you are truly interested, I can let it go for 600 yuan. 400. I cannot sell it at that price. My cost is higher. Perhaps you should check elsewhere." Zhang Xu had a fair understanding of the pricing. At that time, Sony Walkman sold for over 20,000 yen in Japan, which, based on the 1988 exchange rate of 19 to 1, made 400 yuan nearly the lowest possible price. He chose not to respond further, instead wandering around the store with Jinping. As they were about to leave, the owner called out to them, "Take a look at the Aihua. It will be just 100 yuan. Different brands yielded vastly different prices, yet this discrepancy was also influenced by the import status, as the exchange rates varied significantly. Observing this, Zhang Xu suggested they continue browsing, but they ended up wandering for half a day. As noon approached, they shared half a jean of buns, washed down with North Ice Ocean soda. Zhang Xu footed the bill, and as he watched Chen Peng relish his meal, he began to calculate his next move. "Zhang Xu, we've been wandering aimlessly for hours. I already mentioned that the mousse is available at the cooperative. After visiting a few shops, did you notice anything?" Zhang Xu inquired. "I didn't notice much, just that the Walkmans were a bit pricey. Take Aihua's Walkman. The cheaper one costs 60, while the more expensive one is 150. And there's no room for negotiation, yet business is thriving." "What does that mean?" "We are in the same city, separated by only a street. Yet prices can differ by over 100%. Don't you think this presents a lucrative opportunity?" Chen Peng struggled to comprehend, staring blankly at him. "Chen Peng, have you ever considered making money? What has gotten into you today?" Zhang Xu's unusual demeanor left Chen Peng somewhat perplexed, though he could not articulate what felt amiss. "Of course, but if you expect me to work at the factory, that's simply out of the question. Exhausting labor for a mere few dozen dollars a month? I might as well sell tea eggs instead. I have a profitable scheme in mind, but it would be challenging to execute alone." "Is that for real?" "Don't pull my leg," Chen Peng retorted. "Pull your leg?" Zhang Xu felt a tinge of helplessness. In truth, he was indeed deceiving this friend. Yet he was confident in his ability to earn a substantial sum. After all, he had made an agreement with Sun Fuping to earn $1,500 within a month. And conventional methods were certainly not viable. He understood the adage, without the night grass, the horse grows lean. Without unexpected windfalls, one cannot prosper. In his previous life, various shopping avenues provided detailed pricing with a mere online comparison. The circumstances were starkly different now, as the isolation of information led to the same items being sold at exorbitant prices, sometimes even multiplied by tens. This presented Zhang Xu with an unparalleled opportunity. However, he knew he could not divulge too much to Chen Peng, for the concept of resource integration seemed overly sophisticated in this era. "You know, Fei Xiang's song became a sensation at last night's gala. You saw his slick hairstyle, didn't you? During the new year, visiting relatives might not reveal much. But soon mousse will become all the rage. If we stock up now, we could make a quick profit. Qinping nodded, seemingly convinced by Zhang Xu's reasoning. But how much will that require? It won't take too much up front, and I don't even need your money, Zhang Xu replied. Acutely aware that with merely over $20 in his pocket, he could not conjure any significant schemes. Even if the sum multiplied tenfold, it would scarcely suffice. While Qinping came from a well-off family, asking him to allocate a substantial amount for inventory would undoubtedly pose a challenge. This friendship he intended to leverage, but not in a blatant manner. Chapter 6. The largest supply and marketing cooperative. It is known that Qinping's mother works at a newspaper, specifically overseeing advertising placements. In an era where possessing a radio was considered a luxury, the circulation of newspapers should not be underestimated. Currently, mousse is not available for sale anywhere. Only a limited quantity exists at the supply and marketing cooperative. Once it gains popularity, others will begin to sell it, but that is at least a month away, which is precisely the time frame Zhang Xu has to work with. What do you want if it's not money? Qinping asked, a look of confusion on his face. Since your mother is at the newspaper, just have her help place an advertisement. The ad fee will be covered, but it must be by the end of the month. And it will only last for 1 month. Zhang Xu understood that typically, advertisements in newspapers are contracted for an entire year. Even if he could negotiate within this month, the price would not be particularly low. However, persuading Qinping to approach his mother would be different, as the bond of blood is strong. Moreover, Zhang Xu knew that Qinping had a way of dealing with his mother, through tears, tantrums, and pouting, a strategy that had proven effective even at his age of over 20. All right, tell me what the advertisement should say, and I will speak to my mother. Zhang Xu recognized Qinping's weakness. He was not one to easily refuse a friend's request. If he were still the same as before, he would not have taken advantage of this. Yet, Zhang Xu now understood that earning money was the only way to stand tall. Don't rush. First, request an 8th page advertisement in the lifestyle section. We'll discuss the specifics later. 8th page? In the lifestyle section? Isn't that a bit too small? Qinping expressed his bewilderment. An 8th page ad was the smallest size available, filled with tiny text, often overshadowed by other advertisements, rendering it nearly invisible to readers. Zhang Xu merely smiled and assured him it would suffice, providing little further explanation. After bidding farewell to Qinping at the alley entrance, he boarded a bus heading toward the city center. The supply and marketing cooperative was undoubtedly a distinctive establishment of that era, encompassing nearly everything available in the market. In the past, various coupons were required for purchases, but by the late 1980s, the process had become considerably more straightforward. Money was all that was necessary. Observing the 3-story cooperative occupying an entire street, Zhang Xu noted that due to the first day of the Lunar New Year, the number of patrons was relatively sparse. He had visited this place numerous times before and was well acquainted with his mother's office. Inside an office on the 2nd floor, a few women were sipping tea and chatting, laughing and complaining about having to serve the public on the first day of the new year. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door did not interrupt their laughter. A woman in her 40s, plump in stature, rose to approach the door. She was Zhang Xu's mother, Song Meiqin. Upon opening the door, her expression instantly froze. She quickly shut the door and fixed her gaze on Zhang Xu, her impatience evident. What brings you here? I came to find you. Didn't I make it clear to your father? We are divorced now, so there is no need for you to seek me out. It was my father who sent me. Hearing Zhang Xu's words, Song Meiqin's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. Out of money? She inquired, reaching for her wallet, her tone resembling that of someone dismissing a beggar. I don't want any money. Zhang Xu, what is your purpose here? If you have merely come to seek amusement. I am unfortunately occupied with work. Gazing at this strangely familiar woman before him, Zhang Xu's heart was a tempest of emotions. After so many years, to once again encounter this callous woman who had abandoned her family on the eve of the new year, he clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his composure. As he observed his indifferent mother turning to leave, he spoke again. The debt collector has arrived. What does that have to do with me? I am divorced from Zhang Weiyi. The money was borrowed by him. How audacious that she continued to disavow any connection at such a time. Zhang Xu scoffed inwardly but, with a pressing need, suppressed his anger. You are aware of the circumstances at home. I have just come of age and lack any proper job. Please arrange something for me. You are just like your father, expecting everything from me. Song Meiqin retorted sharply, forget it. I have no interest in your family's affairs. Looking for a job? Of course, that was not his true intention. Zhang Xu merely feared that revealing his actual desires outright would lead to immediate rejection by initially presenting an outrageous request. He hoped to psychologically prepare her for what he would ultimately propose. Then I wish to purchase some items. That should be acceptable, right? To buy items. You should approach the cashier. I require a substantial quantity. Upon hearing her son's words, Song Mei-chin, rather than growing angry, laughed. Do tell me. What do you wish for, and how much are we talking about? How many products are available at the supply and marketing cooperative? Zhang Xu's tone suggested he intended to acquire the entirety of the cooperative's inventory. How arrogant. He exhibited none of Zhang Wei's timid nature. We are the largest supply and marketing cooperative in the city, spanning 3 floors with thousands of products. Song Mei-chin scoffed, seemingly looking down on her son. In this era, computers were not yet widespread, making it exceedingly cumbersome to organize product information. Zhang Xu had an interest in all the products, but first, he needed to earn some quick money while demonstrating his capabilities to his mother, so that later requests for other products would be more easily accommodated. How much mousse is left in the cooperative? Mousse. That product emerged a couple of years ago, but due to its high cost and limited usage, it has remained unsold. There are still quite a few in the warehouse, although they are past their expiry date by half. Approximately 400 boxes remain, despite gathering dust. They cannot be sold cheaply. What is the price? Zhang Xu inquired directly. $3.60 per can, with 24 cans in a box. Given that wages were only in the tens, this price was exceptionally steep. However, Zhang Xu understood that in 1988, the nation abolished the dual pricing system and relaxed price controls, leaving him with little time. He had to seize the opportunity to profit from the cooperative before new policies emerged. Yet, Zhang Xu felt somewhat dissatisfied with the current pricing. Chapter 7. Negotiating with Mother Mom. Considering the time we've invested in our relationship, surely I deserve a discount for such a substantial quantity, don't you think? In response to her son's bargaining, Song Mei-chin, instead of showing anger, smiled knowingly. Given that these items are unsellable, I can offer you a slight reduction. But it cannot be lower than the cost price of 2 yuan and 40 fen. Does that work for you? The supply and marketing cooperative was state-owned, and those unsold items seldom captured anyone's interest. Consequently, many goods, once past their expiration date, were discarded rather than sold at a lower price. After all, few rational individuals would engage in such thankless tasks. All right, 2 yuan and 40 fen it is, but I have a stipulation. Go ahead, she replied. I lack storage, so I need to keep these goods with you until I come to collect them. Furthermore, you must refrain from selling them in the meantime. You'll have the exclusive rights. Of course, we want to sell. But do you have the nearly 10,000 yuan required? Song Mei-chin was acutely aware of their family's financial predicament. Managing to scrape together a few hundred yuan was already quite a stretch, let alone a sum exceeding 10,000 yuan. Rest assured, I will come prepared with the money, Zhang Xu stated, sensing his mother's reluctance. He understood that if this endeavor failed, the ensuing days would be fraught with difficulty, and history might repeat itself. Mom, think of it as me pleading with you. I can't rely on Dad, and this is my only path forward now. In their household, his mother was always the dominant figure, often chastising his timid father upon returning home. However, even the strongest individuals possess vulnerabilities. Confrontation would yield no results. She was notably susceptible to gentler persuasion. By shifting the conflict onto his father, he created an illusion of unity between them, ultimately persuading Song Mei-chin to acquiesce. Seeing her nod, Zhang Xu exhaled a sigh of relief. In pursuit of success, he found himself resorting to desperate measures, fully leveraging their familial bond. It could be described as a do-or-die situation. After all, history remembers only your triumphs. The luster of success is sufficient to obscure the lesser-known struggles. I will grant you a maximum of half a month. During this time, I will ensure they remove the mousse from the counters. However, if you fail to sell it, do not blame me for being harsh. Agreed, Zhang Xu replied, elated that the issue of sourcing was resolved, at least for now, without any immediate competition. Just as he turned to leave, Song Mei-chin suddenly called out, Su, are you blaming your mother? Zhang Xu dared not look back. This woman, who had been absent from his life for decades, remained a poignant fragment of his most cherished memories. Everyone has their own choices. As long as you are happy, he said, before hastily making his way towards the stairs. After their previous encounters post her departure, he had only seen her a handful of times. Now, amidst this turbulent scene, anger and affection intertwined. and as he descended half a flight of stairs, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. Feeling the over 20 yuan in his pocket, Zhang Xu had already arranged for the supply and sales channels. The only thing lacking now was a telephone. Although there was one at home, it had been disconnected due to debts that needed to be repaid before the new year. He needed to ask for money from Yu Manjun to reactivate it. The service center in this era was nothing like before. On the first day of the new year, he could see a considerable crowd from a distance even before entering. After a long wait, just as he was about to renew his phone service, a burly middle-aged man approached him. The hefty mobile phone he held was almost the size of Zhang Xu's arm and trembled slightly as he placed it on the counter. "Excuse me, could you help me connect this mobile phone to the network and set up an account?" What a wealthy individual! In this day and age, owning such a phone was certainly a mark of affluence. With an average wage not exceeding 50, the price of a mobile phone started at a minimum of 25,000, which represented years of savings for an ordinary family. Moreover, it was not just the call charges that were exorbitant, but the connection fees were steep as well. Typically, only those engaged in substantial business would use such devices. Zhang Xu noticed the man cutting in line, but felt no anger. Instead, he glanced at the pager strapped to the man's waist, which reminded him of the early 1980s when pagers began to proliferate after the advent of message centers. Priced at 200 to 300, it was neither exorbitant nor particularly cheap. In the Guang City area, while not everyone sold them, they were not overly common either. "Hello. What service would you like to set up?" Just as Zhang Xu was lost in thought, a young lady at the counter prompted him. After completing the payment at the service center, he hurried home. His father was not back yet, but Yu Manjun was waiting for him. "Why are you back so late? Have you eaten?" Upon seeing her fiancé return, Yu Manjun quickly headed toward the kitchen. "Shall I make you a bowl of noodles?" "No need. I've already eaten." At this moment, Zhang Xu had no appetite. He went straight to the cabinet where the phone was kept, carefully lifted the cloth covering it, and connected the phone line. The busy signal immediately brought a smile to his face. Chapter 8. The first business. What's the matter? You seem so happy. Has the money come through? Yu Manjun inquired. "No, the call went through," Zhang Xu replied. "But that phone has been used for over 6 months. Your father said the bills were overdue and it was disconnected." Zhang Xu nodded. "I reactivated it." Upon hearing this, Yu Manjun's expression shifted dramatically. You used the money I gave you to pay the phone bill?" "Yes, how else would it connect?" It was merely 20-some yuan, intended for purchasing wedding candies, a token of their earlier plans to register for marriage. Given Zhang's current circumstances, organizing a formal wedding would be fraught with challenges. Distributing wedding candies was already Yu Manjun's last flicker of hope for their union. Regrettably, even that glimmer seemed to have dimmed. Noticing his fiancé's discontent, Zhang Xu reassured her, "Don't worry, it's just 20-some yuan. I'll have it back in a few days." Although she felt anger, Yu Manjun refrained from reproaching him too harshly. She understood that the situation with Song Meichin had burdened the father and son duo immensely. With the looming debt of 1,500 yuan, creating a fuss would only add to their stress. In the evening, Qinping arrived with promising news. "You wouldn't believe it. My mother turned pale when she heard I wanted to start a business. I waited in her office for an entire afternoon. But I finally secured that 8th-page advertisement slot for you. Hurry up and tell me what you want to advertise. I'm worried she might change her mind." Seeing his friend's determination, Zhang Xu felt a surge of excitement, albeit acknowledging the slight manipulation involved. "Just 3 words, plus my family's phone number." 3 words? Are you serious? Qinpeng was taken aback. People usually want to fill those ads with as many words as possible. You don't understand. An 8th-page ad doesn't leave much space. Do you even pay attention to the small print when you read the paper? Qinpeng shook his head. Those tiny characters just blur together. I don't have the time to decipher them. Exactly. Just listen to me. Have your mother arrange for 3 prominent words, selling mousse, with the phone number in smaller font. Zhang Xu was astute. He was solely focused on one product. When the market demanded that product, all additional descriptions were superfluous. There was no concern about sales, compared to the minute prints of other advertisers. His bold characters would undoubtedly catch the eye. Qinpeng nodded thoughtfully. "All right. Even though I don't fully grasp your intentions, I'm betting on you this time. Rest assured, in no time, the profits we earn will have you counting them until your fingers cramp." Zhang Xu's optimism was well-founded. After arranging everything, for the next 3 days, Qinping arrived early each morning. The two would stay by the phone all day, while Qinping experienced cramps from sitting too long. Zhang Weiye returned home each evening, exhausted, collapsing into bed without even freshening up. Zhang Xu recognized that his father was doing his utmost. Yet, during such trying times, He dared not say much. Zhang Xu, it has been 3 days now. Just yesterday, my mother inquired when we could settle the advertising fees, mentioning that during this festive season, it would be a perfect opportunity to utilize the available space without any cost for a few days. If it truly becomes untenable, then perhaps we should withdraw. Just wait a little longer. He has repeated this phrase countless times. Occasionally, he even picks up the telephone receiver, testing if it is malfunctioning. Observing their demeanor, Yu Manjun feels a pang of sympathy, knowing that Sun Fuping is lurking just outside the alley, yet dares not step out. Suddenly, the telephone rings, and both individuals at the table instinctively straighten their necks. Hello, how may I assist you? Yes, we are indeed running the advertisement. The mousse is priced at 8 yuan per bottle. Being an imported item, it is somewhat pricey. Perhaps you would like to deliver it before making a decision? Sensing the caller's discontent with the price, Zhang Xu hastily scribbles a note and slides it across to Qinpeng. Upon seeing this, Qinpeng picks it up to read, pretend to be a customer, express interest in bulk purchasing, and act quickly. Having navigated the social landscape for several years, although not particularly astute, Qinpeng is adept at playing along, recognizing Zhang Xu's clever maneuvering and promptly complying. Boss, how much mousse do you have left? The last few boxes I purchased were gone in just 2 days. We need 2 more boxes, urgently. His intonation adds a theatrical flair that leaves the caller momentarily taken aback. Just as Qinpeng is about to continue his performance, Zhang Xu gestures for him to pause. After a brief silence, suppressing his excitement, Zhang Xu finally replies, All right, 2 boxes, is it? Please leave your address, and I shall deliver them to you tonight. He jots down the address, which isn't too far. No sooner has he hung up than Qinpeng and Yu Manjun excitedly gather around him. Zhang Xu, you've done it. We just made a sale? Yes, just 2 boxes, nothing to celebrate. Zhang Xu feigned nonchalance. At 2 yuan a bottle. I thought selling them for 3 or 4 yuan would be quite ambitious. But 8 yuan. You truly have the audacity to sell them at that price? Chapter 9. The triple price. Qinpeng could scarcely fathom that merely by answering a phone call at home, he could earn a profit exceeding threefold. At this moment, Zhang Xu appeared to him not as the mischievous youth he once knew, but rather as a veritable deity. Listening to their conversation, Yu Manjun furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the address, saying, Su, this address isn't far at all. It's nearly 10 miles from here. This is where our profit lies. Zhang Xu remained indifferent, fully aware that in this era, the most valuable asset was the disparity in information. To increase their earnings, they needed to cultivate a sense of laziness in their clients. Ordering via a phone call was akin to the telemarketing strategies of 2 decades hence. Home delivery was as ubiquitous as express shipping. Yet, how could the people of this time grasp such concepts? Just as he had envisioned, everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, complications soon arose. Barely 2 minutes into his elation, Zhang Xu's expression darkened once more. He had previously agreed with his mother to pay for the goods up front, regardless of the amount. 2 boxes of mousse, 48 bottles in total, at a price of $2.40 each. The total would be about $115. The money Yu Manjun had given him was already spent on phone bills. He had no funds remaining. As for Qinpeng, he was even less fortunate. Typically, families provided money, but he had already squandered what little he had alongside Zhang Xu. As the 3 of them fretted over their financial predicament, they heard the sound of the door opening from outside. A loud bang echoed as the door was shut, drawing their attention. Zhang Weiye had returned, surprisingly early. You are all here, he remarked, striding directly to the kettle to pour himself a glass of water, which he gulped down heartily, finally feeling a sense of relief. Zhang Xu could tell that his father had been laboring hard these past few days. His heart ached. But now was not the time for concern. The priority was to earn money. Just as his father was about to retreat to his room for a rest, Zhang Xu, despite his reluctance, called out, Dad. What is it? Zhang Weiye responded, turning back. Do you have any money left? Qinpeng and I are starting a business and need some initial funds. A little over 100 would suffice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiye recalled his son's pretentious behavior in front of Sun Fuping and his gang a few days prior, and he was instantly filled with rage. You little rascal. Asking me for money. If it weren't for what you said, I wouldn't be. Before he could finish his tirade, Zhang Xu began to whisper to Qinpeng. Upon hearing what Zhang Xu said, Qinpeng looked astonished, glancing at Zhang Weiye, his expression shifting to one of unease. Zhang, this doesn't seem right. Just do as I say. Do you not wish to earn? But this. It was evident that Qinpeng found himself in a dilemma, unaware of the tumultuous exchange transpiring among the 3. Zhang Wei's frustration only deepened as his son ignored his words. Just as he was about to reprimand him, Zhang Xu suddenly shouted, "Get him!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two charged toward Zhang Wei. Before he could react, he found himself subdued. He never anticipated that he would be bound by his own son. "You little rascal, how dare you tie up your father? Release me at once. Do it swiftly." "Manjun, are you also complicit in their antics?" The father's voice was loud, fearing to attract the neighbors, so Zhang Xu hurriedly closed the door. Approaching his father, he smiled apologetically. "Dad, I truly have no choice. Just trust me this once. I only need 120, and I will return with 300. What do you say? You little rascal, how dare you?" Seeing his father unyielding, Zhang Xu felt a sense of helplessness. And thus he began to search his father's pockets. Indeed, there was money. Observing the thick wad of cash he retrieved from his father's pocket, he could tell that his father had suffered considerably in recent days. After counting briefly, he left 120 behind and stuffed the rest back into the pocket. "Qinping, wait at home for the call. I will deliver the goods alone. Remember, we must not lower our price, understood? Rest assured, your heart may be black, but mine is not without merit." Watching his friend pat his chest in assurance, Qinping glanced back at Zhang Wei before riding off on his bicycle. This old bicycle, purchased by his father when he got married, had seen many years. Despite its dilapidated state, it still served its purpose after some repairs. But from today onward, it would be Zhang Xu's vehicle for deliveries. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, he happened to see his mother, Song Meichin, emerging with a colleague. Laughing and chatting, "Mom," he called out from his spot, and upon seeing him, Song Meichin was somewhat surprised. Her son, whom she had just seen, had appeared again. At that moment, she felt a hint of impatience. "Aren't you supposed to have left? I told you, I will definitely not return. I'm here to collect the goods." "You're here to collect goods what? Collect goods?" Song Meichin stared at her son in disbelief. It was true that she had promised him, but she thought it was merely a pretext for him to converse with her and then find an opportunity to persuade her to reconcile with Zhang Wei. Who would have thought he had genuinely come with money? Chapter 10. Getting things done. Fixated on the notes in Zhang Xu's hand, the typically assertive Song Meichin nodded slightly before coldly instructing, "Follow me." Initially believing her son to be merely speaking out of turn, she now found herself compelled to reassess her perception of him. In an era devoid of elevators, underground warehouses were an uncommon luxury. Moreover, to facilitate supply, the warehouses of the supply and marketing cooperative were arranged floor by floor, stocked only with products available on that particular level. "It seems your funds may fall short of acquiring all the goods," she remarked. "We had previously agreed that I would provide the money, and you would supply the goods, with the understanding that achieving the sales target within a fortnight would suffice." Listening to her son articulate his plans with such clarity, Song Meichin refrained from further discussion and directly led him to the entrance of the first-floor warehouse, where they observed the warehouse manager, an elderly gentleman, dining at a table. He had a bottle of erguo and a plate of fried soybeans before him, savoring the liquor while munching on the beans with evident satisfaction. "Old Qin," she called out. "Oh, Director Song, what brings you here?" The warehouse manager, recognizing her status as a minor leader within the cooperative, immediately rose to his feet, displaying a blend of respect and a hint of deference as he awaited her instructions. "This is..." Song Meichin hesitated momentarily, almost introducing her son, before altering her words. "This is Zhang Xu. He will be coming here to collect supplies. Please ensure you register him directly, and do not forget to issue a receipt. The payment should be delivered to the finance office the following day." As she spoke, Old Qin's yellowing eyes gradually shifted towards the young man before him. Typically, those who came to collect goods brought along a receipt. He had never encountered a situation where someone was also responsible for collecting payment. "Director Song, is this not a bit irregular?" Old Qin queried. Sensing the unusual nature of the arrangement, Zhang Xu, taken aback by the unexpected complication on his very first visit, pondered how to navigate the situation. However, he was surprised to see Song Meichin become incensed, asserting her authority as a leader while Old Qin dared to challenge her. "Is it acceptable to drink on the job during working hours?" she retorted. Typically, warehouse duties were shared between two individuals, and Old Qin, having arrived at noon, would not be able to leave until evening, necessitating that he dine there. A sip of alcohol was often taken out of boredom or as a means of bolstering courage, especially when tasked with overseeing a 3-story warehouse alone at night. "All right, Director Song, whatever you say goes," Old Qin conceded. "He only needs the mousse. The price per bottle is 2 yuan and 40 fun. Take as many as you need, but make sure he pays up front. Is that understood?" Song Mei-chin's directives left old Qin somewhat bewildered, yet he dared not inquire further. Once he had successfully dispatched Zhang Xu, old Qin finally exhaled in relief. He gestured for Zhang Xu to follow him into the warehouse. Curious, old Qin inquired, "What kind of relationship do you have with Director Song? She seems quite accommodating yet cautious with you." "Nothing much, just acquaintances," Zhang Xu replied nonchalantly, though the deeper implications of their connection were known only to him. Old Qin guided him through the warehouse for quite some time before finally halting at a shelf tucked away in a corner. "Here we are." Gazing at the boxes on the shelf, they were not large, yet their quantity was considerable. "Uncle Qin, how much mousse do we still have?" Zhang Xu inquired. "I recall we stocked up on this over a year ago. When we first received it, there were 500 boxes, and hardly 2 had been sold. I estimate we still have around 480 or 90 boxes left." "Such a quantity?" Zhang Xu was momentarily taken aback. In a typical supply and marketing cooperative, such extensive stockpiling would be unusual. These 500 boxes nearly occupied 1/20th of the warehouse. "You see, someone from our cooperative once reported to have hoarded this much, only to be apprehended later for accepting kickbacks. It was quite the scandal. But why am I telling you all this? Hurry up, I haven't eaten yet." At this, Zhang Xu's thoughts drifted back 6 months. He recalled his mother mentioning a corrupt individual within their cooperative who had taken substantial kickbacks. Naturally, Zhang Xu's ambitions extended far beyond mere mousse. To him, these experiences were invaluable, and he would surely benefit from them when his business expanded. Under old Qin's urging, he moved 2 nearby boxes of mousse. Despite the thick layer of dust that settled upon him, he felt no discontent. Rather, his steps were noticeably lighter as he exited. "Here, the receipt is ready." Old Qin prepared a 3-part delivery note, clearly marking the price. Zhang Xu, without hesitation, counted out the money and placed it on the table. "Uncle Qin, may I borrow this rag for a moment?" Zhang Xu understood that to command a higher price, it was not only the quality that mattered, but also the presentation. After being stored for over a year, the thick dust would only lead others to perceive it as unsellable merchandise. If there were any regrets, he could not bear the consequences. Old Qin nodded, preoccupied with counting the money. "This is public money. One must be diligent." "Young man, this amount seems off." Just as Zhang Xu was about to leave, old Qin remarked, "Why is there an extra 40 cents? At that moment, Zhang Xu had already taken a few steps forward with the box. Hearing the voice behind him, he turned back with a smile. "Uncle Qin, I will need your assistance in the future. You can keep the 40 cents for your wine." In those days, a bottle of Nolinshin cost only 2 or 3 dimes. And for old Qin, who was accustomed to handing over his earnings at home and indulging in liquor only a few times a month, it was indeed a timely gesture. Zhang Xu was not foolish. He recognized that he would continue to rely on old Qin. Moreover, he would require his assistance regardless of the hour. It was already evening when he visited the cooperative. Fortunately, his mother, Song Mei-chin, had just returned from work. In the future, should he arrive even later, he could not expect to seek her out each time. Thus, fostering a good relationship with old Qin, who managed the warehouse, was of utmost importance. After all, the path to success is often fraught with challenges, and he understood this well. Chapter 11. Full of confidence, 2 boxes of mousse were rather substantial, necessitating a sturdy rope to secure them at the back of the bicycle. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, while others were still reveling in the festivities, Zhang Xu's solitary figure appeared somewhat fragile against the bustling streets. After traversing several blocks and searching for half an hour, he finally located his destination. He halted at a hair salon nestled within an alley. Holding a slip of paper, he meticulously compared it with the address on the door. Just as he was about to enter, 2 customers emerged, their expressions tinged with disappointment. "Well, if not, shall we check the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow?" one suggested. "The mousse is imported, and the cooperative hasn't introduced anything new in years. It's unlikely they'll have it." "Then let's explore the pedestrian street." Zhang Xu listened to their conversation, a smile blooming on his face. A single song could propel a product into stardom, a rarity even in the future. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for this era of information scarcity, which had bestowed upon him his first pot of gold. "Wait a moment, I'll have it soon. Come back tomorrow, and I assure you it'll be ready." The young proprietor emerged from within, appearing only a few years older than Zhang Xu, sporting a trendy medium-length hairstyle reminiscent of a character from a comic book. Their eyes met, and before Zhang Xu could speak, the owner noticed the writing on the box. "Here to deliver mousse?" The owner quickly approached, recognizing the rarity of a delivery on the 4th day of the new year when most shops remained closed. "Yes, as we discussed over the phone, This is 2 boxes, totaling 48 bottles, priced at 384 yuan. You can pay 380. Zhang Xu anticipated a swift transaction, but the owner seemed oblivious to his words, busily unboxing and spritzing some mousse into his palm. The foamy mousse formed a sizable glob, which he gently applied to his hair, nodding in approval. Glancing at Zhang Xu, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, he shook his head and remarked, "It's peculiar, isn't it? This isn't as effective as hair wax, yet so many have inquired in the past 2 days. This isn't the product introduced by Fei Xiang at the Spring Festival Gala. Rest assured, the demand will only increase. Let's negotiate the price. 8 yuan seems a bit steep." Hearing the attempt to haggle, Zhang Xu's expression darkened. "We agreed on a price over the phone. If this is how you conduct business, then perhaps we should part ways." With that, he snatched the mousse back from the owner's hand, feigning an intention to leave. Having just lost 2 potential customers, the owner was reluctant to relent. "Wait, 8 yuan truly is high. I sell it for 10 to them. Let us discuss further, as I'll need a larger quantity." Zhang Xu understood the principle of thin margins and high volume. However, there were conditions. Currently, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had nearly 500 boxes of mousse, while other locations relied solely on hair wax. He controlled the supply, and anyone wishing to enter the market would need at least 2 weeks. Once the 7th day of the new year passed, the demand would surely intensify. Haggling? It is of no consequence. The agreement stands as it is. Since you cannot meet the price, let it be, for fortuitously, those 2 individuals earlier were also interested in purchasing. I shall inquire if they still wish to proceed. Zhang Xu deliberately provoked a reaction, turning to feign departure, which immediately alarmed the salon owner. Who cannot afford it? Fine, 8 yuan it is. I shall procure the funds. In the realm of commerce, there exists an undeniable fortune. The salon owner had previously negotiated a price of 15 yuan and only quoted Zhang Xu a fictitious figure. In an era where the average wage scarcely exceeded 15 yuan for mousse was indeed a luxury. When the owner returned, he possessed a wad of cash. Zhang Xu had anticipated the sight of blue 100 yuan bills. However, what was presented consisted predominantly of small denominations, with even a 5 yuan note being a rarity. Yet, one could hardly fault the salon's clientele at a time when a haircut cost merely 50 cents, who would dare to spend 100 in such an establishment. Standing at the entrance, under the dim glow of light, Zhang Xu meticulously counted the bills before him. Moments later, the owner returned, having placed the mousse prominently. Upon noticing Zhang Xu's continued presence, he shook his head in amusement. "Rest assured, you are too astute to be deceived." 380 yuan. It represented Zhang Xu's first earnings. His losses were largely due to his excitement. "Boss," just as the owner was about to retreat, Zhang Xu called out to him. "What is it?" "It cannot be less than what was agreed upon. I have counted it, and you should not attempt to deceive me." The salon owner regarded Zhang Xu with caution. "You've given me too much," he replied, as Zhang Xu handed over 2 notes amounting to 1.5 yuan. The owner, upon seeing this, immediately smiled and accepted the bills, his opinion of Zhang Xu shifting significantly. "You, my friend, are quite capable. Henceforth, I shall procure my mousse from you." Zhang Xu, elated internally, maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. "However, you must be prepared. Mousse is currently in high demand, and the prices have increased. The next batch will be 2 yuan more." 2 yuan. This price evidently struck the owner as difficult to accept. Good heavens. What a sudden price hike. "Alas, I cannot afford to incur a loss," Zhang Xu replied, his earnest gaze convincing the owner, who, having just witnessed the return of extra funds, believed in Zhang Xu's sincerity. Little did he know, the amount counted was indeed 380. And Zhang Xu's deliberate return of 1.5 was a calculated move. His intent was twofold. Firstly, to find a reason to engage the owner further and secure a second transaction. Secondly, to build trust, facilitating discussions about the price increase. In retrospect, this tactic had proven effective. Chapter 12. The quick gain. How many boxes of the $8 ones do you still have? Listening to the salon owner's bait, Zhang Xu's heart soared with joy. This tactic of retreating to advance had successfully ensnared the owner. There should be about 20 boxes left. "Why? Do you want more?" "Bring me 5. No, make it 10 boxes. With price hikes imminent, the owner dared not be stingy. Over the past 2 days alone, there had been at least 20 or 30 inquiries, not to mention those wishing to purchase multiple bottles. If he did not stock up now, he would have to spend a fortune upon his next visit. "All right, I'll deliver it to you shortly." Over at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Old Sheen was keeping watch over the warehouse throughout the night. Naturally, Zhang Xu was delighted to make the trip for such a lucrative margin. "You're risking your life for money, even in this heavy snow," the owner joked. "If you don't deliver tonight, my colleagues will sell it all by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the owner grew anxious. "Hurry up, I'm ready with the cash waiting for your return." Prompted by the salon owner's urgency, Zhang Xu mounted his bicycle and set off. Along the way, he frequently reached into his pocket to feel the bulging wad of cash. This sum represented more than half a year's wages his father earned at the factory. However, transporting the 10 boxes of goods was no simple task. With his bicycle, carrying even 2 boxes proved to be quite a challenge, and he would need to devise another method. As he neared the entrance to his alley, a group of small-time thugs smoking in the distance caused his smile to fade. Song Fuping was not exaggerating. He had indeed left a few miscreants to keep watch over their home. It was a pity for these individuals, having to endure the cold on this New Year's Eve. Zhang Xu chose to ignore them, pretending he had not seen. Upon reaching his doorstep, he heard a commotion from within. "Are you all just going to let him run rampant? It's over. It's over. Tomorrow, I'll carve a hole in the moat and jump in. One way to end it all." Zhang Weiye's voice sounded frail as he lamented. Upon entering, he found Qinping and Yu Manjun standing silently to one side, both too afraid to speak. The towel Zhang Weiye had been holding had fallen to the ground. "Dad." Hearing Zhang Xu's voice seep through the door, the three turned in unison toward the sound. Creaking open, the door revealed Zhang Xu striding in. "You little rascal. You actually decided to come back. Just look at me." Zhang Weiye's words trailed off in astonishment. At that moment, Zhang Xu stood before the table, pulling out a thick wad of cash from his pocket. The scattered bills amounted to several hundred. Staring at the old notes, Zhang Weiye was left dumbfounded. His son had taken a meager amount of money out only to return with several times that amount, an unimaginable feat. "Zhang Xu, did you go gambling?" Zhang Weiye stammered, the term gambling referring to playing cards. "Dad, I'm not like you, skilled at card games. How could I possibly go? Especially on the 3rd day of the new year? Where would there even be a game?" Listening to his son's words, Zhang Weiye finally let out a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to approach and check, he realized he was still bound, prompting him to hastily signal for them to loosen his restraints. The cash on the table was substantial. "Zhang Xu, you really are impressive. You spoke the truth." Qinpeng stood beside his friend, his eyes brimming with admiration. "However, this was not the time for such discussions. I still have to make a trip later." "What's wrong? Haven't we already settled the payment?" "They have requested another 10 boxes. Qinpu was momentarily stunned, taking a long time to regain his composure. 10 boxes? Don't be so surprised. This is merely the beginning." Zhang Weiye and Yu Manjun kept counting, and as Zhang Xu recalled the need to deliver those 10 boxes, he promptly gathered the money again. 380 yuan, combined with the remaining amount from his father, barely totaled 400. "Zhang Xu, this is only 400. It won't cover the cost for 10 boxes, right?" Qinpeng expressed concern. "What's the worry? We can simply make several more deliveries. It's all cash transactions." So Zhang Xu was not afraid of being deceived. His greatest concern at present was whether the remaining inventory would suffice for sale. "Son." At that moment, Zhang Weiye suddenly spoke, his tone devoid of the earlier anger. "What's wrong, Dad? Is this money clean?" He still harbored some doubts. "You needn't worry about that. It's all very clean, just selling off some goods." At this moment, Zhang Weiye looked at his son, who had only recently turned 18. Slowly rising and walking to the door, sighing, "I'm heading to the factory to work. I'll leave the bicycle for you. Be careful of the snow outside." After his father finished speaking, he donned the military coat hanging on the wall and stepped out into the snow. Zhang Xu understood that his father's love had always been silent, although no particularly special words were exchanged. The fact that his father had left him the bicycle used during his wedding was a testament to his approval. Seeing his father brave the snow, Zhang Xu did not dare to linger. "Zhang Xu, I'll accompany you. Those 10 boxes are quite a lot, and you only have one bicycle to carry them." Zhang Xu hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. He was uncertain. Even though the other was his close friend, the business was exceedingly lucrative, and he could not guarantee that Qinpeng would not be tempted by greed. After all, the current advertising was utilizing Qinpeng's mother's connections. If he were to learn the source, there would be no place for him. One must not harbor ill intentions, yet one must also remain vigilant. He understood this truth well. Chapter 13. Broaden your perspective. Qinpeng, is there nothing pressing for you to return home at this late hour? It's fine. You seem too occupied. What purpose would my return serve? Noticing Qinpeng's reluctance to depart, Zhang Xu hesitated momentarily before eventually nodding in agreement. As they stepped outside, Zhang Xu reminded Yu Manjun to remain by the phone in case any potential customers reached out. The night air had grown distinctly cooler than the day. And as they rode their bicycles, the biting wind left Zhang Xu's ears flushed with cold. At that moment, Jinping, seated behind him, removed his ear cap and placed it upon Zhang Xu's head. Feeling the warmth enveloping his ears, Zhang Xu realized he had been overthinking. On their journey, Zhang Xu paused at a noodle shop still open, purchasing some savory snacks. Unconcerned about the grease, he tucked the oily paper into his coat and continued on his way. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, he found the surroundings devoid of any presence. Gazing up at the building from below, an inexplicable sense of oppression emanated from within. What's the hold-up? Come on. Zhang Xu called back when he noticed Jinping lagging behind. I'll just keep watch here. This business is yours. I shan't interfere, Jinping replied. Understanding his friend's hesitation, Zhang Xu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Entering through the back door, he navigated in darkness towards the warehouse. The faint light ahead quickened his pace. Old Qin sat idly in the evening, resting his head on his hand, with half the bottle of liquor already consumed. Old Qin, Zhang Xu called out from a distance, cautious not to startle him with his sudden appearance. Squinting, Old Qin looked over and recognized Zhang Xu. Didn't you just leave? What brings you back? I thought you might be bored keeping vigil on the 4th day of the new year, Zhang Xu replied, pulling out the marinated delicacies he had purchased. I figured you might enjoy a snack to accompany your drink. Gently placing the oily package on the table, Zhang Xu unveiled its contents, prompting a grin from Old Qin. Ah, young man, what do you want from me? Old Qin, no stranger to such tactics, immediately discerned Zhang Xu's intentions. Realizing there was no need for pretense, Zhang Xu candidly admitted, you hit the nail on the head, Old Qin. I need to procure some more goods, and I must trouble you once again. Not an issue. Director Song mentioned you could come at any time, but payment is essential, Old Qin stated, his words precise and unwavering. He cherished his drink, but understood the balance between work and pleasure. Of course, I brought the money, Zhang Xu replied, producing a wad of cash. Although it was merely a stack of small bills, Old Qin paid no mind, turning on the light to count the money before leading Zhang Xu further inside. According to Zhang Xu's plan, he intended to split the 10 boxes into 2 shipments to avoid unnecessary complications. This time, he requested 4 boxes. As Old Qin prepared the invoice, Zhang Xu squatted down to polish the boxes. However, this time, his scrutiny seemed more intense, as if he were searching for something specific. Here you go. Old Qin stood up and handed over the delivery ticket. After meticulously inspecting several boxes, Zhang Xu ultimately left with a sense of disappointment, carrying 4 cartons. The 4 boxes of mousse were not excessively heavy. Upon reaching the entrance, Jinping, who had been waiting outside, immediately approached him. As the two secured the products onto the bicycle, Zhang Xu wore a pensive expression, which surprised Jinping. What's the matter? Why the long face? I was hoping to find a manufacturer's contact number on the packaging, but it appears there's none, Zhang Xu replied. Didn't he mention that there are still 500 boxes at the supply and marketing cooperative? Why bother contacting the manufacturer? In Jinping's view, 500 boxes constituted a significant quantity. If sold out, the profit would amount to several thousand yuan. In this era, that was no trivial sum. Think long-term. Today is just the first day. In a few days, as the minor festival approaches, mousse will become even more sought after. 500 boxes won't suffice. Nodding at his friend's words, Jinping inquired, so what should we do? We'll see when the time comes, Zhang Xu replied. Upon arrival at their destination, the salon owner was already waiting eagerly at the door. For him, this was a lucrative opportunity. As the familiar bicycle appeared at the alley's entrance, he hurried over, exclaiming, Finally, you're here. I thought with the heavy snow, you wouldn't make it until tomorrow. Although the words were directed at Zhang Xu, his gaze was fixed on the 4 boxes tied to the back of the bike. This time, the owner was remarkably prompt with payment, 760 yuan. Without so much as a blink, and he insisted on paying in full notes. As they helped move the goods inside, Zhang Xu noticed that several mousse bottles previously displayed by the owner seemed to be missing. Glancing at the 2 open boxes on the ground, he observed that one was already half empty. Including what was on the shelf, it appeared 6 or 7 bottles were unaccounted for. Zhang Xu realized that some had already been sold. It was already 11 at night, and people were still coming to buy, highlighting the product's high demand. At that moment, a bold idea began to form in Zhang Xu's mind. Boss, he called softly. What is it? The salon owner furrowed his brow. Don't tell me you're out of stock? Not at all. I merely wanted to ask if you have any other colleagues in the business. Zhang Xu was aware that relying solely on his own sales would always have limitations. However, tiered sales would become immensely popular in the decades to come. Indeed, I do. Are you looking for me to introduce business? The owner was shrewd. Yes, as long as you introduce them, you can set your own price for the goods. I will only take 10 yuan from you, and for every sale, I'll provide you with a 10% rebate. The salon owner paused at this offer. He understood the implications of a rebate. While 10% was not an enormous amount, Zhang Xu's persuasive articulation left a lasting impression. The freedom to set prices alone was enough to ignite his imagination. Considering the current demand for mousse, the channels available in the city of Wuhan were indeed limited. In the midst of the festive season, even with unwavering diligence, he found himself unable to secure a source of goods, let alone his fellow competitors. If one could acquire goods from Zhang Xu at 9 yuan and then resell them for an additional 3 yuan, it would indeed amount to a considerable profit. At this moment, Zhang Xu brimmed with confidence, certain that the other party would acquiesce. After all, even if one refrained from promoting it to others, the allure of a 10% discount was compelling enough. It was settled then. Upon exiting the hair salon, the two continued their journey towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Qin Peng, seated behind, gazed at Zhang Xu's silhouette, feeling an immense admiration for him. In just a year, this lad seemed entirely transformed, as if he had shed his former self. The manner in which he had engaged the salon owner in business discussions resembled that of a seasoned middle-aged individual residing within the youthful body of 18. Yet, he refrained from probing further, attributing this change in demeanor to the recent trials his friend had faced. After all, in this city of Wuhan, few had endured the heart-wrenching experience of their parents' divorce on New Year's Eve. Chapter 14 means upon returning to the supply and marketing cooperative, Old Qin was still blissfully indulging in his drink. Noticing Zhang Xu's arrival, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, he appeared considerably more jovial this time. After procuring the goods and issuing the invoice, Zhang Xu stood at the table, showing no inclination to depart immediately. Old Qin, what is the matter? Care for a drink? Old Qin squinted his eyes and inquired with a burp. I merely wish to ask, which supplier provided the mousse? Upon hearing Zhang Xu's inquiry, Old Qin chuckled heartily. You've come to the right person. Here, take a look for yourself. It's all documented up top. As he spoke, he retrieved a thick ledger from another drawer, containing records of goods received and dispatched over the past few years. The supply documents from our cooperative regarding shipments are primarily kept at the warehouse, alongside Director Song. Listening to Old Qin, Zhang Xu began to search through the dim light. Reflecting on the timeline, the goods delivered over a year ago indeed required considerable effort to track down. After much rummaging, he finally spotted the factory address, telephone number, and contact person left behind. Secretly memorizing the details, Zhang Xu was about to close the ledger and hand it back when he noticed Old Qin had already succumbed to slumber. The faint sound of snoring in the already tranquil night was particularly pronounced. With his hand hovering in the air, a daring thought crept into Zhang Xu's mind. Old Qin. Old Qin? After a few attempts at rousing him yielded no results, he reopened the ledger and, rising, found a fountain pen in Old Qin's drawer. Carefully unscrewing the back, he observed the soft plastic encasing the ink and slowly positioned the pen tip over the supplier's information for the mousse. With a plop, a bead of sweat fell onto the page before him, heightening his anxiety. This endeavor felt somewhat unscrupulous, and the tension was warranted. After a prolonged internal struggle, he gently pressed down. As the black ink spread across the paper, Zhang Xu swiftly used his finger to carefully smudge it, erasing any excess ink. After blowing on it a few times to ensure it wouldn't smudge further, he finally closed the ledger and returned it. The notion that no one's first pot of gold is untainted was one he previously dismissed, yet now, through his own actions, he grasped the essence of human nature, realizing it truly cannot withstand scrutiny. With Old Qin's information now erased, the only remaining source would be his mother, Song Mei Qin. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, the 6 boxes had indeed required significant effort from both of them. After making 2 trips to deliver the goods, they returned home well past midnight. As soon as he entered, Zhang Xu spotted Yu Manjun dozing by the telephone. Manjun? He gently shook her awake, and upon seeing them return, she immediately mustered her energy. I've been keeping watch by the phone. The sight of his fiancée stirred a pang of tenderness in Zhang Xu. I know it's late. Perhaps you should rest now. Have you finished the deliveries? Yu Manjun queried. Yes, we have, Zhang Xu replied, stepping aside. When she noticed Qin Peng counting cash at the table, she rushed over, exclaiming, Wow, that's a lot. Not bad, 2003. After deducting the costs of around 609, I still have approximately 1,600 left, Zhang Xu stated nonchalantly. The figure of 1,600 astonished Yu Manjun. Initially, she harbored doubts regarding Zhang Xu's methods. However, upon witnessing him bring back money for the first time, she became aware of his capability to repay that sum of over 1,000 within a month. Now, seeing such a considerable amount of money, she was rendered speechless. In just 3 days, the earnings were sufficient to settle the debt. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that this money had been earned in just 1 day. As Zhang Xu surveyed the cash, he showed no inclination to keep it all for himself. He counted out 200 and handed it to Qinpeng. Qinpeng, this money ought to be split between us. However, I wish to retain a bit more as capital. Take this 200 for now and ask your mother about the advertisement costs so I can settle that promptly. Qinpeng was taken aback. He knew Zhang Xu would share the earnings, but never anticipated he would propose such an equal division. After all, his sole contribution had been to approach his mother at the newspaper office for an 8th-page advertisement. Furthermore, the advertisement space itself charged a fee, which made him feel even more reluctant to accept the money. Why should we be so formal? Besides, I hardly did anything to warrant half, Qinpeng replied, acknowledging both his minimal effort and Zhang Xu's current circumstances. Zhang Xu shook his head. We agreed on this business arrangement beforehand. If we are to split, then we must indeed split. However, since the business has just started, I will keep the money as working capital for now. I believe it won't be long before we see another 1,600, and then a third. In an era where monthly salaries hovered around 20 to 30, earning 1,600 in a single day was almost unfathomable. Observing his friend's business acumen, Qinpeng realized that Zhang Xu spoke with conviction. Just as they were reveling in their success, Yu Manjun suddenly called out, "What is it, Manjun?" Zhang Xu inquired with a slight frown. "I almost forgot. While you both were out, I received a call about purchasing mousse. I've noted down the contact information," she explained, retrieving a slip of paper from her pocket that clearly detailed the caller's contact information. This was indeed fortunate news for them. Chapter 15. The commitment of marriage after bidding farewell to Qinpeng. Only Zhang Xu and Yu Manjun remained in the house. Having spent the day in pursuit of various tasks, I prepared a bowl of noodles for you. As Zhang Xu continued to tally up the finances at the table, Yu Manjun entered bearing a steaming bowl of noodles. "Manjun, I just calculated that you should keep this 300. Keep it," she responded, visibly surprised. "Look, I've just done the math. Our families have few relatives, and for the banquet, we only need about 10 tables. I calculated based on 15 tables. And then there rest the wedding photos to consider." Upon hearing this, Yu Manjun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. "What are you saying? The money for our wedding? Didn't we agree on simplicity? Just some wedding sweets would suffice." She lowered her gaze shyly, observing the bashful young woman. Zhang Xu gently tucked the hair at her temple behind her ear. "I owe you." Zhang Xu felt a deep sense of indebtedness to her, aware that he had not been able to repay her in the past life, and thus felt compelled to make amends in this one. 300 is nearly a year's salary. It's excessive. This is for the banquet. Didn't your family mention the 4 essential items and 36 pieces? Rest assured. At this rate, we can gather them by the end of the month. The 4 essential items: a television, a radio, a sewing machine, and a bicycle. Each of these was a significant expense in that era. The 36 pieces included a bed, a wardrobe, a dresser, a vanity table, a sofa, and 4 stools. These were considered the standard essentials for a wedding at that time. When Yu Manjun's family initially proposed such conditions, it was almost tantamount to expressing their disapproval of her marrying Zhang Xu. Were it not for her assertiveness, their current situation might not have materialized. However, Yu Manjun faced disdain from her family and was often the subject of ridicule among relatives until her parents ventured into business, which eventually alleviated her plight. As her body trembled, the sound of her sobbing reached Zhang Xu's ears. He gently enveloped her in his arms, resolved to protect her throughout his lifetime. The following day, before Zhang Xu had even risen, Qinpeng came knocking on the door. The noise was quite loud. Zhang Xu, hurry and open the door." Hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Xu, eager not to disturb his father who had just returned, rushed out without dressing. "What is going on?" "We agreed to meet at 9 and return the call then." "Return the call? You should see if the phone is even working," Qinpeng retorted, his tone indicating something was amiss. Realizing that something must have happened, Zhang Xu quickly turned back, picked up the phone to call, only to be met with a rapid busy signal. "What is going on? What else could it be? We're out of credit. My mother said they've even called the newspaper. Damn it, how could I forget? In this era, Receiving a call costs money. Zhang Xu muttered in frustration, his mind drifting to thoughts of the future. Now, not only is calling expensive, but receiving calls also incurs charges, making it unaffordable for ordinary families. No wonder his family had ceased using the phone for half a year. Now that he has wealth, he is naturally no longer stingy. Dressed, and without pausing to freshen up, he hastily ventured out, and unlike his usual self, Zhang Xu deliberately donned a pair of suit trousers with a belt, only to be teased by Chen Peng along the way. After traversing several streets, Chen Peng noticed that the route seemed somewhat amiss. Zhang Xu, aren't we headed to the service center to recharge our phone? Why are we heading towards the commercial street? You asked why I wore suit trousers. Just follow me. And you shall see, Zhang Xu replied enigmatically, smiling as he quickened his pace. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, more and more shops opened on the commercial street. The proprietors were astute, well aware that during this festive season, people would be flush with cash. So they opened their doors early to seize the opportunity for profit. Zhang Xu led Chen Peng into a store selling beepers. The owner, engrossed in his breakfast at the counter, merely waved them off with a casual feel free to browse as they entered. In this day and age, business demands a more vigorous approach. Those with quality goods speak with authority. Zhang Xu glanced at the products displayed in the glass case. Beepers, also known as pagers, were relics of a bygone era. The thought that this device would be completely obsolete in less than a decade filled him with a sense of melancholy. Yet, in this current age, despite its diminutive appearance, it was not insignificant. Priced at $200 to $300, it was unaffordable for the average household, representing a significant portion of a worker's salary. How much for this beeper? Zhang Xu inquired, pointing to one casually. This is an older model, 280. The owner replied, gesturing with his chopsticks to a slightly larger screen nearby. That one is new, with Chinese display, 420. Chinese display? Chen Peng asked, somewhat puzzled. It means when you call the paging station and leave a message, it will show up on the beeper, Zhang Xu explained, noticing their genuine interest. The owner set down his bowl and chopsticks, sensing a shift in his demeanor. If you're interested, I can give you a discount. What's the lowest you can go for these two? Zhang Xu continued. If you want, I can let the older model go for 240. And the new one for 380. Though the prices were lowered, they still did not align with Zhang Xu's expectations. That's still a bit steep. The monthly rental for the non-display model is 15, while the display model is 50. That's not trivial, he complained. The owner quickly realized Zhang Xu was no novice in this market. Young man, you must have bought one before. You know the prices are generally similar. This is already the best offer. There was indeed some room for negotiation, but as a businessman, one must put on a facade, after all. A few words could lead to an extra profit. Last year, I bought one at Yongfeng. The older model was just 240. And it's still the same price now. Doesn't that seem a bit off? Zhang Xu's remark momentarily stunned the owner, who then noticed the corner of a banknote peeking from Zhang Xu's trouser pocket. All right, since you've put it that way, let us call it a friendship. 220 for the older model, 360 for the new one. 650, I'll take two. Zhang Xu blurted out. This price, of course, was a probe into the other party's psychological threshold. Chapter 16, Equipment Upgrade. A few minutes later, Zhang Xu and Chen Peng emerged from the shop. The beeper prominently affixed to Zhang Xu's waist was unmistakable at that moment. Chen Peng realized that this young man was merely flaunting. Upon entering the service hall, the individuals waiting to top up their phone credits were unconsciously drawn to the beeper at Zhang Xu's side. Such devices were typically owned by business people, although some less affluent individuals might purchase a counterfeit to create an illusion of wealth. It is evident how coveted beepers were during that era. The only device that could rival its allure was perhaps the mobile phone. Zhang Xu had acquired two beepers solely for the convenience of communicating with Chen Peng. While a mobile phone would have been more practical, its exorbitant price and the burdensome network fees were beyond his current means. With the earnings from the previous night, Zhang Xu felt emboldened as he approached the counter to pay his phone bill. He casually tossed a few hundred-yuan notes, drawing envious glances from those in line. For the average household, topping up their phone typically involved small amounts. What Zhang Xu had just spent equated to nearly a month's wages for many. Such substantial top-ups were usually reserved for business people or leaders of organizations. However, neither Zhang Xu nor Chen Peng, by appearance or demeanor, conveyed the essence of those roles. This time, Zhang Xu not only paid several hundred yuan in phone credits but also purchased multiple phone cards, each worth 30 yuan. During that period, mobile phones were not yet widespread, and to make a call on the street, one had only two options, to visit a convenience store, or to use a public telephone booth. Most domestic telephone booths lacked coin functionality, thus, phone cards were the most commonly used. These preparations were essential for future correspondence. Otherwise, the beeper would merely serve as an ornament without the ability to respond. Upon exiting the service hall, Chun Peng brimmed with newfound confidence. Although he had once carried a beeper, it had mostly been a plastic model, a mere prop. Now, however, the object hanging at his waist, while not particularly heavy, imbued him with a sense of gravity. Zhang Xu, now that we both have beepers, what shall we do next? Of course, we shall make a delivery, Zhang Xu replied, pulling out the note that Yu Manjun had given him the previous evening. I will call the number she received last night. As they walked a short distance, a yellow telephone booth appeared at the roadside. Zhang Xu first called his home, confirming with Yu Manjun that the phone line had been reactivated before dialing the number on the note. The beeping sound on the line made him somewhat anxious. This was their second business deal, and he was reluctant to see it fall through. As the 50-second mark approached, someone finally answered. Hello, Lin Mansion. Good day. You called yesterday evening about the mousse, correct? Zhang Xu steadied his nerves and inquired calmly. Yes, may I ask what your price is? The woman on the other end of the phone possessed a melodious voice and an air of refinement, evoking a flurry of thoughts. $10. $10? After a brief silence upon hearing this price, she continued, That's a bit steep. How much do you have? The moment Zhang Xu heard her initial reluctance followed by an inquiry about quantity, he sensed a promising opportunity. Clearly, the woman seemed unaware of the customary art of haggling. She had unwittingly revealed her desire right from the start, indicating that the price would likely not drop. Whatever quantity you desire, I can provide. Zhang Xu, brimming with confidence, knew he was the sole supplier in the city. 50 boxes, do you have them? Indeed. What about 100 boxes? Yes, I have those as well. As the figures increased, Zhang Xu's heart raced in tandem. And 200 boxes? The woman persisted, raising Zhang Xu's suspicions. His voice grew serious as he responded, Miss, if you are merely calling to jest, I must decline further conversation. I have deliveries to attend to. With that, he ended the call without further ado. Beside him, Shen Ping was taken aback. What are you doing? You hung up before even negotiating. He believed the client genuinely needed a large quantity, and it seemed illogical for his friend to dismiss the opportunity so casually. Zhang Xu, however, wore a slight smile, slowly counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just as he neared the end of his count, the public phone rang. After several rings, the urgency of the sound prompted Shen Ping to reach for the receiver. But Zhang Xu stopped him. Wait, what are you waiting for? If she's calling back, it means she is interested. Zhang Xu shared Shen Ping's eagerness. Yet he understood that fishing required patience. The fish must be tempted further before reeling it in. Finally, when the 13th ring echoed, Zhang Xu picked up the phone, slightly out of breath. Hello, who is this? It's me. The woman on the other end sounded clearly displeased. Oh, do you have something to discuss? I need to make a delivery now. Hearing his labored breaths, she could no longer contain herself. All right, let's start with 50 boxes at $8 each. Shen Ping, with his ear pressed close to Zhang Xu's face, sprang into action at the mention of 50 boxes, gesturing insistently for him to agree. With the fish hooked, how could Zhang Xu possibly let go so easily? Chapter 17. The mother's shock. I apologize, but we are out of stock today. Tomorrow is also an option. 12 tomorrow. The woman, visibly irritated, struggled to restrain her frustration. Is your esteemed company conducting business with such a lack of integrity? Just a moment ago, the price was 10. Zhang Xu chuckled. Dear lady, you mentioned just a moment ago, yet now we find ourselves in a market economy where prices fluctuate daily. I acquire the goods at a higher cost. I cannot incur a loss on your behalf. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, and the woman finally relented, though her tone remained tinged with dissatisfaction. Fine, then it shall be 12. I provided the address yesterday. A deposit must be made. What? Once again, I feel as though I am being led by the nose. The woman could no longer contain her vexation. I have already conceded on the price. Yet I have not even seen the goods. How am I to trust you? Not to worry, you may purchase in quantities of 10 boxes with half the deposit required. This is my policy. If you choose not to buy, I will not pressure you. You must understand that in this city of Wuhan, I am likely the only one with such substantial stock. Indeed, with confidence in his supply, Zhang Xu spoke without hesitation. To him, 500 boxes were not a concern for sales. Even if the woman were to walk away in anger, he had alternative options. Very well, then you may come over. Despite her anger, the woman was acutely aware of the current circumstances. They agreed upon a time, and Zhang Xu hung up the phone. At that moment, Qin Peng was thoroughly impressed, giving Zhang Xu a thumbs up. Zhang Xu, you're incredible. This is quite a risk I'm taking. But now that we have exclusive access to the supply, we can proceed however we wish. Zhang Xu understood well the principle of having what others do not. When demand exceeds supply, naturally, he could dictate terms. Had the woman been able to find another supplier, she would have hung up immediately. The time agreed upon with the woman was in the afternoon, and Zhang Xu calculated that he still had time. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some cash. Qin Peng, go visit your mother and deliver this money. Is that necessary? Didn't we agree to settle at the end of the month? Qin Peng hesitated. Not at all. As you heard, we can now collect deposits. This amount is trivial. There's no need to quibble. Hurry and deliver it. I will be at home waiting for you at 2 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng no longer hesitated. After all, the advertisement space was something he had fought for. And he genuinely feared being replaced by another merchant. Watching Qin Peng leave, Zhang Xu had his own matters to attend to. The business hall was not far from the supply and marketing cooperative, only a 30-minute journey. This time, he was not there to collect goods, but to seek out his mother, Song Mei-chin. In the second-floor office, a pile of cash receipts lay on Song Mei-chin's desk. Old Qin stood before her, wary of speaking freely in her presence. Is this truly what Zhang Xu provided you? Song Mei-chin had counted the money several times. It was indeed correct, yet she could hardly believe that this money had genuinely come from her son for Old Qin. It is important to note that prior to her divorce, she was responsible for managing the household finances, and thus, she was acutely aware of the extent of Song Wei's wealth. The repayment of interest to Sun Fuping, amounting to merely a few dozen yuan, was indeed a noteworthy achievement. Truly, Director Song, while I, Old Qin, may indulge in a drink or two in the evenings, I would never mistake anyone's identity. I also conducted an inventory this morning, and I can assure you that the funds provided were indeed accurate. Understood, you may return to your rest now. Song Mei-chin nodded, and as she watched Old Qin exit, she unexpectedly caught sight of Zhang Xu, who was about to knock on the door. The appearance of her son took her by surprise. Understanding and considerate, Zhang Xu greeted Old Qin before gently pushing the door ajar to exchange pleasantries with her. Observing her son's demeanor, Song Mei-chin hastily concealed the cash and receipts within her drawer. Once outside the office, she eagerly inquired, "Son, what happened to the goods you took last night? Hurry and bring them back. They haven't been accounted for yet. I can still assist you in returning them, but once they are recorded, I will be unable to help." In her eyes, the goods Zhang Xu had taken the previous day were most likely hoarded. The mousse had been sold at their supply and marketing cooperative for over a year, yet only a few bottles had been sold. Now, with her son consuming over 10 boxes, this represented several months' worth of Song Wei's salary, only exacerbating their predicament. After all, despite her waning feelings for Zhang Wei, a mother's bond with her son remained strong, and she felt compelled to offer assistance. "Mom, didn't you say that after divorcing Dad, you would no longer concern yourself with family matters?" Zhang Xu retorted, noticing his mother's anxious expression. Song Mei-chin was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from her son. She responded with annoyance, all right, I will not involve myself in the affairs of the Zhang family." However, the prospect of a return was becoming increasingly cumbersome. Hearing her son's words heightened her anxiety. "You haven't unsealed everything, have you?" "Not at all. I merely need to check if the buyers are willing to return them," Zhang Xu replied, leaving her momentarily stunned. "What did you say? You sold them?" "Yes. They've all been sold. We have clients lined up for this afternoon, approximately 50 boxes. 50 boxes? Chapter 18. Orders keep coming just moments ago. Song Mei-chin was still processing the previous news when her son dropped another bombshell on her. It is worth noting that the supply and marketing cooperative had only received 500 boxes of mousse a year and a half ago, after which they had become excess inventory. Now, Zhang Xu could dispose of 1/10 of that stock in an instant, far surpassing the capabilities of the sales assistants at the counter. Had he truly sold it? Indeed. How much was sold? 3 yuan. Zhang Xu was no fool. He understood that his mother was the leader of the cooperative. If he revealed the actual transaction price, he feared she might retract her earlier commitments. By quoting a lower price, he could at least leave himself some room for maneuvering. A clear account between brothers is essential, let alone with a woman who had abandoned her husband on the eve of the new year. Song Mei-chin studied her son, her gaze tinged with a sense of bewilderment. Although his appearance had not changed at all, Zhang Xu emanated the aura of a man in his 30s or 40s, shrewd and composed. "Mom, about what you promised me regarding not selling externally within 15 days. As he noticed his mother's intense gaze, Zhang Xu felt a pang of anxiety. After all, the goods were now in someone else's possession. Though she was his biological mother, there was an ever-present undercurrent of apprehension. Rest assured, I'm not like your father. Since I made a promise to you, I will naturally uphold it. Seeing her son's slight disbelief, Song Meiqin felt a flicker of irritation. All right then, I will come over to collect the goods shortly. Okay. Just as she prepared to send her son off, Zhang Xu spoke again. Mom, may I take a look at your account books? What do you want with them? The cooperative's ledgers are not for your casual perusal. Nothing much. I just wish to see the inventory records, Zhang Xu quickly amended, adding, I am curious to know what items are still heavily stocked. Who knows? I might be able to sell some of them. Listening to his words, Song Meiqin would have never believed it in the past. However, times had changed, and Zhang Xu's performance had far exceeded her expectations. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately consented. Glancing back to see others preparing to heat their meals in aluminum containers before leading him inside. You can look here while I take a half-hour lunch break. Song Meiqin instructed her son to sit down and then retrieve the inventory ledger from her drawer. Such documents were typically not displayed casually, but this was her son. After all, distinct from anyone else. Thank you, Mom. Zhang Xu's insincere expression of gratitude pleased Song Meiqin immensely. As she walked out with her aluminum container, she glanced back to see her son diligently poring over the account book. Once his mother left the office, Zhang Xu quickly changed his demeanor. He eagerly flipped through the ledger until he reached the entries from a year and a half ago, then scrutinized them closely. The purchase orders from that time had begun to yellow with age. Found it. Upon locating the inventory details for the mousse, he looked around cautiously before picking up a pen from the desk. As before at Lao Qin's, having replicated the process, he deemed his task accomplished. Rising to depart, he was unexpectedly halted by Song Meiqin's sudden return. In a mere span of 10 minutes, Zhang Xu felt his heart race at the sight. Have you finished? So soon? Song Meiqin inquired as she approached her desk, casually flipping through the account book. At that moment, Zhang Xu's heartbeat quickened. Should he be discovered with the untouched ink, his secret would be immediately unveiled. Fortunately, Song Meiqin merely glanced through the pages. Come here, eat before you leave, she said, putting away the account book and right in front of Zhang Xu, opening the freshly heated aluminum lunchbox. No, it's fine. I need to return to gather funds. Mom, you eat by yourself. Zhang Xu replied, feeling hungry but remembering he had 50 boxes of mousse to deliver in the afternoon, thus hesitating to linger. As he prepared to leave, Song Meiqin sighed softly. She retrieved the money given to her by Lao Qin, much of it old bills. Gazing at the worn currency, her eyes moistened slightly, as she empathized with the struggles her son faced in such circumstances. Just then, the telephone on the table rang unexpectedly, lifting the white sheet covering it. She found it peculiar. The supply and marketing cooperative's phone seldom rang for months, yet today it was suddenly active. Hello, this is the supply and marketing cooperative. Yes, this is it. What? Mousse? Upon hearing the request for mousse, she was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the money on the table and recalling her earlier conversation with her son, she paused in silence for a few seconds before ultimately declining. I'm truly sorry, but we currently have no stock at the cooperative. Perhaps next time. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the money before her and couldn't help but smile softly. Indeed, he had matured. Naturally, she held affection for Zhang Xu, but alas, he was the son of Zhang Weiya. Exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Xu, having just committed a misdeed, felt a wave of nervousness and hurried home. Upon arrival, he was greeted by Yu Manjun. Why are you back so late? Hurry and eat. I've prepared the meal. Also, after you left this morning, I received a few more calls for orders, and I've jotted down the details for you. More orders? Zhang Xu was taken aback. Strolling over to the telephone, he noticed the papers pressed beneath it, likely containing 4 or 5 sets of information. It was noteworthy that this was merely the 5th day of the new year. At that moment, Chinpeng also walked in from outside. Chapter 19. Yearning for the future. Zhang Xu, you have arrived. As soon as Chinpeng entered, he handed over the 500 yuan that Zhang Xu had given him that morning. Wasn't this meant for your mother? Why is it back with you? Zhang Xu frowned slightly, concerned that there might be an issue with the newspaper. Rest assured, the advertisement will not be withdrawn. My mother promised that it would be paid by the end of the month, and so it shall be, Chinpeng assured him. Zhang Xu nodded, surprised by the steadfastness of Chinpeng's mother. Previously, he had feared that the 1/8 of a column advertisement would be taken by someone else. Hence his eagerness to secure it early. It appears he had underestimated her integrity. Very well, this works out nicely. We can acquire more goods this afternoon. Qinping's mother possessed a commendable sense of the bigger picture. Initially skeptical about their business venture, her doubts dissipated upon witnessing her son flaunting a pager and paying for advertisements with crisp 100 yuan notes. She recognized Zhang Xu's reliability and, in light of her son's future, felt compelled to foster a good impression, resulting in the current scene of Qinping returning the money. As the trio dined and conversed, Zhang Xu's joyful demeanor faded rather quickly with the current order volume. Noticing her fiancé's solemn expression, Yu Manjun inquired, "Zhang Xu, what troubles you? Why the long face?" "Nothing much. I was just contemplating the situation. While we have no trouble selling the product now, the supply cooperative only has 500 boxes of mousse. Once the holiday period of the small new year passes, I fear the order volume will surge, and these 500 boxes won't last long." His words caused both of his companions to nod in understanding. Qinping immediately proposed, "Then we can place an order with the supply cooperative to restock, and we can sell the new inventory." "Do you genuinely believe the people at the supply cooperative are oblivious? When demand rises, there will undoubtedly be inquiries made. And before long, they will resume sales," Zhang Xu replied. "What should we do then?" Qinping began to grow anxious. For the time being, there is no need for concern. Zhang Xu had already severed contact with the supply cooperative and the manufacturers the previous night. He was not worried about running out of stock for the next month. However, he was aware that they would not remain idle, and once the supply cooperative resumed orders, his advantage would vanish. "Is there any solution?" Qinping asked, increasingly worried. "There is a way, but it will require your mother's assistance." "Consult my mother?" Qinping was taken aback, but then slapped his thigh decisively. "You can count on me. Now that we are partners, I will speak to her." According to Zhang Xu's plan, they would monopolize the mousse supply chain in Guangzhou for a month. Once the market was flooded with mousse, he intended to shift to a different brand. He distinctly remembered that after Fei Xiang's performance at the Spring Festival Gala, he had endorsed a particular imported mousse. While he lacked contact information for that brand, the newspaper would surely have the necessary leads, given that advertising primarily occurred through print in this era with limited television options. "How about this? I'll treat you and your mother to a meal to express our sincerity in this collaboration." "Deal." Qinping readily agreed. Zhang Xu was acutely aware that, in the near future, he would likely need to trouble Qinping's mother on multiple occasions, meeting her, hosting her for meals, and presenting gifts were all integral aspects of the public relations process. Moreover, he harbored a genuine fondness for Qinping's mother. After all, it was rare to encounter a woman of such poise and grace in this era, which undoubtedly contributed to her esteemed position as a leader of the largest newspaper in one city. At that moment, Yu Manjun noticed the beepers that the two had just purchased and appeared somewhat excited. "Yes, while we are out, you can stay home to answer calls. If there are any orders, simply relay the messages to our beepers. It won't delay our work," Zhang Xu affirmed, nodding in agreement. To him, Yu Manjun's role was akin to that of a customer service representative for their future online store. Seeing his response, Yu Manjun nodded as well. But when she glanced at Zhang Xu, a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Zhang Xu, you seem different during this period. You're not like the same person you were before. Previously, you lacked courage, and your thoughts didn't seem as quick." Concern etched her face. She wondered if the recent events had overwhelmed him, potentially affecting his mental health. Zhang Xu noticed her worry and, in front of Qinping, grasped her hand. The sudden gesture made Yu Manjun's face flush with embarrassment. What are you doing? Qinping is still here." In the 1980s, it was common for people to gossip when they saw a couple walking openly together, and public displays of affection were a source of shyness for young women. "You two carry on. I'll step outside to eat," Qinping chuckled, playfully dishing some food into his bowl before stealthily closing the door behind him. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xu wrapped an arm around Yu Manjun's slender waist, pulling her closer. "Zhang Xu," she exclaimed, casting a feigned angry glance at her fiancé. "Manjun, I haven't treated you well in the past, but rest assured, everything I do from now on is for our future." "How shameless." Who was talking about a future with you?" she retorted, though a hint of playfulness lingered in her tone. "We had already discussed the wedding candies. Are you having second thoughts?" Zhang Xu, feigning nonchalance, loosened his embrace, prompting a sudden surge of urgency in Yu Manjun. "I'm not," she insisted. "Then when your parents return, I shall formally propose," he stated. Yu Manjun paused, taken aback. "Didn't we agree not to mention it to them?" Her concern was palpable, as her family had never approved of her relationship with Zhang Xu. "Previously, your parents deemed us too impoverished, but now you see the difference. Once they return, I will undoubtedly be a man of means, equipped with all the essentials for a household. His bold declaration equated to a dowry worth hundreds of thousands in 2 decades. Yu Manjun had resigned herself to the possibility of her marriage being unrecognized by her family, yet Zhang Xu's promise stirred emotions deep within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 20. Striving to become a millionaire. A few minutes later, the door swung open. Chen Peng stood outside, holding a bowl of rice and sniffling. Witnessing his brother in such a frozen state, Zhang Xu felt a flush rise to his face. What? Finished so quickly? Chen Peng remarked with a smile as he rose. Damn it, I was afraid you'd freeze to death outside. And then there would be no one to give you your share. We should hurry. Didn't we agree to meet someone this afternoon? At this moment, Chen Peng was brimming with enthusiasm for making money. With 50 boxes of mousse, they could earn over 10,000 in just one transaction. Achieving the status of a millionaire in a single day was beyond imagination. No rush. Let us first deliver the goods to a few small clients, Zhang Xu suggested, pulling out the list of phone numbers that Yu Manjun had noted down earlier. After calling each one, he found that the quantities requested were modest and thankfully not too far away. Chen Ping was puzzled. These small orders not only had numerous delivery points, but also yielded far less profit than the larger clients. It seemed more prudent to pocket the money first. Little did he know, Zhang Xu was merely biding his time to reel in the big fish. He intended to wait until they were weary before striking decisively. For some reason, the woman's arrogant voice during the phone call stirred within him a desire to confront her directly. In the afternoon, carrying the money, the two made several trips to the supply and marketing cooperative. They had a total of 5 small orders, the farthest being 7 or 8 kilometers away. They busied themselves until after 5 o'clock before finally completing the deliveries. As dusk fell, the two sat on the curb outside the cooperative, panting heavily. How much did we make? Chen Peng inquired, glancing at Zhang Xu, who was counting the money. 26 boxes. Our gross profit is 5,000. 5,000. Chen Ping exclaimed, leaping to his feet in astonishment, drawing the attention of several passers-by. 5,000 yuan, an amount equivalent to a decade's worth of wages for an ordinary person without food or drink. Viewing the thick wad of cash at his friend's waist, Chen Ping felt elated. For a young man in his 20s who had drifted aimlessly for years without stable employment, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Following Zhang Xu's earlier suggestion to split the earnings, he would be taking home several thousand. Zhang Xu, I truly adore you. Ignoring the curious glances from others, Chen Peng rushed forward for a bear hug. Ahem, let go of me, will you? Zhang Xu struggled as he noticed the strange looks from those around them. Just then, the pager at his waist emitted a series of beeps. The newly acquired device had made its first sound, prompting Chen Peng to release his grip. Upon checking the caller ID, Zhang Xu recognized it was a call from home, likely from Yu Manjun. Their SA message, Chen Ping exclaimed. Of course their SA message. It's a digital display, Zhang Xu retorted. Quick, see what Manjun said. Zhang Xu pressed a button, and an alert popped up. The buyer from yesterday is urging us. Those few simple words caused a smile to creep across Zhang Xu's lips. He understood that it was time to reel in the catch. See, I told you they couldn't wait. Let us hurry. There is no rush, after all. This is a person engaged in substantial business. Let us change into more presentable attire to avoid losing face. How do you know they are involved in significant business? Do you refer to your home as the Chen Mansion when answering the phone? As Zhang Xu spoke, he led him back to the supply and marketing cooperative, intending to purchase 2 suits of respectable clothing. The term mansion has become rather antiquated since the establishment of the nation, and those who still use it are typically merchants. Furthermore, being able to order 50 boxes of goods at once certainly implies a considerable enterprise. Of course, this is merely his cursory judgment. The true circumstances will soon be revealed upon meeting. After Chen Ping gave him a thumbs up, Zhang Xu directed his gaze towards the address on the note. The villa district in the northern part of the city was, in that era, a rather uncommon sight. If his memory served him correctly, that area had only recently been constructed after a demolition a few years prior. At that time, the real estate market was not as frenzied as it would become over the next 2 decades, yet Zhang Xu understood that the industry was quite lucrative. Regrettably, his current funds were insufficient. Otherwise, had he purchased some land immediately after his rebirth, he could have awaited its redevelopment and emerged as the wealthiest individual in the city of Guan. However, these thoughts were merely fanciful musings. Wealth, indeed, is the true path to power. Half an hour later, their bicycle appeared in the northern part of the city. Compared to their previous surroundings, The streets here were devoid of the bustling alleys and instead exuded a certain urban solitude. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, respectable individuals were too busy visiting relatives to meander about the streets aimlessly. After much effort to reach the villa district, they still found themselves at a loss. Having wandered for some time, Zhang Xu suggested, perhaps we should inquire with someone for directions. Qinping rubbed his hands together, clearly feeling the chill. Zhang Xu nodded, beginning to reminisce about the convenience of smartphone navigation 2 decades later. Given the current predicament, even a map might not suffice in locating their destination. Just as they had exited the vehicle, a car suddenly approached from behind. The late 1980s Santana was still a valuable commodity. In an era where money still held significant value, its price was double that of later years, making it unattainable for the average household. The car sped by, accompanied by Qinping's startled exclamation. Chapter 21. The lion's roar. Zhang Xu turned around, only to discover that his friend had been knocked down onto the snow by the reflection of a car's side mirror. Just as the car screeched to a halt, and he had assisted his friend to his feet, the driver emerged, cursing and fuming. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The burly man towered over them, his stature imposing. In another era, Zhang Xu mused, had he encountered such a brute, he would have ensured the man left without his trousers, if not worse. Hey, you hit someone, didn't you see? Though Zhang Xu felt a twinge of apprehension, he could not stand idly by while his friend suffered indignation. Kid, you. The driver began to advance menacingly, but was abruptly halted by a commanding voice from behind. Stop right there. The voice belonged to a woman, exuding both intellect and grace. Although Zhang Xu had yet to catch a glimpse of her, the sound was oddly familiar. Peering in the direction of the voice, he was met by the sight of a woman whose mere presence was striking, adorned in a coat as pristine as the surrounding snow. Are you two all right? Her seemingly concerned expression was undermined by an unsettling glint in her eyes. From her reaction alone, Zhang Xu surmised that this was indeed the woman he had conversed with earlier on the phone. Miss, I reckon these two are just beggars. You should return to your car and wait. I will deal with this, the driver continued, still unyielding, treating them as if they were mere petty swindlers. How dare you? Zhang Xu's brow furrowed as he positioned himself protectively in front of his friend. Qinpeng, witnessing this, felt a surge of gratitude. All right, let us discuss compensation, the woman said, her patience wearing thin as she opened her handbag and retrieved a bundle of cash. To Zhang Xu's astonishment, the bills were all crisp 100 yuan notes, their deep blue hue stark against the white snow. Do you look down on us? Zhang Xu retorted with a scoff. I believe compensation is unnecessary. And as for the mousse, I see no reason for you to purchase from us either. The words caught both the driver and the woman off guard. Before they could collect their thoughts, Zhang Xu swiftly led Qinpeng away, feigning a departure, prompting their adversaries to regain their composure. Zhang Xu, what is happening? Qinpeng queried, still bewildered. That woman is the one I was bargaining with over the phone, Zhang Xu explained. Really? Qinpeng glanced back, his expression shifting to one of concern. Be careful. This is a big deal, and the price is steep, plus they want a lot. With that, Qinpeng exited the vehicle, returning with a conciliatory demeanor. Observing this, Zhang Xu had no choice but to retrace his steps, though none noticed the subtle smirk playing upon his lips. Indeed, it was deliberate. Brotherhood is cherished, yet at times, a little manipulation is the essence of business. Zhang Xu, come here quickly. After a brief explanation of the situation, Qinpeng beckoned Zhang Xu with urgency. As Zhang Xu parked the car and walked back, he was overwhelmed by impatience. You are my brother. When you are wronged, you expect me to beg like a beggar? Zhang Xu's resolve remained unwavering. Upon hearing this, the woman appeared taken aback that the young man would dare to utter such words in their presence. It is important to note that today's transaction amounts to several thousands. In this era of burgeoning wealth, such a sum is certainly not insignificant. Come now, I mean no harm. Let us not allow money to come between us, she implored. Enough of your banter. Since you are here to deliver, you may as well accompany us back, she asserted, turning towards the direction of the Santana. To her surprise, Zhang Xu showed no inclination to follow. I said I am not selling. Do you have a hearing issue or a mental one? He retorted. Young man, repeat that. The driver exclaimed, visibly agitated. Meanwhile, Qinpeng shot him a warning glance, unaware that his friend was already deep in contemplation. Are you suggesting that you no longer wish to pursue this business? The woman inquired, returning to confront him. Zhang Xu, sensing her interest, felt a surge of delight. It's not that I am unwilling. Rather, for someone of your caliber, I must increase the price. Upon hearing this, the woman scoffed derisively. Do tell, how much more? It appeared to her that everything and everyone had a price, and for her, the money was readily available. Qinping, witnessing this exchange, was elated and embraced Zhang Xu in eagerness to negotiate, blissfully unaware that everything was under his friend's control. Zhang Xu raised 2 fingers, 21 cans. A can of mousse, which they procured from the supply cooperative at merely 2 yuan, was now being offered at 20, a staggering profit indeed. Yet, he brimmed with confidence, knowing the product was readily available at the cooperative, and his mother, Song Meiqin, had promised that within half a month, he would be the sole seller. With control over the supply, he spoke with conviction. The woman had anticipated a mere increase of 1 or 2 yuan at most. Little did she expect this young man to demand such an exorbitant rise. This was not a price increase. It was quite evidently a refusal to sell. Noticing her silence, Zhang Xu resorted to his previous tactic. If you cannot meet the price, then it's settled. Qinpeng, let us depart. To the woman, this statement was akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, painful yet bloodless. Qinpeng frequently glanced back, anxious about the situation, and urged in a hushed tone, Zhang Xu, why don't we lower it a bit? 12 per can is still reasonable. At that moment, Zhang Xu seemed oblivious, continuing his march forward while silently counting. 1, 2, 3. He was betting on whether the woman's pride was worth the additional 8 yuan. Chapter 22. Earning over 10,000 a day. Wait. At last, after the two had walked more than 10 meters, the woman called out to them. If you wish to negotiate the price, I must apologize, as I have no interest. Please hold on a moment while I consult my grandfather. With that, she turned and retraced her steps toward the Santana. Glancing toward the vehicle, Zhang Xu and his companion then realized that there was indeed another person seated in the back seat. However, the figure was obscured, with only a glimpse of an expensive sea dragon hat discernible. The woman opened the car door and slid inside, while Zhang Xu and his companion found themselves in a standoff with the driver. 2 minutes later, the woman finally emerged from the vehicle, her countenance a portrait of displeasure. My grandfather says the price is acceptable. Let us go back and retrieve the money, she announced, turning back once more, with the driver following closely behind. Qinpeng let out a sigh of relief, but Zhang Xu's attention remained fixated on the elderly man within the car. It was important to note that the additional funds involved were no trifling sum. Agreeing to such a sudden price increase could either indicate foolishness or an ulterior motive. Nonetheless, Zhang Xu considered himself fearless in this situation, believing that accompanying them would not be a regrettable choice. Securing a deal would certainly be advantageous. But even if the negotiation fell through, there would be no significant loss. The two trailed behind the vehicle, which advanced at a leisurely pace. After 200 meters, it finally came to a halt before an opulent villa. The expansive courtyard could easily accommodate 10 Santana vehicles without feeling cramped. As the elderly man disembarked and approached them, Zhang Xu observed him with curiosity. His face was lined with wrinkles, yet he appeared quite prosperous. However, his squinting eyes exuded a shrewdness that was palpable. My sincerest apologies for the earlier incident with the driver, he began. Grandfather, why are you apologizing to them? We have increased the payment. The granddaughter interjected, somewhat disgruntled. Well on. The old man admonished her, silencing her with a stern tone. Gentlemen, this is not the appropriate place for discussion. Let us proceed inside. He concluded, offering a slight bow and gesturing for them to enter. Compared to his granddaughter, Zhang Xu found himself rather appreciative of the old man's manner. Though one could easily discern the cunning nature of the old fox, at least his demeanor toward others was commendable. This villa, in stark contrast to the humble alley houses where Zhang Xu resided, was truly magnificent. Once they were seated, a servant promptly served warm red tea. I must apologize for today's events. I am Zhang Yuandao, and this is my granddaughter Zhang Duelon. I am Zhang Xu, and this is my business partner, Qinpeng. Zhang Xu introduced himself with a nod. Zhang Yuandao chuckled. You both appear quite youthful. In business, unlike in factories, seniority does not dictate authority. Being in your 20s is indeed the prime of life. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Mr. Zhang speaks wisely. Zhang Xu's composed response seemed to please the elderly gentleman. Let today's dealings be counted as me gaining a friend in you. 21 cans of mousse, simply 21 cans. As Zhang Yuandao responded, Zhang Xu did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned his attention to the sullen Zhang Yuelon seated nearby, expressing his interest. Old Master Zhang, although my brother and I are businessmen, we are not like others who are submissive. We are unaccustomed to profiting on our knees. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yuelon, who, sensing his focus, furrowed her brow in displeasure. You, sir, have already been promised an increase in payment. Do not be greedy. Well on. Zhang Yuandao admonished his granddaughter sternly today. It is indeed our fault. Should you not apologize to him? But, Grandpa, is my word no longer effective? Observing the old man's discontent. Although Jiang Yuelon was unwilling, she reluctantly managed to utter, I apologize. Though her heart was not in it, for Zhang Xu, it was a moment of vindication. Since Miss Jiang had offered her reluctant apology, I believe we shall adhere to the previously agreed price of 12. Noticing Zhang Xu's deliberate demeanor, Jiang Yuelon felt anger swell within her, yet she could not voice her frustration in front of her grandfather. In exasperation, she turned her head away. Since Mr. Zhang is so agreeable, I must reciprocate in kind, Jiang Yuandao declared, addressing his granddaughter, Yuelon, prepare the funds. Though reluctant, Jiang Yuelon had no choice but to comply with her grandfather's directive and fetch the money from upstairs. A stack of bills, all hundreds, was presented. According to their prior arrangement, they would first pay half, over 14,000, thus half amounted to 7,000. This caused Zhang Xu and Qin Peng's hearts to race. As Jiang Yuandao promptly placed the money before them, this is 10,000, counted. Zhang Xu picked up the money, counted out 7,000, and returned the remainder. Since we agreed beforehand, we must adhere to the terms. I shall accept the deposit of 7,000, and the goods will be delivered to you within 2 hours. His actions once again earned Jiang Yuandao's nod of approval. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Xu initially intended to probe into the Jiang family's affairs, yet the old man spoke with such discretion that it seemed he was deliberately evading Zhang Xu's inquiries. Chapter 23. Finding a vehicle 5 minutes later, the two boarded the bicycle. Jiang Yuandao stood at the entrance, watching them depart. His smile fading as their figures disappeared from view. Grandfather, that Zhang Xu is utterly detestable. He is clearly a good-for-nothing. Why do you always indulge him? I am your granddaughter, Jiang Yuelon exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. Yuelon, we have just arrived in Guanche. We must proceed with caution. Furthermore, Zhang Xu is not as simple as he appears. We have searched numerous places for this mousse. Even the largest supply cooperative had none. Yet he was able to procure such a substantial quantity. It seems we may need to engage with him further, Jiang Yuandao replied. Is he really that impressive? I suspect he is merely engaging in speculative trading, likely hoarding goods to sell at inflated prices. The old man chuckled in response, by your reasoning. Does that not also describe our own family? Grandfather, why do you always defend him? Noticing his granddaughter's resentful tone, Jiang Yuandao could only comfort her. Zhang Xu returned to the supply cooperative with Qianping, the evening shadows deepening around them. Observing the employees exiting the cooperative, Qianping grumbled, it's mealtime. They can head home for dinner while we continue to toil here. I wish we could finish early. However, Zhang Xu paid little heed to his friend's complaints. The timing was fortuitous. He had intentionally delayed their departure to confront the Jiang grandfather and granddaughter, not only to assert his dominance but also for other purposes. Typically, those who could procure large quantities from the cooperative were not ordinary individuals. His current actions were indeed against protocol. He understood the principle of discretion. Flaunting wealth could invite unwarranted troubles. Once the doors closed, only a few security guards and Old Qin remained inside. Old Qin had already made the necessary arrangements and was ready to retrieve the goods as soon as darkness fell. Let us first grab a bite to eat and check if there are any large vehicles nearby. With so much merchandise, my bicycle alone won't suffice to deliver everything by tomorrow, Zhang Xu suggested, securing his bike before leading Chen Peng toward a nearby restaurant. Upon entering, they were greeted by the rich aroma of beef. This yellow beef establishment was one of the few still operating during the festive season. Typically, it was frequented by drivers delivering goods. A large pot at the entrance brimmed with thick broth, with yellow beef submerged beneath the oily surface, partially visible. Zhang Xu had his reasons for choosing this restaurant. Noticing the sparse clientele, it seemed that few were delivering goods on the 5th day of the new year. Before the owner could greet them, the thick curtain at the entrance was abruptly pushed aside by a burly man. As Zhang Xu and his companion were jostled from behind, they stumbled, nearly colliding with the large pot. Fortunately, the newcomer was quick-witted and grasped their collars, preventing a disaster. Chen Peng, incensed, turned to retaliate. You. Chen Peng. Upon noticing the unmistakable scent of engine oil emanating from the stranger, Zhang Xu promptly intervened to halt his friend. My sincerest apologies, gentlemen. The middle-aged man, displaying an awareness of his prior fault, immediately offered his regrets. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Xu smiled and said, it is indeed our fault for blocking the entrance, if you. Dear uncle, Do not mind the favor we owe you for your earlier assistance. Might you join us for a meal? The middle-aged man appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet as Zhang Xu spoke, he unconsciously cast a furtive glance at the pot of tender beef, his throat involuntarily bobbing as if he were ravenous. Well, if you insist. Zhang Xu chuckled and welcomed him inside, then beckoned the proprietor. Sir, 3 bowls of beef noodles, and an additional portion of beef worth 5 yuan. Goodness. 5 yuan for beef. At that time, a pound of raw beef was scarcely a yuan, and 5 yuan would yield a generous bowl. Noticing the man's cold hands rubbing together, Zhang Xu rose and approached the soup pot, ladling a spoonful of warm, oily broth, which the middle-aged man eagerly consumed in a hearty gulp. Chen Peng, seated across from them, furtively tugged at Zhang Xu's sleeve. Zhang Xu, what are you doing? Inviting someone to dine is one thing, but 5 yuan for beef is rather extravagant, isn't it? Zhang Xu merely smiled, gesturing for him to relax. During their wait, Zhang Xu engaged in casual conversation with the stranger, discovering that he had journeyed from the north to deliver goods to the supply and marketing cooperative. However, due to heavy snowfall, he had arrived late, and as he was about to enter the warehouse, his vehicle broke down. After repairs, the warehouse had closed, leaving him to spend the night in his truck, and now, famished, he sought a warm bowl of noodles. Zhang Xu nodded sympathetically. The cooperative is commendable in many respects, but their rigid schedule certainly makes it tough for you. Indeed, I had already offloaded half the cargo. Upon hearing this, the 2 men exchanged glances, and Chen Peng finally grasped his friend's intention. May I ask how you are addressed, uncle? Zhang Xu continued. Zhao Jiangwo. Uncle Zhao, this is my friend Chen Peng. And I am Zhang Xu. It seems we are rather fated to meet. If you have nowhere to stay tonight, you are welcome to my home. You can return in the morning to complete your deliveries. That would not do. Half of my cargo is right outside the cooperative's entrance if I am not present. It could easily be misplaced. Zhao Jiangwo quickly waved his hand, observing the oil on his hands and recalling the man's earlier disheveled appearance. Zhang Xu suddenly inquired, Uncle Zhao, how long is your vehicle? My large liberator is a bit over 5 meters long. Why do you ask? As it happens, my friend and I are indeed seeking a vehicle for deliveries, but smaller trucks won't suffice. Would you be so kind as to assist us? Zhang Xu's gaze was earnest, which put Zhao Jiangwo in a difficult position. After all, a hearty bowl of beef had already been consumed, and to refuse might be seen as ungrateful. If you are concerned about the goods, we can assign someone to keep watch. Zhang Xu understood his apprehensions and, in a spontaneous gesture, retrieved a 50 yuan note from his pocket. This 50 shall serve as a token of gratitude for your trouble. 50. This amount is equivalent to a month's salary for a worker. Zhao Jiangwo's vehicle belongs to the public sector, and after spending over 20 days on the road each month, he barely takes home 40 yuan. The sudden emergence of a 50 yuan bill was undeniably enticing. After much internal conflict, he found himself swayed. How far is it? Not far. Just to the northern part of Guan City, approximately 30 miles round trip. 30 miles for 50 yuan. Zhao Jiangwo appeared incredulous, questioning whether the cargo they were transporting could possibly be. Noticing his hesitant demeanor, Zhang Xu chuckled helplessly. It was amusing to see a middle-aged man so timid. Uncle Zhao, rest assured, we are transporting legitimate goods, albeit with some urgency. With their repeated reassurances, Zhao Jiangwo ultimately consented. Once they had their noodles, all 3 were eager to earn money and quickly devoured their meal. When they stepped outside, it was still relatively early, yet the winter evening had nearly plunged into darkness. Chapter 24. Chen Ping is beaten. The trio arrived at the warehouse entrance, eyeing the large liberation truck parked there. The ample space in the half-filled vehicle was indeed sufficient for their needs. Zhang Xu exchanged a knowing smile with Chen Su, briefed him on the situation, and prepared to enter to collect the goods. Zhao Jiangwo, perhaps feeling a bit guilty for taking too much money or perhaps anxious about their cargo, followed suit. Old Chen, enjoying a small drink, was not particularly surprised to see the 3 approach. Thanks to Zhang Xu's prior arrangements, Old Chen simply slapped the keys onto the table, allowing them to enter on their own. When they emerged, all that was required was to register the goods. Upon seeing that the items to be transported were mousse, Zhao Jiangwo's face flushed with embarrassment, and he began to assist them in the lifting. The 3 managed to complete the task of moving 50 boxes of mousse in just over 10 minutes. After settling the payment, Zhang Xu instructed Chen Peng to stay behind and oversee the goods while he climbed into Zhao Jiangwo's large liberation truck. Upon arrival, a few workers were already waiting at the villa entrance. Jiang Yuandao casually inspected a box, and upon confirming everything was in order, He instructed the workers to bring the mousse inside. Mr. Zhang, this is our first collaboration, but I believe we shall soon have a second. Jiang Yuandao remarked while retrieving the remaining payment. Zhang Xu accepted the balance, saying, though this question may not be appropriate, I am rather curious. Is Mr. Jiang planning to open a store in Dongguan? Indeed, the old man replied with a smile. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. I will ensure you receive the best price possible. As Zhang Xu turned to leave, Jiang Yuandao suddenly called out to his retreating figure, by the way. May I inquire if you are familiar with the Bai family of Dongguan? Upon hearing Bai family, Zhang Xu's immediate thought was of the wealthiest family in Dongguan. Of course. I am aware of them, he responded. Do you have any business dealings with the Bai family? The old man inquired, prompting Zhang Xu to recall Sun Fuping, who was the wealthy family's brother-in-law. Given that connection, he believed there was no opportunity for collaboration with the Bais. No, I have no dealings with them. Zhang Xu replied firmly. Hearing this, Jiang Yuandao paused momentarily before smiling and saying, very well, I shall not impose further. If you require anything later, do not hesitate to contact me. As Zhang Xu got into the vehicle, he glanced back at Jiang Yuandao, who waved goodbye, a feeling of unease stirring within him. As the truck drove away, Jiang Yuan approached her grandfather from behind. Grandfather, do you think this young man is being truthful? He should be. Later. Let us have someone investigate. It seems Zhang Xu may have some unresolved issues with the Bai family. We have just arrived in Dongguan and have yet to establish a foothold. Collaborating with an adversary of the Bais could invite unnecessary trouble. The old man listened to his granddaughter's concerns without answering, merely shaking his head with a smile as he turned to leave, seemingly contemplating something further. In the truck, Zhang Xu counted the money, while Zhao Jiangwo couldn't help but glance at the substantial stack of bills. Wow, you guys are remarkable. To make such a profit from just a 30-mile round trip. No, as you just witnessed, the quantity dispatched from the warehouse was merely that much. Merely enough for a meager wage. Zhang Xu's decision not to shy away from Zhao Jiangwo while he counted the money stemmed from a dual trust in his character, and the fact that the latter observed the amount collected was roughly equivalent to what he had dispersed, an ordinary sum devoid of exorbitant profit that would incite envy in a typical individual. 50 seemed a tad excessive. Your earnings are modest as it is. Perhaps I shall settle for just 20, considering I also dined with you this evening. Zhao Jiangwo, with a candid demeanor, retrieved the 50 yuan from his pocket. Hold on, my friend, we agreed on a specific amount, and it shall remain so. Should you return in the future, we will have opportunities to assist each other. Indeed, I have been without goods lately, remaining in Dongguan. If you require anything, just come to the Dongfeng Auto Repair Factory and seek me out. Zhang Xu had already noticed the license plate of the Great Liberation vehicle. It was from Dongguan. He understood that he was merely at the commencement of his journey, and who knows, he might find himself in need of their assistance down the line. Especially since few are willing to work during such lean times. As the vehicle gradually approached the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative and came to a halt, both men, filled with mirth, prepared to disembark when they sensed something amiss ahead. Strange, why are there so many people? Zhao Jiangwo was the first to notice figures brandishing clubs in front of his goods. Zhang Xu followed the light and discerned a figure sprawled on the ground. Upon exiting the vehicle, they hastened towards the scene. The individual on the ground was Qinping, cursing vehemently. His coarse language resonated with unsettling clarity in the stillness of the night. You'd better speak up quickly, where's Zhang Xu? If you don't reveal it today, not only will you lose your belongings, but it'll be a close call for you. Listening to the exchanges, Zhang Xu realized these individuals were likely subordinates of Sun Fuping. Two of them he had previously encountered at the alley's entrance, where they had been lying in wait. Qinping, Zhang Xu shouted, forcefully pushing past the two men to reach his friend, bending down to shield him. Despite having taken a beating, Qinping remained defiantly stubborn. Upon seeing Zhang Xu return, the henchmen exhaled a sigh of relief. They understood that failing to keep track of their charge would not bode well upon their return. Finally, upon Zhang Xu's arrival, the leader of the group, glancing at Zhang Xu and then at the merchandise piled at the entrance, smirked, on this frigid day. We certainly made it easy for you to find us. Let us not speak of extortion. We'll simply take a couple of boxes of the cigarettes here, surely that's not unreasonable? As the leader grinned and reached to unveil the goods, a large hand suddenly emerged, firmly grasping his wrist. Chapter 25. Exceptional skills. Zhang Xu gazed at the figure before him, only to realize it was Zhao Jiangwo. The sudden force caused the leading henchman to wince in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you all staring at? Move swiftly and take action. Seeing their leader being restrained, the remaining henchmen, upon hearing the command, rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Sun Fuping had previously instructed that if they encountered disobedience, they were to act decisively. Having spent the last few days under Zhang Xu's command, these individuals were growing increasingly impatient. While others were celebrating the new year with their families, they were left outside in the cold due to Zhang Xu's family. Now, seizing an opportunity for revenge, their strikes were anything but gentle. They swung their clubs toward Zhao Zhangwo, but to their astonishment, he showed no intention of evading. With a swift motion, he raised a single hand to shield his head. Accompanied by a dull thud, the fragile wooden stick shattered upon impact. Witnessing this scene left those present in a state of disbelief. While they stood there dumbfounded, Zhao Zhangwo took the initiative. His movements were reminiscent of military drills, each strike powerful and precise, leaving Zhang Xu and Qin Ping momentarily stunned. Within less than 2 minutes, all 6 henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. With Zhang Xu's assistance, Qin Ping managed to rise to his feet. "Are you both all right?" Zhao Zhangwo inquired. "Uncle, did you serve in the military?" Qin Ping asked, eyes filled with admiration. "2 years since my discharge," came the reply with a smile. As they spoke, several henchmen fled the scene. The 3 of them surveyed the remnants of the confrontation, and a new thought began to form in Zhang Xu's mind. With the business still in its infancy, it was not just Sun Fuping who posed a threat. There would undoubtedly be others in the future. Although he had been reborn with memories intact, it did not imply he possessed the strength to confront every challenge. Someone like Zhao Zhangwo seemed to be precisely what he needed. While Zhao Zhangwo inspected the goods, Zhang Xu discreetly pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket. Upon seeing the money appear before him, Zhao Zhangwo was taken aback. "What is this for, Uncle Zhao? Had it not been for you earlier, we would have been in serious trouble." "This is a small token of gratitude," Zhang Xu explained. "That won't do. I've already accepted 50 from you. I can't take more, especially since Qin Peng was injured while protecting me." "I should have intervened regardless," Zhao Zhangwo insisted. Hearing his words, Zhang Xu felt an even stronger desire to recruit him. As he tidied up, he inquired, "Uncle Zhao, are you from one city?" "Sort of. I went north to serve in the army in my youth, and after returning from my discharge, I was assigned a job that kept me away more often than not." "What are your plans for the future?" "Plans? Just aimlessly wandering, I suppose," Zhao Zhangwo replied with a sheepish smile. Noticing his naive demeanor, Zhang Xu frowned and asked, "You aren't married, are you?" To his surprise, Zhao Zhangwo's face flushed crimson. How did you know?" At that moment, Zhang Xu's heart soared with joy. Initially concerned about how to recruit someone who might have a family, he was now relieved to discover that Zhao Zhangwo was single, making the prospect of collaboration much more feasible. "Uncle Zhao, it is as follows. I find myself in need of someone who can drive. If you are willing to assist us, I can offer you a monthly remuneration of 150. 150. This sum, for Zhao Zhangwo, is undeniably a considerable temptation. After his military service, he was assigned to a state-owned enterprise, yet the recent wave of privatization has significantly impacted their factory, resulting in nearly 3 months without income. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to borrowing 50 yuan from Zhang Xu, in comparison to a monthly salary of less than 50. Zhang Xu's proposition is indeed enticing. Qin Ping, perceiving his friend's thoughts, understood Zhao Zhangwo's nature. Being able to drive is a trivial matter. His skills are remarkable. "You have sprung this upon me so suddenly, and I am unprepared. Please allow me some time to think it over," Zhao Zhangwo replied, not immediately acquiescing. He recognized Zhang Xu's ability to earn, yet viewed this young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, as still inexperienced. In the context of the state-owned enterprises of the 1980s, a job there was akin to having a secure future. Resigning now would feel rather perilous. "Very well. I shall provide you with my beeper number. Should you come to a decision, simply leave me a message," Zhang Xu remarked, retrieving a pen from his pocket and tearing a piece of paper to write down his beeper number. As they parted ways, Zhao Zhangwo glanced at the 2 of them, then down at the number in his hand, feeling a tumult of emotions, and shook his head in resignation. "In this day and age, even the youngsters out-earn me." On the way back, Zhang Xu rode his bicycle, while Qin Peng remained silent behind him. He accompanied his friend to the entrance of the alley, where Zhang Xu, observing his friend's silence, inquired, "What is it?" "I was pondering whether those little rascals might come looking for trouble," Qin Ping replied. "Rest assured, Sun Fuping is motivated solely by money. If he comes, I shall repay him directly. If worst comes to worst, I will cover the cost of some medicine. We have money now," Zhang Xu asserted, patting his bulging pocket with a look of determination. Not wishing to press further, Qin Peng said little more. As they parted, Zhang Xu pulled out a stack of money and handed it to him. It's not much, but keep it for your expenses. Jinping did not refuse, but before leaving, he repeatedly urged Zhang Xu to call him if any trouble arose. As Zhang Xu rode his bicycle into the alley, he felt a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before, even before reaching his doorstep. He began to contemplate taking Yu Manjun to the supply and marketing cooperative the next day to procure items needed for their wedding. Chapter 26. Father's hospitalization. Upon reaching the doorstep, he hoisted the heavy bicycle into the courtyard. What puzzled him was the utter darkness within the house. It seemed devoid of any presence. He could comprehend that his father was on the night shift, yet prior to leaving, Zhang Xu had repeatedly instructed Yu Manjun to remain at home to answer the phone. Why then was the house empty now? The phone number was published in the newspaper, and business had been increasingly brisk in recent days. Someone should have been there to tend to the calls. Ringing. Before he even stepped inside, the phone began to ring urgently. Manjun? Manjun. Zhang Xu shook off the snow from his coat, frowning as he stepped inside. For a fleeting moment, he even felt a twinge of irritation towards Yu Manjun for her disobedience. She could be quite temperamental when answering the phone. Zhang Xu, you finally returned. Yu Manjun's voice crackled through the receiver, tinged with a hint of tears. Where have you been? Did I not tell you to stay at home? The business. I tried calling your pager several times, but there was no response. Hurry to the hospital. Uncle has been admitted. Her words abruptly halted Zhang Xu's complaints. No response from the pager? Zhang Xu glanced down, only then realizing the screen of the pager strapped to his waist was completely dark. It seemed the shopkeeper had skimped on the batteries when he purchased it. There was no time to dwell on that. Following Yu Manjun's instructions, he hastily made his way towards the second hospital. Upon arrival, Zhang Weiye lay in the corridor. Yu Manjun was nowhere to be seen, and Zhang Xu rushed forward. Dad. Hearing his son's voice, Zhang Weiye slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Xu? Dad, what happened? How did you end up in the hospital? It's nothing. I just fell asleep while stoking the furnace, and the door was closed. Though his father spoke lightly of the matter, Zhang Xu understood the peril of falling asleep with the door shut while stoking a charcoal furnace. Where's Manjun? Zhang Xu's brow furrowed. The thought of his father lying in a hospital bed due to carbon monoxide poisoning while Yu Manjun was absent made him somewhat irate. Zhang Weiye began to reply, but they were interrupted by Yu Manjun's imploring voice from nearby. Doctor, please take a look first. My fiancé is on his way. And he has the money. He truly has the money. At the far end of the corridor, Yu Manjun followed the doctor, her desperate pleas causing Zhang Xu's face to flush with embarrassment. The doctor, too, appeared helpless. In these times, there were too many who could not afford treatment. They did not lack the desire to help. Rather, they had encountered far too many disheartening situations. Manjun. Upon hearing Zhang Xu's voice, Yu Manjun turned around, her eyes glistening. As he reached her side, the doctor frowned slightly. Are you the family member? Yes. Why is my father not receiving treatment for carbon monoxide poisoning? Are you jesting? How can you say that? You left not a single penny at home. If it weren't for the young ladies, please. Do you think the bed for your father's treatment would have appeared from thin air? The doctor's frustration was palpable. Zhang Xu was taken aback, suddenly recalling that although he had earned a considerable sum these past few days from his work, he had not given any of it to Yu Manjun. Previously, some funds were allocated for household use, yet the majority were appropriated by him as capital. Naturally, he bears responsibility for the current situation. In the presence of the doctor, Zhang Xu promptly extracted cash from his bulging pocket. The doctor, taken aback, was astonished to see the striking blue-gray 100 yuan bills, a stark contrast to the usual small denominations. As they conversed, the doctor became notably more courteous. After arranging the hospital room and treatment, Zhang Xu stood outside, gazing at his father who was receiving oxygen, feeling a sense of helplessness. Do not worry. The doctor indicated it is merely mild poisoning and not too serious. Yu Manjun reassured him tenderly from beside him. The warmth of his fiancée filled Zhang Xu with self-reproach. Manjun, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. To demonstrate his sincerity, he withdrew all the money from his pocket, declaring that henceforth, the family finances would be managed by her. Yu Manjun was taken aback by the sight of over 10,000 yuan before her. In this era, being a 10,000 yuan household was quite impressive. And Zhang Xu had managed it in just a few days. Had she not been answering calls for the past few days, she might have doubted whether they had engaged in illegal activities. Did you earn all this from selling mousse? She inquired hesitantly, struggling to comprehend how the 2 yuan and 40 cents mousse could yield such a sum. Well, I suppose luck was on our side. Currently, we are the only ones selling it in Guangzhou, but I anticipate that will change soon. Zhang Xu understood well that when supply does not meet demand, he could dictate the price, even leading to the current situation of significant price disparities. However, once others caught wind of this opportunity, he believed it would not be long before the price of mousse returned to normal. Of course, in this era, information was not as readily accessible. These past few days had afforded him ample opportunity to accomplish many things. After ensuring his father was settled, Yu Manjun voluntarily chose to keep vigil that night. Zhang Xu did not dissuade her. Instead, he discreetly slipped her 1,000 yuan as he departed, turning back to see his fiancée at the hospital door. Meticulously wrapping the money in a handkerchief and tucking it into her clothing, a smile broke across his face. However, just as he exited the hospital, he unexpectedly collided with a familiar figure. Oh no! The woman fell to the ground, and Zhang Xu hurried forward to assist her, only to realize that it was his mother, Song Mei-chin. Chapter 27. News from father's colleague mother? Son? The reunion between mother and son occurred during Song Wei's hospitalization. A moment tinged with awkwardness. Song Mei-chin quickly interjected, "Please, do not misunderstand. Just now, Manjun called me, saying she couldn't reach you. Your father has been readmitted to the hospital and is short on funds, so I." Observing his mother's anxious explanation, Zhang Xu couldn't help but smile knowingly. To him, it was evident that his mother was still deeply affected by his father. Yet, he found it perplexing, despite her lingering feelings. Why did she choose to file for divorce on the eve of the Lunar New Year? Suddenly, a car outside the hospital honked, startling Song Mei-chin. She hastily rummaged through her bag and pulled out several hundred yuan. "Here, take this for now." "Mother, I have money," Zhang Xu replied, holding up a wad of cash. Taken aback, Song Mei-chin asked, "Where did you acquire so much money? Without some capital, how could I dare to collaborate with you?" Zhang Xu chuckled. "You rascal. Always with your clever tongue. If you no longer need it, I shall take my leave." As Song Mei-chin turned to depart, she suddenly remembered something and promptly warned her son, "Do not mention my visit to your father." Her words stung Zhang Xu. "Mother, can you truly be so heartless?" "My heart's disposition has no bearing on you," Song Mei-chin retorted, reverting to her previously aloof demeanor. As the car horn blared sharply once more, she departed without a moment's hesitation or a glance back. Zhang Xu ambled outside and spotted his mother entering a familiar Santana. Just as he intended to approach for a clearer look, the vehicle sped away. Strangely, the driver appeared somewhat recognizable. Standing at the hospital's entrance, Zhang Xu furrowed his brow. Muttering to himself, "Could I have been mistaken? The driver looks like Sun Fuping, the one who stirred trouble at our home." Throughout the night, Zhang Xu's gaze lingered on the money resting by his pillow, a thrill coursing through him. In just a few days, his profits had already exceeded 10,000 yuan. Even decades later, that would be considered a significant achievement, let alone in 1987. Drowsily, he drifted into slumber, even dreaming of becoming the world's wealthiest individual. Had it not been for the incessant knocking at his door, perhaps that dream would have been realized. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent rapping on the door stirred him from his reverie. Who could it be at this hour? He pondered, bemused by the early winter morning. He assumed it was Chen Peng and jested to himself, "When did you start rising so early?" However, upon opening the door, he was met not by his friend, but by a colleague of his father from the factory. "Uncle Zhang?" The visitor was Zhang Yaogua, a bespectacled man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, appearing quite refined. Zhang Xu had encountered him several times during his visits to the factory. In his 50s, he was initially an educated intellectual who had been sent to the countryside, only to later be branded a rightist. Afterward, he returned to Dongguan City and was assigned a job. This person was nothing but stubborn. Zhang Xu, at home, noticed Zhang Yao peering into the room and asked, "Is your father not here?" "Indeed, Uncle Zhang. My father had an incident last night and is currently lying in the hospital. It is quite fortunate that you came. I would like to trouble you to help him request a leave of absence." Requesting leave is no problem, but at that moment, Zhang Yao appeared hesitant, as if he had something more to say but found it difficult to articulate. "Uncle, if you have something to say, please speak candidly." "Actually, there is nothing much. Never mind. I shall take my leave." Observing Zhang Yao's bashful demeanor, Zhang Xu could easily guess the underlying issue. His father's factory had not been operational for over half a year. Many workers had sought other opportunities, and those who remained were primarily the older employees, including his father, Zhang Weiye, and the man before him, Zhang Yaogua. "Uncle." Zhang Xu hurriedly caught up, pulling a 100 yuan note from his pocket. "Please take this." Zhang Xu was well aware that Zhang Yaogua had borrowed money from his father several times before, and he assumed this visit was no different. This cultured man typically would not ask for help unless absolutely necessary. However, since he had spoken up, it indicated he was in some trouble. At that moment, Zhang Yao's gaze was fixated on the 100 yuan note, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Xu, where did you acquire such a sum? Isn't your father in the hospital? To him, Zhang Xu was merely a newly adult child, and such money was not something he could accept. Uncle, please take it. I will repay you later. Despite his hesitation, Zhang Yao eventually accepted the money. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly called out to Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu, Uncle, is there something else? Your father was admitted to the hospital last night due to carbon monoxide poisoning, correct? How do you know? Zhang Xu was perplexed. His father had worked the night shift, and Zhang Yao should not have known about it. Actually, your father had already taken leave from the factory these past few days. This statement left Zhang Xu bewildered, and he stared at Zhang Yao, asking, that's strange. If he had taken leave, how could he have been poisoned at the factory last night? Weya has been working at other factories outside of Dongguan these past few days. Hauling coal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu was momentarily stunned. No wonder his father had returned home looking utterly exhausted in recent days. The thought of his father lying in a hospital bed caused a tightness in Zhang Xu's throat. As Zhang Yao was leaving, he appeared somewhat hesitant, as if there were unspoken words lingering in the air. Uncle, do you have something else to say? Please feel free to express it. I can handle it. As Zhang Xu approached him, Zhang Yao helplessly remarked, the factory's intention is that I have come here to inform you that Wei Yi is to be laid off. Chapter 28, Layoff? Layoff? This term, which only emerged in the late 1980s, was primarily associated with state-owned enterprises. The mere mention of it would send shivers down the spine of employees in every factory. In this era, it was akin to announcing their impending doom. Decades of job security could vanish in an instant. Who could possibly endure such a shock? Zhang Yao fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xu, expecting him to be profoundly agitated. Yet he was taken aback by Zhang Xu's nonchalance. I'll find a time to discuss it with my father. For Zhang Xu at that moment, his father's employment status was of little consequence. A day's grueling labor at the factory yielded a meager 48 yuan a month, far less than his earnings from a single business transaction. As Zhang Yao reached the alley, Qinping appeared. Zhang Xu lingered at the doorway, and Qinping quickly approached. Wasn't he that person who just left a colleague of your father's? Former colleague. As Zhang Xu turned to enter the house, Qinpeng, reluctant to fall behind, followed closely. Did he get laid off? My father got laid off. Qinpeng, taken aback, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds of silence, observing Zhang Xu reading a message on his pager, he ventured to offer consolation. It's all right. A layoff is just a layoff. You're making good money anyway. It's not like you're missing out on much. Zhang Xu remained silent, his eyes fixed on the pager, a slight smile tugging at his lips. By the way, next time, have your mother add our pager numbers to the list. That posed no problem. Qinping readily agreed, then settled down beside him. What are you looking at? Given our current shipment volume, we'll probably sell out in a fortnight. I contacted the mousse supplier yesterday, and they got back to me today. Zhang Xu's efficiency always reassured Qinpeng. Hearing that the sourcing issue was resolved put him at ease. What's the price? Take a look for yourself. Zhang Xu handed over the pager. He had left a message inquiring about the price. Little did he know, the wholesale price for mousse had surged nearly twofold. What on earth? 5 yuan. Qinping stared at the message in disbelief, suddenly agitated. Aren't they just hiking prices arbitrarily? We might as well continue our partnership with the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhang Xu chuckled. He had never considered severing ties with the cooperative. After all, these transactions were reliant on that very partnership. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the frequency of phone calls inside the house had increased significantly compared to before. Within the time it took to have breakfast, there were already 2 or 3 inquiries about mousse prices. Perhaps it was too early, as the customers were not demanding much. Even securing a box or 2 would be considered a success, just as the 2 were preparing to deliver these orders. Another phone call prompted Zhang Xu to turn back once more. Hello, good day. Is that you? How's business, boss? Is the mousse selling well? Sold out? Sure. Of course, rest assured, I will definitely offer you the lowest price. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xu was instantly filled with excitement. His friend, listening nearby, was somewhat perplexed. Qinping, we're leaving. Where to? To find Zhao Jiangwell. What for? Zhang Xu's arrangements left him astonished, yet the latter merely smiled and explained. The salon that first purchased from us is requesting a restock. Goodness, it's only been 3 days. Has it already sold out? Chinping exclaimed, his face a mix of shock and confusion. Wait, they only received such a small amount. Is it really necessary to contact them? Such a small amount. Who told you that? Zhang Xu grinned widely, holding up 5 fingers. 50 boxes. 50 boxes? This revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Just last night, they had dispatched over 50 boxes, and he had assumed they would have a lull in business for at least a few days. To his surprise, that savvy salon owner had proven to be remarkably efficient. Zhang Xu was, of course, very pleased. He had merely employed a strategy of micro-distribution he had honed over 2 decades. However, the current era was strikingly different from what lay ahead. In 2 decades, many mothers would be ensnared in such schemes, yet presently, individuals were genuinely straightforward. That owner had indeed leveraged her connections to distribute a substantial quantity to her peers. According to Zhang Xu's prior commitment, he would retain 10 of those 50 boxes for himself, while the remainder would be sold at a premium. Such easy profits, requiring only a bit of persuasion, naturally delighted everyone involved. The 2 friends exited while munching on buns. Despite the frigid weather, Zhang Xu rode with vigor on his bicycle. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhao Jiangwo was busy unloading goods alongside the staff. A genuinely honest man. He was truly an earnest individual. While others resorted to shortcuts, he toiled as if 3 men were working, all the while cheerfully engaging in conversation. Master Zhao, Zhang Xu called out, lifting his head as he stood beside the liberation truck. Upon hearing, Zhao Jiangwo looked down and smiled broadly. What brings you here? He paid no mind to the resentful glances from others, leaping down from the vehicle. Master Zhao, are you busy? Zhang Xu observed that the unloading was nearly complete and casually inquired. We're almost done. You've come too. Just like yesterday. I still need to trouble you for a bit of work. Hearing Zhang Xu's words, Zhao Jiangwo beamed with joy, rubbing his hands together and replied, Great. The money I received last night is more than enough for a single trip, even for 10 round trips. As Zhang Xu spoke, he pulled out 50 yuan, ready to hand it over, but Zhao Jiangwo pushed it back with a firm hand. What are you doing? You gave me quite a sum yesterday. There is no need for today. Observing the seriousness in Zhao Jiangwo's eyes, Zhang Xu matched his earnestness. Master Zhao, one job deserves one payment. It's only right. Besides, if it weren't for you yesterday, we might have faced some trouble. If you refuse to accept this, I'll have to seek someone else. Zhang Xu, being a businessman, naturally calculated deeper than the average person. While it was true he was offering more than necessary, it also served as a subtle enticement for Zhao Jiangwo. When the accumulated funds become substantial, individuals tend to return to the factory, inevitably drawing comparisons in their minds. On one hand, there is the employer who readily provides remuneration. On the other, a factory struggling to meet its financial obligations, teetering on the brink of collapse. It is evident to anyone which option they would favor. Naturally, such thoughts will remain unspoken, as one must maintain a facade in front of others. Chapter 29. The success of distribution today as delivery was not particularly large. However, for Zhang Xu, its significance was profoundly different. The salon owner, strictly speaking, could not be considered a customer. According to their prior agreement, the 2 were more akin to partners. After arranging for Zhao Jiangwo to wait at the supply and marketing cooperative, he and Chinping rode their bicycles towards the alley. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a number of motorcycles parked at the entrance. These motorcycles were not inexpensive. In this era, few could afford them. Yet a group of salon owners in the city had a penchant for them. Goodness, these motorcycles belonged to the affluent. Chinping felt a twinge of envy. The salon proprietors were not on the same level as ordinary barbers. The exorbitant profits they reaped were likely far beyond what the latter could imagine. With the memories of his past life, Zhang Xu was acutely aware of just how lucrative these salons could be. Often, a single product could yield profits of dozens or even hundreds of times its cost. As they advanced, the salon owner was encircled by several peers. Upon noticing Zhang Xu's arrival, he immediately gestured towards him, exclaiming, Here he is. The crowd turned to look. And Zhang Xu and Chinpeng were taken aback by the intensity of their gazes, reminiscent of cats eyeing their prey. You finally made it, the salon owner said, leading him inside. To showcase their rapport, he deliberately grasped Zhang Xu's wrist in front of everyone. Truth be told, being so warmly welcomed by a man made Zhang Xu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, recognizing that this individual was bringing him business, he understood the underlying intentions and complied. Stepping inside, the group, numbering around 7 or 8, surveyed Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu, let me tell you, these are the prominent salon owners from the city. Today, Aside from other matters, you must offer me a discount on the price of the mousse from our last transaction. The others chimed in, expressing their eagerness for long-term collaboration with Zhang Xu. The sensation of being surrounded by such attention was entirely different from experiences 2 decades hence. At present, having goods meant wielding power. Since it was Boss Sun who made the introduction, naturally, the pricing would be negotiable. Zhang Xu was unsure of what price Sun had quoted them, so he feigned forgetfulness, asking, by the way, what was the price I offered you last time? Sun was well aware of the answer. Wasn't he at 14? But this time, you must lower it a bit. There are so many buyers. Beside them, Qinping listened to their exchange, nearly bursting into laughter at Sun's audacity. The previous price was 8 yuan. Zhang Xu had mentioned it would increase to 10. Yet here they were, with Sun marking it up by 4 yuan. 14 yuan for a bottle of mousse was exorbitant. Indeed, we're not looking for small quantities. Yes, we've all been regulars here, and after the festivities, we'll all be reopening our salons. So the volume is guaranteed. As Zhang Xu listened to the cacophony of voices, he found himself unable to directly lower the price. This poses quite a challenge, does it not? I trust you have explored other locations in Dongguan City, and presently, my establishment is the only one where mousse is available. It is not that I am unwilling to lower the price. The manufacturer's pricing is firmly established. Xiao Zhang, there is no need for further negotiations. Simply state the amount you are willing to offer. Boss Sun deliberately raised his voice. Zhang Xu glanced at the assembled crowd. Feigning reluctance as he said, I'm not asking for much from you, just 12. I will earn merely a few coins for my efforts. 2 yuan is not insignificant. The crowd nodded in agreement, all astute individuals. Had this been before, such a price would have been utterly unthinkable. However, in recent days, many have flocked to their location to purchase mousse, and several have even left deposits. The demand for this item is clearly substantial. Listening to the price, Boss Sun began to calculate in his mind. According to the prior agreement between him and Zhang Xu, the price would be set at 10 yuan. And any amount exceeding that would necessitate Zhang Xu reimbursing him for the difference, along with an additional 10% as a rebate. Thus, for each bottle sold at 12 yuan, he would pocket a 3 yuan profit. Qinping, come here and record these orders for our esteemed clients. Our shipment will arrive shortly. Certainly, Qinping replied promptly. He had observed Zhang Xu's previous demeanor closely. Their acquaintance was not recent. Yet he had never witnessed such cunning behavior from him. Zhang Xu, isn't this a bit excessive? Qinpeng remarked, glancing at the quantity listed, his heart racing. Initially, they had discussed 50 boxes, but upon calculation, the figure had surged to over 100. The total available at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was only 500 boxes, many of which had already been sold, leaving merely 400 in stock. In just a few minutes, another 100 boxes seemed to be vanishing, and it appeared that by the end of the small year, this stock would be depleted. As they returned, Zhang Xu's pace quickened considerably. Within merely half an hour, the quantity dispatched would keep them elated for several days. Outside the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhao Jiangwo awaited their arrival. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle approaching from a distance, he immediately moved closer. Before they could disembark, Zhang Xu sensed something amiss. Chapter 30. Car rental. Zhao Jiangwo's expression appeared somewhat grave, as if he had encountered a problem. He glanced around, only to be taken aback. The large liberation truck that had previously been parked at the intersection seemed to have vanished. Master Zhao, where is your liberation truck? Zhang Xu immediately inquired upon disembarking. Zhang Xu, I truly apologize. The people from the factory saw the vehicle here and took it back, Zhao Jiangwo replied. Zhang Xu's heart sank at his words. This was the nature of state-owned enterprises. The vehicle was public property, albeit quite old, yet it belonged to the nation. It was simply unacceptable for a private individual to utilize it. Just the night before, due to the late hour after the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had closed, no significant issues had arisen. What shall we do now? We have over 100 boxes of goods, Qinping exclaimed anxiously. Their small truck could barely carry 4 boxes at a time. If they were to make multiple trips, it would take an entire day. Noticing their furrowed brows, Zhao Jiangwo felt a bit embarrassed. Master Zhao, could you perhaps discuss with your factory leadership about renting a vehicle? We would be willing to pay. Rent? Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback by the suggestion and quickly shook his head. The factory has lent out vehicles before, but the procedures are quite cumbersome. The renting entity must provide a certification, and it must be a state-owned enterprise. Private companies are certainly not eligible. Zhang Xu, aware that money could often smooth over obstacles, momentarily overlooked the fact that, in this era, the significance of money was not the sole consideration. This is rather troublesome, he mused, observing their shared concern. Zhao Jiangwo tentatively proposed, could we perhaps use a smaller vehicle? Zhang Xu frowned and asked, how small? A van. Would that work? Zhao Jiangwo's suggestion brought to Zhang Xu's mind the vans often seen on the streets. While taxis had become available in this era, they were still scarce. And those who could afford them were predominantly business owners. In contrast, vans were somewhat more common. They were not only affordable, but also capable of transporting goods. I just calculated it. Yesterday's shipment could fit roughly 20 boxes in a van. If the distance isn't too far, making several trips could be feasible, Zhao Jiangwo explained. Zhang Xu exchanged glances with Chen Ping. It seemed this was the only viable solution. Zhang Xu nodded, realizing it was ultimately his decision to make. Then, Master Zhao, please go and drive, Chen Ping urged. After all, they had already accepted a deposit from the client, and it was imperative to deliver the goods promptly to avoid losing the business. At that moment, however, Zhao Jiangwo stood somewhat bashfully. Is the vehicle owned by a friend of yours? Zhang Xu discerned the hint. Yes, Zhao Jiangwo replied. Here's the deal. You inform him that we will make several trips, totaling no more than 150 to 200 kilometers. I will provide half the deposit up front, and you can take it with you. As he spoke, Zhang Xu pulled out a 100 yuan bill. No, that is unnecessary. My friend is also my comrade. A deposit isn't required. Furthermore, 200 is excessive. 100 would suffice, Zhao Jiangwo said, his face flushing with modesty. In an era where the average wage barely exceeds 50, the notion of 100 seems extravagant. Typically, a journey of over 100 kilometers, after deducting fuel expenses, might yield a meager 20 yuan, a blessing in disguise. Thus, one could accept the 100. When the time comes, it could be surrendered. Zhao Jiangwo's honesty had been observed by Zhang Xu previously, and now, simply handing over cash was merely a tactic to win hearts. The unfortunate honest man remained oblivious to the fact that he had already been ensnared in others' machinations since yesterday. As Zhao Jiangwo pocketed the money and departed, Chen Ping approached his friend. Zhang Xu, I understand we are earning now, but even so, we cannot afford to be so extravagant. Making round trips of over 10 times, averaging a little over 100 kilometers, and managing to earn 20 is already pushing it. Yet you are offering 100 up front. This, he trailed off. Zhang Xu chuckled. If this money could persuade them to join us, would it be worth it? What do you mean? Chen Ping inquired. A veteran, capable of driving and serving as a bodyguard, single-handedly moved cargo that would typically require 3 men. What do you think such an individual deserves in terms of salary? Listening to his friend's words, Chen Ping began to comprehend, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhao Jiangwo's receding figure. After half an hour, a van pulled up not far from them. Zhao Jiangwo returned, accompanied by another man. The newcomer, with a square face and thick brows, appeared relatively young but regarded Zhang Xu and Chen Ping with a palpable hostility. Zhang, this is my comrade, Song Jiawen, Zhao Jiangwo introduced. Jiawen. Meet Boss Zhang and Boss Chen. Squad leader, if it's all right, I should head back. Just fill the tank after you're done with this vehicle, Song Jiawen replied, clearly reluctant to be called upon. In this age, although many had ventured into commerce, a significant number remained stubbornly resistant, viewing such dealings as unscrupulous and beneath them. Chen Ping, vexed by this attitude, stepped forward to retort, what is the matter? Do you look down on us? The other man shot him a disdainful glance, but refrained from responding, respecting the authority of the squad leader. Zhao Jiangwo, growing anxious, pulled him aside. You haven't received your salary in months. Thankfully, you still have a car at home. Let us not dwell on this. First, we need to earn money. Surely, you don't wish for your mother to subsist on plain noodles every day? Upon hearing this, Song Jiawen was visibly moved. Chapter 31. Zhang Xu's ambition in present-day Guangzhou. Almost all state-owned enterprises are struggling. The issues that have accumulated over the years began to manifest their drawbacks in the late 1980s. A plethora of nepotism, coupled with outdated equipment, technology, and ideologies, has rendered more than 80% of the factories incapable of generating profit, with Song Jiawen being one of them. Mr. Song, I understand that you might find it hard to accept at first, so I'll offer you 100 as a rental for your vehicle, Zhang Xu said politely. Glancing over at Zhao Jiangwo, Master Zhao, I must trouble you further. Once the delivery is complete, I shall give you 20. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo immediately rejected the offer with firmness. No way, aren't you slapping me in the face? You paid me too much yesterday. Today, I cannot accept more. Otherwise, I won't be able to do the job. Zhao Jiangwo's sincerity once again earned a nod from Zhang Xu. After finalizing the agreement, Song Jiawen handed over the keys. However, in his characteristic manner, he approached Zhang Xu with a request. Could you possibly change this for 250s? Chen Peng, witnessing this, assumed that Song was causing trouble again and became irate. You, my friend, must have some respect. We aren't mere charlatans here. I never claimed it was fake. I simply need change, Song replied, maintaining his composure while casting a discreet glance at Zhao Jingwo. Zhang Xu immediately understood and exchanged the bills for 2 green notes. Zhang Xu, why did you exchange for him? He clearly is. Look, Zhang Xu pointed out. And only then did Qinping notice that Song Jiawen had forcefully given one of the notes to Zhao Jingwo. Realizing this, the situation became clear. These 2 individuals were decent. Despite Song Jiawen's stubbornness, he was indeed a person of character. Listening to his friend's praise, Qinping scoffed. Are you sure you haven't taken a liking to both of them? We'll revisit them once we establish a company, Zhang Xu admitted without hesitation. Establish a company? Qinpeng was taken aback. Isn't our current situation quite satisfactory? Why venture into business? Engaging in minor dealings ultimately leads nowhere. You don't think I merely aim to sell mousse, do you? Zhang Xu's words stirred great excitement in Qinpeng. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Xu harbored even grander aspirations. He led the 2 into the supply and marketing cooperative. At this hour, people had already started their work, and perhaps due to the passage of several days, the cooperative seemed to be bustling with more patrons than before. As they traversed past the first-floor counter, Zhang Xu remained vigilant. Noticing a gathering of people nearby, he stealthily approached. How could such a large supply and marketing cooperative lack mousse? Indeed, there are so many brands of hair wax. I distinctly remember seeing them at the counter when I came to stock up before the new year. Listening to the customer's queries directed at the counter attendant, Zhang Xu felt a jolt of realization. He had anticipated that this product could become popular, yet he had never imagined it would gain traction so swiftly. Even during the small year, customers were already seeking out the cooperative. In ordinary Guanxi, few would venture out during this time. Today, the crowd gathered around is undeniably here for the mousse. It's astonishing how popular the mousse has become. Zhang Xu, we truly are. Qinping was about to express his amusement when his friend swiftly covered his mouth. Noticing this, Zhang Xu chose not to say more and led the 2 away. Once they reached a quieter spot, he finally released his grip. Why did you cover my mouth? Are you afraid they'll discover where we obtain the goods? Zhang Xu furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Qinpeng fell silent. He understood well that Zhang Xu had managed to have the mousse temporarily removed from the shelves thanks to his connection with Song Meiqin. Should anyone learn of their maneuver, it would undoubtedly invite unwarranted trouble. What should we do now? Qinpeng whispered, leaning in closer to Zhang Xu, as if fearing Zhao Jingwo might overhear. Zhang Xu's gaze fixated on the throng surrounding the counter, his mind increasingly restless. After contemplating the current inventory in the warehouse and feeling the weight of the money in his pocket, a bold thought suddenly emerged in his mind. We have enough funds to purchase all the remaining mousse. All of it. Qinping exclaimed, let us not draw attention. While the situation has escalated, we must act quickly. As soon as Zhang Xu finished speaking, he led the way towards the warehouse. However, after taking only a few steps, he sensed something amiss. Not far off, his mother, Song Meiqin, seemed to be heading towards the office with someone. Moreover, he recognized the visitor as Sun Fuping. Recalling the events he witnessed at the hospital, Zhang Xu felt increasingly agitated. Sun Fuping was a creditor, but his current affiliation with his mother was even more troubling. Zhang Xu Qinpeng, noticing his friend's distress, grew concerned. Let us go, Zhang Xu said with a grave tone, watching the retreating figures before quickening his pace. Yet, upon arriving at the warehouse in broad daylight, he realized that old Qin was not present. Observing the 2 security guards seated by the chair, Zhang Xu began to hesitate. Previously, old Qin had always been there when they came for supplies. Now, with a sudden change in personnel, wanting to purchase all the mousse might raise suspicions. What if they've changed? Qinpeng inquired from a distance, eyeing the individuals at the warehouse entrance. You all wait here. I'll go take a look, Zhang Xu declared, striding directly towards the warehouse door. Chapter 32. Debt collection. The 2 security guards were relatively young, appearing only slightly older than him. Hello. Is Grandpa Qin not here? Zhang Xu inquired cautiously. Not here. Is there something you need? Oh, I am Grandpa Qin's nephew. I was supposed to come by today to collect some goods. Upon hearing this, one of the guards suddenly remarked, You must be Zhang Xu, right? You know about me? Zhang Xu was taken aback. Old Qin mentioned to us earlier that if you came to collect the goods, we should simply take the payment and issue the receipt. At this point, Zhang Xu let out a sigh of relief. He had anticipated encountering difficulties today, but it seemed old Qin had already informed them, making the prior arrangements for money and wine worthwhile. All right, I'll have my friend come over. What do you need? As the guard spoke, he began to write on a receipt. I'll take all of the remaining mousse. The unexpected request left both security guards astonished. It should be noted that the remaining mousse amounted to approximately 300 boxes. Typically, individuals frequenting the supply and marketing cooperative were merely personal shoppers. It was rare to encounter someone there for substantial procurement. However, it was evident that this young man was not like the others. Kid, don't joke with us. We just took stock today, and the remaining mousse is nearly 390 boxes. Do you have enough money for that? In response, Zhang Xu pulled out 2 thick stacks of cash from his bulging pocket. The sight of the 100 yuan bills left the guards in disbelief. This is 20,000. You can count it first, and I'll tally the remaining change now. For 390 boxes, that would amount to over 22,000. Fortunately, Zhang Xu had secured a deposit from someone, and with the over 10,000 earned from the Bai family duo, he was able to scrape together the funds. The sudden emergence of over 20,000 startled the 2 guards. This amount is quite substantial. We need to inform our superiors. Please hold on. One of the guards, eyeing the cash on the table, could hardly remain seated and stood up to leave. Zhang Xu, noticing this, quickly intercepted him. Wait, if you go, it will take time. We have always conducted our transactions this way. Didn't Grandpa Qin mention it to you? But he didn't specify such a large sum. The guard replied, still intent on departing. Seeing the guard's determination, Zhang Xu furrowed his brow, while Chen Peng cast a worried glance. How about this? I'll call my mother to come over, Zhang Xu suddenly said, addressing the guard's retreating figure. The guard paused and turned back, chuckling. What good would calling your mother do? You need to speak with our supervisor. My mother is Song Mei-chin. Zhang Xu's sudden revelation of his mother's name caused both guards to pause momentarily. Such a name was not known to the average person. Moreover, Zhang Xu had consistently procured goods from old Qin. Without directives from above, the guards would not dare to release any merchandise. After a discreet exchange of glances, the 2 realized that this young man was not someone to offend, and they quickly donned smiles. Since you are Director Song's son, we naturally trust you. Please, go on inside. We will count the money here. Listening to his words, Zhang Xu and Qin Ping immediately let out a sigh of relief, then led Zhao Jiangwo into the warehouse. The 3 of them moved in a line, daring not to dawdle for even a moment. With over 300 boxes of goods, each person could only carry 3 boxes per trip, necessitating nearly 40 trips back and forth. Despite it being the heart of winter, after just a few trips, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Observing the van parked on the road, already filled to the brim, Chen Peng was perplexed. What should we do? Should we send it over first? Zhang Xu glanced at the van, then shifted his gaze to the vehicle itself. Unlike 2 decades later, there were no height restrictions in those days. Let's stack it higher. Qin Ping and Zhao Jiangwo understood his intent. After loading the goods onto the 3rd tier, they secured them with a leather rope. A van that could only transport a little over 20 boxes could now carry nearly 40, thus reducing the number of trips required. Zhang Xu instructed Zhao Jiangwo to deliver the goods first, while he and Qin Peng continued to move items from upstairs. When the others returned, they would simply load the vehicle. In this manner, the 3 of them managed to send nearly 200 boxes of goods over. By noon, the personnel at the warehouse had gone out for lunch, and the door was locked, affording the 3 men a temporary respite. Just as Zhang Xu was preparing to take the 2 of them to the previous beef noodle shop for a meal, Song Mei-chin unexpectedly arrived with a group. Sun Fuping trailed behind, cigarette dangling from his mouth, and the sight of their group made Zhang Xu feel an uncomfortable pressure in his chest. Zhang Xu? Upon seeing her son standing in front of the warehouse, drenched in sweat, Song Mei-chin's expression darkened. She knew they had come to purchase goods. Oh, Zhang Xu, truly. When there's a path to heaven, you refuse to walk it, yet you find yourself knocking on the gates of hell. How fortuitous that I was just looking for you. And here you are? Sun Fuping, we had an agreement. It's only been a week since the month began. Zhang Xu frowned. At that moment, Sun Fuping was brimming with arrogance. Humph, don't joke with me. My brothers were beaten by you yesterday. This is a different matter altogether. Hearing this, Zhang Xu's heart sank. He never anticipated that this fellow would seek out the supply and marketing cooperative due to yesterday's incident, and worse, that he had managed to find his mother, Song Mei-chin. Instinctively, Zhang Xu feared that his mother had been threatened by this man. Chapter 33, A Pretense. Zhang Xu, did you hit someone? Song Mei-chin inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief as she scrutinized her son. Zhang Xu, whom she had raised single-handedly, was a character she understood intimately. While she might entertain doubts about other matters, the notion of him resorting to violence was utterly inconceivable. We merely defended ourselves after he attacked Chen Peng, Zhang Xu stated, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Sun Fuping, undeterred, continued to shout, medical expenses, 500, not a cent less, or else. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Xu pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket. Initially, he had presumed that this brash individual sought trouble due to a lack of funds, intending to teach him a lesson. However, the sudden appearance of the money left Sun Fuping momentarily stunned. ISNT at 500? Zhang Xu maintained a stern gaze. Sun Fuping stepped forward, snatching the money for a closer inspection. As he confirmed its authenticity, disbelief washed over him. At that moment, Song Meichin intervened, positioning herself between the two. All right, since the money has been compensated, let us consider this matter settled. After all, Zhang Xu is my son. Sun Fuping, sizing up Song Meichin with a sly grin, replied, since you've spoken, I shall overlook this minor issue. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Xu clenched his fists, feeling a surge of frustration that he knew he must suppress. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jiangwo, who had been rather quiet, interjected, I was the one who hit him. And this money is not for him. Before Sun Fuping could react, the freshly acquired money was snatched back. This sudden turn of events startled both Zhang Xu and the others, especially considering that Sun Fuping was flanked by two burly henchmen, unmistakably poised for violence. Zhao Jiangwo was clearly provoking a confrontation. With tensions escalating, Song Meichin swiftly pulled Sun Fuping aside, reminding him, don't forget why you're here. And this cooperative also has a stake belonging to your brother-in-law. Though infuriated, Sun Fuping was momentarily doused with cold water by her words. As the two advanced, Zhang Xu exhaled in relief, but he soon noticed Sun Fuping discreetly retrieving a mobile phone before heading towards the restroom. The intent in his gaze was unmistakable. He was seeking reinforcements. Seizing the moment, Song Meichin approached Zhang Xu urgently, you must leave at once. She understood the temperament of their adversary. Although she had divorced Zhang Weiya, the bond of blood was undeniable, and she wished to shield her son from harm. Mother, I haven't even finished moving my things. There's no need to rush, Zhang Xu replied, fully aware of her concerns, yet he remained unfazed. With Zhao Jiangwo present, he felt a sense of confidence, even harboring a flicker of anticipation. Should reinforcements arrive, it would provide an opportunity to gauge Zhao Jiangwo's abilities. In the 1980s, while chaos was somewhat prevalent, random acts of murder were not commonplace in Guangzhou. Moreover, despite Sun Fuping's ruthlessness, he hadn't yet descended into madness. Why won't you listen to reason? Song Meichin exclaimed in exasperation. Mother, do not worry, I have my own plans. You, a mere child. What plans could you possibly have? Song Meichin remarked, recalling her son's current situation. He could easily produce a substantial sum of money, and while one might consider him capable, to avoid unnecessary complications, she ultimately spoke in a low tone. I know you have your eyes on those mousse products, but I must inform you. The remaining stock is likely beyond your reach. The sudden news took Chen Peng and Zhao Jiangwo by surprise, yet Zhang Xu appeared unfazed, as if he had been prepared for this revelation. Did Sun Fuping take it? Yes, Song Meichin confessed, not intending to keep it a secret. I don't know how this item suddenly became so popular. Sun Fuping visited a few days ago, and since it was the new year, I suggested postponing it. I subsequently forgot, having agreed to your request. Who could have anticipated that now? From his mother's demeanor, Zhang Xu discerned that she was not being deceitful. However, he couldn't comprehend how Sun Fuping could have foreseen the sudden price surge of the mousse, which seemed rather implausible. Mother, since you say so, I wouldn't want to complicate matters for you. Rest assured, I shall forego the remaining goods, but surely I am entitled to a refund for the extra payment? Upon hearing this, Song Meichin exhaled in relief. She had anticipated her son's impulsive nature might lead to a conflict, yet he acquiesced so readily. Little did she know, Zhang Xu had already begun relocating the goods, leaving only a little over 100 boxes in the warehouse. When Sun Fuping returned after his phone call, Song Meichin led them toward the warehouse. Upon arrival, 2 security guards were counting money. Seeing the pile of 100 yuan bills on the table, Song Meichin was momentarily taken aback. Typically, significant transactions were settled in the finance office, and only her son Zhang Xu paid cash at the warehouse. Turning slowly to regard Zhang Xu, she found it hard to believe her eyes. In just a week, this young man had amassed such capability. One random bill equated to nearly 2 months of her salary. The cash on the table amounted to at least 20,000. Director Song, impressive. Since when does the warehouse enjoy such privileges? Sun Fuping, being one who was easily swayed by money, could not resist picking up a few bills and waving them in the air. Hey, do not touch that. It belongs to us. Chen Ping, recalling his own past beating, rushed forward to admonish loudly. Yours? Sun Fuping chuckled at the remark, finding it somewhat amusing. The Zhang family owes me money. I am weary from collecting their debts. Do you truly believe he could produce such a sum? Sun Fuping had been preoccupied with the New Year festivities, and while he had stationed men at the alley to watch over the Zhang father and son, they merely kept an eye on them without clarifying Zhang Xu's activities. In his eyes, Zhang Xu remained that child burdened by debt, relying on sheer audacity to fend him off. Yet, he soon noticed the pager clipped to Zhang Xu's waist, a new model, one he himself had been reluctant to purchase. Humph. Putting on airs. He merely assumed that the young man had acquired a mere plastic prototype, openly mocking him in front of the crowd. Such acts of bravado, pretending to be more than one is, are indeed quite common in this era. However, the sudden blaring of a beeper in the next moment struck him like a slap in the face. Chapter 34. Early repayment. Zhang Xu leisurely produced a pager and cast a glance at the flustered Sun Fuping, smiling at Chen Peng. We should take our leave. The boss is starting to urge us. Boss? The mention of the boss instantly furrowed Sun Fuping's brow. Now I understand why you suddenly have money. It appears you've encountered a significant benefactor. If that's the case, shouldn't we settle our accounts? In Sun Fuping's view, the money was not Zhang Xu's, but belonged to that boss. By withholding a portion now, this lad would undoubtedly find it difficult to explain upon his return. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xu had deliberately stated it that way. On one hand, he wished to conceal his identity. On the other, he was preparing to ensnare this fellow. That simply won't do. He feigned anxiety. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Now that there are funds available, I shall retain what is rightfully mine without issue, correct? However, we had previously agreed upon a month, and it has only been a week. Do you intend to renege? Faced with Zhang Xu's inquiry, Sun Fuping was convinced that the lad was frightened, thus he arrogantly asserted, I have the IOU on me. Do not accuse me of bullying. I will not demand the full 1,500, but if you pay the principal stated on the note, our debt will be settled. How does that sound? He had taken the bait. Listening to this fellow's words, Zhang Xu continued to feign panic. But the principal is only 600. Can you truly accept that? In response to his distress, Sun Fuping grew even more confident. Rest assured, I only require 600. Saying this, he produced the loan note. Upon seeing the IOU, Song Meichin's expression turned exceedingly grim. Had it not been for this document, their family would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Who, on the eve of the new year, would choose to divorce their husband unless driven to desperation? Just as Sun Fuping basked in his own self-importance. The loan note was suddenly snatched by Zhang Xu. What do you think you're doing, kid? With the note in his possession. Zhang Xu revealed his true intentions. As I mentioned earlier, 600, Mr. Sun, you may accept it. Seeing the substantial bills being presented to him, Sun Fuping was left dumbfounded. In his eyes, it was inconceivable that this lad would possess such funds. What employer would entrust a considerable sum to a mere acquaintance, allowing him to manage it freely? Yet, once words were spoken, like water spilled, retracting them would prove challenging. Kid, aren't you afraid of straining your back from misappropriating so much money? Sun Fuping threatened. That is of no concern to you, Zhang Xu replied, glancing at the two security guards, then gathering the excess money back. I appreciate your assistance, gentlemen. Consider this a treat for a meal. After securing the money, Zhang Xu placed a $10 bill on the table. The amount was significant enough to astonish Song Meichin, who hurriedly grasped her son, attempting to dissuade him. Zhang Xu, please do not act recklessly. Misappropriating public funds is a serious offense. Don't worry, Mom. I am in control of this money. Zhang Xu, glancing at the stunned Sun Fuping, could not help but let a smile slowly grace his lips. Calculating the time of the previous phone call, he realized that if they left now, they would still make it in time. The three exited the supply and marketing cooperative. Chen Ping, visibly irked, muttered, damn it. If only that guy had arrived half an hour later, we wouldn't have had to leave a single one of those 100 boxes for him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu displayed a nonchalant demeanor. Enough of that. The remaining goods are mostly what we chose to leave behind. So it's just as well to hand them over to him, sparing us from further troubles. After all, these mousse cans have been stored for over a year. There's bound to be some issues. Each time they come for the goods, they inspect the boxes. Naturally, any visibly problematic items are set aside. Although it is said that there are over 100 boxes in stock, in reality, Only 70 or 80 are truly sellable. Qinpeng began to worry about their future prospects. At this moment, Zhang Xu remained unperturbed, merely gazing at the van parked in the distance. Master Zhao, how is the performance of your factory? Zhao Jiangwo, puzzled by the question, nonetheless answered honestly, not great. We haven't had wages for several months. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken this job. His face flushed slightly as he spoke. You deal in transportation. Surely you have a transit warehouse? We do, but business is poor. And it's mostly empty now. Zhang Xu replied with a smile, that's perfect. Please take us to your factory. This statement startled Zhao Jiangwo, who feared that this young man intended to reveal that he was undertaking personal jobs outside of the official work. Zhang Xu, if you feel the payment is too much, I can refund you half. No, I'll refund you all of it. Just don't go to my factory, all right? The middle-aged man, in his 40s, was perhaps at the most timid phase of his life. With elderly parents and young children relying on him, the entire family depended on his one job for sustenance. If Zhang Xu were to explain the situation, he would likely lose his position, especially considering the current wave of layoffs at the factory, which provided the perfect excuse to dismiss him. Chapter 35. Renting a warehouse. Observing Zhao Jiangwo's timid demeanor, Zhang Xu felt a sense of resignation. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Weiya. They were of similar age, both anxious about the specter of unemployment. Master Zhao, please do not be so tense. I merely wish to rent a warehouse. Since you have a furnace and are familiar with the operations of your factory, I need not seek elsewhere, Zhang Xu explained. His need for a warehouse was not solely to store the remaining 100 or so boxes of mousse, but rather for future plans. After all, without a solid base, any endeavors would merely amount to small enterprises. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo finally exhaled with relief. That poses no issue. Our factory is currently struggling with a lack of income. If you are willing, I can take you to see it. Nodding silently in agreement, Zhang Xu turned back for a final glance at the supply and marketing cooperative as they boarded the van. Inside the cooperative, Sun Fuping remained stationed before the warehouse. Though now he was surrounded by numerous boxes, 2 security guards busily transporting them outside. Director Song, if you wish for me to take these goods. Are you suggesting I can? After having opened several boxes that revealed numerous discrepancies, he was now ready to confront Song Mei-chin. You telling me this is futile? The goods have been stored for over a year, so issues are to be expected. You wouldn't deliberately hand me these goods due to our financial dealings, would you? Song Mei-chin's anger flared at his words. Sun Fuping, if it weren't for your brother-in-law's influence, do you think I would come to your warehouse? Noting her indignation, Sun Fuping smirked. Well, you are indeed a beautiful woman. Given our familiarity, my brother-in-law has even asked me to look out for you. Song Mei-chin's countenance darkened considerably. Yet she maintained her composure, demanding, pay up and leave. Director Song, that's not how it works. While you have ties with my brother-in-law, you cannot expect me to incur losses on these goods, can you? His words ignited Song Mei-chin's fury. What do you mean by that? If it weren't for your connections, I would not have been compelled to hand over these goods, which were meant for my son. Now that you refuse them, where do we turn? In the face of Song Mei-chin's outrage, Sun Fuping merely selected a few undamaged items and, with a few bills in hand, leaned closer to her. Whispering, Song Mei-chin, do not assume that your relationship with my brother-in-law grants you the right to act imperiously before me, understood? His veiled threat rendered Song Mei-chin speechless. She was acutely aware of his ruthlessness. It was no wonder he had divorced his husband just before the new year. Watching Sun Fuping depart, she hesitated to intervene. Initially believing that the accumulated stock could be entirely cleared, she now found that his meddling had dissuaded Zhang Xu from continuing with the transaction. Should the goods remain unsold, they might indeed become a burden. With no other recourse, Song Mei-chin returned to her office and sent a message to her son's pager. On the other end, Zhang Xu and his companions were hastening toward the factory where Zhao Jiangwo was located. The persistent beeping from his pager, accompanied by vibrations, did little to pique his interest. Zhang Xu, your pager is going off, Qinpeng remarked. No need to check. It's probably my mother, Zhang Xu replied confidently. Doubtful, Qinpeng asked. How can you be so sure? Take a look for yourself, Zhang Xu said as he retrieved the pager, handing it over with an air of certainty. Indeed. Upon reading the message, Qinpeng was astonished. Incredible. How did you know it was your mother? Look closely. Doesn't it say she wants me to come back for more goods? Ah, yes. Zhang Xu scoffed lightly. Some of the items we left behind were problematic. When we were moving the goods earlier, I took precautions and destroyed a few. Upon seeing Sun Fuping at the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Xu had reacted. The intention behind his actions was primarily to guard against potential threats. Although the methods were somewhat harsh, they served to reveal the true nature of the other party to his mother, Song Meichin. Recalling the sight of the two individuals in the same Santana outside the hospital the previous night, he still harbored a grudge. So what now? Should we go back? Return with what? We don't even have a mobile phone. Let her wait. Let us keep her in suspense. Listening to his friend's words, Chen Peng genuinely questioned whether Zhang Xu was indeed Song Meichin's biological son. Even his own mother warranted such caution. Zhao Jiangwo's vehicle drove steadily northward after leaving the city, heading toward a factory situated about 20 kilometers from the outskirts. The premises were not extensive, covering just over 20 acres. Numerous vehicles were parked within, predominantly older models of the Great Liberation truck, many of which had been retired long ago. These second-hand vehicles had typically undergone repairs a dozen or more times. In state-owned transportation enterprises, such vehicles were quite common, serving to deplete a portion of the fleet while simultaneously saving costs. Unbeknownst to them, however, these costs were hardly manageable. The annual expenses for repairs consumed a significant portion of the budget. The factory's gates stood wide open, and whether due to a lack of business or the cold season, few people were present. Occasionally, a handful of individuals hurried past, their expressions marked by urgency. Observing the scene, Zhao Jiangwo felt a flush of embarrassment. Please don't mind. It's quite chilly outside, and they're all inside warming themselves by the fire. Chapter 36, Psychological Games Roasting by the Fire? The notion of employees of a colossal state-owned enterprise lounging about, basking in warmth, is almost laughable. However, Zhang Xu seemed unperturbed, even finding a certain charm in their demeanor. After all, such behavior might just help in negotiating a reduction in the warehouse rental fees. Upon noticing this, Zhao Jiangwo promptly gestured towards a nearby warehouse, saying, Zhang Xu, those several spaces are currently vacant. Typically, these warehouses are not available for external rental, but given the factory's recent poor performance, we have been instructed from above to find tenants. Any feasible rentals are open to negotiation. Master Zhao, would you be so kind as to take us to meet the leadership? Zhang Xu replied without further ado. He understood that Zhao Jiangwo lacked the authority to set prices. The matter of renting the warehouse necessitated a discussion with the higher-ups. Zhao Jiangwo led the two into the office building. The dilapidated corridors, worn by the passage of time, bore a somewhat forlorn appearance. The pristine white walls were adorned with cobwebs, and the half-height green paint was a hallmark of that era. They arrived at the door of an office, which was slightly ajar, revealing voices emanating from within. What can I do? The factory's performance has been dismal for the past 6 months, and there's no interest in our vehicles. Being able to pay half a month's salary before the new year is already pushing it. The higher-ups keep insisting on special arrangements. Yet they provide no funding and expect us to sort it out ourselves. Indeed, in our transportation division, what else can we do besides drive vehicles? Inside, a few minor leaders sat around the stove, grumbling incessantly, yet showing no inclination towards solutions. Such was the nature of state-owned enterprises in the 1980s. Having feasted on the communal pot for too long, these individuals had become rather myopic, viewing any change as a threat to their status. With a knock at the door, several heads turned to glance in that direction. Zhao Jiangwo entered, flanked by the two others, a sheepish grin on his face. Director Zhang, Zhao Jiangwo. Upon recognizing him, the expression of the others darkened instantly. You're just in time. Someone mentioned yesterday that you were using the company vehicle for personal matters, correct? The director had dispatched someone to retrieve the factory's vehicle earlier that day. Having caught wind of the rumors, Zhao Jiangwo, you've been with the factory long enough, and as a veteran, shouldn't you have more awareness? This is public property, not a tool for personal gain. Listening to their reprimands, Zhang Xu furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, they are indeed a bunch of antiquated minds. To him, such individuals were long overdue for obsolescence in the relentless tide of progress. Alas, they still wielded considerable power. Director Zhang, I hear from Master Xiao that you have warehouse rentals available? Before Zhao Jiangwo could respond, Zhang Xu stepped in front of him. Upon hearing this, realizing that financial prospects were at hand, the leaders quickly lost interest in reprimanding Zhao Jiangwo and rose to their feet. The director exchanged glances with the others, and they hastily exited the room. In the chamber, only the four of them remained. Although Director Zhang harbored a strong desire to have a heartfelt conversation with Zhang Xu, the habitual demeanor of a typical leader prevailed. Even with the arrival of guests, he pretended to sip from his enamel cup. With a slight cough, carefully expelling the tea leaves from his mouth, he finally spoke. There is indeed a matter at hand. So, you wish to rent? Is that your intention? Zhang Xu nodded. The other man scrutinized Zhang Xu once more, scoffing. You, young lad, are you of age? This remark was quite jarring. Chen Peng, witnessing this, was about to step forward to defend his friend, but was restrained by Zhang Xu. Director Zhang, rest assured, despite their youthful appearance, they are adept in business. Zhao Jiangwo quickly interjected. What business? The other inquired casually. Just some minor enterprises, but we require storage for our goods, Zhang Xu replied with a composed demeanor. Very well. State your needs, but let me make this clear. Our facilities are state-owned, and the prices are fixed. If you wish to negotiate, then we shall not proceed. Despite feeling incensed by the old man's words, Zhang Xu could only suppress his anger momentarily. We need not much, just 2 warehouses will suffice. As for the price, Master Zhao has already informed us. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang felt a surge of joy. Their cargo transit warehouse, though not particularly large, was also not insignificant. Previously, others had expressed interest in renting it, but negotiations had stalled over pricing, as the factory employees tended to quote rather high rates. If this young fellow was willing to accept, it would be splendid. 800 per month, with a minimum rental of 1 year and payment quarterly, Director Zhang quoted directly. To be honest, this price was not exorbitant, considering the size of the space. However, it seemed to deviate somewhat from the figure Zhao Jiangwo had mentioned earlier. Zhang Xu, aware that this money did not come easily, recognized that the other party was attempting to exploit their youth by inflating the cost. 800 is a tad steep, he remarked. Director Zhang's expression darkened at this. He had initially considered quoting a high price, only to find it deemed excessive. This price has been set by our factory's management. I cannot justify a reduction. With the old fox showing no inclination to lower the price, Zhang Xu discreetly gestured to Chen Peng. Having spent considerable time together, Chen Peng understood his friend's intent and immediately stepped forward, earnestly arguing, this won't do. You might as well rent directly in the city, where the rates are similar. Then, very well, let us consider that warehouse in the north of the city. Zhang Xu replied, his voice low but still audible in the small room. Director Zhang leaned forward, seeing that the two were about to leave. Taking a step forward but hesitating due to his pride. Zhao Jiangwo, noticing this, grew anxious. Director Zhang, didn't we agree on 500? I informed them of that amount, which is why they came. Why has it suddenly increased to 800? Hearing this, Zhang Xu feigned turning back to look at the two men. Director Zhang was aware that these two individuals were genuinely interested in renting the space. So he tactfully created an opportunity for himself. Are they your friends? Indeed, Zhao Jiangwo nodded. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Director Zhang remarked, gradually stepping forward. Originally, the price was to be renegotiated, but since you are friends of Master Zhao, we shall retain the former rate. Zhang Xu, observing this cunning old fox relent, secretly chuckled to himself, albeit reluctantly conceding, very well, given the bitter cold, we have no desire to wander further. Let us finalize this. Within a few exchanged words, Zhao Jiangwo exhaled in relief. With 2 warehouses rented out, a substantial sum would be secured, sufficient to provide a month's wages for the factory's employees. Chapter 37. Taking the initiative, having signed the contract and made the payment. Director Zhang was utterly astonished to see the 2 young men produce such a substantial sum of money. Despite their youthful appearances, they had managed to retrieve a considerable amount of cash from their pockets. After sealing the deal, Zhang Xu also rented a large liberation truck for 200 a month, which included the driver's fee for Zhao Jiangwo. On their way back to the city, Chen Peng couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness as he glanced at Zhang Xu's now empty pockets. The money they had just acquired had vanished in the blink of an eye. Listening to his friend's despondent musings, Zhang Xu remained unfazed, saying, What are you worried about? We still have over 100 boxes of goods, that's all potential money. Chen Peng was not naive. He understood the wisdom of teaching a man to fish rather than simply giving him fish. Sustainable profit was the way forward. Yet, they were left with merely a small quantity of mousse, and once sold, there would be nothing left, rendering their rented warehouse a waste of resources. I cannot fathom why we have 2 warehouses. With just over 100 boxes, we would barely fill 1/10 of a single warehouse, he remarked. You need not worry. These 2 warehouses will soon be filled, Zhang Xu confidently replied. Look at this. He then pulled out an order form from his pocket. Upon seeing it, Chen Peng was taken aback. Goodness, another 500 boxes? Have you really found someone? The order was indeed from the manufacturer that had previously supplied mousse to the supply and marketing cooperative. When Zhang Xu contacted them, He had falsely claimed to be a representative of the cooperative. After all, it was the largest cooperative in Guangzhou, and they were inclined to maintain appearances. The 500 boxes were promptly accepted, and the order form was delivered ahead of time. It's just a matter of a phone call. When the delivery arrives, we'll simply inform them that the cooperative's warehouse is full and direct them to our previous warehouse, he explained. But what if they have doubts? After all, you are impersonating someone, Chinpeng countered. Even if that were the case, they wouldn't say much, Zhang Xu interrupted with a confident smile. The cooperative has a slow payment cycle, but we are paying in cash. Even if they discover the truth, they will weigh their options. This clever reasoning enlightened Chinpeng. Zhao Jiangwo, the driver, was equally impressed with the resourcefulness of these young men. Recalling Zhang Xu's previous attempts to recruit him, he began to reconsider his stance. With over 100 boxes of goods, even the warehouse space they occupied was minimal. By afternoon, Zhang Xu instructed Chinpeng to accompany Zhao Jiangwo to deliver some goods while he retrieved his beeper and returned a call to his mother, Song Meiqin. At that moment, she had just finished being reprimanded by her superior, as the transaction involving Zhang Xu was indeed against regulations. However, the cash flow had provided her with a temporary reprieve. They arranged a time, and Zhang Xu headed directly toward the supply and marketing cooperative. By the time they gathered, it was nearly evening. Song Meiqin gazed at her son, and a wave of emotions washed over her as she reflected on the changes he had undergone. Just a year prior, Zhang Xu was an ordinary child. But the transformation he had experienced now rendered her almost incredulous. Was this truly her son? Mom? Ah, just in time. It has been several days since we last dined together. Let us go. What would you like to eat? It's my treat. Observing his mother's enthusiasm, Zhang Xu naturally did not decline. He was well aware that Song Meiqin had summoned him with the intent of persuading him to take on the remaining inventory. In the familiar beef noodle shop, Zhang Xu indulged in his meal, while his mother had yet to take a bite, even as he had already devoured half a bowl. Mom, why aren't you eating? Zhang Xu asked, feigning ignorance. Zhang Xu, may I inquire if you have sold all those goods? Song Meiqin was genuinely curious. Of course I have sold them. Otherwise, how would I have the funds to procure more? And who is your boss? After a moment's hesitation, she could not suppress her curiosity and asked once more. Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Xu replied, it's nothing much, just a businessman from outside the province. From outside the province? What is his name? She continued to probe. Zhang Xu had not anticipated his mother would inquire so thoroughly. Initially, he had not considered fabricating a name for this imaginary figure, so he quickly covered. He didn't mention it. He just asked me to call him boss. He is quite elderly. Upon hearing this, Song Meiqin recognized that further questioning would yield no clarity. So she decided to be direct. When will you be able to take the remaining stock? Goodness. Her words were not a request for him to take more goods, but rather an outright command. Zhang Xu did not respond immediately. He merely sipped the rich beef noodle soup and then smiled. Mom, didn't you already give the remaining mousse to Sun Fuping? Moreover, I recall being the one who was ousted from the situation. Song Meiqin understood that her son spoke these words deliberately for her benefit. Although somewhat displeased, she realized that the leadership at the supply and marketing cooperative would not be swayed by her grievances. You know that I am struggling myself. Sun Fuping has connections with the leaders at the cooperative. When he called, specifically requesting that I turn over the goods, what could I do? Zhang Xu scoffed. So it has come to this. Since you have given the goods to him, what is left for me? Sun Fuping was not interested. He found the remaining stock defective, which is why he ultimately did not accept it. The volume of her voice diminished with each word, until it was barely audible. Mom, doesn't this seem a bit unreasonable? After all, I am your son. When I wanted the goods, you refused, now that they are deemed inferior and unwanted by others. You think of me? Surely you wouldn't treat your own son in such a manner. Seeing her son's obstinate demeanor, Song Meiqin's cheeks flushed crimson. If not for the pressure from above, would she have sought her son's assistance? Unbeknownst to her, many of the defective items were a result of Zhang Xu's own actions. As Zhang Xu observed his mother bowing her head, he sensed that the moment was ripe. He intentionally sighed. Alas, it seems I have no choice, for you are my mother. I can accept it, but the price? Rest assured, it is set at $1.60, a figure I have already confirmed with my superior. Remarkably, this adjustment reduced the cost by nearly a quarter, prompting Zhang Xu to ponder his strategy. Previously, when he had organized the goods, he had deliberately placed the defective items in the top few boxes, concealing the true quantity beneath. However, when Sun Fuping and the others conducted their inspection, they undoubtedly began with the initial boxes that arrived, leading to the ensuing complications. Now, even if the proportion of flawed items was high, at the price of $1.60, he would still be profiting. Chapter 38. The Quest for Revenge. Very well. Who could resist the wishes of their own mother? Zhang Xu reluctantly acquiesced. However, our boss currently lacks sufficient cash. Perhaps we can settle the payment later, or once we have sold some products. Does that sound acceptable? Of course, you are my son. How could I ever doubt you? Song Meiqin sighed with relief upon hearing her son's agreement. Just as she was about to dig into her meal, a thought struck her, prompting her to query Zhang Xu further. By the way, is your subsequent shipment volume substantial? Why? Is the supply and marketing cooperative looking to procure more stock? Indeed. Many have inquired, and the leadership has suggested that we acquire a bit more. Zhang Xu, seizing the opportunity, inquired with a smile. That sounds promising. When a song becomes a hit, mousse is far more coveted than hair wax. I've noticed that numerous customers have been asking at the cooperative. That is indeed good news, but unfortunately, we've lost contact with the manufacturer. Song Meiqin's words sent a jolt through Zhang Xu's heart. He was acutely aware of the situation. Both the warehouse's incoming orders and the documents in Song Meiqin's possession had been stained with ink. He recognized that his actions were misguided, yet he had taken precautions. Otherwise, confronting such a large supply and marketing cooperative would have been futile. Is that so? Have we truly lost all contact? Zhang Xu feigned ignorance, hastily asking, if I sell out, will we be left without any stock? Song Meiqin had previously harbored suspicions about her son, yet his current demeanor suggested he was oblivious to the circumstances. Oh, it's nothing serious. We simply cannot find the contact information. The factory has already dispatched someone to their location, and I anticipate they will return in a few days. A fleeting look of panic crossed her face, and Zhang Xu's lips curled into a slight smile, sensing her unease. Dinner became a subtle game of mutual probing. Zhang Xu had never anticipated that his experiences would prompt such wariness from his mother. After leaving the noodle shop, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The road home was muddy. Yet Zhang Xu pushed his bicycle with ease. As he approached the alley, he spotted several figures illuminated by the streetlight, each wielding a weapon. He understood that Sun Fuping had come seeking vengeance. The earlier encounter had left Sun Fuping humiliated, and naturally, he sought to reclaim his honor under the cover of night, lest he be unable to remain in this city. The nearby Santana's headlights glared brightly. Zhang Xu, disinterested, turned to enter the alley but was blocked by the approaching figures. Zhang Xu, I never expected to see you again. Sun Fuping grinned, his yellowed teeth stark against the snowy backdrop. Recalling their encounter at the cooperative earlier that day and the phone call that followed, Zhang Xu knew this man would undoubtedly seek retribution. Sun Fuping, haven't we settled our score today? What more do you want? Faced with this inquiry, Sun Fuping's expression darkened. Boy, how dare you say that? Just thinking about how you outsmarted me infuriates me. I paid 600 out of the 1,500, and with the medical expenses for my brothers. Do you really think 600 suffices to settle things? Upon reaching this point, Zhang Xu comprehended that this individual possessed no credit whatsoever. It is truly regrettable, but I am utterly devoid of funds. This statement bore both truth and falsehood. On one hand, Zhang Xu was reluctant to part with any money, while on the other, he genuinely had none to offer. All his resources had been tied up in inventory, and he had even rented 2 warehouses, leaving him with merely enough for sustenance. Enough of this trivial banter. If you cannot produce the sum today, you shall have to hobble back through this 50-meter alley. The light outside the alley was dim, and as he observed the approaching figures, Zhang Xu estimated that there were no fewer than a dozen. Sun Fuping, what do you intend to do? Zhang Xu bellowed, his palm gripping the handle of a 2/8 pole, now caked in mud. What do you think? The adversary sneered, promptly seizing an iron rod from one of his subordinates. Did I not just say, hobble back? No sooner had the words left his lips than he struck first. A blow landed on a bicycle, and Zhang Xu dared not resist. He turned and fled down the alley. Yet, the slick, snowy ground proved treacherous. And within a few paces, he was seized by the collar by someone pursuing him. Just as Sun Fuping was about to strike, his hand halted mid-air, the iron rod clattering to the ground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the appearance of 2 dark figures. Who the hell are you? Sun Fuping exclaimed, incensed at the disruption to his plans. In the dim light, the previously beaten subordinates felt a hint of recognition. Upon realizing the identities of the newcomers, they recoiled in terror. Brother, it's the veteran. Hearing this, Sun Fuping turned his gaze and recognized one of them as Zhao Jiangwo, whom he had encountered earlier at the supply and marketing cooperative. The other was Zhao Jiangwo's comrade, Song Jiawen. At this moment, Song Jiawen wore an expression of icy indifference. From their first meeting, Zhang Xu had sensed that this man exuded an aura as if the entire world owed him a debt. This time was no different, though his gaze was considerably more fierce than before. You have come. Zhang Xu seemed to anticipate their arrival, shedding the fear that had previously gripped him. He was aware that Sun Fuping had made a phone call earlier that morning. Given this man's vengeful nature, it was inevitable that he would show up today. Since he had not appeared during daylight, it was only logical that he would come at night. After all, the cover of darkness often facilitated their misdeeds. Humph. Since you are here, it is fortuitous. I shall repay you for today's grievances. Attack. Sun Fuping's words instilled a sense of trepidation among his subordinates, none daring to step forward to engage directly. Both individuals were retired soldiers, and their combat prowess was formidable. Observing the hesitance, Sun Fuping's frustration mounted. Charge forth. Whoever steps up first shall receive a generous reward. Money has always been the greatest source of courage for these individuals. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone who had not yet been struck advanced to confront Zhao Jiangwo. The others quickly followed suit. Regrettably, before they could even land a single blow, those who had rushed in were swiftly felled by the two veterans. In contrast to Zhao Jiangwo's measured approach, Song Jiawen's actions were markedly ruthless. With a single strike, adversaries often found themselves dislocated. The alley echoed with incessant cries of anguish. Sun Fuping, standing behind his subordinate, was taken aback by the formidable challenge he faced. As the two advanced menacingly, he instinctively retreated. What do you intend to do? He stammered in fear. Not far away, a Santana cast its light, elongating his shadow, which mirrored the distress etched upon his face. He had initially believed this evening was destined for vengeance, only to discover that Zhang Xu was flanked by two formidable allies. Zhang Xu, just you wait. After a laborious retreat to his vehicle, he hastily climbed inside. As he departed, the headlights illuminated the fallen subordinate, and he left without a hint of hesitation. Upon their return, others maintained a respectful distance from the duo. Zhang Xu merely waved at them, and none dared to utter a word as they swiftly made their exit. Chapter 39. Increase in orders. Zhang Xu, are you all right? Thanks to both of you today, Master Zhao. As Zhang Xu spoke, he glanced towards Song Jiawen, who displayed an expression of disdain. Old Zhao, your skills have certainly dulled over time. He was well aware that during the time when Zhao Jiangwo served as the squad leader, he was notorious for his ruthlessness, not only towards adversaries but also towards himself. Zhao Jiangwo remained noncommittal, offering a calm smile. Wait until you get married and have children. Then you will understand. Mr. Song, you have seen the troubles surrounding me. Had it not been for both of you today, I would have certainly faced losses. Perhaps you could reconsider what I mentioned earlier? Zhang Xu seized the opportunity to bring up past matters. In the wake of the 1986 economic reforms, a plethora of factions emerged, and chaos became the singular hallmark of the era. Beneath the tumult of the economic system lay an even deeper disorder. Zhang Xu was acutely aware that to advance, he needed capable individuals by his side, particularly someone like Zhao Jiangwo or Song Jiawen. Squad leader, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Do visit my home for a meal sometime. My mother has just pickled some sauerkraut. Ignoring Zhang Xu, Song Jiawen turned to Zhao Jiangwo to convey a brief remark before striding towards the alleyway. Zhao Jiangwo, somewhat bashful, smiled at Zhang Xu. Don't take it to heart. He is just obstinate by nature and has little respect for those he deems incompetent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu regarded the departing figure. I actually appreciate his temperament, and it seems he respects you, which indicates you must possess genuine skill. Flattered by the compliment, Zhao Jiangwo's face flushed, and then, glancing at the fallen iron rods on the ground, he expressed his concern. Sun Fuping appears rather formidable. Perhaps I should accompany you for a while. Accompany me? Zhang Xu was taken aback. Yes, on one hand, I can assist you with deliveries, and on the other, I can keep an eye on them. Previously, the factory had gone months without wages, and Zhao Jiangwo's family was nearing financial ruin. It was only through Zhang Xu's intervention that he managed to catch his breath, and thus, repaying his kindness felt only natural. What about your family? I have already given the previous funds to my wife. Do not worry. Everything is fine. As the head of his household, earning money was Zhao Jiangwo's utmost priority. The reason for his desire to stay was also driven by an intention to align himself with Zhang Xu. Very well, then you shall return with me. Coincidentally, I have a spare room at home. In that era, housing was not particularly valuable, and it was quite normal for families in ordinary alleys to possess several rooms. Upon returning home with Zhao Jiangwo, the lights were on inside. From the living room, the voice of Yu Manjun could be heard, as though she were conversing with someone. Albeit her tone sounded somewhat hoarse. Is Manjun ill? Noticing the cold weather, Zhang Xu immediately pushed the door open. On the table lay food that had been reheated several times, and the home telephone had been moved to the coffee table by Yu Manjun. At that moment, she was bent over, jotting something down, with the phone nestled between her shoulder and ear. All right, go ahead. Eagle Beak Alley, number 28. 1 box. Understood. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Yu Manjun stretched lazily and happened to glimpse Zhang Xu standing at the doorway. Instantly leaping up in excitement. Zhang Xu, you finally returned. Come here quickly. Observing the joyful demeanor of his fiancée, Zhang Xu felt a twinge of sorrow at her hoarse voice and bloodshot eyes. Look, these are all the calls I received today. I intended to send you the information. But there were too many characters, and the paging service charges were exorbitant, so I had to wait for your return. Listening to Yu Manjun. Zhang Xu looked down at the note she handed him and was taken aback. So many? The 3 sheets were densely filled with the names and addresses of the callers, as well as the quantities requested. As for the prices, Zhang Xu had previously specified a flat rate of 12 yuan, with no room for negotiation. A cursory glance revealed that the demand on one sheet alone exceeded 30 boxes. Manjun, thank you. The sudden expression of gratitude left Yu Manjun momentarily speechless. Zhang Xu had never spoken in such a gentle tone before. In this era, a woman's sacrifices often went unacknowledged, especially when made for a beloved fiancé. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Xu's words, Yu Manjun's eyes became even redder. She understood that her efforts had not been in vain. At that moment, a clattering sound from outside interrupted their gaze. Both turned to see Zhao Jiangwo holding a fire tong, seemingly preparing to add coal to the stove. I apologize for the interruption. I noticed the coal stove was nearly out. Despite being in their 40s, his endearing demeanor brought smiles to both. By the way, Manjun, let me introduce you to Zhao Jiangwo, Master Zhao. He may need to stay with us for a while. Could you tidy up the spare room? Sure. As Yu Manjun stepped out, Zhang Xu gestured for Zhao Jiangwo to enter. Master Zhao, have you eaten yet? Join us. The two settled down. And as Zhao Jiangwo began to eat, he noticed Zhang Xu still poring over the 3 sheets of paper, along with a blank sheet and pen, sketching something. Zhang Xu, what are you up to? These are the deliveries for tomorrow. I need to plan the route to save some time. Zhao Jiangwo glanced at the papers and sighed. If only they could come pick them up themselves, like at the supply and marketing cooperative. The words were spoken casually, but Zhang Xu looked up at him. Rest assured. That will happen soon. The plans swirling in Zhang Xu's mind were known only to him. Since he had the chance to start anew, he intended to pursue grand ambitions. The supply and marketing cooperative in the heart of the city of Dongguan was now his target. According to his recollections, state-owned cooperatives would be entirely supplanted by the early 1990s. The late 1980s would mark their final flourish. His aim was to leverage the cooperative during this transitional period to solidify his position in Dongguan. At the very least, he intended to achieve a modest initial goal, 3 sheets with over 50 orders in total. Although there were numerous orders, none matched the large ones from before. They were merely small requests, some consisting of only a box or a few bottles. After meticulously planning the route, Zhang Xu was about to freshen up when he noticed Yu Manjun tidying her belongings, seemingly preparing to venture out. Manjun, where are you going at this late hour? Uncle is still in the hospital. There are caregivers during the day, but none at night, and I need to look after him, he remarked. Upon hearing his fiancée's words, Zhang Xu's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled that his father, Zhang Weiye, was still hospitalized due to carbon monoxide poisoning. Realizing that Yu Manjun had been busy all day, he stepped forward, saying, You should rest at home. I will go. Understanding Zhang Xu's concern for her, Yu Manjun felt a warmth in her heart, yet she insisted, I will accompany you. Zhang Xu did not refuse. Instead, he draped the warm scarf from around his neck over her shoulders. Chapter 40. An incident. By the time the two arrived at the hospital, darkness had enveloped the sky. Before they even reached the ward, they could hear Zhang Weiye embroiled in a heated argument. I'm fine now. What are you still keeping me here for? You just want to squeeze more money out of me, don't you? At that moment, he was full of vigor, entirely unlike the feeble state he had been in the day of the poisoning. Dad, what are you doing? Zhang Xu quickly approached, then turned to the nurse. I sincerely apologize. After offering an apology, he turned back, only to find his father unable to contain himself. Finally, you're here. I just checked the bill. Good heavens. The bed fee alone is $3 a day. Hurry up and arrange for my discharge. Dad, this is a single room. It's normal for the bed fee to be high. Besides, the payment for today has already been made. If we leave now, wouldn't that be a loss? It must be said that Zhang Xu had a keen grasp of his father's temperament. Upon hearing that today's expenses had already been settled, although Zhang Weiye felt a pang of regret, he glanced back at his hospital bed and seemed less resistant to the idea. I know how much you can earn now, but you can't squander it like this. Sun Fuping has 3 weeks left to repay his debts. I need to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, Dad, I've already settled the account with Sun Fuping. Settled? Settled? The words left Zhang Weiye utterly astonished. That was 1,500. How did you manage to settle it? To Zhang Weiye, his monthly salary was barely over 40, and even if he worked hard at the power station, he could only earn $5 a day. It had only been a week. How could his son Zhang Xu possibly gather such a substantial amount? I ran into him at the supply and marketing cooperative today. I had just enough money, so I paid it off. What about the IOU? Zhang Weiye remained skeptical. I tore it up, but fearing you wouldn't believe me, I kept a piece with your signature. Here, take a look, Zhang Xu said, pulling out a corner of the IOU from his pocket, which indeed bore Zhang Weiye's handwritten signature. This signature was unmistakable to Zhang Weiye. As he trembled while accepting it, tears streamed down his face. He never imagined that the burdensome debts at home would ultimately be settled by his newly adult son. Dad, after you're discharged, don't return to the power station. The sudden statement left Zhang Weiye speechless, his lips trembling as he asked, You know about it? Uncle Zhang came to our house a couple of days ago and informed me. That fellow Yugua. I told him 1,000,000 times not to tell anyone. How could he? Sigh. Although Zhang Weiye sighed, it was a sigh filled with relief. At least the heavy burden weighing on his heart had been lifted. Seeing his father's joyful expression, however, Zhang Xu felt a twinge of guilt. On the day Uncle Zhang visited, he didn't merely inform him of Zhang Weiye's whereabouts. He also brought news of a layoff notice. By the late 1980s, state-owned enterprises had begun to feel the impact of the market economy. More than 70% of these enterprises were operating at a loss, and layoffs seemed to be the most prominent feature of that era. The older generation, accustomed to a communal meal system, found themselves caught off guard by the sudden wave of layoffs. Zhang Xu was aware that his father possessed a similar temperament. Considering his current hospitalization, he hesitated to voice his concerns immediately. It seemed prudent to find a more suitable occasion to broach the subject. However, recalling Zhang Weiye's anxious demeanor earlier regarding his discharge, Zhang Xu understood that this matter could hardly remain concealed for long. Noticing that his father was now capable of self-care, he took Yu Manjun home. On the way, his fiancée sensed that he was preoccupied and casually inquired, Zhang Xu, did you have something to discuss with Uncle just now? Observing her thoughtful demeanor, Zhang Xu sighed and replied, Uncle Zhang's visit was actually to deliver a layoff notice. What? Yu Manjun exclaimed, given my father's current situation, I can't bring myself to say it directly. He suddenly paused, glancing cunningly at Yu Manjun. How about you assist me in conveying this? Me? Yu Manjun immediately waved her hands in refusal. No. Such a significant matter should not fall upon an outsider like me. Zhang Xu promptly stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, startling her in the process. What are you doing? Let go quickly before someone sees us. Let them see. After all, you are my fiancée. This is a family matter, and you should certainly be involved. At this, Yu Manjun felt a warmth in her heart. In typical households, it is usually the men who take charge. Such major issues rarely allow for a woman's voice. Eventually, under the gentle persuasion of her fiancé, Yu Manjun relented. All right, I will help you. Now please let go. Truly wonderful, Zhang Xu exclaimed in excitement, releasing his grip only to cup her face and plant a kiss upon her lips. Yu Manjun stood there momentarily stunned, unsure whether her cheeks were flushed from the cold or from the kiss. The following morning, Zhang Xu set out with Zhao Jiangwell. The day's tasks were substantial, likely requiring their full attention. After coordinating with Qinping regarding the delivery locations, Zhang Xu devised a plan. He instructed Zhao Jiangwo to retrieve the goods from the warehouse, placing the closer items at home for Chun Peng to deliver on his bicycle. The more distant deliveries would be managed by Zhang Xu and Zhao Jiangwo. For the entirety of the morning, the trio hardly paused for breath. Their previously empty pockets began to swell with the fruits of their labor. By midday, they had successfully completed dozens of deliveries. Upon encountering Qinping, who was resting on the threshold of Zhang's home, it was evident he was exhausted, his labored breaths forming clouds of mist in the chilly air. Qinping, why aren't you coming inside? Zhang Xu inquired, noting his friend's fatigued state. Your wife isn't home. Ping replied. Manjun isn't here? Zhang Xu was taken aback. He had instructed her to stay home to answer any calls. Hearing the urgent ringing of the phone from the living room through two closed doors, Zhang Xu furrowed his brow and hurried to open the door. Chapter 41. Investigation. Upon entering, the room was in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Zhang Xu's initial instinct was to suspect Sun Fuping. Has a thief broken in? Ping inquired, bewildered. Zhao Jiangwo, an experienced individual, quickly grasped the situation. Could it be the work of Sun Fuping? At this, Zhang Xu could no longer contain himself and dashed towards the door. Calling the police seemed to be the only viable solution. However, just as he stepped outside, he collided with Yu Manjun. Grasping his fiancée's arm, Zhang Xu then noticed two individuals in uniforms behind her who did not appear to be associated with Sun Fuping. Zhang Xu. Upon seeing her fiancé, Yu Manjun immediately took refuge behind him. What happened? Why is the house in such disarray? Zhang Xu asked. It was not long after you left this morning that they showed up, rummaged through our home, and then took me away, she replied, suppressing his rising anger. Zhang Xu turned to the two uniformed individuals and inquired, May I ask what offense I have committed to warrant this? At that moment, he could only discern that their uniforms were official, but he was unaware of their specific department. Comrade, you sell this mousse, don't you? One of them asked, producing a bottle of mousse. Realizing their intent, Zhang Xu understood that they were likely from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Do you operate as a sole proprietor? They continued. Sort of, Zhang Xu responded. Sort of? Either you do or you don't. What does sort of mean? The era was rife with individuals venturing into business. Yet very few actually obtained licenses. Zhang Xu had contemplated applying for a sole proprietorship license before, but had neglected it due to his agreement with Sun Fuping and his recent busyness. He found it perplexing that such matters rarely prompted visits. After all, the market economy was now the prevailing doctrine in Guangshi, and actual inspections were scarce. The sudden visit raised suspicions. Unless someone had reported him, how could they have come? Is this mousse yours? They pressed further. Zhang Xu, unwilling to let Yu Manjun take the blame, swiftly pulled her behind him. It was my creation. They are unaware of the circumstances. Perfect. Then you shall accompany us, they declared. Despite his reluctance, Zhang Xu had no choice but to comply. He turned to Yu Manjun and Zhao Jiangwo, instructing them, You both wait here. The day's events were indeed strange. Sun Fuping had been assaulted just yesterday, and now the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was at his door. These incidents were evidently linked. Upon arriving at their destination, Zhang Xu could not help but admire their dedication. After a brief explanation of the situation, they did not subject him to undue hardship. Very well, all your goods must be confiscated. If you wish to sell, you must obtain a license. Zhang Xu tentatively replied, but all my goods have been sold. Sold? The staff member frowned, clearly skeptical. Don't give us that. You people are quite cunning. If you had no inventory, how could you sell anything? Indeed, I assure you, I only proceed to procure goods after securing an order. This statement left those present momentarily taken aback. With the prices at the supply and marketing cooperative being so steep, how could one possibly turn a profit? Certainly. Purchasing at 2 yuan and 40 cents and selling for 3 yuan yields a profit of 60 cents. Were it spoken by an ordinary individual, the staff would hardly believe it. However, Zhang Xu, being relatively young, appeared to them as someone who might be content with such modest gains. So, according to your account, you procured over 300 boxes from the cooperative? Yes, indeed. Zhang Xu eagerly nodded his head in affirmation. The two individuals across from him whispered to one another and subsequently issued a fine. We shall proceed with a penalty based on 300 boxes. At this juncture, Zhang Xu leaned in cautiously and inquired, How much is the fine? The standard penalty is 3 times the cost of the goods, yet given your circumstances, we can reduce it somewhat. 5,000 yuan should serve as a lesson. 5,000. At that moment, Zhang Xu felt a pang of regret. In his haste to save time, he had neglected to obtain the necessary permits, resulting in this fine. Fortunately, during his earlier explanation, he had been prudent enough not to disclose the actual price. As for the quantity procured, he refrained from lying, as the cooperative's records could easily verify the truth. Very well, summon a family member to bring the money. The amount collected today is approximately over 10,000, but if Zhao Jiangwo or Peng were to deliver it, their cunning might lead to inquiries that could expose him. Zhang Xu, feeling helpless, began to act, pouring on the theatrics as he pleaded with the two staff members. Yet, they were entirely unresponsive. After several attempts to persuade them, just as he was about to make a phone call, he suddenly thought of a suitable person to contact. He rummaged through his pocket for a previous note and borrowed a phone to call. Half an hour later, a Santana appeared outside the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. A striking woman emerged, Zhang Yuan. The call had been placed by Zhang Xu to the Zhang family. Zhang Yuandao was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated Zhang Xu would reach out under such circumstances. Upon learning that this young man had landed himself in trouble and was now detained at the bureau without the means to pay, the elder merely chuckled on the other end of the line and promptly sent Zhang Yuan to his aid. At that moment, upon realizing she was summoned to rescue Zhang Xu, Zhang Yuan felt that this man had truly no shame. They had only met a few times, and he had even bullied her previously. Now he had the audacity to call for assistance. Originally, she intended to have her grandfather refuse outright, yet to her astonishment, Zhang Yuandao agreed without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 42. Penalty Miss Jiang. As soon as Zhang Xu noticed someone approaching, he waved his hand and called out loudly. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Be quiet. She approached him, bashfully urging him to cease his exclamations, yet could not escape the peculiar gazes of those around them. To onlookers, a beauty of such caliber was a rare sight. In contrast, Zhang Xu's attire did not suggest he was the sort who could be acquainted with someone of her stature, inciting envy among the bystanders. Where's the money? Zhang Xu inquired bluntly. Humph, I wonder what kind of spell my grandfather is under to have me bring money to you, Zhang Yuan retorted, producing a wad of cash from her purse. Just as she was about to hand it over, she withdrew her hand, a promissory note. She was quite forthright. Zhang Xu wasted no time, borrowing a pen and paper, swiftly drafting a note for her. In a mere moment, 5,000 yuan transformed into a mere piece of paper. Despite her wealth, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of discontent. The penalty of 5,000 yuan stung Zhang Xu as well, and naturally, this debt would need to be recorded with Sun Fuping. As they exited the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Zhang Xu wore an air of indifference, preparing to leave when Zhang Yuan called out to him. Hey, Miss Jiang, is there something else? You wrote a promissory note, but did not specify when you would repay it. Surely, you cannot borrow indefinitely. Zhang Xu simply smiled at her pout. I'm short on funds at the moment. How about we deduct it from the next shipment payment? Could you be any more shameless? I'm merely a businessman. Isn't this how it's supposed to be? Zhang Yuan glared at him, exasperated. Zhang Xu continued, ask your grandfather. I suspect he feels the same way. After all, why would he so casually send you to deliver money to me? With that, he turned away, heading towards the bus station. Having arrived by vehicle, he was not afforded a ride back. After a lengthy wait, he boarded the bus and took a seat at the back. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt fortunate for having been somewhat cunning. Otherwise, the money he had just earned might have slipped away. Slowly, he retrieved the phone number left by Zhang Yuandao, curiosity piqued. The old man seemed to hold considerable trust in him. 5,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum in these times. A mere phone call, and within half an hour, someone was dispatched to deliver it. This old man certainly had some secrets. The villa district in the northern part of the city had only recently been completed, primarily attracting wealthy individuals from the city of Dongguan. However, Dongguan was a rather small locale. While one might not catch every whisper, one would expect to have heard of such prominent figures. Yet, Zhang Xu had never heard of Zhang Yuandao or his granddaughter. It seemed he would have to wait for the next opportunity to engage with Zhang Yuandao and probe further. Upon returning home, Chen Peng had also arrived. The three were in the living room, engaged in a discussion, appearing utterly flustered. This won't do. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to find him now. Chen Peng, your presence here is futile. It will only complicate matters further, urged Yu Manjun hastily. Indeed, perhaps we should wait a while longer. Zhang Xu is typically quite astute and may already be on his way back. Zhao Zhangwo chimed in agreement. Just as the three were locked in debate, the sound of Zhang Xu's footsteps echoed from outside. What are you all up to? Upon hearing the call from the courtyard, the trio turned in unison, their excitement palpable as they rushed out to surround him. How did you return so quickly? They didn't give you much trouble, did they? Xinping inquired. Having spent considerable time with Zhang Xu, their camaraderie notably strong. It was nothing significant, just a citation and a fine, Zhang Xu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the three. Xinping ushered him inside and casually asked, how much was the fine? Zhang Xu retrieved the citation from his pocket and handed it over. Here, this is the amount. As the document was received, the others were taken aback. 5,000. 5,000? This figure drew Yu Manjun and Zhao Zhangwo closer, staring at the sum written on the citation, along with the official stamp. It took them a moment to regain their composure. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu sat comfortably in a chair, sipping tea, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Today's incident serves as a lesson for us, Qinping suggested. I will accompany you to apply for a license shortly. You all have exerted yourselves these past few days. Let us take a breather until the license is procured. Observing his friend's nonchalant demeanor, Qinping approached him, expressing concern. 5,000 is a considerable sum. Just like that, it's gone? They must have it too easy. It's not quite so simple. We made a mistake, and we must accept the consequences. Besides, I had been contemplating starting a company, so this could serve as a nudge in that direction. Listening to Zhang Xu, Qinping suddenly recalled the matter of the money. Wait a moment. You don't have much cash on you. How did you manage to pay 5,000? I borrowed it from Zhang Yuandao. He had no intention of concealing anything. Zhang Yuandao? Qinping racked his brain for the name, then smacked his thigh. The old man from the northern villa district? Zhang Xu nodded. I feared involving you might lead to further inquiries, so I approached him. Is that old fellow out of his mind? We've only met him twice, and he lent you 5,000 just like that? To Qinping. This was not merely a client, it was a veritable god of wealth. I was at my wit's end. Thankfully, he agreed. Otherwise, I might still be stranded today. Meanwhile, Yu Manjun, who had been listening intently, quickly retrieved a small purse from her waist. We cannot owe him anything. This is the 5,000 Qinping and Master Zhao just handed me. Count it and return it at once. Yu Manjun, being more composed, had always disliked owing others. Upon hearing that Zhang Xu had borrowed money, her first instinct was to ensure he repaid it promptly. Looking at the money, Zhang Xu did not accept it. He was acutely aware of his current predicament. 5,000 yuan was no small sum. A shipment of mousse was soon to arrive at the factory, and his available funds were barely sufficient to cover the expenses. If he were to repay the debt, he would find himself in dire straits. Rest assured, the funds owed to Zhang Yuandao are not urgent, he reassured. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him. You should settle the debt, urged Yu Manjun once more. Although Zhang Xu felt a sense of resignation, he acquiesced, responding with feigned nonchalance. Very well. I shall accompany Qinping shortly to handle the license application and will repay the money then. At this, Yu Manjun nodded in satisfaction, unaware that Zhang Xu had no intention of repaying the debt. After all, capital was of paramount importance to them at this juncture. While repaying the debt was not inherently wrong, the timing was simply not right. Chapter 43, Strategic Maneuvering. Remaining at home until the afternoon, Yu Manjun received a flurry of phone calls, diligently documenting the information as before. However, this time, Zhang Xu altered his strategy. Manjun, from now on, we shall not accept any individual orders below a box. Upon hearing this, Qinping immediately objected. Why not? At 12 yuan per bottle. Selling just one more bottle yields over 9 yuan in profit. Where can we find such a lucrative business? Zhang Xu, with a patient tone, explained. We are currently the sole sellers in Guang City, wholesaling at 12 and selling retail at the same price. How do you think the salon owners will perceive that? He understood that, in a market economy, collaboration hinges on ensuring that every participant benefits. While it may seem like a minor loss of a few individual customers at present, for Zhang Xu, this was the nascent form of a distribution system, a pathway towards legitimizing their trade. Qinping, accompany me to the supply and marketing cooperative this afternoon. The cooperative? Qinping was perplexed. Isn't there already no stock available? Why go now? Precisely because there is no stock, we must seize this opportunity. However, you cannot accompany me. Zhang Xu's words left Qinping bewildered. He could not fathom what Zhang Xu intended for him to do. On the way, Zhang Xu laid out his plan. Qinping was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Zhang Xu would have the audacity to suggest that he pose as a salesperson for a mousse factory. According to Zhang Xu's prior arrangements, with the supply of mousse increasing, the cooperative would certainly restock soon. Although they currently lacked the contact information of the suppliers, it was merely a matter of time. Yet, once the suppliers received their stock and the cooperative began selling, the price of their mousse would inevitably plummet. The only means to delay this was to extend the supply time. After much contemplation, the only solution that came to mind was to have Qinping masquerade as a staff member of the mousse factory. Remember, your task is to confirm the orders with them. Be convincing, and do not reveal any hints. Just leave a pager number. Aren't you coming with me? Qinping expressed some concern. Recently, many people have been frequenting the cooperative, and several recognize me. My mother is still working there, so to avoid a chance encounter, I must find her to buy you some time. Hearing this, Qinping nodded in understanding. Once inside, they parted ways at the staircase on the second floor. Zhang Xu proceeded towards the familiar office door, knocking gently. A head peeked out from within. At that moment, Zhang Meiqin was reviewing the recent inventory ledger of the cooperative, her furrowed brow indicating that the cooperative was no longer basking in its former glory. Noticing her son's arrival, Zhang Meiqin promptly set aside her work. "What brings you here? I thought I had resolved the remaining stock for you." Zhang Xu had already prepared a compelling reason for his visit. His previous tactics now served as a perfectly justifiable excuse. "My dear son," Zhang Meiqin beamed as she looked at her child. "Rest assured, I have already spoken to the higher-ups. The remaining stock consists mostly of inferior products, and we shall adhere to the previously agreed-upon pricing. The price difference from 2 to 1. 6 is quite substantial, nearly a quarter of the original cost." Unbeknownst to Zhang Meiqin, the several boxes that Sun Fuping had brought out for inspection were deliberately arranged by Zhang Xu. While the defect rate appeared high, the remaining goods were not significantly flawed. Nevertheless, in the presence of his mother, Zhang Xu feigned a troubled demeanor, saying, "Mom, I am doing this all for your sake. All right then, let us hurry along. After the new year, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative will be evaluating its outstanding members. I just want to ensure we can distribute this mousse quickly, so my results look commendable." Upon arriving at the warehouse, Old Qin was on duty. Noticing the two approach, he greeted Zhang Xu with a smile. "Kid, you're here." Observing Old Qin's familiarity with her son as opposed to herself, Zhang Meiqin felt a swell of pride in her newly adult son. "Uncle Qin, I'll take the remaining mousse." Fortunately, during his previous time at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he had put on a pretense. The fines were paid with someone else's money. Otherwise, today's transactions would have left him with little to show. "All right, I'll prepare some goods for you. No rush. I'll come back later since I don't have a vehicle right now." Zhang Xu's visit was not merely to collect goods, but to buy time for Qin Peng. At that moment, Qin Peng was on another floor, engaging in conversation with a new procurement officer. In the office, he seated himself politely opposite the officer. "Strangely enough, our supply and marketing cooperative has lost all contact information for your company. Just the other day, our director wanted me to make a trip to your factory. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have had to brave the cold during this pre-festival season." The procurement officer looked at Qin Peng with gratitude, unaware that the man sitting across from him was not a salesperson from a mousse factory but rather a swindler. Qin Peng smiled and said, "Well, here I am. Shall we proceed with the order of 500 boxes as before?" The procurement officer, reassured by Qin Peng's knowledge of their previous order, showed no signs of skepticism. "Yes, let us stick with that, and the price remains 1.6, correct?" At this point, Qin Peng discerned that the procurement officer lacked experience. It was no wonder Zhang Xu had remarked on the outdated operational model of the state-run supply and marketing cooperatives. The way this officer spoke suggested they could incur significant losses in procurement over the course of a year. "Actually, the factory has raised the prices recently." "What?" The officer was taken aback. Qin Peng smiled apologetically. "You see, with the popularity of that song from the Spring Festival Gala a few days ago, our mousse has nearly sold out. We've had to increase our workforce, and naturally, costs have gone up. What is the current price?" Observing the anxious expression on the other party's face, Qin Peng swiftly altered his tone. "Logically speaking, it should be 2 pieces. However, you need not worry. After all, this is the largest state-run supply and marketing cooperative in Guangzhou, and we must maintain a semblance of dignity. Let us settle on a price of 1.6. Upon hearing that the price remained unchanged, the other party let out a sigh of relief. To render the deception more convincing, Qin Peng employed all his cunning. After noting down the pager number and feigning the recording of the documents, he gradually exited the office. As he stepped outside, he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He hurried to the second floor, where he spotted Zhang Xu at the warehouse entrance and deliberately cleared his throat twice. This was the secret signal they had agreed upon their arrival. Upon hearing the cough, Zhang Xu excused himself to fetch a vehicle for the goods and bid farewell to Zhang Meiqin. The two hurriedly departed from the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 44. The escalation of temptation. As they stepped out into the snowy expanse, noticing that no one had followed, Zhang Xu exchanged a glance with Qin Peng and burst into laughter. "Goodness, you nearly had me on edge," Qin Peng exclaimed, patting his chest. "Did we succeed?" "With me, Qin Peng, at the helm, it was bound to be a success. Did you not see that young lad? I had him so flustered that he nearly begged when I mentioned a price hike." Listening to his friend embellish the events, Zhang Xu was pleasantly surprised by the young man's eloquence, far exceeding his expectations. According to their prior agreement, the supply time had been postponed by half a month. This meant that in Guangzhou, they still had at least 2 weeks to sell their goods, although others would also be procuring supplies. Their petty dealings were hardly worth the attention of either Zhang Xu or the manufacturers involved. The two of them called home, asking Zhao Jiangwo to come by and transport the goods. Although sales were currently prohibited, no one had mentioned anything about restrictions on procurement. As they watched the cargo being loaded, Zhang Xu busied himself at home, gathering necessary documentation before making a trip to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. It was undeniable that the wave of entrepreneurship in the late 1980s had a profound impact on the entire nation. Despite the approaching dusk, the Bureau was bustling with people seeking to obtain individual business licenses. Compared to the intricate procedures decades later, Zhang Xu marveled at how swiftly those who completed their business left within minutes. Just as he mused, a voice interjected, "If you're queuing here, you might not get your turn today." Recognizing the familiar voice, Zhang Xu turned to see Jiang Yuandao. Old Jiang. Upon seeing a familiar face, especially with Jiang Yuan beside him, Zhang Xu's immediate thought was that they had come to collect a debt. Here to get a license? Jiang Yuandao inquired with a smile. Indeed, if I don't secure one soon, at 5,000 a day, I can't sustain this. Zhang Xu replied, his face a picture of distress, prompting a smirk from Jiang Yuan, who found his plight amusing. You're taking too long in line. If you don't mind, come with me, Jiang Yuandao offered. Startling Zhang Xu. He understood the old man's unique status, but was unsure of the specifics. Since the opportunity had presented itself to gauge Zhang's capabilities, he decided to accept the invitation without hesitation. Then I must trouble you, old Jiang. Jiang Yuan expected a semblance of courtesy, but was taken aback when Zhang Xu accepted so readily, without a hint of reluctance. In the bureau, the first floor was designated for public services, while the second floor housed the offices of other staff. Although Zhang Xu had been up before, it had been during an investigation that had resulted in a fine of 5,000. However, once Jiang Yuandao guided him to the second floor, they proceeded deep into the corridor. Excuse me, this is the office area. You need to conduct your business downstairs, a staff member interjected. Unperturbed, Jiang Yuandao replied. I am an old acquaintance of Director Fang. He sent me here today. Upon hearing these words, the other party was taken aback and cautiously inquired, Is your surname Jiang? Indeed, came the reply. Please follow me. Director Fang is currently away, but he instructed me to bring you to his office upon your arrival. You may wait there for a moment. Under the guidance of the other, the three individuals entered the office. In this day and age, the office was rather modest. A cursory glance revealed its rather shabby state, with the only item of value being the landline telephone adorned with a lace cover atop the desk. At that moment, Zhang Xu understood the significance of the elder Zhang's identity. Otherwise, such treatment would be inconceivable. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted that closing time was fast approaching, causing him some anxiety. A day without sales meant a day of lost earnings, which felt more unbearable than a matter of life and death. Seemingly sensing Zhang Xu's thoughts, Jiang Yuandao smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Once the person arrives, you will surely be able to resolve your matters today. Then I must extend my gratitude to Elder Jiang. Zhang Xu replied. At this point, Jiang Yuan shot him a disdainful glance. Such faint courtesy. If you truly wish to express thanks, you should promptly return the money. Yuan. Jiang Yuandao admonished sternly. Jiang Yuan had assumed that Zhang Xu would possess at least a modicum of dignity and would address the matter of repayment given the clarity of her statement. However, to her surprise, he appeared unperturbed and immediately broached the subject of repayment with Jiang Yuandao. Elder Jiang, you understand my predicament. I do have some goods available. But as for the money, ha ha ha. No rush, no rush. Matters of finance can be addressed gradually, Jiang Yuandao interjected with a smile. We can simply deduct it from future payments. Then I extend my gratitude to Elder Jiang once more, Zhang Xu said. Zhang Xu was no fool. He recognized that this old fellow likely had ulterior motives for seeking his assistance. After all, it was curious that he would offer 5,000 in help after only 2 meetings. By the way, may I ask how long Mr. Zhang has been in Guan City? Jiang Yuandao inquired. I have been here for a while, Zhang Xu responded, aware that the elder was about to test him. I have not traveled to other places. Such information could easily be verified, and there was no need for him to fabricate a story. Jiang Yuandao smiled. In that case, are you familiar with the Bai family in Guan City? The wealthiest Bai family? Zhang Xu retorted. Precisely. Observing the elder's demeanor, Zhang Xu began to have his doubts. Although he had not interacted directly with the Bai family, he had encountered Sun Fuping several times, a man closely associated with the wealthy family. Now, seeing Jiang Yuandao's expression, He could not help but wonder if this elder was also a friend of the Bai family. Do you know the Bai family, Mr. Jiang? Noticing Zhang Xu taking the initiative, Jiang Yuandao could discern the flicker of concern in the young man's eyes. Not quite. It is merely that our visit to Guan City may present some conflicts of interest with the Bai family. I noticed that your mousse business seems to be on the verge of monopolizing the entire Guan City market, which made me wonder if you have any collaborative relationship with the Bai family. Jiang Yuandao's words were cleverly articulated. In the absence of knowledge about Zhang Xu's true affiliations, he had intentionally mentioned potential conflicts with the Bai family, seeking to ascertain whether Zhang Xu was an ally or adversary of theirs. At that juncture, both men recognized the underlying intentions of one another. Zhang Xu smiled faintly. Old Jiang, you overestimate me. The Bai family is the wealthiest in Guan City, and someone of my ilk would hardly attract their attention. Moreover, he deliberately left his sentence unfinished, taking a delicate sip of the tea before him. Why do you always leave your words half-spoken? Jiang Yuan, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of irritation. In comparison to Jiang Yuandao, this granddaughter was far less composed. Zhang Xu glanced at the grandfather and granddaughter duo, feeling a tinge of shame. Although I am not acquainted with the Bai family, I do have some unresolved grievances with the wealthiest man's brother-in-law. Unresolvable grievances? Jiang Yuandao asked bluntly. Indeed. The two men exchanged a knowing glance, and neither chose to elaborate further. Chapter 45. Introduction. Jiang Yuandao intended to recruit Zhang Xu. However, having only met 3 times, it seemed premature to broach such a subject. Zhang Xu harbored similar sentiments, as both Jiang grandfather and grandson appeared to be newcomers to Guan City, utterly unfamiliar with the locale. Without a clear understanding of the other's identity, he hesitated to extend any olive branch. Observing their conversation, which remained deliberately vague, Jiang Yuan found herself at a disadvantage. To her, it seemed her grandfather held this young man in high regard, yet the situation was rather ambiguous. Just then, a robust voice resonated from outside. Ha ha ha. Old Jiang. You didn't give me a heads up before coming. Having heard the voice, Zhang Xu turned to look, and in the next moment, a polished leather shoe entered his line of sight. The newcomer was tall and imposing, markedly different from the staff he had encountered at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Moreover, this individual emanated an unspoken authority that commanded respect. Director Fong, I was merely concerned about interrupting your work, Jiang Yuandao responded. From Jiang Yuandao's address, it was evident that this person was Director Fong of the Guan City Industrial and Commercial Bureau. With the chairman of such a large corporation present, Zhang Xu felt that any matter he had could hardly be of significance. All right, I merely brought my granddaughter over for a couple of days to enjoy some leisure, and I thought I might pay you a visit, Zhang Yuandao chuckled. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met. How about we share a drink after work today? Director Fong replied amiably, then turned to Zhang Xu, inquiring, and this is your granddaughter's fiancé? The unexpected question rendered the atmosphere awkward. Jiang Yuan blushed as she looked at Director Fong. Uncle Fong. What? Is that not the case? Director Fong appeared taken aback. Jiang Yuandao, observing the unfolding scene, couldn't he help but smile broadly. His initial impression of Zhang Xu was quite favorable. The young man did not exhibit the usual awkwardness of his contemporaries, instead exuding a shrewdness characteristic of a businessman, sharing the same profession. Jiang Yuandao found himself quite fond of the young man's demeanor. Grandfather. Jiang Yuan, feeling helpless, turned to her grandfather for assistance. He is merely a friend I have recently met. By the way, he was apprehended by you today. At this revelation, Director Fong paused, mistakenly assuming Jiang Yuandao had come concerning Zhang Xu's predicament. What transpired? Nothing serious, just operating without a license, Jiang Yuandao replied casually, which caused Director Fong to furrow his brow. In the late 1980s, there was a prevailing trend favoring individual entrepreneurs. Typically, if someone were caught, the common practice was to issue a verbal warning and assist them in obtaining a business license. Thus, it was unusual for such a matter to escalate to this level. How was it handled? Director Fong continued to inquire. Not much, just a fine of 5,000, Jiang Yuandao stated nonchalantly, which immediately provoked a reaction from Director Fong, who stood up in disbelief. 5,000. People barely earn 50 a month at the factory. That fine seems rather excessive. Zhang Xu was reluctant for others to worry about his affairs. Just as he was about to rise and explain the situation, he felt Jiang Yuandao's hand firmly pressing down on his arm. Their eyes exchanged a silent understanding, and Zhang Xu ultimately chose to remain seated. A call from Director Fong soon brought 2 staff members from the morning's operations to the scene. The subsequent matters unfolded smoothly. After a reprimand, they contemplated issuing a refund. Old Fang, just let it go. They were merely acting according to regulations. If word gets out, how will you handle them in the future? Zhang Yuandao was indifferent to the 5,000 yuan. He knew that such an exorbitant fine could only have been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. This incident served to engrave Zhang Xu's face in their memories. Should they wish to trouble him again, they would have to consider their actions carefully. It was akin to purchasing insurance for 5,000, worth every penny. Very well, Director Fang conceded, nodding towards Zhang Xu. The license. It has already been processed. Zhang Xu interjected promptly. Director Fang, recognizing Zhang Yuandao's intention to support the young man, refrained from further pleasantries and handed Zhang Xu his business card. If you encounter any issues in this regard in the future, just give me a call. Receiving the card with both hands, Zhang Xu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Director Fang. At that moment, Jiang Yuelon could not fathom why her grandfather would extend such generosity to this individual. Not only had he lent 5,000 yuan, but now he was also introducing him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Yuandao escorted the two out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The Santana awaited them at the entrance, and the driver stepped out to open the door for the Jiang grandfather and granddaughter. Before departing, Zhang Xu leaned down, peering in. Old sir, when I have the opportunity, I will come by your residence to repay you. Jiang Yuandao smiled. No rush. I still need time to familiarize myself with Guancher. When you have the means, feel free to repay me. If not, consider it a temporary deposit. Understood. With that, Jiang Yuandao spoke no more. Yet he had subtly laid his line with Zhang Xu. In his view, it was merely a matter of time before the young man took the bait. As the vehicle slowly pulled away, Jiang Yuelon could no longer contain herself. I thought this guy might show some courtesy, but instead, he truly knows how to take advantage. Grandpa, that 5,000 yuan isn't just a loss, is it? Unfazed by his granddaughter's complaints, Jiang Yuandao replied, this young man possesses some merit. Merit? Grandpa, you cannot be developing an affection for him, can you? If you had half of his wits, I wouldn't have to keep you by my side every day. Jiang Yuelon, irked by his words, retorted, what brains does he have? He is merely adept at opportunism. Opportunism that allows one to reap profit 7 or 8 times over, while monopolizing an entire city's products. At this remark, Jiang Yuelon fell silent, inwardly cursing Zhang Xu. Chapter 46. The wedding postponed upon returning home. Zhang Xu found his mind preoccupied with the recent events at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Jiang Yuandao, that cunning old fox, clearly intended to collaborate with him. Yet after several meetings, he had not once mentioned the prospect of partnership. Instead, he had continuously offered assistance, even going so far as to introduce him to Director Fang, which left Zhang Xu feeling indebted. Should the occasion arise where Jiang sought his help, it would be difficult to refuse. This sense of being subtly coerced was rather unpleasant. Hearing commotion from outside, Yu Manjun and the others rushed out to greet him. Zhang Xu, they exclaimed, surrounding him and inspecting him thoroughly. Upon confirming he had not suffered any harm, they collectively sighed in relief. Why are you all so anxious? I was not heading off to war, he replied. We thought you might have been detained again, Qinping remarked, relieved to see his friend unharmed. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? The peculiar circumstances of their previous encounter made Qinpeng suspect that Sun Fuping was involved. They didn't hassle me at all. And I'll be able to collect my license tomorrow, Zhang Xu reassured them, prompting further relief from the group. By the way, Zhang Xu, here are today's orders, Yu Manjun said, handing over the prepared list. Following the instructions of her fiancé, they had already pushed back any orders for less than a full box. The current records now consisted solely of clients requesting full boxes. Although the number of orders was not as high as the previous day, the volume requested by these clients had significantly increased. Fortunately, they had managed to tally the goods from the supply and marketing cooperative today. Otherwise, they would have faced a severe shortage. Zhang Xu estimated the quantity of remaining stock and surmised that it would barely suffice for 2 days. Are the goods from the supply and marketing cooperative acceptable? Qinping inquired with concern. He had witnessed firsthand the high defect rate during Sun Fuping's inspection, and he feared that distributing such items to their clients could tarnish their reputation. Zhang Xu smiled and recounted his actions, which left the three of them wide-eyed in astonishment. You little rascal, no wonder Sun Fuping rejected them that day. It turns out you were secretly up to some mischief, Qinping exclaimed with delight. Now is not the time to discuss this. Don't forget to contact the mousse factory daily, if they don't arrive in the next couple of days. The entire Dingguan city will likely face a shortage, he reminded them. Calculating the time, Zhang Xu noted that it was already the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Typically, After the minor festival, most industries would resume operations. Given the current demand for mousse, it would not be long before small vendors began to take action, and the supply and marketing cooperative would likely not be able to conceal the situation for much longer. The remaining half-month presented an excellent opportunity for them to profit. After bidding farewell to Qinping, Zhao Jiangwo expressed his longing for home, prompting Zhang Xu to suggest he return. The house was left with only Zhang Xu and Yu Manjun. Although they were engaged, their relationship had only progressed to holding hands, with no further intimate actions taken. With over 20 years of memories, Zhang Xu's psychological transformation is certainly not something that a person from the late 1980s could comprehend. Observing Yu Manjun tidying up the dishes in the kitchen, he quietly approached from behind and suddenly embraced her. The unexpected gesture caught Yu Manjun off guard, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she instinctively reached to pry his hands away. "What are you doing? Let go of me. I still have work to finish." Zhang Xu leaned in to glance at the sink. "But it seems to be done now, Manjun. Shouldn't we discuss our plans for marriage?" The moment she heard these words, Yu Manjun's body trembled. For a woman, marriage is undoubtedly a paramount concern. Previously, it was she who broached the subject, but recently, it had been Zhang Xu who initiated the conversation, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Xu, carrying memories of the past, repeatedly brought up marriage in a bid to alleviate the guilt that lingered from his previous life. He had expected her to readily agree. Yet her demeanor had taken a subtle turn. Slowly turning around, their gazes locked, and she appeared somewhat timid, momentarily forgetting his hands on her. "Zhang Xu, could we possibly postpone the wedding?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu's hand, which had been taking advantage of the situation, immediately halted. "What's wrong? Didn't we already agree to register once Sun Fuping's matter was resolved?" Yu Manjun opened and closed her lips, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. Her brow furrowed with worry. "I know, but... Observing her hesitance, Zhang Xu's brow furrowed deeply. "Do you not like me anymore?" "No," Yu Manjun quickly retorted, only to stammer again. "I received a call from my dad today." "Your dad?" Seeing his fiancée's expression, Zhang Xu felt a sudden heaviness in his head. Although their families had an engagement, after the Zhang family's downfall, Yu Manjun's parents had clearly expressed their reluctance for them to register their marriage. Fortunately, Yu Manjun had remained resolute, preventing Zhang Xu from feeling disappointed. However, today, her father had called, stating that he would return in a few days and advised her to hold off on wedding plans until he and his wife returned to discuss matters further. The ambiguous tone of her father's call left Yu Manjun in a quandary. While she earnestly wished to marry Zhang Xu, she felt that without her family's blessing, something significant would be lacking. Now that she knew her parents were returning, it seemed there was room for negotiation, and naturally, her heart began to waver. Listening to her, Zhang Xu remained silent, yet he was notably confident now. After all, with newfound wealth, his voice carried much more weight. "Very well, when your parents return, I will accompany you to visit them." "Okay." Seeing that her fiancé did not rush her, Yu Manjun felt a bit more at ease. Feeling as though she owed Zhang Xu something, she ceased to resist and allowed him to continue teasing her. Chapter 47. The arrival of Zhang Yaoguo early the next morning, Zhang Xu meticulously planned the route, instructing Chen Peng to accompany Zhao Jiangwo to deliver the goods, while he took Yu Manjun to the hospital. Today marked the discharge of Zhang Weiye, and he had already packed his belongings with great anticipation. Standing at the ward's door like a statue of longing, as if awaiting a beloved one. When he finally spotted the two, he rushed forward with the discharge papers in hand. "Why did you take so long? Hurry up. In half an hour, they will charge for another day's bed fee." Zhang Weiye took hold of his son, eager to complete the discharge procedures, but Zhang Xu felt a pang of helplessness. He vividly recalled the earlier visit from Zhang Yaoguo. Due to his father's hospitalization, he had refrained from mentioning the factory's notice of layoffs. Now that his father had returned, he found himself without an opportunity to speak up. He had assumed that after the arduous hospital stay, his father would take some time to rest at home. To his surprise, Zhang Weiye, having grown weary of confinement, was already donning his work uniform, ready to head to the factory. If he were to go, it would undoubtedly expose the situation. "Dad, you've just returned. Please, don't go to the factory. I've already arranged for you to take leave," Zhang Xu urged. The mention of a leave of absence caused Zhang Weiye to feel a twinge of anxiety. Previously, to repay debts, he had secretly taken leave to work at the power plant, unbeknownst to Zhang Xu. Both father and son harbored their own thoughts, creating an unspoken stalemate. Ultimately, Zhang Weiye chose not to insist, shedding his uniform and deciding to rest at home for a couple of days. Just as they both breathed a sigh of relief at not having discovered each other's secrets, an unexpected knock at the door shattered the moment, causing tension to surge once more. "Who is it?" Zhang Weiye asked cautiously. "It's old Zhang. You're back?" The voice outside belonged to Zhang Yaogua, which only heightened Zhang Xu's anxiety. Seeing his father about to step forward, he quickly interjected, "Dad, I'll get the door. You go inside and prepare a cup of tea for Uncle Zhang." Once he saw his father retreat into the room, Zhang Xu felt a wave of relief as he opened the door. The door swung open, revealing Zhang Yaogua, who stood at the threshold, holding a few items, belongings that Zhang Weiye had left at the factory. His sudden appearance was solely to return these items. "Zhang Xu, is your father not at home?" Zhang Yaogua inquired, peering curiously inside but refraining from entering. He felt a sense of guilt regarding the layoff notification he had delivered to his longtime friend. "Uncle Zhang." The Zhang Xu began, but Zhang Yaogua interrupted. "Oh, these are your father's belongings from the factory. The management insisted they couldn't be stored there, so I gathered them and brought them back." As he spoke, he continued to peer inside, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of remorse. "Uncle Zhang, my dad is home." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaogua realized it had been a while since he had seen Zhang Weiye and decided to step inside. After all, they had worked together for decades, and the sudden layoff was indeed a jarring adjustment. However, just as he stepped inside, Zhang Xu swiftly intercepted him. "Uncle Zhang, my father has just returned from the hospital. Please do not mention anything about being laid off." Taken aback by Zhang Xu's request, Zhang Yaogua stared at him for a while before comprehending the situation. "You haven't mentioned it?" He had intended to, but since his father had been hospitalized recently, he thought it best to postpone the discussion until after his discharge. Little did he expect Uncle Zhang to arrive so soon. Observing the items in the man's hands, Zhang Xu's expression grew increasingly intricate. Before either could respond, Zhang Weiye emerged from the room. "Yaogua has arrived?" It was evident that his father was delighted. After all, it had been quite some time since he had last gathered with his friend. "Weiye," Zhang Yaogua's expression turned somewhat awkward. "What's the matter? Why the long face on New Year's Day?" "And no, it's nothing. I just brought you some things," Zhang Yaogua replied, lifting the items in his hands. Upon seeing this, Zhang Weiye's expression soured instantly. Those items were his personal belongings, and he could recognize them at a glance. "Why have you brought my things back?" In response to his friend's inquiry, Zhang Yaogua glanced at Zhang Xu and stammered, "Well, it was during a thorough cleaning at the factory. Everyone's belongings were collected, and since you were in the hospital, the leadership asked me to bring them to you." Hearing this, Zhang Weiye let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, you startled me. I thought the factory had terminated my employment." The unexpected comment caused Zhang Xu and Zhang Yaogua to turn pale. "Dad, it's freezing outside. Uncle Zhang has made the effort to come, so let's invite him in." "I'll go get some wine," Zhang Xu quickly interjected, turning towards the kitchen. Before departing, he exchanged a few words with his fiancée, Yu Manjun. On his way, he did not linger, moving swiftly, and upon his return, he saw his father and Zhang Yaogua enjoying some snacks and chatting. He promptly handed over the liquor. "Dad, what are you discussing?" Upon hearing his son's question, Zhang Weiye's expression hardened. The stern look on his father's face, combined with the awkward atmosphere, made Zhang Xu's heart race. He glanced at Zhang Yaogua, seemingly indicating blame. To his surprise, Zhang Weiye suddenly asked, "Why didn't Uncle Zhang mention his previous visits to our home?" Zhang Xu dared not respond and feigned ignorance. "They told me," Zhang Weiye said as he pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket. "Here, he has come to repay a debt." Seeing the green bills on the table, Zhang Xu felt his heart leap to his throat. "Uncle Zhang, you know the relationship between us. Why the urgency in having him return this 50 yuan? Listening to his father's admonition, Zhang Xu wore a confused expression. "Dad, I didn't do anything." In desperation, he glanced at Zhang Yaogua, who was making subtle gestures. And Zhang Xu finally understood that this was an intentional ploy to distract Zhang Weiye from discussing the layoff situation. Observing the two indulging in their libations, Zhang Xu refrained from joining them. He rose and made his way to the kitchen, where Yu Manjun was tidying up the stove. She expressed her concerns about the potential repercussions if the two were to drink too much and inadvertently reveal something. "Rest assured, it's always my father who becomes inebriated first," he reassured her. Indeed, it was rather disheartening that the factory leadership, well aware of Uncle Zhang's long-standing acquaintance with his father, still assigned him the task of delivering the unfortunate news of layoffs. Listening to his fiancée's words, Zhang Xu felt a mix of helplessness and reluctance to elaborate further. In the late 1980s, the wave of layoffs reached its zenith, with numerous state-owned enterprises collapsing daily, resulting in a significant number of displaced workers. This was an inexorable tide of history. Even if he were to be reborn, he could not halt its advance. In a few years, it was predicted that 90% of the state-owned factories in Guan City would cease operations. Thus, an early layoff might not be such a misfortune. With his father still relatively young, he could provide some support during this transitional phase. Zhang Xu believed his father's previous job offered meager wages and often required night shifts. Hardly a commendable position. Despite having suggested that his father resign, the allure of an iron rice bowl, a term used to describe secure employment, was still tantalizing to their generation. To actually resign would be considered foolish. As they stood in the kitchen, they observed the two in the front room, engaged in spirited conversation and consuming a bottle of Nolinchin in less than an hour. For reasons unknown, today, Zhang Yaoguo was particularly indulgent in his drinking. His eyes reflected a deep-seated remorse towards his friend. Just as Zhang Xu was washing up, his father, with a flushed face, approached him from behind. Startled by the sudden appearance of his father, Zhang Xu wore a puzzled expression. Chapter 48. Deception. Dad, where's Uncle Zhang? He's asleep. As Zhang Weiyi spoke, a strong scent of alcohol wafted from him, and his gaze was unnaturally fixed on his son, as if he had something of great importance to convey. Dad, I'll be done shortly. Believing his father needed the restroom, Zhang Xu hastily wiped his face. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Weiyi called out, "Wait." The two locked eyes, the silence stretching between them for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, it was Zhang Xu who broke the stillness, cautiously asking, "Dad, what's wrong? Why didn't you tell me about your layoff?" The abruptness of the question caught Zhang Xu off guard. Another silence ensued before his father slowly elaborated. "I intended to tell you, but with your sudden hospitalization, it slipped my mind." Zhang Xu's words brought a hint of disappointment to Zhang Weiyi. Under normal circumstances, he might have faced a reprimand, but now, watching his father, whose eyes were bloodshot, retreat towards the bedroom, Zhang Xu realized that he would have to come to terms with this matter on his own. Bang! A dull thud from the courtyard piqued his interest. The front door was ajar, and it dawned on him that Zhang Yaoguo had just stepped outside. At that moment, Zhang Xu understood that Zhang Yaoguo was not intoxicated. He had merely used the influence of alcohol to inform his father about the layoff. As the snow fell like goose feathers, Zhang Xu comprehended that the world had indeed changed. The following morning, Zhang Xu was roused by the incessant ringing of the phone. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced at the clock, just past 7. It was unusual for anyone to call at this hour. The persistent, urgent tone was disconcerting. "Manjun." He called out towards the doorway, but Yu Manjun did not respond. With no other option, he rose to answer the call. "Hello? Chinpeng. Why are you calling so early? I'm still half asleep." "What? You've arrived? All right, just wait there. I'll bring the money." Upon realizing it was Chinpeng on the line, Zhang Xu was momentarily incredulous, as this was a person who typically rose later than he did. On the other end of the line, Chinpeng delivered good news. The goods ordered from the mousse factory had arrived in Guan City, and the driver was waiting. The business license for their individual enterprise had been issued, allowing them to sell merchandise legitimately. He had previously worried about insufficient stock, but now that concern had been alleviated. Forgetting breakfast, Zhang Xu grabbed his bicycle and hurried out of the courtyard, making his way directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. The order had been placed under the cooperative's name, so it was certain the driver would deliver there. Fortunately, Chinpeng had intercepted the driver. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite problematic. As dawn broke, the streets were sparsely populated. The vehicle came to a stop about 200 meters from the cooperative, where Chinpeng and Zhao Jianguo were waiting. Upon seeing Zhang Xu, they waved enthusiastically. As he approached the two, Zhang Xu let out a sigh of relief. "Phew. How did you get here so early?" The driver expressed his helplessness. "There's nothing I can do. The factory is in urgent need of supplies. Once I finish this delivery, I need to hurry back." Zhang Xu did not respond immediately, but exchanged glances with the other two. "Oh, didn't I mention earlier that our supply and marketing cooperative's warehouse is insufficient? The new warehouse is located elsewhere," Chinpeng interjected promptly. "That is not my concern. I've always delivered here, and no one informed me otherwise." Observing the driver's obstinacy, Zhang Xu adeptly produced a cigarette and offered it, simultaneously presenting 5 yuan, "Master. We have communicated this matter to your factory. Perhaps the salesperson neglected to inform you. Our warehouse is conveniently located on the outskirts of the city. It would be a favor if you could make one more trip. Please keep this for your cigarettes. The adage that one should never strike a smiling face proved effective. As the driver appeared to appreciate Zhang Xu's approach, I don't mind the extra effort, but the driver hesitated, glancing in another direction. The salesperson has arrived. You can discuss it with him. Following the driver's indication, the trio soon noticed a lean, short figure hastily approaching them. Upon arrival, the newcomer smiled and inquired, "You are the comrades from the supply and marketing cooperative, correct?" Without hesitation, Zhang Xu nodded in unison with the others. "Indeed, we are here to collect goods. But we need to change warehouses. Our new one is outside the city, and you will need to accompany us for another trip." "That is not a problem. You are considered valued customers." The other party responded decisively, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his gaze. On the way, Chen Peng and Zhao Jiangwo drove ahead in a van, while Zhang Xu joined the salesperson in a larger truck. Upon reaching the warehouse, the others proceeded to unload the goods. Zhang Xu and the salesperson stood at the entrance, where the latter produced the delivery slip. "Mr. Zhang, please stamp here." Upon hearing this request for a stamp, Zhang Xu immediately wore an apologetic expression. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't bring the stamp. Would a signature suffice?" "A signature?" The salesperson was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "That won't do. The factory requires a stamp for accounting purposes, and..." Noticing the hesitation in the salesperson's demeanor, Zhang Xu cautiously inquired, "Are you worried that without a stamp, the payment process will be delayed?" The salesperson's smile turned more resigned at this, yet he slowly nodded in agreement. Recognizing this as a favorable opportunity, Zhang Xu continued, "In fact, we no longer engage in delayed payments. Our cooperative is streamlining procedures. We only have one stamp, which requires an application each time, making it cumbersome. Hence, we now rely on signatures. Does that seem acceptable?" As he spoke, he presented the cash, leaving the salesperson momentarily stunned. Although he had previously collaborated with state-owned supply and marketing cooperatives, most would typically opt for delayed payments. He had not anticipated encountering cash one day. The insistence on a stamp was merely a precaution against potential defaults, especially in an era where many factories had succumbed. Without a stamped receipt, reclaiming funds from the supply and marketing cooperative in one city would indeed pose a challenge should it face insolvency. Now that the money is right in front of us, settling the payment in full renders the chapter moot. Ultimately, it is the profit that matters. Observing the salesperson smiling as he receives the money, Zhang Xu felt a weight lift from his heart. It would be disingenuous to claim there was no anxiety in impersonating a member of the supply and marketing cooperative for the first time. Once the money was counted and the 500 boxes of goods had been stored away, the salesperson's joy was palpable. As he departed, he repeatedly urged Zhang Xu to reach out to him again in the future, with the prospect of their newfound liberation fading into the distance. Zhang Xu and his companions found little time to rest. Just after the small new year, the influx of orders received at home had become increasingly abundant, and along with the salon's distribution, Zhang Xu estimated that their daily shipment volume would likely reach around 100 boxes. The inventory cleared from the cooperative, combined with the newly arrived 500 boxes, would suffice to sustain their sales for a considerable period. Chapter 49 returns at the breakfast stall. 3 individuals were savoring their steamed buns, while Zhang Xu meticulously outlined the delivery route for the day. However, before he could complete his planning, the BP machine at his waist buzzed urgently. "What is the matter? Is Manjun here? Surely there can't be another order," Chen Ping inquired with a chuckle. Upon glancing at the message displayed on the BP machine, Zhang Xu felt a flicker of surprise. It was from the salon owner. "Didn't I just deliver goods a few days ago? Surely they can't need more so soon," Chen Peng murmured. Yet, the message did not indicate a new order. Rather, it urged Zhang Xu to come over immediately. A vague sense of foreboding washed over him. "You two go ahead with the deliveries. I'll check it out alone," he instructed, quickly arranging their route before mounting his bicycle and pedaling towards the alley where the salon was located. Upon arriving at the mouth of the alley, Zhang Xu spotted Boss Sun waiting expectantly. The urgency in his demeanor was palpable. Before Zhang Xu could even dismount, Sun approached him eagerly. "Zhang Xu, you finally arrived." Dismounting and observing Boss Sun's anxious expression, Zhang Xu asked, "What is wrong, Boss Sun? Did the goods sell out? If only that were the case. Come with me quickly," Boss Sun replied, pulling Zhang Xu towards the salon. Inside, apprentices were busy styling hair, and Sun led Zhang Xu directly to a private room, locking the door behind them as if to shield their conversation from prying ears. "What is going on?" Zhang Xu inquired. "Look at this," Sun said, retrieving a bottle of mousse from a nearby shelf. The mousse appeared to have been used, bearing the same brand as what Zhang Xu had delivered. Is there a problem with the mousse? Zhang Xu's instinctive response was that there must be an issue with the product, given Sun's distressed expression. This is the third bottle delivered this morning. You should try it yourself. Following Sun's words, Zhang Xu pressed down on the nozzle, but instead of the expected white foam, a clear liquid flowed out in abundance. What is this? Zhang Xu was taken aback. Today, I had someone return it, and the same issue occurred. At first, I thought it was just a fluke, so I accepted the return. But now, 3 bottles have come back with the same problem. While they conversed, a sudden knock at the door startled Boss Sunday. Knock, 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 the sound made Sun jump. Who is it? Master, a customer has come to return a product. Upon hearing this, Sun turned to Zhang Xu. See, here we go again. Reluctantly, he led Zhang Xu outside. The customer stood in the shop, holding the mousse, which was indeed the brand sold in the salon. Boss, what is going on? This mousse is quite expensive. I only used it once, and the second time it came out like snot. The customer was visibly upset, pressing the nozzle for emphasis. As the customer had described, the liquid that emerged from the nozzle was not mousse, but a thick, transparent substance. It had a pleasant fragrance, reminiscent of shampoo rather than mousse. Mr. Sun did not respond, but instead turned his head towards the contemplative Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, what do you suggest we do about this? Upon seeing this, Mr. Zhang directly pulled out 20 yuan. Here, you take this. Observing his willingness to offer more, the customer ceased to press the matter further. After the customer departed, Mr. Zhang, holding the mousse he had just returned, pressed it a few more times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Mr. Zhang, you must closely examine this batch of goods. If they are all like this, I cannot continue my business. Listening to Mr. Sun's words, Mr. Zhang verified the production date of the mousse, confirming it was indeed from the batch received from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Strange, I have sold so many and have not heard of any issues. I cannot take responsibility. If someone returns goods again, you will have to bear the cost. Mr. Sun was quite direct. In response, Mr. Zhang retreated back inside. He casually took out a new bottle from a box, pressed it against the ground, and the mousse came out without any problems. After spraying nearly half the bottle, it remained intact. How peculiar. My stock seems fine. These mousses have all passed their shelf life. Perhaps there are just a few defective ones, Mr. Sun declared earnestly. After a long silence, Mr. Zhang suddenly asked, was the person who came earlier from your alley? This question left Mr. Sun momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, he realized he did not recognize the individual. Now that you mention it, it seems that the person who came earlier, as well as the 2 who returned goods before, are not from our alley. A clue. Normally, retail customers would purchase from the nearest location. Mr. Sun's salon had been in the alley for some time, primarily serving local residents. Even if he could not name every customer, their faces would be familiar. Yet now, 3 returners were unknown to him, indicating something suspicious was afoot. Boss? Just as the 2 were pondering this, another individual approached from outside. Peering out, they saw an elderly man, carrying a snakeskin bag, standing on the steps of the salon. What do you want? We don't have any scrap here. Just leave quickly. In response to Mr. Sun's insistence to leave, the old man remained unfazed and smiled. Boss, do you have any empty mousse bottles? This unexpected question immediately caught Mr. Zhang's attention. No. You should hurry and leave. Mr. Sun attempted to continue shooing him away, but was abruptly interrupted by Mr. Zhang. Sir, how much do you pay for empty bottles? 50 cents. As the old man extended 5 wrinkled fingers, both men were taken aback. It was known that the cost price of a bottle of mousse was only about 1 yuan. Now, seeing someone willing to pay 50 cents for an empty bottle seemed rather odd. Noticing their stunned silence, the old man glanced at the mousse displayed on the salon's counter and, realizing they must have stock, raised his offer. 1 yuan will do. The sudden doubling of the price seemed to illuminate the situation for Mr. Zhang. Old man, would you really pay 1 yuan? Mr. Sun's interest was piqued. Of course. Look at how many I've collected, the old man said as he opened the snakeskin bag he was carrying, showcasing his collection of empty cans-like trophies. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xu exchanged a glance with Boss Sunday. At the unspoken behest of the former, Boss Sun returned inside the house, subsequently retrieving several empty jars. The old man's eyes sparkled at the sight. After selling the bottles, Boss Sun happily accepted the money. Boss Sun, there is something peculiar about this matter. Those returning goods today should be collected first, he remarked. Very well, but you must be swift about it. Boss Sun was not a man lacking in understanding. Earlier, The old man had offered $1 for the empty mousse jars, clearly indicating that someone intended to reclaim them for further processing. As the old man shuffled out of the alley, Zhang Xu hastily followed. They maintained a distance of about 10 meters, trailing one another along the way. Whenever they passed by a hair salon, the old man would invariably step inside to inquire. This pursuit lasted 4 hours, during which Zhang Xu observed the old man collecting over a dozen empty jars. While a mere $10 might seem trivial to him, in this era, it constituted a considerable sum. Typically, such scavengers would frequent recycling stations. Yet, Zhang Xu followed the old man through a maze of twists and turns, ultimately leading him into a narrow alley in the western part of the city. Chapter 50. Preparing for counterattack. The alley was deserted, flanked by vacant houses. This area was slated for demolition, and seldom did anyone venture here. Yet, shortly after Zhang Xu entered, he discerned voices not far ahead. Voices that struck him as somewhat familiar. Crouching by the wall, he peered inside, and at that moment, the old man had reached the entrance of a courtyard. Upon observing the individuals emerging to collect goods, Zhang Xu was momentarily taken aback. Were these not the very individuals they had recently subdued? They were all associated with Sun Fuping, and their sudden appearance here to collect cans was evidently premeditated. As he listened, the old man handed over a sack made of snakeskin. After counting several times and confirming the quantity, he accepted payment from their hands. Although the distance was considerable, Zhang Xu could clearly see that these dozen or so empty cans had been sold for over 30 yuan. Old man, at 2 yuan per can. This is certainly a faster profit than your usual scavenging, Zhang Xu surmised. With this realization, he understood that these items had been collected by Sun Fuping's men, filled with assorted substances, and sold back at a markup. Not only did this yield exorbitant profits, but it also served to undermine Zhang Xu, achieving 2 objectives in one fell swoop. As the old man exited, Zhang Xu retreated. On his way home, he contemplated strategies for dealing with the situation. Upon arriving, he found Qin Peng and Zhao Jiangwo already back. No sooner had Zhang Xu entered than the two approached him eagerly. Zhang Xu, there's trouble. Just now, when Zhao and I were delivering goods, we noticed someone at the salon where we sold our merchandise. Is someone returning goods? Zhang Xu interrupted, before Qin Peng could finish. Qin Peng was taken aback. How did you know? It seems the same is true for Boss Sunday. Is there a problem with our goods? He inquired hesitantly. Zhang Xu shook his head, his expression grave. At that moment, Yu Manjun, who had just finished a phone call, approached. Her furrowed brows indicated that the news was not favorable. It appears our goods have encountered issues, she revealed. The succession of alarming news made it evident to Zhang Xu that Sun Fuping was indeed serious about his intentions. Recalling how that man had previously visited the supply and marketing cooperative and only symbolically requested a few bottles of mousse, it became clear that he had intended to cause trouble from the very beginning. If this continued, selling their goods would become untenable. What now? Several who ordered goods are saying they want to return them. Those scheduled for delivery tomorrow are also canceling. Listening to their murmurs, Zhang Xu remained silent. After several minutes, he slowly rose. For the cancellations, simply void them. As for the returns, let them keep the cans and refund at the original price. He had initially expected Zhang Xu to propose a more effective solution, yet Qin Peng was utterly perplexed. Zhang Xu, if we proceed this way, we may not have enough funds to issue refunds. The previous payments were used to rent a warehouse and stockpile goods. If we start refunding now, we might not survive for long. Glancing at his friends, Zhang Xu remarked with a smile, since they wish to collect, let us oblige. However, he continued, Qin Peng, I recall that your grandmother often scavenged for scraps. Is that correct? What are you bringing that up for now? Qin Peng inquired. To earn money. Earn money? Zhang Xu's statement left the three feeling perplexed. The cost is 1 yuan and 60 cents, yet they are offering 2 yuan for the cans. Isn't that a profit to seize? Zhang Xu countered with a grin. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Qin Peng, caught off guard by this sudden revelation, responded, but we only make 40 cents per bottle, and we previously spent 12 yuan on it. So, rest assured, I have my plans. Observing Zhang Xu's confident demeanor, despite their awareness of his capabilities, the three still felt a tinge of hesitation. That evening, Zhang Xu returned to Boss Sun's salon. Upon entering, he found a considerable number of people waiting. My sincerest apologies for my tardiness, everyone. These individuals were fellow merchants who sourced supplies from Boss Sun, all summoned by Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu, we have some returns today. So do we, 6 bottles in total. I have an entire box. As he stepped inside, the crowd quickly surrounded him. Zhang Xu, noticing their eagerness, smiled slightly. Rest assured, esteemed colleagues. I shall reimburse you for the returned goods. I have come to discuss a matter with you all. Boss Sun leaned in closer. What do you have to say? If this continues, we may not be able to sell any mousse. I propose that during these days, you also collect empty cans in your stores. The crowd paused in surprise at this suggestion. Zhang Xu, what exactly are you planning? Boss Sun inquired. I won't elaborate on that. Simply follow my lead. As for the money, I will compensate you. For future shipments, I can offer each of you a discount of 2 yuan. The crowd exchanged glances, contemplating the proposal. Since Boss Zhang has put it this way, I am willing to cooperate. I will cooperate as well. So will I. With Boss Sun's agreement. The others swiftly concurred. Mousse was currently in high demand. A 2 yuan reduction in cost meant they could potentially earn an additional 2 yuan, which added up significantly. These merchants were astute. They understood that Zhang Xu's strategy was merely aimed at raising their cost of procurement. However, what puzzled them was that this approach merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. Although their costs would rise, returns would still be processed at retail prices, leading to inevitable losses. Nevertheless, this was Zhang Xu's affair. They were simply there to collect their payments and execute their tasks. Exiting the salon, a slight smile graced Zhang Xu's lips. He knew that the real spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 51. Deceiving the old man in a prestigious residential area in the northern part of Guanxi City, Sun Fuping was at home with his subordinates. A collection of empty mousse cans occupying the table. Have the salon workers started collecting empty cans? Sun Fuping pondered aloud. Indeed, boss. We've inquired. And they are offering 4 yuan each. Now, those old men and women are reluctant to come here to sell, one of his subordinates replied. Sun Fuping fell into contemplation. He had previously visited the supply and marketing cooperative to learn about the mousse prices, which, at most, were 2 yuan for a new can. Now, the price of empty cans had surged to 4 yuan. This was clearly a countermeasure against his schemes, as they had recognized his tactics and were raising their costs to confront him, not one to be easily fooled. Sun Fuping calculated the retail price against the purchase cost and realized there was still considerable profit to be made. He had verified that these goods all originated from Zhang Xu. Given his past grievances with that young man, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After a long pause, he finally raised his gaze and addressed everyone. Spread the word. Starting tomorrow, we will collect empty cans for 5 yuan each. Boss, could this lead to problems? One subordinate cautiously inquired. Collecting cans at 5 yuan and selling them for 15. There's no loss in this venture, Sun Fuping scoffed. To him, making money was secondary. Toppling Zhang Xu was the primary motive for his actions. Initially, he had been quite cautious, allowing only a small quantity to be collected. However, after successfully processing a dozen returns on the second day, his confidence grew. By the third and fourth days, the number of elderly individuals coming to sell empty cans increased significantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu was at home, having refrained from shipping any goods for the past few days. Instead, focusing on news from Sun Fuping's side. Qinping rushed in, his footsteps quickened by urgency. Zhang Xu, we are running low on funds. How much longer can we hold out? He asked anxiously. We can last until the very last day, Zhang Xu replied calmly. Upon hearing Qinping's words, both Yu Manjun and Zhao Zhangwo fell silent. Zhang Xu gazed outside, where dozens of burlap sacks lay piled in the yard, filled with the empty cans they had collected over the past few days. It's about time. Let's go. We need to ship out, he declared, rising to shoulder a few bags before heading out the door. Qinping and the others were utterly perplexed by Zhang Xu's intentions but followed suit, shouldering the burlap sacks as they exited. In just 3 days, the elderly residents of Guanxi City seemed to have regained their vitality. The sounds of them collecting mousse cans echoed through the streets and alleys. Standing at the entrance of an alley, Zhang Xu spotted several elderly men approaching. His gaze faltered for a moment, as though he were grappling with an internal conflict, but ultimately, he walked up to them. Just as he brushed past a few old men, one of the burlap sacks on his back slipped off. The unsealed bag fell, and the empty can spilled onto the ground with a loud clatter, catching the attention of the elderly bystanders. As they turned to see the fallen mousse cans, their once-dull eyes sparkled with renewed interest. One old man bent down to pick up a can, and Zhang Xu approached him, extending his hand. Thank you, sir, he smiled. The old man hesitated to let go, but upon noticing the numerous burlap sacks Zhang Xu was carrying, he began to contemplate. Young man, are these bags filled with mousse cans? Zhang Xu expressed, yes. I heard that the salon is buying them for $2 each, and I plan to sell them. At that moment, Yu Manjun and her 2 companions stood behind Zhang Xu. The old man glanced over and said urgently, "They stopped collecting them since yesterday. And for just $2, you might as well sell them to us." The salon's refusal to buy was orchestrated by Zhang Xu, all part of today's plan. Unfazed, Zhang Xu replied, "It's all right. I'll just ask around. Perhaps another place is still buying." This statement sent a wave of panic among the old men. No one knew whether the salon would remain closed for just one day. If they resumed buying today, they would lose out. "Young man, our price is significantly higher than theirs. Since you intend to sell, why not sell to us? You won't have to carry them anymore," one of the old men suggested. Zhang Xu pretended to ponder for a few seconds, then asked, "Sir, how much will you pay?" 3. The old man held up 3 fingers, but, fearing Zhang Xu might refuse, quickly amended, "$4. The old man, anxious not to let the opportunity slip away, raised the offer. Just from the bags Zhang Xu had dropped, there were no less than 30 cans. Considering the 200 or 300 cans that the 3 men were carrying, it was quite a haul. Zhang Xu feigned surprise, glanced back at his friends, and then slowly turned to the old man. "Really, sir?" The old man, sensing Zhang Xu's doubt, unbuckled his belt in public, pulled out a small pouch from inside, and retrieved a small stack of cash, saying, "Look here, big bills." The few $100s in the old man's hand seemed incongruous with their appearance. Seeing this, Zhang Xu nodded in agreement and called to his companions to set down the bags. The old men immediately moved forward and began counting the cans. A few minutes later, the lead old man wiped the sweat from his brow and cheerfully handed over the cash. "Young man, a total of 274 bottles. We pooled our money for a total of $1,094. Please count it." Noticing the old man's courteous demeanor, Zhang Xu took the money and tucked it into his pocket. Meanwhile, Yu Manjun observed her fiancé with a furrowed brow. She knew that since yesterday, Zhang Xu had ensured that the salon owners did not collect the empty cans. Now, suddenly bringing out goods from home clearly indicated a retaliatory strategy. Chapter 52. Regret. These elderly gentlemen, each well beyond the age of 60, stirred a sense of unease in her heart. The notion of deceiving them weighed heavily on her conscience. Zhang Xu gently tugged at her sleeve, eliciting a response from him. "Manjun, what is it? Are you planning to deceive them?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, and given the advanced age of the gentleman, they were somewhat hard of hearing and did not catch her words. "Do not worry, I have my plans," Zhang Xu reassured her, having just consoled his companion. He turned back to the elderly gentleman, continuing to smile as he said, "Gentlemen, I still have some left, about 400 bottles. Do you still have the means to purchase?" Upon hearing of such an abundance, the old men immediately regained their enthusiasm. "We shall buy. Whatever you have, we will take it." The leader of the group exclaimed with excitement. Although the price difference was a mere $1, the volume made it worthwhile. A single transaction could yield a profit exceeding $600, which, when divided among them, would provide each with over $100, an amount equivalent to the wages of an ordinary person over 3 months. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. "Very well. Please wait for a moment while we go and gather the funds," Zhang Xu instructed before leading his companions back. On their way, Qianping and Zhao Jiangwo maintained a solemn silence. Even as Zhang Xu entered the courtyard and began to carry the sacks, they remained inactive. When he turned to face the 3 standing at the gate, he queried in surprise, "What's the holdup? Hurry, the gentlemen are still waiting." Unable to contain himself, Qianpeng spoke up first. "Are you truly planning to deceive them?" His grandfather often kept busy by scavenging for scraps, and seeing the delight on the faces of the elderly men had stirred a sense of empathy within him. Zhao Jiangwo, noticing Qianpeng's discomfort, quickly joined in. "Indeed, Zhang Xu, they are not young, and having lived through challenging times, should we really? Do you not trust me?" Zhang Xu interjected calmly, cutting off Zhao Jiangwo's words with a counter-question. "When did I become such a person in your eyes?" His words rendered them speechless. While they perceived Zhang Xu as someone who might deceive the elderly, a deeper reflection led them to reconsider his character. "Then do enlighten us. What are your current thoughts?" Yu Manjun could no longer hold back her curiosity. Observing their expressions, Zhang Xu exhaled deeply. This entire situation was instigated by Sun Fuping. "I have prepared a significant gift for him. Even without these gentlemen, there would be others. True, I am utilizing them, but rest assured, they will not suffer any loss." Zhang Xu's words were firm and exuded confidence. "All right, I believe you. Now, what shall we do?" Qianping was the first to agree. Zhang Xu was his sole friend, and he naturally placed his trust in him. Although Yu Manjun and Zhao Jiangwo harbored some reservations, they too acquiesced. The group shouldered the remaining sacks and made their way back. Upon their return, they found that the elderly men had procured a flatbed cart, and the previously gathered sacks were already piled high. Moreover, there appeared to be even more individuals present than before. Observing the elderly men and women, Zhang Xu refrained from further chatter, proceeding to transact for the mousse cans just as he had done previously. Upon witnessing them laughing as they pushed the cart away, several individuals promptly returned home. Under the watchful gaze of the three, Zhang Xu retrieved the business card previously given to him by Director Fang. He picked up the phone and dialed the number. After a few beeps, a deep voice resonated from the other end. Hello? Is this Director Fang? This is Zhang Xu. We have met before. Oh, I remember. I certainly do. Old Zhang brought you along. How could I forget? Director Fang replied with a smile. What can I do for you? Zhang Xu proceeded to relay the situation over the phone and ultimately provided the location of Sun Fuping's subordinates. After hanging up, he turned around only to find the three of them staring intently at him. You need not be so anxious. I have everything arranged, Zhang Xu assured, before reclining on the sofa. Meanwhile, Sun Fuping was surveying the results of recent days within the alley. Boss, there are approximately 400 to 500 bottles in the yard. Good. I am eager to see how long this Zhang fellow can endure. In his view, it merely required a bit more time before Zhang Xu would inevitably falter. Within the alley where his subordinates were stationed, a group of elderly men and women hurriedly approached. These individuals were the ones who had previously collected mousse cans from Zhang Xu and his associates. With a series of knocks echoing, Sun Fuping turned his head, exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate, who promptly opened the door. Upon opening, they found a throng of old folks outside, all there to sell their cans, and they were ushered into the yard. The abandoned courtyard was now cluttered with heaps of empty cans. The leading elder smiled and instructed his companions to unload the sacks from the flatbed cart. As they watched the courtyard rapidly fill with empty cans, Sun Fuping's subordinate was left astonished. Typically, when these elderly individuals arrived, there would be no more than a couple, and at most around 20. They would often scrutinize the cans and ensure to collect only what they brought. However, today was different. These individuals had brought along an astounding 800 to 900 empty cans. Come on, hurry up and count them. Let's settle the payment, the elder urged. Immediately, Sun Fuping's subordinate rushed back inside, exclaiming, Boss, a dozen old folks have arrived, all here to sell mousse cans. What's the rush? They come as they please. I previously stated I would take whatever they brought. I wish to see how long this Zhang Xu can hold out. Sun Fuping responded nonchalantly. However, upon hearing his words, his subordinate's expression grew uneasy. Boss, perhaps you should step outside and take a look. The quantity out there seems rather substantial. Substantial? At this remark, Sun Fuping scoffed. Those old geezers are hunched over. If each one brings 20, it would only amount to 200 at most. How much more could there possibly be? The others present echoed his laughter, mocking the subordinate for his apparent naivety. Boss, you truly should go see for yourself. The amount you've allocated isn't sufficient for the collection. This statement instantly silenced the room. Previously, Sun Fuping had given them 2,000 to gather the empty cans, and now hearing it was insufficient was indeed perplexing. With a look of surprise, he glanced at his subordinate before rising to exit the room. Upon seeing the yard overflowing with mousse cans, he too was left speechless. Boss, it seems that the quantity is approaching 1,000. With the current price at 5 yuan. If it indeed exceeds 1,000 units, it would amount to 5,000 yuan, a sum that, regardless of its placement, constitutes a significant fortune. The elder leading the group approached Sun Fuping cautiously, speaking with trepidation, fearful of offending him. Is all of this collected by you? Indeed. We have traversed numerous locations today, acquiring these jars at a premium price, merely earning a meager 10 cents for our efforts. The elder hastily continued, though his words were laced with deceit. At that moment, the courtyard was unusually quiet. Sun Fuping gestured for his subordinates, instructing them, you all begin counting. The gathered elders and their spouses, witnessing the counting commence, felt a sense of relief wash over them. Sun Fuping cast a glance at the assembly before retreating inside to retrieve the large mobile phone from the table. He dialed a number, contemplating the peculiar nature of the day's events, as the sudden appearance of so many elderly individuals was decidedly illogical. Chapter 53. Arrangements in place. The number dialed moments ago belonged to one of the hair salons. After a few beeps, a voice finally responded. Hello. I would like to inquire if you are still accepting mousse cans? What? No longer? Oh, nothing, I understand. With just a few simple exchanges. A sense of unease washed over Sun Fuping. Seizing the opportunity while the yard was still being counted, he immediately dispatched someone to visit several other salons. Half an hour later, his mobile phone incessantly rang. The reports from his subordinates were identical. Salons that had been accepting cans just the day before had abruptly ceased operations today. Moreover, they all conveyed the same message. Returns were no longer accepted. Initially, these subordinates attempted to argue their case, but they were met with a swift retort. The quantity of returns had already surpassed that of sales, and any further returns would warrant police involvement. Aware of their own culpability, they refrained from prolonging their discussions at the salons. Inside the room, Sun Fuping glanced at his mobile phone and instantly comprehended that this must be Zhang Xu's doing. Boss, we have finished counting. The total is 962. Over 900, which translates to more than 4,500. Although the number of returns in recent days had been considerable, it still fell short of this figure. If they were to accept the cans now, it would essentially mean handing over money directly to Zhang Xu. Contemplating this, Sun Fuping wasted no time and stood up to instruct his subordinates. We will not be accepting any cans for now. Let them take their cans back for the time being. Upon hearing this, his subordinates displayed expressions of dismay. What? We're leaving? Didn't we already inform you that we wouldn't be accepting any more? Boss, this might be difficult to explain. We told them we would take as many as they had this morning, and now. Smack. In a fit of anger, Sun Fuping raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, crisp and decisive. Useless bunch, he muttered as he stepped out of the room, facing the group of elderly individuals eagerly awaiting in the yard. He stated plainly, you must take your cans back. We will not be accepting them today. Having been accustomed to the routine of continuous collection for several days, the sudden announcement of non-acceptance was a shock to the elderly patrons. Boss son, why are you not accepting them? Everything was fine before. Indeed, if you hadn't said we would take as many as they had, we would never have collected so many. No, we must collect them. Collect them now. These elderly figures, despite appearing frail, transformed into a fervent crowd as the prospect of money ignited their spirits. Swiftly surrounding Sun Fuping, the clamor escalated into a cacophony. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Xu stood with his companions, listening intently to the commotion within. Although they were all aware of his orchestration behind the scenes, a sense of discomfort lingered in their hearts. Zhang Xu, is this a bit excessive? Sun Fuping won't care about their age. If he truly refuses to collect, the substantial sum at stake could lead to dire consequences. Yu Manjun expressed her concern once more. Indeed, Zhang Xu, it may be best to refrain from pursuing such money. Qin Peng began to concur. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Xu refrained from responding directly. Instead, he turned to Zhao Jiangwo, who stood beside him, and inquired, Master Zhao, do you share the same sentiment? Although Zhao Jiangwo remained silent, his thoughts aligned with those of the others, and he nodded solemnly in agreement as Zhang Xu posed the question. Observing the demeanor of the three men, Zhang Xu smiled and reassured them, rest assured, I will not allow them to suffer any losses. Should matters not be resolved satisfactorily, I shall compensate them myself. At this juncture, the integrity of Zhang Xu was still something they trusted. The clamor from within the courtyard grew increasingly raucous, with Sun Fuping's vitriolic outbursts becoming particularly venomous. In these times, 100 yuan was no trifling sum, let alone several thousand. Before long, a few vehicles appeared at the alley's entrance. As the doors swung open, uniformed individuals disembarked, people with whom Zhang Xu was quite familiar. As they entered the alley, a recognizable figure caught his eye. Director Fong, Zhang Xu exclaimed, approaching him with a smile. How are things inside? Fong nodded in acknowledgement, signaling a greeting. Indeed, it is quite tumultuous in there. Previously, Jiang Yuandao had introduced him to two individuals. Zhang Xu had not anticipated that he would require their assistance so swiftly. Initially, he had hoped the elderly individuals inside would escalate the disturbance further, but considering their advanced age, he realized that should a life be lost, it would be difficult to manage the aftermath. Thus, he decided to call Director Fong. The production and sale of counterfeit goods, coupled with the substantial profits involved, would certainly give Sun Fuping a considerable headache. Director Fong was inclined to come for two reasons. First, because the young man was introduced by Jiang Yuandao, and second, this incident would add significant weight to his work, an opportunity too good to pass up. All right, you may leave now, Fong instructed. Very well, we shall await favorable news. Zhang Xu replied, promptly leading the others away from the alley. Yet, they did not venture far. Instead, they stationed themselves at the nearby ice cream shop. Ah, young man. It seems you had everything arranged in advance. Qin Peng remarked with a laugh. Have I not told you several times that you should trust me? Zhang Xu responded, somewhat exasperated. Meanwhile, Yu Manjun leaned forward, peering into the unfolding situation. Before long, the elderly couple emerged, their expressions decidedly unpleased. Following closely, Sun Fuping and his associates were also escorted out. Once they boarded the vehicle and observed it gradually receding from view, the four of them finally rose to depart. Chapter 54. Handled properly. Half an hour later, at the business administration office, Sun Fuping sat in a small room, exuding an air of indifference akin to a dead pig unafraid of scalding water. Most matters had been addressed, yet this fellow, cunning as ever, had shifted the blame onto his subordinates. Moreover, the elderly gentleman had stated that those engaged in transactions were indeed his underlings, resulting in Sun Fuping receiving nothing more than a nominal fine. Director Fong, upon entering his office, was informed by his staff that the situation had been managed. Has Sun Fuping left? He inquired. Yes, he has departed, came the response. Very well, the remaining individuals, you shall oversee their handling. What we can do is impose a fine, yet this case is rather grave. We might consider transferring it elsewhere for processing, serving as a warning to others. Regrettably, Sun Fuping could not be dealt with harshly. After all, he is the brother-in-law of the wealthiest man in Wan City, and Director Fong found it difficult to proceed further. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted Fong's contemplation. Hello? Lao Jiang, what a surprise to receive your call. Zhang Xu? He is looking for me regarding work matters. And given our acquaintance, I can assist. All right, I am aware of my limits. The Bai family has not yet reached such arrogance. I will come find you tonight for drinks. After hanging up, Director Fong gazed at the dossier left by his subordinate, sighing as he noted that Sun Fuping had been fined a mere 1,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu had just returned home and promptly contacted Boss Sunday. With Sun Fuping's influence diminished, their mousse could continue to be sold. Calculating the losses incurred, although significant, they paled in comparison to Sun Fuping's dire predicament. The counterfeit sales, coupled with hefty fines and personal penalties, amounted to tens of thousands. In contrast, Zhang Xu's losses were barely 2,000, hardly worth mentioning. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they settled down, a rapid knocking at the door broke the silence. Yu Manjun felt a twinge of confusion, but Zhang Xu stepped outside first. Don't worry. It should be those elderly gentlemen. The door swung open to reveal the expected group, though their expressions were far from cheerful. Sir, I have sold out all my mousse cans. Young comrade, we are not here to collect cans. The leading elder spoke softly, his face reflecting his discomfort. Observing this, Yu Manjun nudged her fiancé. Stop jesting with the elderly. Hurry and bring it out. As soon as she spoke, the dozen or so individuals standing at the door looked momentarily stunned. With a smile, Zhang Xu retrieved the money he had earned from the sale of the cans from his bulging pocket. Young comrade, this. Sir, I understand you have been deceived. This money has remained untouched. Seeing the recovered funds, the group of elders was overwhelmed with gratitude. Young comrade, I scarcely know how to express my thanks, one elder said, glancing around at the others before pulling out a bill and handing it to Zhang Xu. Consider this a token of our gratitude and a lesson for us old fellows. Gazing at the blue-gray 100 yuan bill, the old man exuded an air of generosity. Zhang Xu did not refuse. After accepting it, he escorted them out of the alley. Upon returning, Chen Ping crossed his arms. You rascal, were you planning on waiting for them to come to you from the very beginning? Did you figure it out? Zhang Xu replied. With your intellect, if you truly intended to earn that money, you wouldn't be selling things right outside your own alley. In response to his friend's words, Zhang Xu remained noncommittal. This situation could have escalated further, but considering the old man's advanced age, he decided against it. That's the truth. Had I not informed Director Fong, such a large sum would undoubtedly aggravate those old folks even more. Human nature is inherently difficult to control. And should they take any extreme actions, I could distance myself from the consequences, yet the psychological burden would be insurmountable. Moreover, although he had a conflict with Sun Fuping, the latter's current status was undeniable. Until he possessed the capacity for complete resistance, Zhang Xu would not gamble with the safety of his family and friends. Zhang Xu, I truly misjudged you this time, Yu Manjun observed her fiancé, her face filled with remorse. It's also my fault for not consulting you about this matter. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiangwo looked at Zhang Xu with immense admiration, and once others had departed, he slowly approached him. Master Zhao, is there something else? Zhang Xu inquired. Earlier, you asked me if I wanted to leave the factory and join you, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu understood that Zhao Jiangwo had made a decision. Have you come to a conclusion? Well, I'm not particularly eloquent, but seeing you, you're different from those at the factory. Your vigor is truly refreshing. Different? Indeed, it is quite distinct. After all, I have been reborn from decades in the past. Just the vision and style of execution I possess cannot be compared to those of this era. Master Zhao, I currently have dealings with your factory. There's no need to rush the resignation matter. You can continue to receive your salary, and they will also arrange for you to drive me. I will continue to pay you as usual. So that allows me to earn from both sides? This statement caught Zhao Jiangwo off guard. And he quickly waved his hands. No, that won't deal. One must be single-minded in their work. Taking money from both sides would make me two-faced. And that is unacceptable. Observing his persistent refusal, Zhang Xu was surprised by Zhao Jiangwo's sincerity. How about this? I'll reduce your salary by 50 a month. Would that be agreeable? Otherwise, if the factory discovers I'm poaching talent, it will be difficult to re-enter in the future. At this point, Zhao Jiangwo had run out of counter-arguments and could only acquiesce. Chapter 55. Deceiving the mother. First, the events unfolded according to Zhang Xu's arrangements, yet he was acutely aware that these petty skirmishes were far from being significant. The stockpiled mousse was overly uniform, and its popularity was fleeting. To achieve financial success, diversifying the product line was of paramount importance. At this moment, Yu Manjun entered, carrying a bowl of noodles. Su, you've been busy all day. You should eat something, she said. As Zhang Xu observed his fiancée, he suddenly scrutinized her from head to toe. Although they were engaged, being gazed at so intently made Yu Manjun somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you staring at me? Hurry and eat, she urged. Manjun, haven't you gotten any new clothes for the new year this year? Zhang Xu inquired, causing Yu Manjun to exhale in relief. Oh, you mean this outfit? I thought you were looking at something else, and nearly jumped. What else would I be looking at? Zhang Xu replied, pulling her onto his lap. You are my fiancée. It's perfectly fine for me to look. What are you doing, you mischievous rascal? Master Zhao is still outside. Let go of me, she protested. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Noticing her embarrassment, Zhang Xu ceased his teasing and pointed to the fabric hanging on the bedroom wall. Do you remember that piece of dacron? At the mention of their upcoming wedding, Yu Manjun shyly nodded. Yes, your grandfather left it for you, saying it was for your wedding. What? You can't possibly be thinking of wearing that, can you? It's quite outdated. The shade of green was somewhat stylish in the early 1980s, representing something quite unique. However, as times changed, dacron lost its former charm. Nowadays, the streets flaunted styles inspired by the album covers of pop singers. Explaining why Fei Xiong was so popular during the Spring Festival Gala. I wonder if there are any good clothing stores around here, Zhang Xu mused. Indeed. The attractive ones must be imported from department stores. The supply and marketing cooperative in Guanshi has outdated styles and exorbitant prices. This outfit I'm wearing was bought by my father during his travels, Yu Manjun replied, pondering her words. Zhang Xu recognized that women would undoubtedly be the primary consumers in the future. After finishing the noodles, they each returned to their respective rooms. Zhang Xu's mind began to strategize for the future, contemplating the next steps. He knew he could not abandon the mousse. At least it would not falter this year. However, clothing had become his foremost ambition. There was a saying, to be elegantly adorned, one must first honor their filial piety. Currently, the fashion among the youth in the country was heavily influenced by celebrities from Hong Kong and Taiwan. The state-owned supply and marketing cooperatives, as Yu Manjun pointed out, were not only out of date, but also overpriced. Typically, they were only frequented by parents buying clothes for their children. For proper shopping, the department store was the go-to destination. Unfortunately, in Guanshi, no major department stores existed. Instead, the night market on the pedestrian street in the northern part of the city had become the primary choice. However, any clothing that could fetch a good price had likely been smuggled in from elsewhere. Such profits were not something Zhang Xu was particularly interested in pursuing. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Xu assigned tasks to others while he himself made a trip to the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative was currently in a state of lethargy, yet it still housed several items of interest to him. The connection with his mother, Song Mei-chin, must not be severed. Mother, he called out from the doorway of the office. Upon hearing him, Song Mei-chin promptly rose to greet him. The relationship between mother and son had been somewhat strained. Song Mei-chin harbored disdain for Zhang Weiya, which had led her to treat her son with less warmth. However, the circumstances had changed. The tasks assigned from above were to be accomplished through her son, and she had to treat him with the respect he deserved. Son, what brings you here again? She inquired. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to ask if the cooperative is still receiving goods from the mousse factory, Zhang Xu replied. He was keenly aware that shipments were indeed forthcoming, as purchases had already been ordered. What Song Mei-chin did not know was that her son had temporarily disrupted the supply chain by having Chun Peng impersonate someone from the mousse factory. and they were still awaiting the delivery. In her novet, she reassured her son, "Rest assured, many have inquired about mousse at the cooperative these past few days. And the buyers have already placed orders with the factory. It will arrive in due time." "That's great," he responded, and seeing her son's eager acceptance, Zhang Meiqin suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "But son, you understand, I am merely a minor leader at the cooperative. There are matters beyond my control. While it's true that mousse is coming in, the price for the next batch." Dear mother, he thought, truly the biological mother who had divorced his father, was already contemplating a price increase after just a few days. It was no wonder the cooperative struggled to thrive, but he was not so easily deceived. 160 is definitely a loss for you. Rest assured, let us stick to the original price. Zhang Xu scoffed internally, recognizing that 160 was merely the supply price from the mousse factory. Previously, Zhang Meiqin had claimed that 240 was already a loss, and now he was merely playing along to keep her reassured. 240, well, that might not work. Despite being her son, the hopeful look in his eyes made Zhang Meiqin feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, had she known that Zhang Xu was merely feigning innocence, she would likely have been driven to fury. Chapter 56, Jean's Mother. As you are aware, I only managed to sell it for a mere $3 out there. If the price escalates too much, it would indeed become quite unbearable. This pricing, once the goods arrive, will still require arrangements from above. For the time being, please wait patiently, and I shall inform you once everything is settled. It is evident that Zhang Meiqin has not committed to a fixed price. It seems she does not fully believe that her son only earns a meager profit from this transaction. Both mother and son harbor ulterior motives, unfortunately. Zhang Meiqin remains oblivious to the fact that, despite appearing to hold the upper hand, she is tightly gripped by Zhang Xu, who even stirs a hint of remorse within her. Mother, if that is the case, it would be rather challenging for me to operate. How about this? Could you show me the inventory list? I would like to see which items are still marketable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meiqin promptly agreed and turned to retrieve a thick inventory book. Zhang Xu had seen this book before and had deliberately smudged the information pertaining to the mousse factory. Take a look for yourself. I have marked the items with ample stock in red ink, Zhang Meiqin said, casually flipping open a page filled with densely packed red annotations, all of which pertained to old stock that had lingered for quite some time. These outdated goods, much like the previous mousse, were remnants from earlier years, largely overlooked and deemed unsellable. Noticing her son's earnest scrutiny and realizing it was mealtime, Zhang Meiqin called him into the office. "Son, take your time. I'll prepare your meal." As she retrieved an aluminum container from the drawer, it stirred nostalgic memories within Zhang Xu. In his childhood, his mother would always prepare lunch for him before heading to work. The same type of aluminum container, filled with rice and sausages, was a delight he savored more than anyone else. Alas, it seemed his mother was no longer the same woman she once was. Watching her silhouette fade from the doorway, Zhang Xu snapped back to reality and quickly flipped to the latter pages of the inventory book. Here, he found records of unsellable fabrics. Although the clothing from the supply and marketing cooperative was rather expensive, the materials themselves were quite affordable. Such necessities, akin to rice, flour, and oil, had a high demand, resulting in a short turnover cycle and naturally lower prices. Though not many items were marked in red, a few were nonetheless. Of course, he would not hastily mark the surplus items in red. He still held on to his principles. After jotting down the red-inked fabrics, Zhang Xu rose and exited the office. Before long, Zhang Meiqin returned with the meal. "Son, this is your favorite sausage. Today, I made extra for you." Noticing the empty space, she suddenly felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "I prepared more for you." As she gazed down at the row of sausages nestled within the aluminum container, her heart ached. Upon leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Xu made his way towards the pedestrian street in the northern part of the city. The pedestrian street is often a hallmark of every city. The pedestrian street in Guangzhou is located right at the entrance of the city god temple. During the day, it is quite deserted, with most visitors arriving at mealtime in search of a restaurant to dine in. It is only in the evening, when the stalls on either side spring to life, that it begins to take on a semblance of vibrancy. As Zhang Xu gazed at the goods piled by the roadside and covered with a tarpaulin, he realized he had arrived too early. Strolling along the street, he noticed several shops, most of which were eateries. After much effort, he finally found a clothing store, only to discover it was a tailor's shop. The interior was dimly lit, adorned with garments that reflected the popular styles of the era: bell-bottoms, batwing tops, and sailor shirts. These were relics of memory, now evoking a sense of nostalgia. The proprietor emerged, drawn by the sounds from outside, his broad eyeglasses perched on his nose as he scrutinized Zhang Xu. "Are you here for some clothing?" he inquired. "Take a look. What do you need? I can accommodate any style. Can you do a Hong Kong Taiwan style?" Zhang Xu asked directly. The tailor, observing his earnestness, chuckled. "As long as you have a photo, I can't guarantee a perfect replica, but I can assure you it will be about 80 to 90% accurate." Zhang Xu couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the tailor's confidence. In this muddled era, anyone who dared to make such claims in the future would likely face ruin. "Do you offer both labor and materials?" he inquired. "Indeed, we do, though prices vary." "Do you have work uniforms?" "Certainly, we have those," the tailor replied, pulling back a curtain to reveal a rack displaying the current popular work attire. Braggy fabric? Work uniforms made from braggy fabric have been in vogue since the 60s and remain mainstream today. Zhang Xu examined the offerings, but found nothing that matched his desires. A subtle smile creeping onto his lips. "Do you have jeans?" The tailor paused, seemingly taken aback by the question. "Jeans? Young man, please don't jest. We don't have those here." Zhang Xu frowned slightly at the response. In earlier years, jeans had been denounced as the epitome of capitalist work attire, leading to widespread resistance domestically. Even some Cantonese songs of the time were rife with disdain for them. Wearing jeans is akin to acknowledging American imperialism as one's benefactor. However, by the 80s, they should have started gaining popularity. "Why don't you make them?" Zhang Xu asked. "Who would wear them? That would tarnish my reputation." The tailor replied with a smile. "In the large cities near the ports, there are some making them, but they all import the fabric, profiting from capitalism. Who, in all seriousness, would wear such things?" Thanking the tailor, Zhang Xu stepped out of the shop. Chapter 57. The unreliable grandfather and grandson. After visiting several stores, he encountered the same predicament. It seemed that in this part of the city, no one was selling denim jeans or any related fabrics. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the long street gradually came to life, and he felt a glimmer of hope for the future. In this era, no one could predict the extent to which jeans would become popular. During his inspection of the supply cooperative's inventory today, he discovered a batch of fabric. If he could transform this material into products, even without his own promotion, they would undoubtedly sell well. After all, the wheels of progress would continue to turn in their relentless march forward. The vendors along the pedestrian street had set up their stalls. And even though it was still mealtime, their enthusiastic calls and shouts echoed through the air as if they were giving away their wares for free. He wandered past several clothing stalls, adorned with garments primarily in the style of Hong Kong and Taiwan, all priced exorbitantly. Just as he was about to head home and mount his bicycle, a figure approaching from a distance caught his eye. Zhang Yuan? At that moment, she was adorned in a floral long dress that accentuated her curves, the flowing hem occasionally revealing her fair ankles, evoking a flurry of imagination. Considering that her villa was situated in the northern part of the city, her appearance on the bustling pedestrian street near the Chengwang Temple was hardly surprising. Indeed, those from big cities were truly different. Zhang Xu, momentarily stunned, was about to leave when she spotted him. Zhang Xu. Her unfriendly call prompted him to feign ignorance and prepare to ride away, but in his haste, his foot inadvertently struck her shoulder. Ouch! Jiang Yuan winced, and Zhang Xu quickly dismounted. Before he could even steady himself, a group of young men closed in around him. "What kind of person are you, hitting someone? Young as you are, how can you strike a woman? Have you no shame? Which factory do you belong to? Speak up, and I shall report you to your superiors." Hearing their indignant words, Zhang Xu hurried to explain, only to notice Jiang Yuan standing behind them, one hand covering her nose, her slightly squinted eyes clearly betraying amusement. "No, gentlemen, it's a misunderstanding. I know her," he clarified. The group turned to Jiang Yuan for confirmation. "Do you truly know him, miss?" "I've seen him. We are not acquainted." Jiang Yuan continued to tease. "Did you hear that? She claims not to know you. Apologize at once." Zhang Xu felt a surge of frustration. Yet recalling that it was indeed his oversight that led to the incident, he suppressed his anger. "Miss Jiang, I apologize." The young men, witnessing this, exchanged glances and then looked at Jiang Yuan with deference. They were hardly champions of justice. They were merely opportunists drawn by her allure. Having successfully dismissed the group, Zhang Xu exhaled with relief and prepared to mount his bicycle once more, only to have Jiang Yuan block his path with her hand. "All right, I shall accept your apology. But as a form of punishment, you shall play the role of my tour guide." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu furrowed his brow, glancing around, but did not see Jiang Yuandao. "Miss Jiang, is your grandfather not home?" The abrupt inquiry left Jiang Yuan momentarily stunned. Her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety as she replied, "Grandfather, he has some matters to attend to at home, so he let me come out to play." Observing the girl's demeanor, Zhang Xu immediately surmised that she was certainly fabricating a story. "Miss Jiang, I happen to have your grandfather's telephone number. How about this? There's a telephone booth just ahead, and I shall call him now to inquire. If he consents, I would not mind showing you around." Zhang Xu feigned seriousness, pulling out a scarcely used phone card. You should go ahead, making it sound as though I am deceiving you." The more Jiang Yuan tried to explain, the more flustered she appeared. "Then I shall indeed make the call." Confident that the young lady would attempt to intervene, Zhang Xu approached the telephone booth, inserted the card, and began dialing. "There are only 3 digits left," he spoke while pressing the buttons. "3, just 3 digits. Go ahead and dial." "Dial." Jiang Yuan's expression grew even more anxious. Without further hesitation, Zhang Xu realized that Jiang Yuandao would likely not approve. In a bid to extricate himself from her presence, he pressed the buttons decisively. After a few beeps, the robust voice of Jiang Yuandao resonated on the other end. "Hello, Jiang Manjun. Who is this?" "Old Jiang, it's me, Zhang Xu." "Zhang Xu?" Upon hearing Zhang Xu's voice, Jiang Yuandao chuckled. "I did not anticipate your prompt return call. Have you decided to collaborate?" Zhang Xu glanced at Jiang Yuan, who he had assumed would be frightened, yet she now stood with her arms crossed, leaning slightly against the telephone booth, her eyes glimmering with a playful curiosity. In that instant, Zhang Xu sensed something amiss. I did not call regarding that matter. I merely wished to inquire, as I happened to encounter Miss Jiang outside, and thought it prudent to inform you, given that you are new here, and it may not be safe at night." "Oh, her? She has always been quite the wild one, so it's understandable that Mr. Zhang would be concerned. Since that is the case, I must trouble you to keep an eye on my unruly granddaughter." What a surprise. The younger one was unreliable, and it seemed the elder one was equally so. Noticing that Jiang Yuan maintained her indifferent expression, Zhang Xu felt he had been tricked. With the urgent beeps echoing from the phone, he found himself with no opportunity to turn back. Chapter 58. The invitation from a beautiful lady. Old Jiang. "Old Jiang. Enough. Grandpa has passed, so you might as well be my guide." With that, Jiang Yuan turned and headed toward the pedestrian street. Observing her graceful figure, Zhang Xu considered leaving immediately. However, he soon reflected upon the Jiang family being one of his major clients, and potential future collaborations might arise. Thus, he reluctantly adjusted his stance and followed suit. "This place may seem small, but it is quite comprehensive," Jiang Yuan remarked. "Look, this floral print trend only started gaining popularity in the latter half of last year in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Indeed, these cosmetics appear rather dubious, don't they?" Zhang Xu responded with a disinterested hum as he trailed beside her, merely acknowledging her as the affluent young lady she was. "Are you a eunuch?" she quipped. "HM." Zhang Xu absent-mindedly replied, only to realize moments later, glaring at her in surprise. "What?" Jiang Yuan shot him an exasperated glance. "You seem to only use your brain when conducting business. What can I say? I have to earn a living, unlike Miss Jiang, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Are all the boys from Guan City like you, always complaining?" Not receiving a response, she continued curiously. "Earning a living? Are you married?" Zhang Xu scoffed lightly. "Can't you tell? I simply prefer not to wander aimlessly with you. Had it been anyone else?" Jiang Yuan might have been incensed. Yet, recalling her grandfather's fondness for him, she suppressed her irritation. "Is that so? I happen to be hungry. I've heard there are plenty of delicacies at the city god temple. Lead the way." "Are you paying?" "I will pay." Jiang Yuan had always encountered men who showered her with flattery. She had never been in a situation where she had to pay herself. This stingy man was a first for her. On a chilly day, the city god temple offered a variety of food stalls, and seeing the steam rising from the vendors invigorated Jiang Yuan. Typically, her family's meals were handled by servants, so she was unfamiliar with such scenes. Her frequent handling of cash drew the attention of many onlookers. Just as she was about to pull out a 100 yuan note to make another purchase, Zhang Xu sensed several unfriendly gazes nearby. Upon looking over, he was taken aback by the appearance of Sun Fuping. "Well, Zhang Xu, impressive. It's only been a few days, and you've already managed to land such a high-caliber girl?" Sun Fuping eyed Jiang Yuan with blatant malice, his gaze lecherous. "We're leaving," Zhang Xu stated, unwilling to engage further, as he grasped Jiang Yuan's wrist to exit. She, not being naive, discerned the tension between them and allowed him to lead her away. "Are you two really planning to leave?" Sun Fuping, still fuming over previous events, blocked their path again. Passers-by cast them curious glances, yet none dared to intervene. Sun Fuping held a notorious reputation in Guan City, often exhibiting his bravado around the pedestrian street at night. At this moment, Zhang Xu was filled with anxiety. For himself, he had little to fear. At most, he would endure a beating. However, with Jiang Yuelon by his side, he felt a sense of unease. Although he held no romantic feelings for her, he would feel guilty if she were to suffer harm because of him. You should leave, Zhang Xu advised softly. Leave? It's late at night, and the pedestrian street is crowded. Do you really think this fellow dares to act tough? Observing Jiang Yuelon's indifference, Zhang Xu grew somewhat anxious. What are you staying for? Your grandfather said you possess courage, yet I see nothing of the sort now. Jiang Yuelon's words irked Zhang Xu inexplicably. He had encountered numerous women, but rarely had he seen one who still sought to tease him in such a precarious situation. Either she was mentally unbalanced, or... Suddenly, Zhang Xu glanced behind Sun Fuping and instantly comprehended the situation. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. No wonder your grandfather is unperturbed by your late-night ventures. It seems he has made arrangements. Jiang Yuelon clapped her hands in delight, while Sun Fuping remained oblivious, quickly surrounded by several burly men. The sudden appearance of these individuals sent the local ruffians into a panic. Though it was winter, the newcomers shed their coats, revealing tight black t-shirts underneath. Each one was a mass of muscle, unmistakably seasoned fighters. What do you want? This is Guanxi. You can't just run wild here. Sun Fuping's bravado faltered, his tone softening considerably. Jiang Yuelon did not instruct them to act but coldly warned Sun Fuping from now on. Do not let me see you in Guanxi. Humph. Do you think you? Sun Fuping's retort was cut short as his subordinates dragged him aside. They understood they were no match for these formidable opponents. Any confrontation would surely end poorly for them. Moreover, Jiang Yuelon did not appear to be an ordinary person. As they departed, Sun Fuping could not resist throwing down some parting threats, but Zhang Xu had grown weary of such empty bravado. Watching the group recede into the distance, Jiang Yuelon clapped her hands once more, signaling for her companions to retreat into the shadows. Chapter 59. Bring it on. Zhang Xu turned his head to glance at Jiang Yuelon, who was holding her head high, exuding an air of self-importance. I appreciate your assistance earlier. Thank you, he said, not one to be ungrateful. His grandfather had remarked on her tenacity, yet it seemed she was merely an ordinary individual. This woman, somewhat oblivious to her own shortcomings, was someone Zhang Xu wished to avoid offending due to her status. If Miss Jiang has no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, especially since you have an abundance of bodyguards to ensure your safety. As he prepared to depart, Jiang Yuelon protested, We had an agreement. You must accompany me until we finish exploring this pedestrian street. Despite his reluctance, Zhang Xu felt compelled to adhere to her insistence, maintaining his composure as he followed her. Along the way, his mind wandered to the subject of denim jeans. Noticing Jiang Yuelon returning from a purchase, he casually inquired, By the way, Miss Jiang, from where did you and your grandfather arrive? Jiang Yuelon regarded him with a playful smile. This is not something you need to concern yourself with. It is premature to speculate about any potential collaboration between us. Her retort was invariably exasperating. Nothing of the sort. I am merely curious. Denim jeans must be trending in the big cities, correct? You seem well informed, she replied, setting down her purchases. The factories at the port previously processed orders for overseas clients. This type of clothing was not particularly fashionable a couple of years ago, but curiously enough, it has gained popularity in recent years. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu felt a surge of excitement. He was confident in the accuracy of his memories. The late 1980s marked the onset of widespread acceptance of denim jeans. Seizing this opportunity, he could potentially make a substantial profit. The supply and marketing cooperative currently had a surplus of denim fabric that had been stockpiled for several years. In the past, there were garment factories in Guan City that supplied foreign trade orders, including denim clothing, which had been consistently provided by the cooperative. However, in recent years, the state-owned factory struggled with profitability, and due to a prevailing disdain for capitalist fabrics, foreign trade orders had dwindled. Yet, the inventory that the cooperative had acquired remained in their warehouses. Not only was it inexpensive, but its quality was also commendable. Are you considering locating someone to produce denim jeans? Jiang Yuelon probed curiously. While there may not be anyone selling them here just yet, you know that they are already fashionable elsewhere. I suspect it won't be long before the trend reaches this area as well. If one can prepare in advance, there is certainly potential for modest profit, Zhang Xu replied, deliberately vague, withholding his true intentions. Establishing a clothing factory was beyond his current capabilities. Furthermore, since his rebirth, He possessed only the memories of these past decades. While trading goods was manageable, setting up a factory seemed to be a distant ambition. It is settled. Let us conclude today's matters here. Zhang Yuan glanced at Zhang Xu, who was also eager to return and explain the earlier events to his grandfather. However, as she looked in the direction where Sun Fuping and the others had departed, she turned her gaze back to him and asked, "Would you like me to accompany you?" "No need," he replied. "I have a bicycle. If I do encounter them, they won't be able to catch me." Without further ado, Zhang Xu turned and made his way towards the entrance of the pedestrian street. Observing the retreating figure before her, Zhang Yuan felt an indescribable sensation welling up within her. This man was unlike anyone she had previously met. His stubbornness was palpable, and it etched a deep impression upon her. "Humph, foolish boy, discussing money-making ventures so casually. I am curious to see how my grandfather will react upon my return." Previously, Zhang Yuandao had consistently praised Zhang Xu in her presence, causing her to feel a sense of discontent. With the newfound information she had just acquired, if her grandfather could establish a clothing factory in Guangzhou, it would undoubtedly become a lucrative enterprise. Yet, she remained unaware that Zhang Xu harbored no such intentions. As he rode home on his bicycle, the wind rushing past him, he thought of the inventory records at the supply and marketing cooperative, marked by a deficit, and could not help but smile. To him, the cooperative represented a treasure trove, a means to achieve his initial capital accumulation. Upon arriving home, he encountered Zhang Weiye, who was just returning from outside. At that moment, Zhang Xu realized how preoccupied he had been. He had not seen his father for quite some time. "Dad, where have you been?" "Oh, it's nothing. Hurry inside." "It's freezing out here," Zhang Weiye responded, his gaze evasive and his hands tucked inside his sleeves, as though concealing a secret. The family had faced unforeseen troubles the previous year, followed by a notification of layoff for Zhang Weiye from the factory, brought about by Zhang Yaohua. For a middle-aged man like him, this was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Zhang Xu's greatest concern was whether his father had fallen back into old habits. "Dad, have you been gambling again?" As Zhang Weiye was about to enter the house, this sudden question halted him at the threshold. He slowly turned to face Zhang Xu, his expression darkening. In the past, Zhang Xu may not have discerned the truth, but now he saw through it clearly. The disappointment in his father's eyes was impossible to conceal. Chapter 60. Continuing the pitfall, I shall seek employment tomorrow. Zhang Weiye's response was unrelated. Yet this evasion subtly acknowledged his indulgence in gambling. In the past, Zhang Xu might have uttered a few words, but given his father's current state, he too would find it difficult to accept. On the eve of the new year, his wife departed, and on the first day, creditors arrived at their door. Then, on the small new year, he was informed of his job termination. One misfortune followed another, and as a son, Zhang Xu was genuinely concerned that his father might collapse under the weight of it all. Thus, even knowing he was off to play cards and squander money, he could not bring himself to reproach him. "Uncle, you're back?" At that moment, Yu Manjun's voice floated in from the courtyard, followed by the sight of her fiancé. "Zhang Xu, why are you standing outside? Come in quickly, you have snow on your shoulders." Seeing her fiancé, Yu Manjun felt a pang of sympathy. Stepping forward to brush off the dirt from his clothes and helping him bring his bicycle into the courtyard, Zhang Xu entered, noticing that his father's room was completely dark, which weighed heavily on his heart. "What happened between you two? You haven't had a quarrel, have you?" Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he gently inquired, "Did my dad ask you for money?" The unexpected question left Yu Manjun flustered. Lowering her gaze to Zhang Xu's feet, she nervously tugged at the corner of her clothing, clearly indicating that this matter had indeed occurred. "You know my mother divorced my father because he has a penchant for gambling, right?" "Uncle, he asked me for money, and I couldn't possibly refuse him," she replied softly. As Zhang Xu's fiancée, Yu Manjun found it challenging to navigate her relationship with her future father-in-law. They had the means to earn money now. Saying no could invite criticism. Reluctantly, she had managed to gather some funds for him. Fixing his gaze on his fiancée, Zhang Xu felt a surge of anger. Yet he understood that if he were in her position, he too would find it difficult to handle. "Please, don't be upset. Next time, I want to give him anything." Seeing Yu Manjun's eyes redden with worry, he felt a pang of compassion. "Fine, just don't give him anything in the future." Zhang Xu was acutely aware that in these times, basic living expenses were minimal, yet gambling had no boundaries. His father, Zhang Weiye, had previously been absent from home, which led his mother to decisively end their marriage. If this behavior continued, the family would surely face dire consequences. Seated in a chair, he gazed toward his father's room, filled with concern, yet lacking a viable solution. With numerous pressing matters at hand, he could only wait for a better opportunity to address them. The mousse business was running smoothly, requiring little oversight from Zhang Xu. As the operations became more familiar, Yu Manjun took it upon herself to alleviate her fiancé's burden by arranging the delivery routes for incoming orders while fielding phone calls. This allowed Zhang Xu more time to pursue his own endeavors. Having arranged for Qinping and Zhao Jiangwo, Zhang Xu mounted the familiar bicycle, a relic from his parents' wedding dowry, now transforming into his steed for conquering the world. The supply and marketing cooperative was a place he knew all too well. After surveying the current state of the pedestrian street in Dongguan City, Zhang Xu was acutely aware that the next big trend would undoubtedly be denim jeans. Among the inventory at the supply and marketing cooperative, denim fabric was in the highest stock. Even if others refused to lower their prices, he could still reap substantial profits from it. In the familiar office, Song Meiqin seemed to have grown accustomed to her son's presence there. This time, she paid no heed to the gazes of others as she rose with a smile and stepped outside. "What's up? Here to check on something again? I must tell you, the mousse you wanted won't arrive in just a day or two. If there's nothing else, please don't disrupt my work." Half-jokingly addressing her son, Zhang Xu understood that the supply and marketing cooperative was indeed on a downward trajectory, and his mother was anxious to take action. "Mom, am I not here to help alleviate your burden?" "Alleviate my burden?" Hearing Zhang Xu's words, Song Meiqin chuckled. "Go on, what have you set your sights on this time? I'll do my best to negotiate the lowest price. I noticed we still have some inventory left, and I was wondering if we could sell it off first to help you resolve some issues." His words caught Song Meiqin off guard. Recalling her own situation from New Year's Eve, she slowly inquired, "Son, you truly never held it against me? I did harbor some resentment, but I also understand your difficulties. If it were me, dealing with a father who played cards every day, I would likely feel the same." Zhang Xu continued to appeal to her emotions, though this was also his genuine sentiment. "All right then, tell me what you want. I remember seeing some inventory that has been sitting for quite a while. Could you let me have it?" Upon hearing that Zhang Xu was interested in the inventory, Song Meiqin could not help but smile. These items held some value, but only when sold did they truly become valuable. Otherwise, they merely languished in the warehouse as refuse, tasteless yet too precious to discard. In front of everyone, Song Meiqin took out the previous inventory ledger. "Here, take a look. What do you want?" Zhang Xu flipped to the page he desired, pointing to the highlighted section. "I see quite a bit of this denim fabric. I'll take it." At this, Song Meiqin furrowed her brow. While she was eager to sell off the cooperative's inventory, this material, once dubbed capitalist fabric, was hardly in demand. Previously, the garment factory had only placed orders due to foreign trade supply. Zhang Xu did not appear to be the type to handle foreign trade orders, and moreover, being her son, she certainly did not wish to lead him into a precarious situation. Chapter 61. All-inclusive son, do not say that your mother does not assist you. However, regarding this material, I believe it would be prudent to reconsider, as purchasing it would only result in a loss. In light of this well-meaning caution, Zhang Xu, at this moment, actually yearned for his mother to exhibit the same resolute decisiveness she had displayed when she severed ties with them on that fateful day. "Please, mother, I am aware that your work is challenging, and if I do not offer my support, who else will?" Yet, as he observed Song Meiqin still fretting, Zhang Xu abruptly interrupted her, deftly introducing the fictitious boss he had conjured behind him. "Rest assured, I am simply an employee as well. This is not my desire, but rather that of our boss." Upon hearing this, Song Meiqin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She understood that such materials were virtually unworn domestically, or rather, few dared to don them. Aside from exports, there were hardly any other avenues. Although she had never encountered the boss Zhang spoke of, the quantity of mousse previously requested indicated that he was not to be trifled with. "Very well, since this is a request from your boss, it seems likely that it is intended for other foreign trade garment factories. I shall not hinder you. As for the price, you have seen it. The initial procurement was at 0.12 yuan per meter, and I shall not raise it, maintaining the same price." Zhang Xu was acutely aware that state-owned supply and marketing cooperatives could never afford to sell goods at a loss. Maintaining the cost was the bare minimum. The price recorded in the inventory was indeed the purchasing price, and Song Meiqin had not deceived him in this regard. "Agreed. Let us proceed at 0.12 yuan. All of it?" Song Meiqin cautiously inquired. "As before, how much you wish to take? You may take all of it. The boss has just secured a warehouse, so there is space available." As Zhang Xu witnessed his mother nodding in agreement, he could not help but secretly revel in the fact that his fabricated boss had spared him considerable trouble. Although he knew that the supply and marketing cooperative had ample materials, the records merely reflected a figure. Zhang Xu naturally needed to inspect whether the warehouse could accommodate the goods. Seizing the opportunity while his mother, Song Meiqin, went to inventory the stock, he followed her inside. "Ah, lad, back again. We haven't seen you for several days." Old Qin's face wrinkled into a smile upon spotting Zhang Xu. For years, while overseeing the warehouse, he had been disregarded by the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhang Xu's presence had rekindled a sense of significance for the old man. "Mr. Qin, I need to accompany my mother to inventory the stock today. Could you kindly unlock the door?" Before Song Meiqin could utter a word, Zhang Xu stepped forward. In his speech, he intentionally highlighted his relationship with Song Meiqin, subtly hinting at their connection. Old Qin, understanding the cue, promptly retrieved the keys to the warehouse. As the door swung open, the cool air within the warehouse contrasted sharply with the heat outside, sending a chill through one's bones. "What are you looking for today?" Old Qin inquired as he walked. "Mr. Qin, where is our denim fabric located in the warehouse?" Song Meiqin asked. "This item has not been dispatched for quite some time." Before the new year, the higher-ups instructed a reorganization of the warehouse, hence it was moved inside. Searching for it might pose some difficulties. This sudden announcement took Old Qin by surprise, prompting him to glance at Zhang Xu and quietly inquire, "Young man, you must be mistaken. This has not been in circulation for a long time. If you genuinely purchased it, aren't you concerned about incurring significant losses?" In response to Old Qin's words, Zhang Xu chuckled. "Grandpa Qin, rest assured, should there be any losses, they will not fall upon me. My boss instructed me to make this purchase." With the conversation reaching this point, Old Qin could only nod, secretly hoping that the buyer would not suffer a financial setback. Otherwise, he might not have the chance to see Zhang Xu again. As they spoke, the three of them had already entered the warehouse. Unlike other locations featuring shelves, this space lacked them entirely, with goods primarily stacked upon wooden pallets. The dust accumulating on the merchandise indicated that it had remained undisturbed for quite some time. "From this corner to the other end, all of this is stored here," Old Qin remarked, gesturing towards the towering goods by the wall, which astonished even Zhang Xu. Excluding the height of the pallets, the merchandise stood at an impressive height of 1.5 meters, stretching from one end of the rectangular warehouse to the other. According to the current inventory records, these denim fabrics amounted to approximately 20,000 meters. "Son, are you truly certain that your boss wants this? 20,000 meters. Goodness." With such length and price, Zhang Xu could almost envision the cash beckoning him. Based on the previously agreed price of 1.2 yuan per meter, the total would barely reach 2,500. It is indeed necessary, however, moving such a large quantity may take several days. "You need not worry about that. As long as you come, I will open the door for you," Old Qin replied with a smile, patting the keys at his waist. Encouraged by Grandpa Qin's assurance, Zhang Xu nodded. "All right, I will arrange for someone to come and move the goods starting tomorrow." In truth, Zhang Xu had considered employing the same operational method as before with the mousse, selling first and then retrieving the goods. However, given the situation with Sun Fuping, he felt a tinge of unease about leaving it unattended. Chapter 62. The garment factory denim apparel is on the cusp of becoming a sensation. And in the city of Dongguan, the number of tailoring shops is plentiful. Even without the interference of Sun Fuping, if these shop owners begin to stock up, it is inevitable that the supply and marketing agency will raise their prices. At that point, acquiring goods at a lower cost will become quite improbable. Observing her son's evident satisfaction, Song Meiqin remains oblivious to the fact that the other party is calculating his own business interests. "Zhang Xu, shall I proceed with this order now?" "Certainly," Zhang Xu immediately replies, "but I must also require that pallet." "You rascal, you do possess my astuteness," Song Meiqin praises, causing Zhang Xu to shyly scratch his head. He understands well that regardless of the region, goods necessitate moisture-proof treatment. If they are simply transferred to another warehouse, once the rainy season arrives, the bottom layer would likely be rendered useless. However, with a pallet in between, there is at least some protection. Moreover, this item does not come at a low price. Should he choose to purchase it independently, it would entail considerable expenditure. As he is just beginning, every penny must be meticulously accounted for. Upon exiting the warehouse, Song Meiqin has already calculated the price for this transaction. This is a bulk shipment. I cannot make decisions alone. I will need to find someone to help with the inventory. Would you like to come back tomorrow? In response to Song Meiqin's words, Zhang Xu readily agrees. unaware that at the villa district in the northern part of the city, Zhang Yuan is earnestly recounting last night's events to her grandfather, Zhang Yuandao. Grandfather, you must believe me. When I was strolling through the pedestrian street at Chengwang Temple yesterday, there were absolutely no denim jeans for sale in Dongguan. As you know, it is becoming increasingly popular out there. It won't be long before this trend ignites. Listening to Zhang Yuandao glances at the newspaper spread before him. You, my dear girl, typically venture out solely for amusement. When did you find the time to concern yourself with business affairs? Noticing her grandfather's expression, Zhang Yuan's cheeks flush. I was merely thinking of the family business. Zhang Xu has mentioned this to you, hasn't he? Zhang Yuandao interrupts her. Grandfather, why do you always side with him? This is my own idea. Observing his granddaughter's stammering, Zhang Yuandao readily discerns her falsehood, but chooses not to expose her immediately. Very well, then tell me, what do you propose? My suggestion is to establish a factory here in Dongguan, a garment factory, and then... Before she can finish her thought, she is interrupted once more. Enough of that. Let us halt this notion right here. What's wrong? This seems like a splendid idea. The Jiang family, since the time of your great-grandfather, has never ventured into manufacturing. We have always been a trading enterprise, adept at managing resources efficiently. That is the foundation upon which our family stands resilient. Zhang Yuandao is acutely aware of his family's strengths. Should they follow his granddaughter's suggestion and establish a production facility, it would undoubtedly divert considerable energy and resources, likely rendering them unprofitable. More importantly, he emerged from an era of turmoil, harboring lingering resistance within his heart. Those who engaged in industrial enterprises were significantly affected during that time. One could never be certain if their factory would still belong to them the following day. However, pure trade presented a different scenario. One could simply gather their belongings and depart in the face of adversity, thus possessing a more adept method of managing risk. Zhang Xu suggested that you should establish a factory. Zhang Yuandao, noticing his granddaughter's silence, continued to inquire. No, not exactly. He merely mentioned jeans and nothing more, asserting that it wouldn't be long before they gained popularity. Upon hearing his granddaughter's words, Zhang Yuandao suddenly grasped the situation, promptly rising to head outside. Zhang Yuan, witnessing this, hurriedly pursued him. Grandfather, what is the matter? I must say, this lad possesses a remarkably keen eye. According to your account, no one in Guangzhou is selling them yet. But I am aware that there was a clothing factory previously operating here, primarily handling foreign trade orders. What does this imply? If they have suddenly ceased operations, wouldn't the remaining materials and inventory become surplus? Oh, I understand now. You intend to buy low and sell high? Zhang Yuandao nodded. However, being new to Guangzhou, he was unaware of which supplier had previously serviced the now-defunct clothing factory. Nevertheless, he was well aware of the factory's location. Half an hour later, the vehicle exited the city. After traveling a mere 4 or 5 miles, a row of factories came into view. This area was densely populated with factories of all kinds. Yet there was only that one clothing factory, making it relatively easy to locate. Grandfather, it's Zhang Xu. Upon spotting the entrance of the clothing factory, Zhang Yuan was instantly filled with excitement. Hearing his granddaughter's exclamation, Zhang Yuandao looked ahead, yet he did not see Zhang Xu. Where is he? The bicycle, his bicycle. Zhang Yuan pointed at the distinctive 2/8 bicycle parked among the factories. You girl, it's just a bicycle. There are plenty of those in Guangzhou. Are you so certain? Though said in jest, Zhang Yuandao felt a twinge of uncertainty as he regarded the bicycle. How could it be mere coincidence for such a similar bicycle to appear in this place? Hurry and go in, he urged the driver. However, before the vehicle had come to a stop, several individuals emerged from the clothing factory's entrance. Zhang Xu was surrounded by others, all displaying expressions of respect, occasionally bowing their heads in deference. It appears we are too late, Zhang Yuandao sighed. Chapter 63. A step ahead, grandfather. What do you mean by late? The bewilderment of his granddaughter left Zhang Yuandao somewhat exasperated. According to your words, there are no denim jeans being sold here in Guangzhou. However, there were previous orders for foreign trade shipments. The inventory must certainly be considerable. That young man is undoubtedly here to seize their stock, hoarding it for a while before reselling. Damn it, he is speculating again, Zhang Yuan remarked, though she had momentarily forgotten that her grandfather shared the same sentiment. Zhang Xu bid farewell to a few individuals and was about to mount his bicycle when he noticed a Santana parked not far away. He recognized the license plate. It belonged to the Jiang family's grandfather and granddaughter. With a victorious smile, he pushed his bicycle to their window. Oh, Elder Jiang. You two have come out for a breath of fresh air? Before Jiang Yuandao could respond, Jiang Yuan could not contain herself. Zhang Xu, what are you doing here? Listening to her words, Zhang Xu thoughtfully cast a glance at Jiang Yuandao inside the car before slowly replying. I believe my purpose for coming here is the same as yours. The same? His words irked Jiang Yuan. She had intended to share the lucrative opportunity she learned about yesterday with her grandfather to show off. Yet she was not only ridiculed, but now found herself overshadowed by this young man. Jiang Yuan glared at Zhang Xu, her dissatisfaction evident on her brow. Ha ha, Zhang Xu. Don't take it to heart. You've met my granddaughter. She has always had this temperament. I don't mind. But I fear today might have been a wasted trip for you, elder. Observing Zhang Xu's words, the usually composed Jiang Yuandao suddenly removed his glasses. What? Have you already paid a deposit? The unexpected question caused Zhang Xu's expression to darken slightly. No, it was evident that the old man's earlier words were veiled threats. Compared to the formidable capital of others, his small dealings appeared rather awkward. Seemingly sensing Zhang Xu's unease, Jiang Yuandao smiled. Rest assured, although our family engages in business, we must also be discerning with our competitors. Since you have already reached an agreement today, I shall not meddle. However, as Jiang Yuandao spoke, he suddenly paused, which made Zhang Xu furrow his brows tightly, staring intently at the elder. At that moment, the distant roar of engines could be heard. Zhang Xu looked up towards the end of the road, where several cars were approaching. He lowered his gaze back to Jiang Yuandao, who simply smirked. Though I have promised not to encroach upon this venture, that tempting morsel cannot escape the eyes of hungry wolves. Although Jiang Yuandao had only just arrived in Guanshi, he had already placed some eyes in the area. The vehicles were all coming from Guanshi, and Zhang Xu felt a sense of familiarity with one of them, the 8th-generation Toyota Crown. He vividly remembered that this car had been secretly driven out by Sun Fuping on the very day of his rebirth. Sun Fuping. Suddenly recalling his encounter with Sun Fuping on the pedestrian street near the Chengwang Temple yesterday, Zhang Xu surmised that his own whereabouts were likely known to the other party as well. However, he could not comprehend that even if the other party became aware of his whereabouts, what could he possibly accomplish by arriving at this garment factory? Was he perhaps seeking vengeance? The open roads of this area rendered the idea of racing his bicycle against a luxury sedan rather impractical. Seemingly sensing his apprehension, Jiang Yuandao smiled from within the vehicle, urging him to enter, assuring him that they would not harm him. With such words spoken, Zhang Xu was certainly not foolish enough to confront them head-on. He leaned his bicycle against the wall and then squeezed into the car. Moments later, 3 vehicles appeared at the factory entrance. The Toyota Crown led the way, coming to a halt, and the door swung open. Stepping out was a man clad in a creamy white suit, exuding an air of sophistication. However, his eyes were fixated on Jiang Yuandao and Chen Yuelon within the car. This individual was Bai Jianbin, the only scion of the Bai family and the nephew of Sun Fuping. In the small town of Guanshi, while beautiful women were not uncommon, few possessed such a distinctive charm. As the man prepared to approach, he was intercepted by Sun Fuping, who had followed closely behind. Jianbin, uncle, you have indeed come at the right time today. Just look at that woman in the car. If she is not the finest in Guanshi, she certainly ranks among the best. Upon hearing these words, Sun Fuping's expression darkened. He had, of course, seen the individuals in the vehicle before. The numerous burly men from the previous night left a lasting impression on him. Jianbin, this person is not to be trifled with. Considering what your father instructed for today, we should hasten inside and finalize our business first. Sun Fuping had not noticed Zhang Xu, as he was pulling his nephew away. But suddenly Jiang Yuandao called out to him, Mr. Sun? Taken aback by the unexpected summons, Sun Fuping turned to see Zhang Xu sitting inside, pointing at him and exclaiming, Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu understood that Jiang Yuandao must have a plan. Otherwise, he would not have called out to him under such circumstances. Mr. Sun. It has been a while, Zhang Xu forced a smile. In truth, he was reluctant to engage with this man, as he was undeniably a rogue. And further interactions would only lead to more unnecessary complications. Chapter 64. An unexpected interception. Upon realizing their acquaintance, Bai Jianbin became even more animated. What does this mean, uncle? You know them? Observing his nephew's elation, Sun Fuping's face flushed with embarrassment. He had always boasted before this young man, but after being outmaneuvered twice, he now felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of Zhang Xu. Having roamed the streets of Guanshi for many years, he could discern who was worth avoiding. Just last night, on the pedestrian street, those few skilled brawlers were each worth at least 10 of his own subordinates. What unsettled him further was that Sun Fuping had inquired about Jiang Yuan, yet discovered nothing. The only information he possessed was that Zhang Yuandao, who was in the vehicle, seemed to be quite familiar with Director Fong from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Just a couple of days ago, they were seen drinking together. Hello. I am Bai Jianbin, he quickly introduced himself, fearing they might not take a liking to him. I am from the Bai family, the wealthiest in the area. Seeing his foolish demeanor, Zhang Yuan cast a glance at him, nearly bursting into laughter. Jianbin, do hurry inside. Noticing Sun Fuping rallying more people, Zhang Xu seized the opportunity to inquire, Boss Sun, you aren't here to purchase goods for the garment factory, are you? You, how did you know? Sun Fuping was momentarily taken aback at being seen through. It's too late. I've already secured the goods here. Secured them? Sun Fuping scoffed upon hearing this. Humph. When did it become your place to call the shots in one city? I shall see whom the Bai family favors when they are in competition with you. Bai Jianbin, sensing his uncle's agitation, instantly realized that there was tension between his uncle and Zhang Xu. Who are you? He asked directly. Although Bai Jianbin was a playboy, he possessed a certain discernment. Compared to the Zhang family members in the car, Zhang Xu's attire was strikingly out of place. Jianbin, he is Zhang Xu, the one I mentioned to you earlier. The two in the car are from the Jiang family, and they seem to have just arrived in one city. Zhang Xu? The name was familiar to Bai Jianbin, having heard his uncle mention it several times. He then turned to Jiang Yuan, Elder Jiang. This fellow is notorious for his cunning in our one city. His family owes a considerable sum. Please do not be deceived by him. Zhang Yuandao responded nonchalantly. Thank you for the warning, young Master Bai. The old man's tone irked Bai Jianbin. Typically, those who frequented the upper echelons of one city treated him with utmost respect. Yet the three in the vehicle appeared indifferent, even condescending. As if sensing the commotion outside, several individuals soon emerged from the garment factory. They were the leaders who had just finalized a deal with Zhang Xu. Upon seeing the luxury vehicles, they suddenly felt at a loss. Ever since the garment factory fell on hard times, this place had seldom seen visitors. Today seemed peculiar. You are. One of the leaders stepped forward to inquire. I am from the Bai family, Bai Jianbin. Bai family. The leader was momentarily taken aback, but soon donned a smile. Young Master Bai, you could have given us a heads up before your arrival. In our humble establishment, given the current circumstances, we are ill-prepared to entertain you, and I certainly do not wish to offend. Observing the sycophantic demeanor of those around him, Zhang Xu's expression darkened. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Yuandao appeared disinclined to intervene, and when Zhang Xu's gaze fell upon him, he merely responded with a smile, as if to convey, this is your affair. Handle it yourself. Given that he had little prior interaction with the Zhang family, Zhang Xu had not anticipated any assistance from them. With a resounding thud, he exited the car and slammed the door shut, capturing the attention of others nearby. The deputy director of the garment factory, upon seeing him, wore a smile. Though it was evident that a tension existed between Zhang Xu and Bai Jianbin. You are, the deputy director inquired of the leading figure. Young Master Bai. I am the deputy director of the factory. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianbin furrowed his brow. Where is your director? I have come today to discuss a significant business deal with you. This statement momentarily stunned both Zhang Xu and the Bai family members in the car. Younger Master Bai. Our director is not present. You may speak directly with me, the deputy director replied. Are you authorized to make decisions? Yes, indeed, he hastily affirmed. I recall that your factory previously handled foreign trade orders, correct? Yes, but we no longer engage in that. Bai Jianbin deliberately cast a glance at Zhang Xu before continuing. Do you still have denim fabric? The deputy director, sensing something unusual, noted that typically visitors inquiring about products would ask about various styles, yet today, two individuals had specifically inquired about denim. Nevertheless, this was promising news for their factory. Yes, we do, and we have a considerable quantity. Excellent, then name your price. And I shall take it all. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Chapter 65, Zhang Xu's calculations in the presence of all those gathered. Bai Jianbin calmly raised the price. This figure instantly ignited excitement among the garment factory representatives, for they recalled that their initial foreign trade orders had only fetched 4 yuan per unit. Now, at 5 yuan and 50 cents, their enthusiasm knew no bounds. While others reveled in the moment, Zhang Xu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, since this fellow enjoyed playing games. He was more than willing to seize the opportunity for profit. 6 yuan. The moment Zhang Xu announced this price, the atmosphere around them fell into a stunned silence. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, and the small leaders from the factory held their breath in disbelief. They hoped for a fierce competition between the two contenders. Kid, you wish to contest me? Bai Jianbin shot a cold glance in his direction. Why is it that you, young Master Bai, are permitted to raise the price while I, the supplier, cannot do the same? Zhang Xu retorted defiantly. Bai Jianbin maintained an air of mockery. Not at all. I am merely curious as to when our city, Guanshi, acquired another tycoon. Zhang Xu remained unfazed by the derision. Young Master Bai, we are both businessmen. Engaging in petty arguments will only squander our chances for profit. If you choose not to bid any higher, I must insist. 7 yuan. Sun Fuping. Witnessing his nephew raise the price once more and surpass Zhang Xu by a full yuan, grew anxious. Jianbin, at 7 yuan per unit, we stand to lose. Especially considering the uncertainty of the future market. Uncle, did you not tell me that jeans would undoubtedly become a trend? If that is the case, why should we relinquish this opportunity to someone else? Though Bai Jianbin was not a typical rich heir, he was no stranger to the ways of the world. When Sun Fuping had mentioned this matter the previous day, it reminded him of a recent trip where he observed the burgeoning popularity of such items in major cities, with prices soaring to over 10 yuan. Thus, with current prices still under 10 yuan, he felt confident in the potential for profit. The escalating prices, akin to a roller coaster, only fueled the excitement among the factory representatives. Just as Zhang Xu prepared to raise the bid once again, Jiang Yuandao from the vehicle called out softly, Zhang Xu. Curious, Zhang Xu leaned closer to the window. Old Jiang, do you have something to say? Bai Jianbin observed their whispered exchange at the car window with indifference. Should the bidding continue to rise, he had contingencies in place. After all, he was not foolish enough to charge headlong into a losing battle. 2 minutes later, as Zhang Xu remained engaged in conversation, Bai Jianbin resumed his mockery. Is this going to go on indefinitely? If you lack funds, just say so. After all, your family has borrowed from my uncle before. There's no harm in doing so again. These words struck a chord with Zhang Xu. Thank you, old Jiang. After expressing his gratitude, he slowly straightened his back and cast a serious gaze towards the deputy factory director, a fixed price of 8. To his astonishment, this fellow dared to raise the price. Bai Jianbin cast a glance at Jiang Yuandao inside the vehicle, assuming the old man had borrowed money for him. However, as the heir of the wealthiest family in Guanshi, he could not easily be subdued, especially since the price was still within his budget. 9. This exhilarating price sent a wave of excitement among the factory workers. They had initially thought Zhang Xu would continue to escalate the bid, but to their surprise, he suddenly broke into a smile. Congratulations, young Master Bai. The over 9,000 pieces of goods are now yours. Although Bai Jianbin felt displeased internally, he could not let it show on his face. Being forced to pay a significantly higher price, even the son of a tycoon would feel the pinch. The 9,000 items, which could have originally been secured for over 40,000, had now cost an additional 30,000. The only solace was that this price remained within budget. He would simply earn a little less in the future. Nonetheless, today's objective had been achieved. At that moment, Zhang Xu turned to the deputy factory director. Deputy director, we have already signed a contract. According to the agreement, the deposit must be doubled. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Seeing the price had been raised so significantly, the deputy director was naturally unconcerned about the deposit compensation. All right, our factory will cover it. Upon hearing his prompt agreement, Zhang Xu leaned in and whispered, I helped you raise the price, but you must still reserve the unused materials for me as previously discussed. The deputy director found himself in a dilemma. Normally, once the finished clothing was taken, even if the materials were deemed useless, the factory could still manage to rush out new items in a short time, potentially selling more later. However, if he refused, Zhang Xu would not hesitate to inform that by fellow that the previous discussed price was merely 3. The recent bidding had indeed elevated the price, yet the contract and deposit had yet to be finalized. If Zhang Xu truly revealed this to the other party and they became enraged and reneged, it would result in a significant loss. Chapter 66. Zhang Weiye encounters trouble faced with threats and contemplating the inflated prices. Thanks to Zhang Xu's manipulation, the deputy factory director eventually nodded in agreement. Observing his acquiescence, Zhang Xu turned to Bai Jianbin with a smile, saying, Young Master Bai, since you have decided, let us hasten to sign the contract and pay the deposit, shall we? He spoke intentionally, harboring ulterior motives. In my family, we are always decisive. I do not require your reminders. To assert his authority, Bai Jianbin commanded the deputy factory director to prepare the contract in front of everyone. After signing, he ostentatiously tossed several bundles of crisp banknotes for all to see. Mark my words, this is full payment. I will provide an address shortly. You may deliver it there, and someone will receive the goods. The deputy factory director, upon seeing the money, beamed with delight, nodding vigorously in agreement. Zhang Xu, deliberately in front of Bai Jianbin, leaned in and remarked, "Well then, deputy director, now that I have received my compensation, hand it over and do pass me the contract as well, so we can settle this matter completely." Bai Jianbin observed as the deputy director extracted 2,000 for Zhang Xu, a sensation of profound displeasure washing over him. After receiving the money and the contract, Zhang Xu turned and smiled. "I must thank you, young Master Bai, for your generosity today." At this moment, Bai Jianbin's face remained contorted with disdain. Nearby, Zhang Xu mounted his bicycle and, as he departed, did not forget to express his gratitude to Jiang Yuandao once more. Watching the young man leave, Jiang Yuandao ordered the driver to return to the city. "Bai Jianbin, this price of $9 seems rather steep, even considering the goods. Rest assured, uncle, in the larger cities, they sell for over $10 or $20. I am confident that our price is quite reasonable." "I hope so," Sun Fuping nodded, just in time to spot the contract lying on the ground. "Isn't this the contract Zhang Xu signed with the clothing factory?" He bent down to retrieve it, and upon examining it, he was left utterly dumbfounded. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Bai Jianbin called out as he was about to enter the vehicle, noticing Sun Fuping's bewilderment. "Bai Jianbin, we have been duped." Taking the contract from Sun Fuping, Bai Jianbin furrowed his brow and glanced over it, and upon realizing the figures, he exploded with rage. Damn it, that despicable little brat. The price written on the contract was clearly $3. This meant that Zhang Xu had brazenly inflated it by twofold. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xu's deception went far beyond merely the price. A mere 10 minutes later, Zhang Xu's bicycle came to a halt by the roadside. Jiang Yuandao's vehicle, upon passing, also came to a gradual stop. "Ha ha, you rascal. You have quite the talent for scheming." Jiang Yuandao, supported by his granddaughter, stepped down. "Not at all. This was largely thanks to your guidance, Elder Jiang," Zhang Xu replied, producing the recently acquired money. "This profit of 1,000 shall be deemed as a young man's tuition fee." Jiang Yuandao nodded but did not take the money. "Very well. But your understanding is what truly matters. As for the money, let it go. I have been rather busy of late. If you are earnest, take Yulan out more often. It would broaden your horizons." "Grandfather." As Jiang Yuelon listened to her grandfather's words, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over her. "Am I not from a major city? Do I really require his guidance to broaden my horizons?" She mused. "With your temperament, you fall short in comparison. Were it not for Zhang Xu's reminder regarding the genes, would you have even thought to mention it to me?" The conversation had reached this pivotal point, and it was indeed thanks to Jiang Yuandao's insight that Zhang Xu readily concurred. As the grandfather and granddaughter prepared to board the vehicle once more, Zhang Xu cast a glance back toward the garment factory. Earlier, Jiang Yuandao had summoned him, and Zhang Xu had presumed the elder sought to collaborate on a price increase. Little did he know, the old man was merely advising him to relinquish this batch of goods. In his haste, Zhang Xu had only considered the potential success of this shipment, neglecting to realize that the sizes required for foreign trade vastly exceeded those available domestically. After all, across the vast ocean, body types differed dramatically from those in his homeland. Should he proceed with this order, only the overweight would be interested, and he would be left with an unsellable stock. Now, with Bai Jianbin not only acquiring the goods at a premium but also facing difficulties in selling them, it served as a valuable lesson. Clutching the 2,000 yuan he had just earned, Zhang Xu felt a surge of exhilaration, particularly in contrast to his previous earnings. The Bai family had long been the wealthiest in Guangzhou, and he had never dared to dream of mingling with such illustrious company. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself not only in their presence but also having dealt Bai Jianbin a significant blow. He even entertained fantasies of how the latter might cope with the ensuing chaos. Perhaps overly elated, he strode home with vigor, his bicycle gliding smoothly beneath him. As he neared the alley, he suddenly spotted Yu Manjun rushing from the courtyard, her face etched with urgency. "Manjun?" He called softly at the sight of his fiancée approaching. "Zhang Xu, what's the matter? What are you hiding?" Yu Manjun clutched her hands protectively in front of her, as if cradling something. Upon closer inspection, a corner of a deep yellow envelope peeked out. The bulging envelope caused Zhang Xu's brow to furrow. He distinctly recalled receiving it after exchanging a full stack of cash at the bank a few days prior. "I just received a call," My uncle has been detained. Yu Manjun's words faltered as she remembered Zhang Xu's recent admonition to refrain from sending money to Zhang Weiye. After all, for a gambler, no amount of wealth would suffice, as it would merely vanish into a bottomless pit. Fixating intently on his fiancée, Zhang Xu's eyes blazed with fury. He seized her wrist, casting a fleeting glance at the fallen bicycle, before forcefully pulling her back. Zhang Xu, don't be like this. Regardless, he is still your father. They've warned that if it's not delivered within 2 hours, your uncle's arm could. Enough. Zhang Xu interrupted his fiancée harshly. He was acutely aware that had his father not squandered their wealth, leading to their family's decline, his mother, Song Mei-chin, would never have had the heart to demand a divorce on the eve of the new year. However, it has been less than half a month, and it seems that he has forgotten the pain of his wounds. Zhang Weiye, who has been laid off, continues to engage in his old profession without any intention of seeking new employment. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a telephone interrupted their conversation, causing Zhang Xu to glance over. This call, which promised financial fortune, now seemed jarring to him. The phone rang for nearly half a minute, and neither of them moved. Just as it appeared to be about to cease, Yu Manjun could no longer resist and stepped forward to answer it. Zhang Xu did not intervene. Yet the conflicting emotions of anger and concern within him left him in turmoil. Chapter 67. Zhang Xu's ruthlessness. Hello? I understand. I am raising the money. Please wait a moment. Please do not make things difficult for him. All right. Rest assured. Indeed, it was a call from someone else. After Yu Manjun hung up, she resembled a child who had committed a wrongdoing, unable to meet Zhang Xu's gaze. How much do they want? Ultimately, it was Zhang Xu who broke the silence. 1,000. As Yu Manjun extended a finger to indicate the amount, it was evident that this sum was substantial. This loss represented nearly 2 years' worth of wages for someone who would neither eat nor drink. For how long? They said 2 hours. Half an hour has already passed. Listening to his fiancée, Zhang Xu slowly approached a chair and sat down. At that moment, he leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. Seemingly unconcerned about his father's fate, Zhang Xu, witnessing her fiancé's indifference, Yu Manjun grew more anxious. You stay home. I will go. Give me the money. Observing his insistence, and considering she had yet to officially enter the family, Yu Manjun reluctantly handed over the money, holding the thick envelope in her hands. She felt the stack of crisp 10 yuan notes inside, still bearing the scent of fresh ink. He truly knows how to play this game. I worked tirelessly all day just to earn this 1,000, and now it seems wasted. At that moment, Zhang Xu's words were laced with powerlessness. If it weren't for the memories of his rebirth, how could this young man have possibly borne such a weight? I think my uncle might change this time, right? The same words had once pierced Zhang Xu's ears when his mother, Song Mei-chin, had spoken them years ago. Having ascertained the address, he dragged his weary body out of the door. Zhang Xu glanced at the broken bicycle lying on the ground, a remnant of his parents' wedding vows. And he couldn't help but exhale deeply. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Jiangwo returned driving a van. Zhang Xu. Qinping sat in the passenger seat, his face alight with excitement, his head protruding from the window while waving a stack of cash. Did you finish delivering everything? All done. This kind of business is quite comfortable. Payment is made on site. The salon owners were as frantic as if their lives depended on it. Despite the profitable nature of the venture, Zhang Xu felt no joy upon hearing his friend's description. What's wrong? Qinpeng seemed to sense something amiss. My father has been taken hostage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback. Could it be the people of Sun Fuping? The only person he could think of who had any dealings with them was indeed Sun Fuping. Zhang Xu shook his head and recounted his father's predicament. This left both men in a difficult position. After all, it was a family matter, and gambling was a mutual affair wherein no one could be blamed but themselves. Qinpeng, I need your help. Seeing his friend's readiness, before he could explain the situation, Qinpeng eagerly replied, Tell me. Even if it means enduring a beating today, I will help you rescue your uncle. I'll go to negotiate for his release while you call the police. The words left the other party momentarily stunned. If that were the case, uncle would have to go in as well. You. Zhang Xu shot a glance that abruptly interrupted his friend's speech. At that moment, both of them realized that he intended for Zhang Weiye to enter. Half an hour later, Zhang Xu arrived at the address noted on the slip of paper. It was another alley, but upon entering, it became evident that the neighboring courtyards were eerily deserted. Despite the broad daylight, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. After wandering a short distance further, he encountered 2 young men standing guard, their mouths releasing plumes of smoke, with a considerable number of cigarette butts littering the ground. Where to? One of them halted Zhang Xu. My father sent you all here. I've come to deliver money." Upon seeing him retrieve and open an envelope, the two exchanged knowing smiles, and one of them gestured for him to proceed. As he approached the end of the alley, the sounds of voices became audible, accompanied by thunderous shouts. There were quite a few individuals inside, and a thick curtain made of a heavy blanket obscured the entrance. Upon parting the curtain, a haze of smoke engulfed him. Zhang Xu could not fathom why his usually honest father would indulge in games of chance in such a murky place. Led into the room, he found Zhang Weiye seated within. As his son entered, he was about to rise but was restrained by someone beside him. "Son." The leader, a bald man, stood up and approached Zhang Xu, extending his hand. "You truly have a fine son. The money is yours, but you must assist me with a task." Zhang Xu extracted the cash from the envelope but hesitated to hand it over, instead broaching the subject of conditions. "Kid, do you not realize who holds the authority here?" The bald man scoffed, dismissing him. Just as the crowd erupted in laughter, Zhang Xu produced a wad of cash. "This is the deposit paid by the deputy factory director. There is an additional 2,000 here, all for you. Now, what is the task?" "I want to buy a hand." Zhang Xu's eyes hardened. The bald man assumed the young man sought to provoke him, advancing to seize his collar. "My hand is worth 2,000? Kid, are you tired of living?" Hiss. As Zhang Xu pointed to Zhang Weiye, who was trembling in a chair, everyone in the room was taken aback. The notion that a son would seek to buy his father's hand was utterly novel. Zhang Weiye looked up, staring intently at Zhang Xu, disbelief evident in his eyes. He recognized his own waywardness but never anticipated that his son could be even more reckless. After a few seconds of silence, before the bald man could respond, a familiar voice echoed from within the room. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Xu, impressive. To be so ruthless with your own father, I must admit I underestimated you." Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Xu was momentarily frozen. How could he have imagined that Sun Fuping would also be present here? Chapter 68. The reasons behind my mother's divorce. Sun Fuping? Zhang Weiye recognized the man. "Indeed, I have never mentioned that I also hold shares in this place." Sun Fuping approached him and squatted down, continuing with a smirk. "The money you borrowed before was mine, and the money you lost also ended up in my hands. Do you understand?" At this point, Zhang Weiye felt his head throb. After years of gambling, he had not anticipated that the money would merely flow from one hand to another. Not only had he deceived himself, but he had also betrayed his wife and children. In that moment, he experienced a profound sense of regret he had never felt before. Zhang Xu also grasped the situation. For years, his father had been duped by Sun Fuping. Just as he had begun to quell his anger, this man had presented himself. "Zhang Xu, quite impressive. You swindled my nephew out of 2,000 yuan and then came to purchase your father's hand. What a lucrative deal." Laughter erupted around him, and Zhang Xu's face turned a deep shade of displeasure. Initially, he had only intended to frighten his father, but unexpectedly, it had drawn Sun Fuping out. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly smiled. He had already instructed Chen Ping and Zhao Jiangwo to report to the police. He imagined that help was on its way. The thought of dismantling this man's hideout brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Sun Fuping, how long have you been deceiving my father?" "That is hard to say. It must be several years now. I can't recall precisely, but I remember that the last time you borrowed money, your mother was on her knees begging me for it." "My mother?" At this, Zhang Xu's fury reached its zenith. "You still don't realize that your gambling-addicted father deceived your mother, claiming to be in business, when the borrowed money returned to my pockets within 2 days, right?" Everything began to connect. No wonder his mother had resolutely filed for divorce on the eve of the new year. Initially, Zhang Xu had thought her heartless, but now he understood that his father had gone too far. Fixating his gaze on Sun Fuping, Zhang Xu's eyes burned with rage. He had previously thought that after settling the debts, he would no longer have any dealings with such a person, but now, following this exchange, he realized that the disintegration of his family was a consequence of his father's actions. "Don't glare at me like that. You should blame your worthless father." At that moment, Sun Fuping shifted the blame onto Zhang Weiye. Suddenly, an ear-piercing siren blared from outside. Zhang Xu's heart soared with joy. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Before long, several thugs rushed in, and the disordered crowd outside surged toward the back door. Zhang Xu had initially thought that under such circumstances, these individuals would scatter in a panic. However, as they retreated, they appeared remarkably organized. "This is abnormal." Sun Fuping glanced at Zhang Xu, intending to snatch the 3,000 yuan from his hand, but Zhang Xu suddenly withdrew his hand and reached for Sun Fuping's arm instead. Witnessing this scene, Sun Fuping regretted not having taken the money earlier. Under the urging of his subordinates, he ultimately fled through the back door with the crowd. In such circumstances, Zhang Xu naturally dared not pursue the matter further. Before long, individuals entered from outside. Shenpeng and Zhao Jiangwo. Upon discovering that Zhang Xu and his son were safe, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xu, noticing his friend standing nearby. Shenpeng immediately approached to check on him, and upon confirming that he was unharmed, he felt reassured. Shortly thereafter, the curtain was lifted, and several uniformed individuals made their way in. Yet, this place was utterly devoid of any other presence. The only evidence that this was an underground casino consisted of the scattered chips and gambling equipment in the outer room. After Zhang Weiye was untied, he was escorted out. As he passed by Zhang Xu, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Observing his son's calm demeanor, Zhang Weiye understood that as a father, he had reached the end of his road. As individuals implicated in the case, both Zhang Xu and Shenpeng were also taken back to provide statements. Zhang Xu had anticipated that his father would implicate Sun Fuping and the others. Yet to his surprise, his father merely admitted to being taken along for the games, professing ignorance of everything else. Ultimately, upon his release, Zhang Xu received the notification that his father had been detained for 15 days, holding the notice in his hands. A mix of emotions surged within him. The family's decline stemmed from his father's gambling losses, which ultimately led to his mother being forced into divorce. Zhang Xu naturally attributed all these misfortunes to Sun Fuping. It might be better for uncle to remain quiet for 15 days, Shenpeng comforted. As for Sun Fuping, he likely has an informant. I fear it won't be long before he learns that we reported him. In these times of communication difficulties, causing a stir could indeed be quite troublesome. However, for Zhang Xu, at least for now, his father's confinement meant safety for the next half-month. He could focus on his own affairs without worry. There's no need for concern. When I'm around, I doubt those ruffians will dare to create any trouble. Zhao Jiangwo reassured himself. Yet, he was aware that during the day, Zhang Xu usually had him accompany Shenpeng for deliveries, which meant he could not protect him at all times. Moreover, since Sun Fuping was aware of the Zhang family's address, should he seek trouble, it would likely be executed covertly, posing an unpredictable threat. Chapter 69. Song Jiawen comes knocking very well. Let us put this matter aside for the moment. I believe that Sun Fuping, harboring intentions of vengeance, will require some time to prepare. As Zhang Xu turned away, seemingly unconcerned, and headed towards the van, the two companions promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, Yu Manjun was at home, and upon hearing the familiar sound of an engine revving in the alley, she immediately rose to greet him. Zhang Xu. Seeing her fiancé return safely, she was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed into his arms. The sight of their embrace caused a slight embarrassment for Shenpeng and his companion, who stood behind them. All right, we understand your relationship, but there is no need to display such affection in broad daylight. We do not subscribe to that capitalist nonsense here, Shenpeng remarked. At his words, both Zhang Xu and Yu Manjun felt their cheeks flush crimson and took a step back, just as they were about to enter the house. Yu Manjun noticed that Zhang Weiye had not returned with them. Upon inquiring, she learned that he had been detained. Although she felt a pang of sympathy, she recognized that this was Zhang Xu's decision and chose not to press the matter further. During lunchtime, while Yu Manjun busied herself in the kitchen, Zhang Xu was in the living room discussing their forthcoming plans with Shenpeng and his associate. As for the mousse, I estimate that in just a few days, other shops in the city will begin to stock it, Zhang Xu stated, prompting a furrowed brow from Shenpeng. Does this mean we will no longer be able to sell it at a premium? With a cost of 6 yuan. Turning it over for 12 yuan was indeed a staggering markup. In this era of consumerism, while information may be delayed, it does not imply total obscurity. Whenever there is profit to be made, those with keen minds will inevitably commence operations. For now, let us observe the market and see if anyone else begins selling. Once they accumulate stock, we can negotiate a lower price, Zhang Xu proposed. Lowering prices. If a price war ensues, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Shenpeng cautioned, fully aware that this was their first foray into the mousse industry. More critically, Zhang Xu had engaged with them under the guise of a purchasing agent from a supply and marketing cooperative. As time progressed, it was only a matter of time before this faude would be uncovered. It was not that they would cease to receive supplies once discovered, but they would still lack any advantage in procurement channels. If a price war did occur, they would struggle to endure. After all, the established supply and marketing cooperatives still held significant weight in the minds of the public by the late 1980s. Noticing his friend's concern, Zhang Xu remained unfazed. There is no need for worry, he replied calmly. Easy for you to say. Our time is running short, Shenpeng retorted. Zhang Xu smiled nonchalantly, offering no response. He was well aware of the fleeting time, yet he had already calculated the mousse situation. Indeed, it was currently in vogue. But that was only because the brand's impact had yet to manifest. Face Yang's performance during the Spring Festival had propelled the mousse into the limelight. Yet advertisements had yet to grace the television screens. Zhang Xu distinctly remembered that a month after the new year, a certain brand of mousse would secure a celebrity endorsement, one that, even now, remained relatively obscure. His objective was to contact them and establish himself as the exclusive supplier in the city of Dongguan. As the advertisements roll in next month, one can naturally anticipate a significant profit. In a world where one must possess what others lack and excel where others merely exist, employing this strategy ensures survival in these times is far from problematic. Furthermore, his current endeavors extend beyond just hair mousse. Denim jeans are set to become the focal point. He estimates that the inventory of materials at the garment factory in Dongguan rivals that of the supply and marketing cooperative. These materials could nearly fill half a warehouse. Although these denim fabrics are currently labeled as capitalist materials, it will not be long before they become all the rage domestically. By the way, Master Zhao, after lunch, let us take the Liberation truck to the supply and marketing cooperative. Is there stock? Zhao Zhangwo inquired. Yes, I intend to stockpile some materials. Materials? Hearing his friend's words, Chen Peng was momentarily taken aback. We are doing well selling mousse. Why are we suddenly talking about stockpiling materials? Is there profit in that? There is. But it will take some time. While the big cities have begun to embrace the trend, it has yet to reach the peak of popularity. Smaller cities like Dongguan exhibit a certain lag, so there is still time to prepare. Later in the afternoon, Yu Manjun received several orders for mousse. But Master Zhao had already left to prepare the vehicle, leaving Qinping to handle the deliveries, as he could not carry so much stock. Zhang Xu, what should we do? This order requires quite a bit, around 10 boxes, Qinpeng said, his brow furrowed as he held the order. If we can't deliver today, it's like letting a pile of money sit right in front of us without being able to seize it, which is agonizing. I fear that once Zhao is done loading, he will be unable to leave. It seems we might have to hit the streets and find a freight vehicle. Zhang Xu replied, somewhat helplessly. While he could drive, he lacked a license for this era. As for Qinpeng, he had always been clumsy, struggling even to ride a bicycle, let alone drive. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard gate, not frantic but rather deliberate. Qinpeng expressed concern. Master Zhao just left, and with uncle currently detained, how could anyone possibly come here? Do you think it might be Sun Fuping? Zhang Xu shared the same apprehension but doubted that anyone would dare confront them in broad daylight. Rising, he made his way toward the door, casually picking up the fire tongs leaning against the wall. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted, and Zhang Xu immediately called out, "Who is it?" The person outside did not respond, seemingly hesitating. Zhang Xu glanced back at the two men in the room and then cautiously approached the door, attempting to peer through the crack to assess the situation outside. Just as he leaned in, he noticed that the figure had departed. One person, confirming that only one silhouette was present, he promptly opened the door. Standing at the entrance, he watched a figure briskly making their way toward the alley. It was none other than Song Jiawen, a comrade of Zhao Zhangwo. Chapter 70. Borrowing money. As soon as Zhang Xu spotted Song Jiawen, he hurriedly approached. Upon hearing the footsteps and the call from behind, Song Jiawen paused, albeit reluctantly, turning around with a hint of hesitation. Master Song, Zhang Xu exclaimed with delight. Have you come for a reason? Feeling a touch embarrassed, Song Jiawen craned his neck towards the gate, replying, I came to seek our class leader. Oh, Master Zhao has stepped out for a while. Song Jiawen acknowledged softly, preparing to turn away once more. Observing this, Zhang Xu stepped forward to block his path again. Master Song, if you have something to discuss, you may share it with me. Seeing the sincerity in Zhang Xu's eyes, Song Jiawen hesitated, his lips parting several times yet no words emerged. Zhang Xu could discern that Song Jiawen was grappling with something, clenching his fists tightly. He appeared to be in a quandary. Master Song, if you are facing difficulties, please feel free to tell me. You are a comrade of Master Zhao and have previously aided me. If I am able to help, I shall never refuse. Upon hearing these words, Song Jiawen gradually relaxed his grip. Finally, he spoke. I wish to borrow some money from you. It is often said that a penny can defeat a hero, and observing Song Jiawen's predicament, it seemed he had reached a point of desperation. Otherwise, such a reserved person would not easily ask for money from someone he had only met twice. I thought it was something serious. Very well, how much do you need? Seeing Zhang Xu's prompt agreement, Song Jiawen slowly extended 2 fingers. 200. 200. Zhang Xu exclaimed, taken aback by the amount. Assuming he had requested too much and fearing disapproval, Zhang Xu quickly amended, "If that seems excessive, a lesser amount would suffice." "Ha ha ha, that is not the case. 200 is not a significant issue for me at present." Zhang Xu turned to find Yu Manjun, as all the household finances were now under her control. After whispering in her ear, she promptly retreated into the house. "Master Song, my fiancé is retrieving the money. Please wait a moment." "Thank you." Song Jiwen nodded in appreciation. "By the way, may I inquire what troubles you?" Zhang Xu had previously intended to seek his assistance, but this fellow had a stubborn temperament. Even Master Zhao could not persuade him. Now that he was in need, Zhang Xu seized the opportunity, feeling somewhat awkward about borrowing money. Song Jiwen did not conceal the truth. "My grandmother has fallen ill these past few days, and the factory has not disbursed wages for some time." This situation mirrored that of Master Zhao. The state-owned factories in Guan City were all facing financial shortfalls, making the failure to disburse wages indeed a troublesome matter. While they conversed, Yu Manjun emerged from the house, handing over the cash. Zhang Xu took the money and promptly pressed it into Song Jiwen's hands. At that moment, Song Jiwen stood there, utterly dumbfounded, staring at the money in his grasp. "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? I only need 200. Why give me so much?" As Song Jiwen began to push the money back, Zhang Xu swiftly interposed with a hand, smiling, "Master Song, please take the extra funds for now. If it turns out to be insufficient later, it could impede the treatment process." Reluctantly, Song Jiwen gazed at the money in his hands, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, yet recognizing the truth in Zhang Xu's words. "All right, I'll accept this for the time being. If there is any surplus, I shall return it to you." "Excellent," Zhang Xu replied with delight, but unexpectedly, Song Jiwen extended his hand again. "Master Song, what are you doing? Please provide me with paper and a pen. I need to write you an IOU." Observing the man's earnest demeanor, Zhang Xu found himself increasingly fond of him. To avoid the impression of charity, he asked Yu Manjun to step inside and draft the IOU. After a quick glance, Song Jiwen signed without hesitation. Just as he was about to turn away, Zhang Xu called out to him, "Master Song," assuming the young man had changed his mind. Song Jiwen turned back with a furrowed brow, gripping the money tightly. "Having regrets?" "Not at all. I merely wish to inquire if your grandmother's condition is urgent." Shaking his head, the other replied, "She's already in the hospital. We can settle the fees tomorrow. Is there something you need?" Song Jiawen's candidness spared Zhang Xu the need for elaborate explanations. "I have a few matters to attend to, but there's no one to drive." Pointing to the van parked not far away, Song Jiawen glanced at the money, hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. "All right, consider it interest. What do you need me to do?" Before long, Zhang Xu arranged for Chen Ping to accompany him for the delivery. Watching the van gradually disappear from sight, Zhang Xu felt he had made a favorable impression on Song Jiawen. If he could recruit him alongside Zhao Jiangwo, then should Sun Fuping come looking for trouble again, he would likely reconsider his approach. Barely had they departed when Zhao Jiangwo returned, driving a large green liberation truck that stood out vividly against the snowy landscape. Before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Xu instructed Zhao Jiangwo to detour to the labor market. Unlike their previous endeavor selling mousse, this time their cargo was on an entirely different scale. With over 10,000 meters of fabric, it was far beyond what the two of them could handle alone. The labor market was bustling with individuals seeking work, primarily those laid off from state-owned enterprises, now temporarily searching for employment opportunities. Chapter 71. Accounting the Great Liberation came to a halt at the parking lot of the labor market, where numerous individuals stood by the roadside holding signs. A plethora of job types was on display. The manpower Zhang Xu sought was right ahead. Unlike the skilled workers in front, most were burly men. However, as Zhao Jiangwo led Zhang Xu forward, he noticed that amidst the muscular figures, there was a slender man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. This individual stood out with his well-tailored attire, which seemed somewhat incongruous in the rough surroundings. "We need several laborers to move goods, 5 yuan for half a day. Who's interested?" As Zhao Jiangwo sought assistance, a throng of laborers surged forward. Me. I have strength. I can do the work of 2. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, Zhang Xu's gaze remained fixated on the bespectacled man on the periphery. This man was also calling out, but his voice was remarkably soft, tinged with an air of stubbornness. Zhao Jiangwo quickly selected 3 individuals from the crowd. "Zhang Xu, all set. Let us go." "Oh," Zhang Xu replied absent-mindedly, but as he turned to leave, he found himself drawn toward the man with glasses. "Hello." Upon noticing someone before him, the bespectacled man brightened. "Are you looking for laborers, boss?" The moment the words left his mouth, he was met with laughter from those nearby. With that small frame, you probably can't even match half of them. I have quite a bit of cargo here. Can you handle it? Zhang Xu sensed that this man had likely lost his job and was now struggling to find work. Hence his presence in such a place to earn a living. I can manage. Don't underestimate me because I'm thin. I'm quite adept at lifting. The man gestured to his not-so-muscular biceps. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhang Xu waved him over, and he joined their group. Zhao Jiangwo, somewhat perplexed, did not inquire further. With the Great Liberation halting at the entrance of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's warehouse, Zhang Xu led the group to Old Qin. Old Qin, oh, you finally made it. Look at the time, Old Qin exclaimed, pointing to the clock on the wall. I have only 2 hours left before I finish for the day. Zhang Xu nodded repeatedly and handed over the bottle of Nolangshan liquor. Upon seeing the white spirit, Old Qin promptly dismissed thoughts of the time. Under Zhao Jiangwo's direction, they immediately began moving the fabric. The fabric, resembling books in appearance, did not seem excessively heavy at first glance, but once lifted, its substantial weight left the workers thoroughly exhausted. Although Zhang Xu participated in the labor, his attention remained fixed on the bespectacled man. The man was indeed truthful. While others hefted bundles, he carried his load at a leisurely pace, trailing behind the others. Despite the sweat pouring down after just one trip, he remained silent after several rounds of work. For a full 3 hours, the workday had long since concluded at Lao Qin's place. Yet there was no urgency to prompt them. The other 3 burly men had begun to take breaks between shifts, while the bespectacled man persevered. To his surprise, Zhang Xu found the lad's stamina quite remarkable. Even Zhao Jiangwo was beginning to feel the strain. Wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the now empty warehouse of denim, Zhang Xu decided to join in. Once they boarded the vehicle, they set off towards the suburban warehouse, bathed in the soft glow of the evening sun. This brief respite allowed them to catch their breath. Throughout the journey, the bespectacled man remained silent, refraining from engaging in conversation. Upon arrival, the unloading process was markedly quicker than before. After setting the pallets in place, one person would toss the items while another arranged them neatly. By the time the 6 of them finished, it was already 9 in the evening. During the payment process, Zhang Xu generously added an extra 5 yuan to the initially agreed sum of 5. The 3 burly men expressed their heartfelt gratitude. But when it came to the bespectacled man, he merely accepted the 5 yuan from Zhang Xu's hand. Zhang Xu was momentarily taken aback by the man's principled stance. Wait, he exclaimed. The bespectacled man turned to fix him with a steady gaze and inquired, Is there more work tomorrow? Zhang Xu, curious, replied, You don't seem like someone who does this kind of work. Why? I need money. The man interjected bluntly before Zhang Xu could finish. Then why only 5 yuan? Zhang Xu asked. What was agreed upon is what it is. Intrigued, Zhang Xu pressed further. What did you do before? I was an accountant. Laid off. The question seemed to strike a nerve, and the man lowered his head in silence. Observing this, Zhao Jiangwo quickly intervened. It's really not such a big deal. It's not just the state-owned enterprises in Guan City that are struggling. I've heard that many other cities face the same plight. With half of the factories closing down, being laid off can sometimes open other avenues for earning. The bespectacled man remained unresponsive. Zhang Xu, meanwhile, couldn't shake off the recent memory of the report made against Sun Fuping, which had led to a fine from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Chapter 72. Interactions between 2 individuals. May I inquire about your esteemed surname? My surname is Qian Guiping. Mr. Qian, I take it you have yet to secure employment. Am I correct? Indeed. Zhang Xu was acutely aware that he must expand his business in the near future. However, matters concerning the accounts could not be entrusted to the inexperienced Yu Manjun. It seemed far more prudent to engage a professional. Are you proficient in bookkeeping? Yes. Are you adept at tax optimization? Yes. Seeing the other party respond so forthrightly, a subtle smile graced Zhang Xu's lips. I am in the process of establishing a company. If you find it agreeable, would you consider joining me as an accountant? Yourself? Qian Guiping appeared somewhat incredulous. After all, having just witnessed Zhang Xu laboring alongside them, perspiring profusely, he had assumed him merely to be an employee. Zhang Xu chuckled. I am merely at the outset. Some matters require my personal involvement. What salary can you offer? The directness of the inquiry pleased Zhang Xu immensely, and he promptly raised a finger, 100. This figure, when compared to the prevailing wages in Guangzhou, and even in larger cities, was indeed a considerable sum. Qian Guiping felt a rush of elation but hesitated to respond immediately. Having grown accustomed to the communal nature of state employment, his aspirations were understandably lofty. While he claimed to need time for consideration, Zhang Xu understood that he grappled with an internal conflict. After all, in the late 1980s, private enterprises were often viewed with skepticism as emblematic of capitalism. Very well. This is my pager number. Should you come to a decision, please leave me a message, Zhang Xu said, jotting down his pager number and handing it over. Qian Guiping carefully accepted it, casting one last glance at Zhang Xu as he turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xu discerned that it would not be long before he received a call from him. Zhang Xu, I hope I'm not overstepping, but have you not considered whether it might be somewhat hasty to recruit Qian Guiping as an accountant without inquiring into his professional background? Zhang Xu smiled. This individual possesses a stubborn disposition, one who is exceedingly ambitious. Do you really believe someone of his character would not strive for excellence in his field? Zhao Jingwo paused, reflecting on his own past as a soldier when he too had harbored lofty ambitions, always vying to be the best, much like Qian Guiping. The two shared a knowing smile and fell into silence. Zhang Xu surveyed the warehouse filled with denim fabric. Although he could not ascertain when these materials would fetch a favorable price, he had nonetheless accumulated a substantial fixed asset. Moreover, these assets were poised to yield significant profits within the coming year. Upon returning home, he found that Qin Peng had already arrived. Zhang Xu scanned the vicinity but noticed the absence of Song Jiawen. Curious, he inquired, Qin Peng, where is Master Song? He dropped me off and left, Qin Peng replied, gesturing to the van keys on the table. Here are the keys. Zhao Zhangwo eyed the familiar keys and asked, did Song Jiawen come by? Being former comrades, he was well aware that Song's visit must have been prompted by some matter of importance. In the afternoon, when you went out to drive, Master Song came by, initially seeking you. Did something happen at his home? It was said that his grandmother was hospitalized. I provided him with 1,000. You needn't worry. Upon hearing Zhang Xu's words, Zhao Zhangwo finally felt a sense of relief. Jiawen is a person of ambition, even more so than I am. He wouldn't have come to borrow money unless he truly found himself at a loss. Rest assured, if he cannot repay this sum, I will ensure it is covered. I will certainly help him out then. Zhao Zhangwo had always remembered that he was Song Jiawen's squad leader during his military service, and to him, Song would forever remain a younger brother. This bond of brotherhood was precisely why Zhang Xu valued their relationship. That evening, Yu Manjun diligently prepared the delivery route for Qin Peng and his team for the following day. After sending Qin Peng off, she approached Zhang Xu with the accounts book. What is the matter? You look troubled. I calculated the inventory, and it seems we only have a little over 200 boxes of mousse left in the warehouse. At the current rate of dozens of boxes being shipped daily, we won't last more than a few days. Business thriving to such an extent that it causes concern. Such words, if spoken, might invite trouble. Zhang Xu chuckled, worry not. I have already scheduled a meeting with the mousse factory representatives for tomorrow. Didn't you already contact them before? Isn't it just a matter of making a phone call to restock? Yu Manjun asked, astonished. I've changed the brand. Although Yu Manjun was not entirely versed in the matter, she understood that suddenly switching brands could be problematic. Why the sudden change? What about our old clients? Rest assured, I will also order another batch of the previous brand. But enough, Manjun, trust me, the new brand will sell even better than the last. Zhang Xu's confidence stemmed from his memories of his past life, yet such knowledge was not something he could share with Yu Manjun, as it seemed too uncanny. Seeing her fiancé's unwavering confidence, Yu Manjun felt a mix of doubt and belief. Over these days, Zhang Xu had brought her an abundance of surprises, making it difficult for her to doubt him. As Yu Manjun gazed at him, the atmosphere in the room grew subtly charged. Leaning in slowly, they could almost feel each other's breath. Yu Manjun blushed and closed her eyes. Just as their lips were about to meet, Zhang Xu's beeper suddenly went off. How disappointing. He cursed under his breath and reached for his waist to turn it off, but Yu Manjun gently pushed him. You should check it first. What if it's something urgent? Listening to his fiancée, Zhang Xu decided to see who was calling him at such an hour. He pulled out the beeper, opened the message, and paused in surprise. My mother? Upon seeing the message, respond promptly. Chapter 73, The Unforeseen Trouble upon receiving a message from his mother. Zhang Xu swiftly approached the telephone. After dialing, the line rang only a few times before Song Meiqin answered with an anxious tone. Son. The urgency in his mother's voice suggested that something troubling had occurred. Mom, what's wrong? Why did you call me so suddenly? Do you still have that batch of fabric? The denim fabric? Yes. His mother's demeanor indicated that something was amiss. It's here. Is there a problem? Zhang Xu thought to himself that since the payment had already been made, and although there was no formal contract, the cash was undoubtedly legitimate. Logically, there should not have been any issues. After all, Everything had been sourced through proper channels. And even the personnel from the supply and marketing cooperative had witnessed the loading of the goods. Clearly, this cannot be discussed over the phone. You need to come to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow. The leadership wishes to meet with you. Song Mei-chin did not elaborate on the situation, but her palpable anxiety left Zhang Xu certain that it was not a trivial matter. Mom, is it about the payment? We'll talk when we meet tomorrow. Without providing further clarification, Song Mei-chin abruptly hung up. Listening to the monotonous, beeping tone, Zhang Xu furrowed his brow. Previously, when he had collected goods from the cooperative, the transactions had always been cash for goods without any complications. Why then was there an issue now that he had purchased the entire batch? This incident inevitably reminded him of his earlier encounter with Bai Jianbin. Could the Bai family be meddling in this? Who was meddling? Yu Manjun approached. Her eyes filled with concern. Oh, it's nothing. My mother wants me to visit the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow. Has something happened? Despite standing at a distance earlier, Yu Manjun could discern that trouble was brewing. Zhang Xu smiled reassuringly. It's not anything serious. Just get some rest. I need to rise early tomorrow. After escorting his fiancée to her room, Zhang Xu returned to his own. Lying in bed, he pondered the situation but could not fathom what trouble had arisen. The next morning, Zhang Xu instructed Yu Manjun to have Chun Peng and Master Zhao deliver the goods, while he himself took a bicycle to the supply and marketing cooperative. Arriving just as the doors opened at 8:30 a.m., coinciding with his mother's work schedule. Before he could steady his bicycle, he heard his mother's voice calling from a distance. Son. Looking toward the sound, he saw Song Mei-chin clad in a green coat, hurrying toward him. Her demeanor indicating that she had not rested well the previous night. In fact, she had arrived early to wait at the cooperative's entrance, only approaching him upon his arrival. Mom, what is going on? When you called last night, it sounded serious. With a grave expression, Song Mei-chin replied, let us discuss this inside. She tugged at her son's sleeve, leading him away from the entrance of the cooperative and into a secluded corner, revealing the urgency of the matter at hand. There is no one here, mother. Please speak your mind. Did we not agree earlier that the price for denim fabric is 2 yuan? Just as you dispatched the goods, the higher-ups called, stating that someone has expressed interest in this merchandise. Upon hearing Song Mei-chin's words, Zhang Xu immediately comprehended the situation. It was evident that someone had offered a price higher than his, leading to this predicament. This is precisely why I secured the purchase beforehand. If they offer a higher price, why can't you simply supply the goods? Such a vast supply and marketing cooperative should not be hindered by a mere phone call. Zhang Xu was acutely aware that in this sole state-owned supply and marketing cooperative in Guangzhou, all suppliers must be given due consideration. He could not believe that if someone truly wanted the goods, they would withhold them. I am left with no choice. The leader directly took the order contract. And at that moment, I was unaware. Look here. As she spoke, she pulled the contract from her bag, revealing that the fabric was priced at 2 yuan, considerably higher than Zhang Xu's offer. Upon reviewing the document, Zhang Xu noticed that the name signed at the bottom was by Jianbin. Indeed, it was he. The leader claimed that this contract was signed last month. So, my son, do you think you could arrange to have those goods returned? Rest assured, I will cover the shipping costs. Observing his mother's anxious demeanor, Zhang Xu understood that if he did not extend this courtesy, it would be challenging to procure goods from the cooperative in the future. In his strategic plans, consolidating the cooperative was a pivotal aspect. Wait. I can't help but feel that this contract appears to have been signed just yesterday, Zhang Xu remarked, brushing his hand over the signature. Realizing that the ink had smudged, thus comprehending by Jianbin's cunning. As a shrewd individual, Song Mei-chin certainly recognized this ruse. However, now that the cooperative is dictated by high-ranking officials, she dared not contest it and could only attend to their matters promptly. Son, you must assist me in this matter. Otherwise, your mother's secure position may be at risk. In the past, Zhang Xu might have contested his mother's previous actions. However, understanding her grievances, such thoughts dissipated. Mother, what if I were to purchase it at an even higher price? A higher price? This was an unexpected notion for Song Mei-chin. Yet upon seeing the exorbitant figures, she feared it might burden her son, but that price would require nearly double the amount. Fear not, I am merely attending to our employer's needs. If the price exceeds too much, they will naturally decline. I had not considered that. Look, isn't there a breach of contract clause? At most, it entails compensating a deposit. Knowing that this is a fabricated matter, Bai Jianbin likely did not provide a deposit. Even if he did, it would not be substantial. With newfound confidence, he continued, The contract states that it becomes effective upon the payment of the deposit. Have the finance department check if it has been received. If so, I will compensate according to that amount. With this strategy in mind, Song Meichin felt considerably more composed. High-ranking officials may wield power, yet this cooperative is state-owned. Even if the Bai family holds some influence in Guangzhou, they must adhere to the rules. Chapter 74. Diverting Master Zhang Xu and others waited at the entrance. And after a brief interval, Song Meichin returned, her countenance considerably more troubled. Zhang Xu immediately discerned that Bai Jianbin must have left some contingency in place. This was untenable. The finance department had retrieved the deposit slip. When was it paid? Zhang Xu inquired further. Yesterday, she replied. Yesterday? The date confirmed his suspicions. Although it was indeed the previous day, the slip did not specify an exact time. Song Meichin understood well that the mere approximate date of yesterday could not substantiate that Bai Jianbin's contract had become effective prior to her son's. This avenue had effectively sealed their fate. Noticing her son's furrowed brow in silence, she began to persuade him. Such materials are usually only glanced at by ordinary people. Why, now that everything seems fine, do you all suddenly want them? Perhaps, my son, you should consider returning the goods as I suggested. Zhang Xu remained unresponsive. Rest assured, I will contact the suppliers immediately. Whatever you need, I will provide it to you at cost. Naturally, Zhang Xu trusted his mother's words. However, he was also certain that in the current large cities, denim was becoming all the rage, making it implausible for the prices to remain at their current level should they order more. How much was Bai Jianbin's deposit? The sudden query left Song Meichin momentarily stunned. 2,000. That sum was not insignificant. After a brief mental calculation, Zhang Xu raised a finger. In that case, I will double it. And I will cover the deposit as well. What? The price exceeded even that of retail in the supply and marketing cooperative, leaving Song Meichin bewildered as to why her son was so fixated on this matter. Mother, you must quickly communicate with your superiors. Before he could finish, Song Meichin shook her head helplessly. This is something you must address yourself. This situation has already caused unnecessary trouble in my career. Further discussion would only incite discontent from my superiors. Seeing his mother's distress, Zhang Xu readily acquiesced. Very well, I shall seek him out. However, mother, you must enlighten me on your superior's preferences. Song Meichin realized her son was preparing to offer a gift. After a whispered exchange, Zhang Xu noted everything down. Before departing, he noticed his mother's lingering worry and promised that if negotiations fell through, he would return the goods, ensuring she would not face any difficulties. As he was about to leave, Song Meichin found it perplexing that he would aid her, a woman who had forsaken her family. Zhang Xu. Hearing his mother call from behind, he paused and turned back. What is it? Are you truly willing to assist me? What are you saying? You are my mother. How could I not support you? Would you prefer to see me allow you to beg others? Those words warmed Song Meichin's heart considerably. Before departing, Zhang Xu recalled his father's situation. By the way, my father has been gambling recently and lost quite a bit. I reported it to the police, and he will be spending about half a month in custody. Song Meichin was taken aback. Her son had reported his father to the police. How embarrassing, she thought. Although she had never encountered such a situation before. However, since she had already divorced Zhang Weiye, even if there was some truth to it, it was no longer her concern. Why are you telling me this? She asked. It's nothing. I merely wanted to inform you that I do not hold you responsible for my father's actions following your divorce. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xu turned and exited the supply and marketing cooperative, leaving Song Meichin stunned in place. According to the information provided by his mother, Zhang Xu first returned home. At that moment, Chenping had just arrived, and upon hearing the familiar sound of a bicycle bell from the alley, he stepped out of the courtyard. What have you been up to this early in the morning? He inquired. Just handling a few matters, Zhang Xu replied. At that moment, Zhao Jiangwo also emerged. Zhang Xu instructed, Master Zhao, Chenpeng has business with me today, so you'll need to take care of the delivery. Understood. Miss Yu has already given me the address. Zhao Jiangwo readily agreed. He felt quite pleased, as this was a sign of Zhang Xu's trust in him. Zhang Xu continued, you should take Master Song along with you. Song Jiawen? Zhao Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. Yes, haven't you two not seen each other for several days? He didn't manage to find you the last time he came. He has some free time lately, so you should introduce him to the business. Hearing the underlying meaning in Zhang Xu's words, Zhao Jiangwo quickly realized. He has agreed to help us, hasn't he? Currently working alongside Zhang Xu, he hoped to have someone familiar accompany him. Having been comrades before, he was more than happy to bring Song Jiawen along. As for Zhang Xu, he intended for Song to come quickly so that, once he had observed the process, he would understand how operations were conducted on their end. Watching Master Zhao leave, Zhang Xu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qinping, standing nearby, could easily see that his friend had intentionally diverted Zhao Jiangwo. What are you thinking about? Master Zhao is a straightforward person. Why would you need to avoid him? The two had indeed spent enough time together for Qinping to discern some of Zhang Xu's thoughts, even if his intellect did not match Zhang Xu's sharpness. Master Zhao used to be a soldier, and he is an upright person. There are some matters we can handle ourselves, Zhang Xu replied. What are you planning to do? Qinping asked. It's merely a gift delivery. Why the rush? Observing his friend's cautious demeanor, Zhang Xu understood that he was only joking with him. Chapter 75. The Gift, Part 1. Upon entering the room, Yu Manjun began to count out some money. With a few hundred in hand, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Unlike before, they were not venturing out to earn money. Rather, they were on a spending spree. Accompanying Zhang Xu to the supply and marketing cooperative, Qinping remained visibly puzzled. Zhang Xu, what are we doing here? We're here to purchase a few items. Shortly, you will deliver a gift, Zhang Xu replied. As he felt uncomfortable making the delivery himself, he sought the assistance of his friend. For whom are we delivering a gift? Qinping's uncertainty caused Zhang Xu some concern. Reluctantly, he recounted the entire situation from the beginning. Curse it, is it again by Jianbin? Qinping exclaimed. All right, this isn't entirely his fault. After all, the Bai family still has shares in this cooperative. Fine, what should we send? I'll take it over shortly, Qinping offered. Zhang Xu recalled what Song Meichin had mentioned earlier. The higher-ups had a fondness for fine tea and calligraphy. Naturally, tea became the preferred gift choice. The tea counter within the cooperative appeared rather desolate. Since the advent of a market economy, those who had ventured into commerce primarily dealt with essential products. In China, tea remained a staple necessity. However, comparable items at the cooperative were significantly pricier than those found outside, resulting in a dwindling number of patrons. Goodness, this is so expensive, Qinping exclaimed, eyeing the price tags on the shelves. The prices were calculated by the tael, and even a small amount equated to half a month's salary for an average person. This selection was intended for gifting, while ordinary tea drinkers could find their wares elsewhere. The shop assistant glanced at the two with noticeable impatience. Just as Qinping was about to lose his temper, Zhang Xu quickly intervened and turned to the assistant. Hello, we'd like to purchase some Westlake Longjing tea. How much? The assistant inquired. 2 pounds. 2 pounds. Upon hearing the quantity, the assistant perked up. All right. Zhang Xu, 2 pounds will set us back over 300. What kind of leader requires such an extravagant gift? Qinping lamented as he watched the assistant meticulously weigh the tea, feeling a pang of sympathy for the expense. Rest assured, if this endeavor succeeds, that 300 will be but a fraction of our earnings. Really? Qinping's spirits lifted at his friend's words. He had never been deceived by Zhang Xu before. If that were indeed the case, the expenditure would be well worth it. Once the 2 pounds of tea were packaged, Zhang Xu generously handed over 300 and then sought a secluded corner, keeping a careful watch on Qinping for quite a while. Do not worry. It's merely delivering a gift, and I assure you, I will handle it flawlessly. At this point, Qinping was growing impatient. To him, delivering a gift simply meant placing the item in front of the recipient and stating his request once it was accepted. Zhang Xu wanted to avoid meeting the recipient personally, while also allowing his friend to experience this aspect of relationship building, as the future development of their company would not solely rest on his shoulders. Following the information provided by his mother, the two ascended to the 3rd floor. The further they progressed, the quieter the corridor became. The leader's office lay at the end, and Zhang Xu stood patiently at the door, awaiting their turn. Qinping gave him an okay gesture, then knocked on the door and walked in. Zhang Xu waited at the doorway, filled with concern. It was not that he doubted Qinping. Rather, this fellow had always been rather careless in his demeanor. Suddenly tasking him with this responsibility felt somewhat hasty. A few minutes later, the door opened. You carry on. I'll take my leave. Zhang Xu heard Qinping's voice and thought the matter was settled. However, as the door closed behind him, he turned around, his face etched with distress, which did not bode well. What happened? Didn't it go well? I don't know what went wrong. They accepted the items, but before I could explain the situation, they kicked me out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu felt a surge of frustration, particularly at the thought of the 300 yuan yielding no results. Yet, it was he who had insisted that his friend enter. So he couldn't place the blame solely on Qinping. I told you I couldn't do it. You insisted I come. If it comes to it, I'll cover the 300. It's not merely about the 300 yuan. It's just, never mind. I shall handle it myself. You wait downstairs. In response to Zhang Xu's words, Qinping did not linger. As he descended the stairs, Zhang Xu refrained from knocking immediately, opting instead to visit a shop downstairs to purchase a few items, intending to offer a fresh approach. Upon his return, he tidied his appearance outside the door before lightly tapping on it. "Come in." A voice called from within, prompting him to gently push the door open. "Mr. Fang." Zhang Xu greeted politely, refraining from addressing him merely as leader. Those who enjoyed writing often appreciated such titles. "And you are?" The other man looked up, his expression one of surprise. "Oh, I am Zhang Xu." The name sounded somewhat familiar. Director Song downstairs, Song Meiqin, is my mother. Upon realizing he was the son of Song Meiqin, the man's demeanor instantly changed. "Now I understand why the name sounded familiar. Come in. Please have a seat." Zhang Xu recognized that this elder's cordiality was not solely due to his mother's reputation, but also because he had assisted in alleviating the inventory of mousse that had been a source of concern for Mr. Fang. It was well known that if those products surpassed their expiration date, they would have to be discarded, becoming a liability for the supply and marketing cooperative. Mr. Fang had been troubled by this predicament, and Zhang Xu's help had clearly shown him that this young man's capabilities were not to be underestimated. Chapter 76. Gift Giving. Part 2. I had previously mentioned to your mother a desire to meet with you. What brings you here today? Zhang Xu listened to the words of his companion, his gaze drifting towards the freshly purchased Longjing tea on the table. "Ah, I see now. The person who delivered the tea was your friend, wasn't he?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu's face flushed with embarrassment. "My friend is rather blunt. I apologize if he caused any discomfort." "Not at all. Nowadays, young people are often like that. I actually appreciate his forthrightness, as it sets him apart from the usual individuals who offer gifts in hopes of favors." This statement sent a jolt through Zhang Xu's mind. Clearly, the old man was hinting at something deeper, effectively extinguishing his intention to offer a gift, and dismissing the tea as merely a simple gesture from Qinpeng. Indeed, those who attain such positions are not without their cunning. "Since you, Elder Fang, have expressed such sentiments, I shall be straightforward. I came here today merely to inquire about the inventory we previously procured from our supply and marketing cooperative. Why are we now discussing the possibility of a return?" "This matter appears to be an oversight on our part," the other party replied, as he produced a contract from his drawer. "Here, take a look. This is the contract for the goods ordered by the Bai family, though the subordinates were unaware." So, Fang Xingli placed the contract on the table, deliberately tapping the name of Bai Jianbin with his finger. Zhang Xu glanced at the document and quickly discerned it was a recent draft. He pretended to examine it, subtly smudging the ink with his pinky finger, confirming his suspicions. Such tactics would hardly escape Fang Xingli's keen observation, yet he merely smiled and said nothing. "Of course, since this is a matter concerning our cooperative, and you are also the son of Director Song, the transportation cost will naturally be covered by us. Additionally, we can offer an extra 200 as compensation. What do you think?" Zhang Xu cursed the old fox inwardly. This man was as slippery as ever. Invoking his mother was a blatant threat. Recalling Song Meiqin's warning that failure to return the goods could result in his dismissal, Zhang Xu's expression darkened further. "Since you, Elder Fang, have stated it so, let us proceed accordingly. By the way, as it is our first meeting, I have nothing of great value to present to you. How about this?" Zhang Xu retrieved a piece of ink from the bag he held. Fang Xingli was taken aback and quickly donned his reading glasses. He took the ink into his hands, rubbed it with his fingers, and brought it to his nose to take a whiff. "This ink is splendid, rich in oil and vibrant in color, truly excellent. When I was at home, my mother mentioned your fondness for calligraphy. It seems fortuitous that I too needed ink today and ventured out to procure some." The young man had initially intended to present a gift, yet now claimed it was for himself, leaving Fang Xingli somewhat perplexed. Zhang Xu turned to the inkstone beside him. "Since you have the 4 treasures of the study here, shall we give it a try?" Under ordinary circumstances, Fang Xingli would not have readily accepted such a proposition. Curious about the young man's true intentions, he willingly agreed to his request. Clearing the clutter from the table, Fang Xingli opened the ink he had brought, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed somewhat familiar. This ink, didn't it resemble what we sell at the supply and marketing cooperative? He had a penchant for calligraphy and typically purchased ink and inkstones from the cooperative at cost price. Even as a leader, he couldn't afford the most expensive items and usually only admired them from the counter. Fang's discerning eye was commendable, indeed. This ink was sourced from the cooperative and matched the inkstone as a set. Observing that the ink had already been used, Zhang Xu took out the inkstone again, deliberately positioning its bottom in front of Feng Xingli. When he had purchased it, he had intentionally instructed the sales clerk to affix the price tag underneath. The price, exceeding 1,000, was not something an ordinary person could easily bear. He had done this knowing that the old fellow typically bought items at cost price from the cooperative. Thus, when gifting, the recipient would instinctively assess the value of the present based on its cost. However, the situation had changed. The price on the base was a tangible amount Zhang Xu had paid. The intent was to make the old man aware that the gift bore considerable worth. After having worked at the supply cooperative for so many years, Feng Xingli had observed that inkstone and ink for over a decade. And now that Zhang Xu had purchased it, he felt a pang of reluctance. As he caressed the inkstone in his hands, his eyes were filled with regret. Sensing the old man's interest, Zhang Xu pressed his advantage, feigning innocence. "Oh, I thought this inkstone was quite nice, so I decided to take it. I didn't expect you to like it so much. I feel guilty now." Although Feng Xingli felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Zhang Xu's lack of intention to gift it, he ultimately set the item down. "If that is the case, it seems this item is simply not meant for me. Since you say so, if I were to keep it, it would indeed be a waste, as it is merely a hobby for me." Gazing into Feng Xingli's expectant eyes, Zhang Xu hesitated. "But my family also needs to use it. How about you exchange your current one with me?" What a remarkable proposition, trading something worth several dozen for something valued in the thousands. If Feng Xingli couldn't grasp the arithmetic, he truly had been remiss in his role as a leader at the supply cooperative. Chapter 77, Gift-Giving Part 2. At this moment, Feng Xingli's heart was filled with elation, yet he could not allow it to manifest outwardly. How could that be? This inkstone of mine, worth merely a few dozen coins and having served me well for many years, to truly exchange it would mean taking advantage of you. Old Feng. It need not be framed in such terms. My teacher once imparted that a new inkstone pales in comparison to an old one. Consider this an act of kindness towards your junior, Zhang Xu replied, lowering his stance considerably. Seeing Zhang Xu adopt such a humble demeanor, Feng Xingli felt it inappropriate to continue feigning reluctance. Aware of the young man's intentions, he acquiesced with a nod. "Since you insist, I shall grant you this favor." As the old man accepted the inkstone, Zhang Xu cherished it as though it were a treasure. This ink and inkstone are meant to be together. It would be improper to separate them. Why not take them both, old Feng? You've earned it. Then I shall not hold back, Feng Xingli responded, nodding appreciatively. It is rare to find a young person like you who enjoys writing. Writing? Zhang Xu scoffed inwardly. Since his arrival, he had merely spoken of his fondness. He had penned not a single word. The old man was deliberately misleading him. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not impose upon you any further. Old Feng. Feng Xingli, noticing that the young man had not mentioned the fabric, felt a tinge of discomfort. The value of those items exceeded 1,000 coins. Although they had been gifted to him, the receipts from the supply and marketing cooperative were firmly in Zhang Xu's possession. Should Zhang Xu decide to report him, Feng Xingli's career could be at stake. Just as Zhang Xu had taken a few steps forward, he appeared to recall something and promptly turned back. How forgetful of me. I neglected to give you the receipt for the items purchased. Should any issues arise later, you might need it for returns or exchanges. Oh dear, how thoughtless of me. You were part of the supply and marketing cooperative, and here I am reminding you of this. Zhang Xu's implication was clear. If the old man sought to return the items, the value exceeding 1,000 coins would end up in his pocket. It was a deliberate reminder. As Zhang Xu prepared to depart once more, Feng Xingli could no longer contain himself. Wait. Upon hearing the call from behind, Zhang Xu swiftly turned, feigning confusion. Old Feng, is there something else? I was just considering that as you are my junior, and this was indeed an oversight on our cooperative's part, he continued, retrieving the inkstone. I also just remembered that Director Song had approached me, stating you were willing to pay a premium for the purchase? Zhang Xu nodded vigorously. Indeed. And I have also covered the penalty you are to incur. Primarily, I lack the time to deal with this, as moving goods is not only costly but also a waste of time. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, I share that sentiment, Feng Xingli replied. So what do you propose with a swift motion? Feng Xingli tore up by Jianbin's contract in front of Zhang Xu, who smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. In a moment, you can consult Director Song to draft a new contract, and be sure to date it retroactively. My gratitude, old Feng. Wherever you go, do visit us more often when you have the time. It would be a pleasure for us to exchange insights, Feng Xingli remarked, gesturing towards a nearby brush. Then I shall surely impose upon you more in the future. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Xu slowly retreated from the room. Engaging with such a shrewd elder truly demanded one's mental fortitude. Just as he descended the stairs, he encountered his mother, Song Meiqin, whose eyes were filled with concern. After all, he had been in this profession for over a decade, and she was apprehensive that a single business transaction might jeopardize his future. "How are things, my son?" Gazing at her son's worried expression, Zhang Xu smiled and replied, "Mother, when have I ever let you down?" Upon hearing this, her face instantly brightened. "What did the leader say?" "He asked me to draft a new contract, but the date must precede by Jianbin's." At these words, Song Meiqin quickly grasped the situation and knew how to proceed. Zhang Xu supplemented the funds, holding the contract in hand. To claim it didn't pain him would be disingenuous. This back and forth had indeed cost him over twice the amount. Although he anticipated recovering the expenses once the material prices rose, the immediate extraction of money from his own pocket was undeniably distressing. Bidding farewell to his mother, as he descended the stairs, he noticed Qin Peng shivering by the bicycle rack. Zhang Xu deliberately approached with a stern expression. "Zhang Xu?" Seeing his friend approach, Qin Peng immediately engaged. "What happened? Did that old fellow refuse?" "Indeed." Zhang Xu feigned a nod. "That wretched man accepted the gift but failed to deliver. I must confront him." "Ha." Upon hearing Zhang Xu's laughter, Qin Peng swiftly realized he had been tricked. "You rascal, how dare you deceive me? If you had handled it, would I have needed to go in person?" I ended up gifting him another sum, spending over 1,000 more. Goodness, that old fellow has quite the appetite. Today alone, the expenses for gifts approached 2,000, an amount equivalent to the savings of an ordinary family over 2 years without sustenance. There was no other choice. It had to be done, or else they would have to retrieve the materials from him. Had it not been for his mother's reputation, Zhang Xu might have acted more recklessly, disregarding the consequences. However, having recently learned the true reason behind his parents' divorce, Zhang Xu, as a son, felt that his mother had endured enough hardship over the years, and he was compelled to assist. Besides, those denim materials could indeed yield profit. Upon returning home, Zhao Jiangwo had already brought back Song Jiawen. At that moment, Song Jiawen stood at the door, smoking, as if waiting for something. Chapter 78. The Wrath of Bai Jianbin. Listening to the sound of a bicycle bell at the alley's entrance, I turned to see Zhang Xu returning with Qin Peng. After casting a brief glance at the half-smoked cigarette, I stood up, took a fierce drag, discarded it onto the snow, and approached. Before Zhang Xu could bring the bicycle to a halt, a hand was extended towards him. This unexpected gesture prompted both men to dismount swiftly, with Zhang Xu casting a puzzled look at the money in the stranger's hand. "Master Song, is this?" "It's the money I borrowed from you before. I'm here to return it." In less than 2 days, the borrowed sum had been repaid, leaving Zhang Xu somewhat astonished. He knew that Master Song's mother was ill. Had it not been for dire circumstances, he would not have sought out Zhang Xu, whom he had only met twice, to borrow money. The sudden repayment piqued Zhang Xu's curiosity. Could it be that the factory had disbursed wages, settling all outstanding debts? "Master Song, your grandmother is unwell and in need of funds. There is no rush to return the money. I no longer require it." The phrase "I no longer require it" resonated with an unexpected poignancy, evoking a sense of melancholy within Zhang Xu. At that moment, Zhao Jiangwo, having heard the commotion at the door, emerged from the courtyard. Standing at the entrance, he observed the retreating figure of a comrade, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. "Hurry back and arrange your grandmother's funeral, then come to the factory and resign." Upon hearing Zhao Jiangwo's words, Song Jiawen remained silent, merely nodding before swiftly making his way towards the alley's exit. Watching Song Jiawen depart, Zhang Xu finally grasped the implications of their conversation. The man's grandmother had passed away. "Zhao Master, what?" Qin Peng, filled with confusion, leaned closer but was interrupted by Zhao Jiangwo's lament. "Alas, he didn't last a day after arriving at the hospital. I heard him mention it while we were delivering goods today. But then what did you mean when you told him to come by in a few days?" Qin Peng continued to inquire. "I told him to take care of his grandmother's funeral first, then come help us." Under such circumstances, Zhang Xu should not have felt elated. However, the prospect of Song Jiawen willing to assist brought him immense joy. The man shared a kinship with Zhao Jiangwo, being of the same ilk and a comrade. Keeping him close would not only bolster their efforts against Sun Fuping, but also provide a formidable guardian, a choice that was indeed favorable. In the villa district of Guan City, the Bai family's residence was renowned far and wide. While it may not be adorned with gold and jade, it certainly exuded opulence. At that moment, Sun Fuping was indoors, far removed from his usual domineering demeanor. Standing beside his nephew, he dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Bai Jianbin fixated intently on the telephone on the table. Just minutes ago, he had received a call from Fang Xingli at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Initially, he anticipated news of the arrival of a shipment, only to be informed that the goods were no longer available. Bai Jianbin had already been aware that Zhang Xu had monopolized the materials, employing a cunning strategy. Who would have thought that the same rhetoric, the identical contract, and the same deposit compensation would once again descend upon him? Bai Jianbin. Bang. Just as Sun Fuping opened his mouth, Bai Jianbin struck the phone with a fierce punch. Damn it, it's that Zhang Xu again. Jianbin, I have encountered this Zhang Xu before. He is rather formidable. You have witnessed the situation with the garment factory. This fellow is quite cunning. Perhaps I should speak with your father and suggest he devise a plan? His words only served to ignite Bai Jianbin's fury. He is merely a young brat. I could crush him with one hand. Why would I need my father to intervene? While his assertion held some truth, he added, Uncle, I do not wish to hear about this from my father. Do you understand? Faced with his nephew's threat and aware of the Bai family's influence, Sun Fuping reluctantly nodded. So what shall we do now? No rush. Since he is so adept at business, I am eager to see if he can truly outshine the Bai family in market dominance. Are you suggesting we start selling first? Bai Jianbin nodded. In the major cities, it's already quite fashionable. Here, we typically lag behind by about 6 months. I feel the time is ripe. Uncle, please visit the newspaper office immediately. Within 3 days, I want to see our denim apparel on the front page. Listening to Bai Jianbin, Sun Fuping realized that he was indeed serious about this. By the late 1980s, although television had emerged, it was not yet widespread. Advertisements that people could genuinely see primarily came from radio and newspapers. In this era, ad space in newspapers was quite costly. Even the wealthy Bai family, despite having advertisements in local papers, seldom secured the front page. Our inventory is not vast. Isn't the front page a bit extravagant? This is precisely why the Bai family is the wealthiest in Guangzhou. Uncle, to make money, one must be willing to invest. I understand that, but enough. Just follow my instructions, and I'll handle the rest. With Bai Jianbin having spoken so decisively, Sun Fuping, despite his inclination to advise caution, ultimately chose to relent. Chapter 79. The newspaper office. Gazing at the contract in his hands, Zhang Xu felt a surge of happiness. As he glanced at the wall calendar, an unexpected thought crossed his mind regarding the overdue advertising fees. Chenping. Today, since I have some free time, I shall visit the newspaper office to settle the outstanding advertising fees and, incidentally, pay a visit to your mother. Upon hearing Zhang Xu mention settling the advertising fees, Chenping exhibited a hint of reluctance. You rascal, are you mocking me? Given the profitability of our business now, if I were to fixate on such trifling advertising fees, would I still be considered a man? For Chenping, these past years had been spent aimlessly wandering without any substantial employment. His family had attempted to arrange proper work for him, but his nature, it seemed, was ill-suited for bureaucratic life. Were it not for Zhang Xu guiding him to earn money, he would likely still be aimlessly roaming the streets as he had before. That aside, we did agree on this earlier. It's already been half a month. If the advertising fees remain unsettled, it would truly be unreasonable. Observing Zhang Xu's earnest demeanor, Chenping realized that further discussion would be futile. Fine, if you insist, I'll simply take the money home tonight. There's no need for you to make a special trip. Zhang Xu smiled. I have other matters I wish to discuss with your mother. What else are you scheming? Chenping could easily discern his friend's thoughts. His mother managed the advertising placements at the newspaper, and after much effort, she had secured 1/8 of a column for their advertisement. Now, with Zhang Xu indicating a desire to talk, it was evident he had plans for future placements. All right then, let us have lunch first, and then we shall go. Zhang Xu nodded, seizing the opportunity while Yu Manjun prepared lunch to buy some gifts. By afternoon, Zhang Xu instructed Zhao Jiangwo to visit Song Jiaowen's residence, in case he could be of assistance, while he and Chenping rode their bicycle towards the newspaper office in the western part of Guangzhou City. Upon their arrival at 2 in the afternoon, before they could even secure their bicycle, Zhang Xu spotted a familiar vehicle parked across the street. While many Santanas could be seen in Guangzhou, only a few bore such notable license plates. Noticing the multiple 6s on the plate, he immediately recalled Bai Jianbin. Come on, what are you staring at? Chenping approached his friend, following his gaze across the street. The Bai family's car. The Bai family? At the mention of the Bai family, Chenping's brow furrowed. Could it be that Bai Jianbin has come? Zhang Xu shook his head. Not necessarily. This is a bustling area of Guangzhou. Perhaps he is merely visiting and parked his car here. Even Zhang Xu himself found this assertion somewhat unconvincing, for this street was lined with major corporations. It was hardly a place for leisure. Nevertheless, even if that individual were to appear, he harbored no fear. After all, it was broad daylight. And Zhang Xu could hardly believe that he would dare to act out of line in such a public setting. The two friends entered the newspaper office in quick succession. The doorman of the establishment appeared to recognize Qinpeng. Upon seeing him enter with companions, he did not impede their passage but simply inquired with a smile, "Qinpeng, are you here to see your mother again? I have brought friends to discuss business." At this moment, having recently earned some money, Qinpeng spoke with an air of confidence, his head held high, exuding an impressive demeanor. The doorman merely chuckled and resumed reading his newspaper without further comment. Zhang Xu, carrying items, followed closely behind Qinpeng. In the late 1980s, the newspaper office was bustling with activity. Apart from broadcasting, newspapers were the most potent means of communication in that era, solidifying their status as the reigning authority of the time. The multi-story building was frequented by numerous individuals, predominantly those engaged in business, a stark contrast to Zhang Xu's purpose. Under Qinpeng's guidance, they deftly navigated through the crowd towards the staircase leading to the second floor, where Qinpeng's mother's office was situated. As the scent of ink filled the air, Zhang Xu glanced around. Not out of curiosity, but to ascertain whether Bai Jianbin had arrived. According to his conjecture, the latter had recently received a shipment of jeans and clothing. And aiming for a quick turnover, placing advertisements in newspapers would undoubtedly be the swiftest route. Should this be the case, Zhang Xu would find it quite amusing. Bai Jianbin's interference had resulted in the loss of goods that were initially destined for him, thus significantly reducing his potential losses. After all, the sizing standards in the United States differ considerably from those in his homeland. Along the way, several individuals recognized Qinpeng, greeting him as they passed. Zhang Xu was surprised to discover that his friend seemed well connected within the newspaper office. "Do you come here often?" he asked. "I usually come here for lunch. The cafeteria serves excellent food. At home, we rarely cook, as my mother often brings meals back." Zhang Xu nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that people of this era resisted the wave of layoffs. Having grown accustomed to communal meals, they were understandably reluctant to revert to cooking for themselves. "Here we are." Qinpeng halted before a door, poised to knock when it unexpectedly swung open. The person who opened the door had their back turned, bending over in a seemingly obsequious manner. "Director Wei, I trouble you with this matter," a woman's voice stated, sounding quite capable. As the man turned to close the door, he suddenly felt a collision at his back. Upon turning to express his annoyance, he was taken aback to find Zhang Xu and Qinpeng standing behind him. "Sun Fuping?" Qinpeng exclaimed. Chapter 80, Cooperation. As Sun Fuping cast a glance at the two individuals, he was about to speak when the door swung open. A middle-aged woman stood within, observing the trio at the entrance without a hint of surprise. She was Wei Jingyun, Qinpeng's mother. "My son, what brings you here?" "Son?" Upon hearing Wei Jingyun's words, Sun Fuping was momentarily taken aback. How could he have anticipated that the director of the newspaper before him was, in fact, the mother of Qinpeng? Qinpeng disdainfully regarded Sun Fuping before turning his attention to his mother. "Mom, this is my friend Zhang Xu, whom I mentioned to you." With her son's introduction, Wei Jingyun immediately turned her gaze to Zhang Xu. However, mindful of Sun Fuping's presence, she merely nodded, offering a perfunctory greeting to the younger man. Unbeknownst to her, there was a history between Zhang Xu, her son, and Sun Fuping. "Director Wei, is your son?" Before Qinpeng could speak, Sun Fuping could no longer contain himself. Given that they were currently in need of assistance, encountering an acquaintance could jeopardize their chances. Indeed, Wei Jingyun seemed to sense the tension in their exchanges and inquired with a smile, "What is the matter? Do you know each other?" Sun Fuping was at a loss for words. "Well, of course, we are acquainted. Mr. Sun has provided us with considerable support in the past." Qinpeng scoffed, his words laced with insinuation. Wei Jingyun, no fool herself, had spent years in the newspaper industry and had the acumen to discern the discord between her son and Sun Fuping. Nevertheless, as they were clients, it was essential to maintain a facade of professionalism despite any personal grievances. "Mom, what advertisement is Mr. Sun here to place?" Qinpeng, deliberately glancing at Sun Fuping, continued, "If I am not mistaken, they aren't planning to sell denim attire, are they?" At this remark, Sun Fuping's expression darkened considerably. He had come at his nephew's behest, having finally negotiated a deal, and was on his way to retrieve the payment when he unexpectedly found himself in this predicament. "Director Wei, regarding the advertisement we just discussed, I won't linger any longer. I will fetch the money shortly. As Sun Fuping prepared to leave, Chen Peng seized the opportunity, raising his voice deliberately before Sun could distance himself. Mom, what advertisement is he here to place? Wei Jingyun, playing along, replied, Oh, it's just for the lifestyle section of our newspaper, the main headline. What of it? Coincidentally, I brought Zhang Xu along today to place an advertisement as well. Upon hearing this, Sun Fuping, who was about to depart, turned back immediately. His expression was one of unmistakable discontent, though he could easily confront the duo. He found himself at a loss in this setting. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu, noticing the situation, deliberately pulled out a thick wad of cash in full view of Sun Fuping. All crisp bills. Auntie, this is the advertisement fee we discussed previously, 500 yuan, the cost for an 8th-page ad in the newspaper. The sum of money in this day and age cannot be considered insignificant. However, when juxtaposed with other advertisements placed in newspapers, it pales in comparison. Sun Fuping remained oblivious to this matter, and, upon witnessing the young man produce the money, he immediately grew anxious. Director Wei, we had just agreed on the advertisement cost. Before he could finish, Wei Zhengyan smiled and accepted the cash presented by Zhang Xu. Mr. Sun, why the concern? This merely covers their previous advertising expenses with me, and it does not conflict with yours. Hearing this, Sun Fuping finally exhaled in relief, only to quickly regain his composure and cautiously inquire, Director Wei, is it possible to place an advertisement first and pay later? Upon hearing this, Wei Jingyun's expression soured. How could that be? We require payment in advance. But their advertising fees were covered by my own funds. Are you suggesting, Mr. Sun, that you wish to act as my son? Under normal circumstances, had anyone else uttered such words, Sun Fuping would have undoubtedly reacted with aggression. Yet, the situation was different. The speaker was the head of advertising for the newspaper, and by Jianbin's South desire to place an advertisement was merely granted due to the connection with the Bai family. Squeezing out a couple of slots. Should negotiations falter, one could only imagine the consequences his nephew might unleash. Though Sun Fuping was by Jianbin's uncle, he felt outmatched by the young man's ruthless methods. No, that is not my intention. It's just, we agreed upon the advertisement, and you must ensure it is reserved for me. Although Wei Jingyun presented a stern demeanor to outsiders, he was quite indulgent towards his own son. Otherwise, how could Chen Ping, now in his 20s, still be loitering on the streets? Mr. Sun, as I mentioned earlier, even a deposit would suffice. If you return to fetch the money and someone else pays in the meantime, I cannot guarantee that I can reserve it for you. Wei Zhengyan's words left Sun Fuping in a quandary, even causing him to regret his hurried arrival without bringing a few hundred with him. Director Wei, while the front page headline, albeit in the lifestyle section, should still cost around 3,000. How could these youngsters possibly afford that? You must wait for my return. I assure you that every penny will be accounted for. At this moment, Zhang Xu, who had remained silent, pulled out the money he had just retrieved and began counting it deliberately before everyone. Aunt Wei, it seems the previous 8th-page advertisement might not suffice. I came here to settle the past payments, but I also wish to secure a better advertising spot. Might you have any particularly advantageous placements available recently? It was intentional. This young man was undoubtedly being deliberate. Chapter 81. Continuous bidding. Though Sun Fuping was irate, the substantial wad of cash in his opponent's hand granted him a confidence that was markedly superior to Sun's own. Wei Jingyun was equally accommodating. Of course, we have options available. However, although you are a friend of Chen Ping, my arrangements cannot offer further discounts. Do you understand? Zhang Xu graciously nodded in agreement. Naturally. I comprehend this. After all, one receives commensurate value for their expenditure. I am not one to engage in unscrupulous dealings. His words were deliberately aimed to provoke Sun Fuping. Who are you calling unscrupulous? Sun Fuping erupted, jabbing an accusatory finger at him. Mr. Sun, I sincerely apologize. I was not referring to you but rather to others. Please do not take offense, Zhang Xu replied smoothly. At this moment, Sun Fuping, clearly agitated, boasted about the Bai family's reputation. Director Wei, rest assured. I am here on behalf of the Bai family. Even if you doubt me, you cannot dismiss the credibility of the wealthiest family in Guan City, can you? Having stated this, Wei Zhengyan understood that the Bai family's influence warranted recognition. The Bai family had indeed invested significantly in advertisements with their newspaper. Given this context, she nodded, but then shifted her tone. However, the salesperson who previously liaised with our newspaper was not you. If the roles were reversed, how would you feel about such a sudden claim? By tossing the question back, Wei Zhengyun cast a deliberate glance at Zhang Xu, concerned about losing the advertising slot. Sun Fuping steeled himself. All right, I shall increase the offer. For one issue, I will add 100. 100 yuan was no trifling sum, nearly equivalent to 2 months' salary for an average worker. Yet, Wei Xingyun appeared unimpressed. I'll add 500. Zhang Xu interjected suddenly. Don't push your luck, Sun Fuping exclaimed, his agitation once again flaring. Observing this, Qinping immediately chimed in. What? You refuse to pay but obstruct us from doing so? Glaring intently at Qinpeng. Sun Fuping realized that their past grievances would not easily dissipate, prompting him to resolve once more. Fine, fine. If that is the case, I will raise my offer to 1,000. Director Wei, will that satisfy you? Upon hearing this, Wei Xingyun's eyes brightened. Recently, the newspaper's revenue had stagnated. Seizing this opportunity to increase her earnings would ensure her sales for the month exceeded expectations. And the honor of being recognized as a top salesperson next quarter would undoubtedly follow. Just as Sun Fuping fixated on her, eager for her approval, she unexpectedly turned her attention back to Zhang Xu. At this moment, a slight smile graced Zhang Xu's lips as, under Sun Fuping's wide-eyed glare, he extended 5 fingers, 1,005. He was acutely aware that Bai Jianbin's investment in advertising was destined to be a loss. After all, the previous batch of clothing and pants that had been taken from him were ultimately unsuitable for the domestic market. At best, they would only sell to a few robust individuals, while the remainder would inevitably accumulate again. Raising the price for the advertising slot now would only exacerbate the other party's losses. As Sun Fuping stood silently in place, Zhang Xu intentionally glanced at Qinpeng, prompting his friend to exclaim, All right, let's proceed then. Mom, shall we go inside to sign the contract? Once the contract is signed, there's no turning back. Qinping's compliance seemed aimed at solidifying the arrangement, though the discerning could easily perceive it was deliberately directed at Sun Fuping. Under normal circumstances, Sun Fuping would have caught on, but at this moment, indeed, we can sign the contract. He shot a glance at Zhang Xu and raised his offer to Wei Xingyun. Director Wei, 3,000, and I will provide the full amount up front. If they can offer a higher price, consider my words null. With the matter laid bare, Wei Xingyun, not wishing to overly offend the Bai family, noticed Zhang Xu nodding slightly and cheerfully invited Sun Fuping back into the office. After signing the contract, to prevent any last-minute changes from this individual, Wei Xingyun remarked with a smile, Mr. Sun, I have only half an hour left before I finish work. While I am ready, you must also expedite the process, agreed? Half an hour, at most, and I will deliver the funds to you. All right, I shall wait for you here, Sun Fuping replied. His gaze flickered towards the 2 young men beside him, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. As he departed, he let out a cold snort, knowing that animosity had surely been forged. Initially, he had settled on 3,000 for 2 installments, but now the price had been doubled. However, according to Bai Jianbin, this price still fell within an acceptable range. Watching Sun Fuping leave, the 3 who had remained silent began to chuckle. Wow, your acting skills are impressive. No wonder you can be a director. Pa, what kind of son speaks of his mother that way? Wei Xingyun retorted, then continued, a few days ago, you were injured. It was him, wasn't it? Qinping was taken aback. Mom, I deliberately returned late those days to avoid you. You noticed that? You need to stir up less trouble outside. Sun Fuping is no good person, and he has the Bai family backing him. Don't assume you can always escape unscathed. Understand? Wei Zhengyun's earnest words were not solely directed at her son. As she spoke, she intentionally cast a glance at Zhang Xu, and upon seeing him nod, she too nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 82. Half a year later? All right, speak up. What brings you two here this time? Wei Xingyun, well aware that Zhang Xu's visit was not solely to settle previous accounts, understood that if it were merely about money, it could have been directly handed to her by Qinpeng. We were hoping to schedule an advertisement, Qinpeng quickly replied with a smile. It was rare to see Wei Xingyun's son so cheerful at home. Despite his feigned reluctance, he was undeniably pleased at the prospect of being able to assist. You rascal, I wonder if you owe your life to a prior existence. Now, tell me, what kind of advertisement are you looking to book? As she spoke, Wei Xingyun opened a thick notebook on the table, filled with records of advertisements planned for the upcoming 3 months. However, do not expect any prime spots during this period. She cautioned. What about half a year from now? Zhang Xu inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, Wei Xingyun's expression shifted to one of surprise. Typically, those seeking advertisements planned for the near future, it was only the larger companies that dared to consider a timeline so distant. Has your business truly expanded? She teased. Though upon seeing Zhang Xu's earnest gaze, she realized he was serious. Thanks to your auntie, I've accrued a month's worth of advertisement fees. Zhang Xu's words brought a sense of comfort to Wei Zhengyun. Observing him, she even began to question whether he was indeed younger than her own son. Nevertheless, doubts aside, it was time to discuss business. All right, back to the advertisements. For 6 months from now. Just then, the doors seemed to shift slightly. As if someone were eavesdropping. She cast a brief glance, a smirk gracing her lips before continuing. You may choose any advertisement space for 6 months from now. The front page? Zhang Xu noticed Sun Fuping, who had returned to eavesdrop at the door, and playfully replied, the front page is far too costly, without sufficient financial backing. We cannot afford it. Wei Zhengyun, witnessing this, burst into laughter. Yet you were just competing so fiercely for it. That was merely a coincidence. I never truly desired it. He retorted, infuriating Sun Fuping, who was listening outside. Originally, he had left, but upon realizing Zhang Xu was at the newspaper office, he returned to discern the nature of their conversation. Unbeknownst to him, their dialogue nearly drove him to tear up the contract in his hand. Although the contract had been signed, without a deposit, he dared not breach it. Firstly, the Bai family had a partnership with the newspaper, and such actions could cause trouble for them. If questioned, Sun Fuping could hardly withstand the Bai family's wrath. Secondly, Bai Jianbin was waiting at home for his return. If this matter fell through, his uncle's prospects would be severely jeopardized. Glaring at the contract in his grasp, he could only storm away in frustration. Inside, Wei Zhengyun and Zhang Xu noticed his departure and exchanged knowing smiles. Qin Peng, still oblivious to the unfolding drama, looked on with a face full of confusion. Zhang Xu, there's no need for pretense. Simply inform my mother directly of the position you desire. Qin Peng remarked, casting a glance at Wei Zhengyun. Mother, you must offer a discount on the price in 6 months. Now that I am in business with Zhang Xu, we must be prudent with our expenses. You rascal. I've seldom seen you save money for the family. Yet now that you're conducting business, you've turned your calculations toward your mother. Wei Zhengyun emphasized the word yourself deliberately. Zhang Xu, standing nearby, easily discerned the underlying implication. Wei Zhengyun was aware that her son was not particularly adept at business, and now that he was experiencing some success, she was reluctant to see him abandoned by others. Thus, her approach served a dual purpose, to gauge Zhang Xu's intentions while also seeking to solidify her son's standing. It must be acknowledged that, as the director of a newspaper, her shrewdness was on par with that of the proprietors of private enterprises. Auntie, let us do this. I'll take the entire column advertisement for the next 6 months. The mention of an entire column caught Wei Zhengyun off guard. The advertising space in the newspaper was divided into 16 sections. Previously, they had purchased an eighth of a column, effectively occupying 2 of the 16 advertisement sections. The cost alone amounted to 500 a month. Now, requesting the full column, although it might seem cheaper, would not ultimately be less expensive than the front page headline. Wait, Zhang Xu, have you truly considered this? An entire column might be somewhat extravagant. It's nearly the price of the front page. Zhang Xu chuckled. The full column is paid monthly. The front page costs 3,000 a day, which I simply cannot afford. Hearing this, Qin Peng finally grasped the distinction. He had only calculated the price earlier, neglecting the difference between daily and monthly rates. All right, since you've made up your mind, let us set the price for the full column at 3,000 per month. How does that sound? Wei Zhengyun's straightforwardness brought great joy to Zhang Xu. He understood that the reduced price was intended to ensure he remembers Qin Peng's kindness. This woman, though appearing strong-willed, seemed to center all her actions around her son. Zhang Xu and Qin Peng were already close friends. Even without Wei Zhengyun's prompting, he had never considered abandoning him. Chapter 83. A return to the Jiang residence after settling on a price. Wei Zhengyun promptly presented him with a contract. Just as Zhang Xu was poised to finalize the agreement, she reached out and gently restrained him, saying, "Why the rush to pay the money that's due in half a year? It would be wiser to have Qin Peng deliver it to me later." What an astute woman. Her words ostensibly suggested a simple arrangement for Qin Peng to deliver, yet it was clear she was wary of Zhang Xu possibly sidelining her son. Qin Peng, oblivious to the undercurrents, failed to grasp what Zhang Xu, ever perceptive, readily understood. Very well, then, when the time comes, I shall have Qin Peng bring the payment. For now, I must thank you, Auntie. Not at all, Wei Zhengyun replied with a warm smile. Glancing at the clock on the wall, the timing is perfect. Have you eaten? If not, I could take you both to the cafeteria. Despite her kind offer, Zhang Xu politely declined. However, as he prepared to leave, he requested that Qin Peng stay behind. He discerned that Wei Zhengyun likely wished to discuss certain matters with her son. After departing from the newspaper office, he did not hasten homeward. Instead, he chose to head northward along the road. In the northern villa district, Zhang Yuandao was savoring tea while his granddaughter appeared somewhat sullen. "What troubles you, my dear? You seem downcast these days. Has someone upset you?" Zhang Yuandao inquired gently. In response, Zhang Yuelon mumbled, "Grandfather, it has been quite some time. Yet you still haven't decided on a location. You've been cooped up at home every day. Are you truly considering opening a department store here in Guangzhou?" The Jiang family had a significant business presence abroad, yet their familiarity with Guangzhou was minimal, having only just arrived. Though Zhang Yuandao had not ventured out lately, he had been diligently studying the city's planning issues. With the nation's economy fully embracing a market-oriented system, as a trader, the flow of customers was of paramount importance to them. Had they been in their own territory, obtaining planning maps would have been a straightforward task. However, regarding Guangzhou, he had only received vague news of an economic zone being planned before his arrival and still awaited specific information. Thus, he found himself waiting at home for updates these past few days. "What's the rush? It's only been a few days," Zhang Yuandao remarked, glancing at his granddaughter with a smile. "I haven't noticed you spending less time outdoors. What's wrong? Did you not enjoy your time with Zhang Xu?" At the mere mention of that name, Zhang Yuelon's irritation flared. "That scoundrel. I only saw him once at the garment factory, and since then, I haven't seen him again." Guangzhou remained a foreign land to her, and without someone to guide her, she felt lost about where to go for entertainment. Ding dong, while the grandfather and granddaughter conversed, the doorbell rang. In this place, their only acquaintance was Director Fong from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. However, at this hour, he was still at work. It seemed improbable for him to pay a visit. "How curious. We haven't revealed our whereabouts. How could anyone find us?" Zhang Yuelon queried with intrigue. Zhang Yuandao, unfazed, took a sip of his tea. "In Guangzhou, aside from Zhang Xu, who else knows of our residence? Zhang Xu has come?" Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuelon immediately sprang up. However, the smile that graced her face quickly faded upon being scrutinized by her grandfather. "Ahem. Grandpa. I shall go see what this fellow wants." "Go ahead." Zhang Yuandao waved his hand, fully aware of his granddaughter's intentions. At that moment, Zhang Xu stood at the doorway, casually resting his own bicycle against the wall. "What brings you here? Do you have business?" Zhang Yuelon feigned a slow walk as she emerged, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with him. "Nothing much, just passing by and thought I'd check on Elder Jiang." "So, are you here to repay your debts?" "How could that be? Do I look like someone who repays on time, Miss Jiang?" At his shameless reply, Zhang Yuelon felt a surge of anger. "You." Yet, recalling her grandfather's attitude toward him, her ire subsided, and she opened the door. Zhang Xu chuckled as he stepped into the courtyard, leaning his bicycle against the wall before entering without waiting for her. "You rascal, wait for me." Zhang Yuelon hurried after him, only to find him already seated by the time she reached the entrance. "Elder Jiang, this tea is quite good." "Oh, you have an eye for this." The tea was bitter upon entry, yet possessed a lingering sweetness upon swallowing. Although she couldn't identify it, its quality was evident. Observing his pretentious demeanor, Zhang Yuelon crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Of course, this tea cost 600 a tael. How could it be anything less? The price left Zhang Xu feeling somewhat embarrassed. That single pot represented several months' wages for an ordinary person. It was, without a doubt, exorbitant. "You came today for a reason?" Zhang Yuandao inquired with a smile. "I happened to be out on business and thought I'd stop by." Zhang Xu was, of course, lying. Having just left the newspaper office, he had deliberately made his way to the Jiang family's villa. Perfect timing. Yuelon was just saying she felt bored. "Since you're here, take her out for a stroll. It will save me from her pestering." "Grandpa." Zhang Yuelon pouted in annoyance. "How can you speak of your granddaughter in front of outsiders like this?" "Ha ha ha ha, enough of that. I actually have matters to attend to this afternoon. You two can enjoy a meal together outside while I dine with Director Fong in the evening." Zhang Xu, being perceptive, easily discerned that the old fellow was not merely offloading responsibility but rather attempting to bring them together. Yet, given his current needs, he reluctantly agreed. "That's acceptable. But I fear the common fare may not be to Miss Zhang's liking." Zhang Yuelon, ever the strong-willed one, was incensed by his words. "What? You think I can't eat what ordinary people eat? Today, I will see what you can treat me to." Witnessing his granddaughter take the bait, Zhang Yuandao's amusement grew, prompting him to urge her to change into something more suitable. Though Zhang Yuelon grumbled, she obediently retreated to her room. As the sound of the door closing echoed from upstairs, the smile on Zhang Yuandao's face dimmed slightly. Chapter 84. The old fox, all right, speak up. What is it? The old fox. It was evident that he had intentionally sent his granddaughter away. Zhang Xu chose not to expose him and instead leaned in closer, inquiring. I was curious about something at the garment factory. It seems the Zhang family has some dealings in foreign trade. Am I correct? Indeed. The other party did not deny it. Then, if I were to produce a batch of larger-sized clothing, would you have any connections? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuandao's expression darkened immediately. The two locked eyes, and a silence enveloped them for a few seconds. You rascal. Is it not enough to have already taken advantage of someone? Now you wish to profit from their goods as well? As soon as the notion of larger clothing was mentioned, Zhang Yuandao realized that this young man intended to exploit the excess stock that Bai Jianbin had purchased at a high price. Hee. I see I have not deceived old Jiang. Those items do not align with our domestic sizing, yet they sell quite well abroad. The Bai family focuses solely on domestic trade and lacks familiarity with the foreign market. In the end, Bai Jianbin's stock will inevitably become overstocked, so both were astute enough to understand the implications without further elaboration. Thus, Bai Jianbin's goods will need to be held onto for a while. There is no rush. When the time is right, I shall have my subordinates provide you with a price. Should you be able to procure them below that price, I shall buy them all. How does that sound? Zhang Xu, upon hearing this, immediately beamed with joy and clasped his fists in gratitude. Then I must thank you in advance, old Jiang. Do not rejoice too soon, young man. Although Bai Jianbin may lack wit, his father is not so foolish. Acquiring these materials at a low price will undoubtedly be challenging. You need not worry about that. Just focus on receiving the goods when the time comes. Zhang Xu's confident demeanor signaled to Zhang Yuandao that the young man had already made preparations. At that moment, he even began to suspect whether his previous good-hearted warning about sizing had been part of Zhang Xu's scheme. If that were the case, this young man would indeed be formidable. Before long, Zhang Yuelon descended from the upper floor. Hearing her footsteps, both Zhang Xu and Zhang Yuandao turned to look. In that instant, Zhang Xu was taken aback, though it was not his first encounter with Zhang Yuelon. It was certainly the first time he beheld her dressed in such an unforgettable manner. As Sun Fuping had remarked, while there are many beautiful women in Guangzhou, none possess the allure of Zhang Yuelon from the big city. Her very aura was unmatched, wearing a pink floral dress with a black belt accentuating her slender waist. She captured Zhang Xu's full attention. Noticing Zhang Xu's mesmerized state, Zhang Yuandao merely smiled, choosing not to interrupt. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhang Yuelon gazed at Zhang Xu, whose eyes were glued to her, seemingly reveling in the atmosphere. Ahem, let us go. A deliberate cough pulled the man back from his reverie. Zhang Xu finally realized he had lost his composure. He was undoubtedly aware of his status as Yu Manjun's fiancé. However, with some business dealings involving Zhang Yuandao, he felt compelled to respond when approached. What are you waiting for? Zhang Yuelon urged, as she changed her shoes at the entrance. Noticing that Zhang Xu had not followed suit. Coming, he replied, rising to his feet while casting a glance back at Zhang Yuandao. Well then, Zhang Lao, we shall take our leave. Zhang Yuandao nodded, appearing quite pleased as he observed the two of them depart together. As they stepped outside, Zhang Xu anticipated that the young lady would call for a driver, but to his surprise, she headed directly toward a dilapidated bicycle leaning against the wall. Miss Jiang, what are you doing? Are you leaving? She asked, playfully patting the bicycle's rear seat. Don't be ridiculous. You should take your own car. You won't be comfortable on that thing. The more he insisted, the more she seemed to dig in her heels, standing her ground defiantly. Sensing her stubbornness, Zhang Xu felt resigned, allowing her to have her way. Having exited through the main gate, they had not gone far when a car emerged from the courtyard. It was somewhat amusing. The young lady of the house perched atop a shabby bicycle, while a convoy of bodyguards followed in a luxury sedan. Zhang Xu had expected the bumps along the road to elicit complaints from her, but instead, laughter erupted from behind him. She appeared completely unfazed. Even reveling in this novel mode of transportation, the duo cycling down the street became an unusual yet charming sight. Where are you headed? Zhang Xu asked. Stopping at an intersection, Zhang Yuan surveyed her surroundings, hesitating, unable to think of any entertaining spots in Guan City. This is your territory. If I knew where the fun places were, I wouldn't need you to show me. Zhang Xu, a local, felt a twinge of helplessness at her words. Having grown up in Guan City, he had visited all the usual places, and what intrigued others seemed mundane to him. He truly didn't know where to go at that moment. Noticing his silence, Zhang Yuelon grew impatient and gave him a gentle shove. You were so animated speaking to my grandfather, and now you've turned mute with me? Her push drew the attention of several passers-by, who perceived the pair as a couple caught in a playful dispute, their gazes filled with envy. Just as Zhang Xu contemplated finding a random place to appease the young lady, he felt a sudden vibration from the pager at his waist. Chapter 85. Yu Manjun's parents are returning. He retrieved the pager from his waist and glanced at the familiar number, which undoubtedly belonged to his home. This message must have been sent by Yu Manjun. Upon pressing the button again, the content that appeared left him somewhat astonished, returned promptly. Just 2 simple words, devoid of any further information. This provoked a sense of concern within Zhang Xu, and before he could even put the pager away, Jiang Duelon noticed something amiss. Is something wrong? Oh, there's a pressing matter at home. If you... Seeing him gesture towards the side, Jiang Duelon immediately understood that he intended to leave. Though displeased, she recognized that he had made his intentions clear, and it would be unreasonable to insist he stay. If it's truly urgent, you should go. But next time, you owe me a favor. Hearing her words, Zhang Xu could only offer a helpless smile, tacitly agreeing to her request. As he departed, he cast a glance at the bodyguard trailing behind them. Satisfied that the young lady was safe on her own, he mounted his bicycle. On the way back, contemplating the message transmitted by the pager, he quickened his pace. Given Yu Manjun's disposition, which was generally easygoing, he had never witnessed her in such a state of urgency. The usual half-hour journey was compressed to a mere 10 minutes. As he entered the alley, Zhang Xu eagerly craned his neck to glimpse his home. After dismounting, he leaned his bicycle against the wall and rushed into the courtyard. Manjun! Manjun! Hearing the commotion outside, Yu Manjun opened the door. Zhang Xu, what is the rush? At that moment, Yu Manjun felt at a loss for words. After much hesitation, she ultimately invited him inside. Please, tell me what is going on. I just received news from my parents. They are returning the day after tomorrow. Zhang Xu was momentarily taken aback. Is this the pressing matter you mentioned? To him, the return of his future in-laws did not seem particularly significant. Yes, Yu Manjun replied, her head bowed, as if there were more to convey. Then I shall accompany you to the train station to greet them. No need for that. They mentioned they would be driving back, so there's no requirement to go to the train station. Driving? This revelation startled Zhang Xu. He had previously known that Yu Manjun's parents were engaged in business abroad, but he recalled that when they left, the couple had been laden with bags and had taken the slow train. Now, the sudden announcement of their return by car was indeed surprising. Then what is the reason you summoned me back? Zhang Xu continued to inquire. The day after tomorrow. I would like to take you home for a meal. My parents wish to meet you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu chuckled. Our families have known each other since childhood. What is there to meet about? Looking up at his fiancée standing before him, he suddenly remembered that they were indeed preparing for marriage. Currently, Yu Manjun's parents, who will eventually become his future in-laws, are coming to visit. It is certainly not inappropriate for them to meet. All right, let's go to your house the day after tomorrow. I will bring some gifts, he said. Yu Manjun nodded. Yet her expression still seemed somewhat off. What is the matter? Did I not say we would go? Why aren't you happy? My dad mentioned that it has been a long time since he last met your uncle, and he thought it would be nice for him to join us. At that moment, Zhang Xu finally began to grasp the situation. It was no wonder Yu Manjun felt uneasy. She had been waiting for this. Zhang Weiye was still in custody, and it would be at least another week before he could be released. Suggesting a meal at this juncture would indeed be a predicament. You know my father's situation. Should we perhaps push the meeting back? Zhang Xu proposed. We could say that my uncle has something to attend to. That could work. At least it would allow them to avoid suspicion. Zhang Xu understood that his father's predicament was a stain that should not be casually disclosed. Moreover, if Yu Manjun's future in-laws were to learn that Zhang Weiye was imprisoned due to his own son's actions, it would be quite the spectacle. However, for Zhang Xu, this was not an urgent matter. Had this been in the past when he was financially struggling, he might have felt anxious about meeting his future in-laws. But now that he had earned some money, he felt more confident. Discussions regarding marriage would be much easier. Seeing that Yu Manjun still had her head lowered, Zhang Xu furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Why the frown? Do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow? Although Zhang Xu was uncertain about her intentions, he nodded. I'm free. What is up? Without speaking, Yu Manjun carefully retrieved something from her pocket. If you are free, let us go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. I have already prepared the documents from the neighborhood committee. Hearing this, Zhang Xu was rather taken aback. Hadn't they agreed to discuss obtaining the certificate only after meeting her parents? He was astonished. This was contrary to Yu Manjun's previous stance. Now she seemed to be the one having second thoughts, leaving Zhang Xu perplexed. Chapter 86. The funeral. At this moment, Yu Manjun found herself at a loss for words. Her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to articulate anything further. Manjun, has something happened? Zhang Xu, not one to be easily deceived, having grown up alongside Yu Manjun, immediately sensed that something was amiss with her demeanor. Do your parents disapprove of us? Upon hearing this, Yu Manjun looked up, locking her gaze onto him for a prolonged moment, until tears began to cascade down her cheeks, at which point she choked out a nod. The unexpected revelation left Zhang Xu momentarily stunned. Indeed, trouble had brewed. Their families had previously agreed upon their union, just half a year prior. Yu Manjun's parents had even mentioned that they would return after the new year to facilitate the arrangements for their marriage. Yet now, they had suddenly changed their stance. What could possibly justify such a reversal? Seeing his fiancée in tears, Zhang Xu understood that this turmoil stemmed from her parents' wishes. And he stepped forward, enveloping Yu Manjun in a comforting embrace. Do not worry, our bond cannot be severed by anyone. Then, shall we obtain the marriage certificate tomorrow? At that point, I truly won't have the courage to face your parents. Zhang Xu readily took over her words. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly agreed. However, now, having returned from a future life, the profound insights of over 2 decades lingered in his mind. To him, a marriage blessed by family was the only one worthy of being deemed perfect. Yu Manjun gazed up at Zhang Xu's resolute expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling the strength of his embrace, she buried her face deep into his chest. The moment was interrupted by the sound of the courtyard gate opening, prompting both to hastily part. Zhao Jiangwo entered, his countenance grim. Master Zhao, why have you returned? How is Master Song? As Zhang Xu approached, Yu Manjun swiftly retreated to her room. Zhao Jiangwo sighed, taking several gulps from a glass of water. Do not mention it. The brothers have come home, and the old lady's coffin has yet to be closed, yet they are already squabbling over the inheritance, causing quite a ruckus. Jiawen sent me back to handle things. Zhang Xu was aware of the relationship between Zhao Jiangwo and Song Jiawen. Under different circumstances, he would have stayed without hesitation to assist. However, family disputes are notoriously convoluted, and matters of inheritance among brothers are often fraught with complications, making them difficult to resolve. Unable to offer help and witnessing his friend's distress, Zhao Jiangwo found it unbearable, hence his return. I recall you mentioning earlier that Master Song has only a small courtyard in one city. With the brothers arriving, how will the inheritance be divided? What other way is there? Those 2 rascals insist on selling the house and splitting the money. Will Master Song agree to that? He is a straightforward man, not one for eloquence. It is all the others who speak for him. I suspect he will be taken advantage of. Family matters are indeed intricate. Zhang Xu pondered thoughtfully. In that case, after dinner, take me there. Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback. You wish to go? As the intention to sell the house arises, I too shall take a glance. For it is said that one should not allow the fruits of their labor to flow to outsiders, is it not? Regarding Zhang Xu's character, Zhao Jiangwo is certainly well aware. Such opportunistic thoughts are unlikely to be entertained by the other party. Their intention to visit must surely be to lend a hand. That is acceptable, as it reflects a gesture of goodwill. After dinner, Zhang Xu instructed Yu Manjun to venture out and purchase some items. After all, in 2 days, he would be meeting his future in-laws. Though they may not hold him in high regard, he must not neglect the customary gestures. Sending Yu Manjun to procure gifts is certainly preferable to being entirely oblivious. Just as his fiancée stepped out, Zhang Xu retreated to his room, extracting a portion of his earnings. Zhao Jiangwo awaited him at the door, and upon his emergence, he started the vehicle. A van obstructed the alleyway. During the journey, Zhao Jiangwo informed Zhang Xu about the Song family's circumstances. The house had originally been allocated to Song Jiawen's father from his workplace, but the other 2 brothers were unwilling to care for their elderly parent, which compelled Song Jiawen to sell his own house to move in. The proceeds from the sale had been entirely spent on medical expenses for his grandmother. Subsequently, both his parents passed away, leading to a singular conflict within the household. Ultimately, the community intervened to mediate, considering the presence of his grandmother, which quelled the discord. However, the situation has changed. With no elders remaining, only the 3 brothers are left. This inevitably leads to disputes, although property values may not appreciate as they will in the future, if divided. Each brother would still receive a sum equivalent to nearly a year's salary, which would incite jealousy in anyone, particularly among the 2 profit-driven brothers. As the vehicle approached the mouth of an alley, before it even stopped, Zhang Xu could hear the mournful music emanating from within. Upon disembarking, he observed the paper money strewn on the ground and the scent of incense wafting through the air. as Zhao Jiangwo guided him deeper into the alley. Numerous households lined the lane, and after only a few steps, they came upon a residence with tables set outside. 7 or 8 tables were arranged, each adorned with a dish of white water tofu, in accordance with the funeral customs of Guangzhou. At that moment, Song Jiawen stood at the entrance, taking deep drags from a cigarette. His eyes, reddened, could have been a result of the smoke or perhaps the weight of the distressing matters concerning his family. Chapter 87. Selling the House Jiawen. Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand. Hearing the voice, Song Jiawen looked up and, upon seeing the two approaching, immediately rose to his feet. "What brings you both here?" he inquired, curious about Zhao Jiangwo's intention in bringing Zhang Xu along. "Master Song, my condolences," Zhang Xu said, as he reached into his pocket and produced a white envelope, offering it to him. Just as Song Jiawen was about to accept it, someone snatched it away before he could grasp it. Zhang Xu barely registered the movement as the envelope was swiftly transferred to another's grasp. The two individuals bore resemblance to Song Jiawen, and with a piece of black cloth draped over their arms. Zhang Xu understood immediately that they were Song Jiawen's two brothers, eager to contest the inheritance, the eldest, Song Jiawu, and the youngest, Song Jiajie. It was indeed the youngest, Song Jiajie, who had seized the envelope. "Elder brother, quite generous. Is this your friend?" 200. Upon hearing that the envelope contained 200, Song Jiawu, as the eldest, widened his eyes in astonishment. In these times, it was customary to gift 5 or 10 for occasions of joy and sorrow. Even a sum of 50 signified a significant relationship. Thus, Zhang Xu's offering of 200 was bound to elevate their perception of him. 200? Song Jiawen, taken aback by the amount, swiftly reclaimed the envelope, intending to return it to Zhang Xu. "I appreciate your kindness, but such a sum is," he began. But before he could finish, Song Jiawu snatched it back once more. "Elder brother," Song Jiawen expressed his irritation. "Second brother, this is all his goodwill. How can you be so ungrateful? It's no wonder you Haven Tea received a promotion at the factory these past years," Song Jiawu remarked, casting a grin towards Zhang Xu. This smile made Zhang Xu feel somewhat nauseated. Surrounded by white, a clear indication of mourning, this man could still smile so broadly over a mere envelope. Oh, such is human nature. Feeling the weight of Zhang Xu's disdainful gaze, Song Jiawu's smile faltered slightly, and he signaled to the youngest brother. The latter promptly responded, "Oh right. Elder brother, let us settle Master S fee quickly. Otherwise, he won't have money to buy materials tomorrow, and what will he eat then?" With that, they retreated back into the courtyard. Zhang Xu, not being naive, discerned that the two were performing a rather disingenuous act. Typically, when hiring a master for an event, one would first pay a deposit and then settle the balance afterward. It was unusual to demand money midway through the arrangement. However, since Song Jiawen remained silent, Zhang Xu, as a guest, felt it prudent to withhold his comments. "My apologies for the spectacle," Song Jiawen addressed the two brothers, his expression filled with helplessness. Zhao Jiangwo leaned in to peek into the courtyard, and, noticing the two extracting the money from the envelope, discreetly inquired, "Jiawen, what is the final word on this?" "We've agreed to sell the house. Someone is coming to view it tomorrow." "That quickly?" Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed, astonished. Zhang Xu, observing closely, realized that this was all part of the brothers' premeditated scheme. Normally, one would avoid buying a house at such a time, let alone approach one immediately following a death. It is evident that this arrangement has been orchestrated by the two brothers of Song Jiawen, who will undoubtedly transfer the property at a low price when the time comes. As for who will ultimately possess it, that remains uncertain. However, it is certain that the amount Song Jiawen will receive will be far less than anticipated. Let them be. At this moment, Song Jiawen felt utterly exhausted and was no longer inclined to concern himself with these matters. After all, these belongings were left by his parents. Could he truly bear to relinquish them to others? Suddenly, Zhang Xu inquired, "Given their significance, how can you let them go so easily?" Listening to his words, Song Jiawen felt a pang of reluctance, yet he knew they were his own brothers. To deny them seemed unjust. They are brothers, after all. A division was only to be expected. As he spoke, Song Jiawen picked up a glass of liquor from the table and downed it in one swift motion. Zhao Jiangwo, feeling a sense of compassion, glanced sideways at the two brothers who were counting money. They didn't contribute a single penny towards your parents' funeral expenses. When your grandmother fell ill, the military discharge benefits were exhausted, and all the savings were spent. Yet, they expect to acquire a house without contributing anything? Many relatives nearby overheard these remarks. They were well aware of the situation concerning the Song family, Yet Song Jiawen's brothers were no innocents. If a dispute were to arise, it would be their relatives who would lose face, as they would be unable to articulate a defense against the two brothers. Let it be. I still have dormitories in my factory where I can reside, and I will have some money left after the division, Song Jiawen stated. Hearing this, Zhang Xu looked towards the courtyard as if devising a plan, then leaned closer and whispered, "What if we could persuade them to relinquish their claim voluntarily?" Chapter 88. The Performance. To persuade them to relinquish? What Zhang Xu proposed was nothing short of a fantasy for Song Jiawen. It was already a challenge to extract even a penny from his two brothers, let alone expect them to abandon a property valued at over 1,000 yuan. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Just as Song Jiawen was about to argue, he was restrained by Zhao Jiangwo, who had been observing Zhang Xu for quite some time. Despite his youthful appearance, Zhang Xu possessed a mind that was distinctly different from others, while he might have doubted similar claims from anyone else. He held Zhang Xu's words in steadfast belief. "Jiawen, it's worth a shot. Worst case, you return to the dormitory at the factory. If it works out, the house will be saved," Zhao Jiangwo encouraged. In response to Zhao's words, Song Jiawen slowly turned to Zhang Xu. Noticing the earnestness in his eyes and glancing back at his avaricious brothers, he ultimately nodded gravely. "All right, what do we do?" Zhang Xu scanned the two men in the courtyard, a slight smile gracing his lips as he began to instruct Song Jiawen and his brother. "Is this truly feasible?" Song Jiawen expressed his skepticism. "Rest assured, if it doesn't work, I'll simply purchase it myself," Zhang Xu confidently asserted, slapping his chest. Suddenly, Song Jiawen inquired, "What are your conditions for assisting me?" This unexpected question cast a momentary pall over the atmosphere. Zhao Jiangwo hastened to say, "Jiawen, Zhang Xu is acting out of goodwill. Don't overthink it." Observing the tension, Zhang Xu promptly articulated his request. "No special demands. As I mentioned before, I need help. If this succeeds, you can join me, with no change in your compensation. What do you say? Deal." As soon as Song Jiawen agreed, his two brothers emerged from the shadows. They had already divided the previous white envelope, clearly showing no intention of sharing with Song Jiawen. With smiles plastered on their faces, Zhang Xu ignored them and strode into the courtyard, followed closely by the others, enveloped in the incense-laden air of the morning hall. He glanced around before tapping on a pillar in the courtyard. "By the way, I heard there's a potential client visiting tomorrow?" His inquiry seemed directed at no one in particular, but Song Jiawu, the eldest brother, quickly stepped forward, saying, "Yes, we have a client in discussions, though we're uncertain of the offer." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the third brother. Their disheveled appearance did not escape Zhang Xu's keen observation. "Well, Jiawen, if you can accommodate someone in the dormitory, let it be sold." "Indeed, I've also inquired, and the property should fetch around 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. I've heard Jiawen's factory has paid wages for months, so selling it could provide some much-needed cash," Song Jiajia chimed in eagerly. Their banter elicited a smile from Zhang Xu, yet the profoundness of his smile sent a shiver down the spines of the two brothers. However one looks at it, this young man is not particularly old, and judging by his earlier generous demeanor, he likely harbors no ulterior motives, perhaps even being a wealthy second-generation acquaintance of Song Jiawen. "May I have a casual glance? I have never encountered such a courtyard before. Where would you like to see?" "I shall guide you," said Song Jiawen, immediately complying and deliberately addressing his two brothers. "Elder brother, third brother, you stay outside and keep watch. Perhaps someone might come to present a white envelope." Upon hearing this, and recalling the 200 given by Zhang Xu earlier, the two brothers exchanged no further words and promptly made their way to the courtyard entrance. However, the eldest brother, with a cautious instinct, pulled the third brother aside just as they reached the door. "I have an unsettling feeling about this fellow, third brother. You should go inside and follow closely to observe his intentions." Upon hearing this, Song Jiajia was instantly displeased. "Elder brother, why don't you go? I have been kneeling in the courtyard for an entire afternoon, and my legs are quite unsteady now." Both brothers were unwilling to relinquish the opportunity of guarding the entrance for the white envelope. Thus, after some reluctance, the eldest brother had no choice but to return. As he departed, he did not forget to remind the third brother, "If a white envelope appears, do not forget to take note. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to Jiawen, and we will need to split the proceeds." The third brother, visibly impatient, merely nodded. "Split the proceeds? What a jest. Such money is a one-way ticket. If splitting were to occur, it would indeed be difficult to ascertain whose kin or friends were summoned. Furthermore, after the two had already divided the white envelope given by Zhang Xu, they had not considered leaving any for Song Jiawen. the eldest brother, feeling his way back, entered the courtyard. Upon re-entering, he noticed Zhang Xu approaching a nearby storage room. Inside were remnants mostly belonging to their parents and grandparents. These items, which Song Jiawu and the third brother had also seen, were mostly inconspicuous, antiquated objects, likely unworthy even to a scrap collector. Yet, it seemed Zhang Xu paused at the entrance, exchanging a few words with Song Jiawan. The distance was too great for Song Jiawu to hear. He could only cautiously make his way closer in the dim light. From a distance, Zhang Xu caught sight of him as well. After signaling to Song Jiawan, the latter promptly opened the storage room door. As the door creaked open, a cloud of dust billowed forth. The three of them waved their hands in front of their faces for a while until the dust finally settled. Chapter 89. Artifacts. The room was modest in size, perhaps around 70 or 80 square feet. In the center lay several boxes, surrounded by an assortment of vintage tables and stools. On the wall hung a switch connected by a slender cord, which Song Jiawan gently tugged. With a crisp snap, the room instantly brightened, momentarily overwhelming their senses with its brilliance. Once accustomed to the light, Zhang Xu surveyed the surroundings. It appeared that there were no valuable items within. However, upon approaching the table and opening a drawer, he discovered several sheets of pale yellow paper. He picked one up, his expression shifting to astonishment as he turned to Song Jiawan. "Did you write this?" "Oh, those were left by my grandfather before he passed. I intended to discard them, but my grandmother insisted otherwise." At that moment, Song Jiawu was lurking by the doorway, eavesdropping on their conversation. His interest piqued. "Jiawan, you must sell me this house," Zhang Xu declared with sudden seriousness. Caught off guard, Song Jiawan stammered, "But my brothers have already arranged to meet with clients tomorrow." Zhao Zhangwo, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Regardless, it's all about selling the house. Who buys it doesn't matter." But Zhang Xu noted that the time was ripe and provocatively continued, "Jiawan, I want to hide it from you. This piece of calligraphy alone could fetch a price exceeding that of your house." Upon hearing this, Song Jiawan was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Song Jiawu, still listening at the door, felt his heart race, unaware that this was merely a performance stage for his benefit. "Is that true?" Song Jiawan feigned disbelief. "Indeed. If you wish to sell, I could make an offer right now." Zhang Xu was interrupted as a voice called from outside, "Jiawan." The call from Song Jiawu immediately drew the attention of the three inside the room. They exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that their elder brother had taken the bait. "Brother, what is the matter?" Song Jiawan inquired curiously. "It's your turn to offer incense to grandmother. Hurry, or it will go out." According to custom, the younger generations were to take turns honoring their grandmother with incense. However, Song Jiawan recalled that they had just performed this ritual a mere 10 minutes ago. Typically, a stick of incense would last an hour or so. It was hardly possible for it to burn out so quickly. "Brother, didn't you just light one? How could it already be gone?" At this, Song Jiawu's face flushed red, yet he felt compelled to continue the ruse. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the calligraphy laid out on the table. "Now that you mention it, I do recall. Just make sure you don't forget later." Song Jiawan simply nodded, sensing that his elder brother had no intention of leaving, and countered, "Brother, do you have something else to attend to?" "No, nothing at all. I was just wondering why you brought your guest here. The room is covered in dust, and I wouldn't want you to get it dirty." As Song Jiawu stepped inside, he casually picked up the sheets of calligraphy and returned them to the drawer. The three onlookers found his cautious demeanor somewhat amusing. To my surprise, Zhang Xu's casual remarks led this fellow to believe him wholeheartedly. "You should hurry outside. They finished eating and will be leaving shortly. You ought to see them off," the boss said as he ushered the three of them out. Observing Song Jiawan approaching the door, Zhang Xu and Zhao Zhangwo, however, showed no intention of departing. The boss chuckled and inquired, "Mr. Zhang, may I ask where you hold your esteemed position?" Earlier, having eavesdropped at the entrance and aware of the characters in the drawer, he posed this question to ascertain Zhang Xu's identity. "Oh, it's nothing much. I have an antique shop at home. I often venture out to trade for a few items," Zhang Xu replied. This sparked Song Jiawu's interest as he recalled the characters they had just examined. "Is there anything here that has caught your eye?" he asked eagerly. Although the house was old, it had yet to reach the level of valuable antiquities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu exchanged a glance with Zhao Zhangwo and smiled. "By the way, I heard there will be a client coming to view the items tomorrow?" "Yes," the other party nodded in affirmation. "Well, since we're all in the business of selling, and considering my familiarity with Jiawan, I could accompany him tomorrow. If the client offers a low price, I could purchase it myself, allowing you three brothers to share a bit more profit," Wouldn't that be agreeable? This proposition caused Song Jiawoo to pause, eyeing the young man before him who, despite his youth, exuded a cunning nature. That sounds fair. I never imagined Jiawen had friends like you, he replied. In Song Jiawoo's mind, once they departed that night, he could discreetly hide those characters away. The value of the house was debatable, but at least this endeavor could yield him a tidy sum. After finalizing their arrangement, Zhang Xu chose not to linger at the door any longer. As dusk fell outside, Song Jiawen returned to the spirit hall to replace the incense before once again standing before Zhang Xu. It seems my elder brother has come to believe you, he remarked. Zhang Xu smiled. Your brother does not strike me as a foolish man. The performance tomorrow will depend on how well you all can deliver. Beside them, Zhao Jingwo clapped Zhang Xu on the shoulder, saying, Zhang Xu, don't let Jiawen's quiet demeanor fool you. He has always been the one to organize our annual cultural performances, you know, the dramas. This comment caused Song Jiawen's face to flush with embarrassment as he glanced toward the spirit hall. Oh, I never expected our family to end up in such a predicament. During his time in the military, there was little room for deceit. It was only after returning and grappling with life's challenges for several years that Song Jiawen started to reminisce about the simplicity of his earlier life. Chapter 90. Staying here for the night, most of the guests had departed from outside the courtyard. Song Jiawen was busy tidying up the dishes, while the eldest and the third brother stood at a distance, observing. For them, the responsibility of managing the funeral rites rested upon Song Jiawen. Although they were members of the Song family, their presence was merely a fade of filial piety for the sake of appearances. Now that the guests had all left, there was no need for them to maintain the pretense any longer. It was at this moment that the eldest brother intentionally brushed off the sunflower seed shells clinging to his hand and approached Song Jiawen. Come on, Jiawen. Big brother is here. His feigned enthusiasm was evident to anyone with a discerning eye. Yet, as he wished to act this way, Song Jiawen felt compelled to oblige and set down the bucket of food scraps, expecting a modicum of courtesy from the second brother. She was taken aback by his unexpected sincerity. However, the situation had progressed to this point, leaving no room for excuses. Reluctantly, he bent down to lift the bucket again. By the way, Jiawen, you've been busy enough today. You and the third brother should rest well tonight. I'll take over for you in the morning. Upon hearing this, it was clear that such words did not align with the self-serving nature of Song Jiawoo. The third brother, listening from the side, found it utterly incredulous. Noticing his expression, Song Jiawen feigned gratitude. All right, then, I shall trouble you, big brother. No trouble at all, we are brothers. Since you have taken care of our grandmother's funeral, it is only natural that the two of us assist by keeping vigil, he replied. The eldest had already made up his mind that once his two brothers fell asleep at midnight, the calligraphy scrolls in the storeroom would be his alone. The mere thought of Zhang Xu casually claiming that a single scroll could be worth the entire courtyard sent a thrill through him. Knowing that there were at least 7 or 8 in the drawer, not to mention the unopened ones, there was considerable profit to be gained here. As the eldest brother returned after disposing of the scraps, the third brother sidled up to him. Big brother, I'll keep you company tonight. At this, Song Jiawoo's expression shifted, tinged with embarrassment. I already told Jiawen that you two have been exhausted throughout the day. You should go to sleep. I can handle the vigil here. That is not acceptable. After all, we are brothers. It would be unfair for you to bear all the good fortune alone. The third brother retorted. Upon hearing this, Song Jiawoo's face paled further. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no benefits to gain. Big brother, we have grown up together. I know you well enough to discern what you had for lunch just by the scent. What are you trying to hide from me? Realizing that if he did not bring this younger sibling along, it might lead to unnecessary complications later, Song Jiawoo pondered for a moment. Ultimately, he relented with a reluctant nod and cautiously instructed, let us discuss this once the second brother is asleep. After uttering those words, Song Jiawoo chose not to elaborate further. Just as the two prepared to return to the courtyard, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from down the alley. The familiar sound prompted both to turn their heads in unison. Zhang Xu, the third brother exclaimed. Zhang Xu and Zhao Jingwo were making their way towards the courtyard, their laughter and conversation piquing Song Jiawoo's vigilance. In this vicinity, only the second brother and the two of them recognized the true value of the calligraphy scrolls. Initially, it was presumed that the duo would return home after attending the funeral banquet. However, their unexpected reappearance here raised suspicions. Do you have something to discuss? Song Jiawoo stepped forward, blocking their path at the entrance. The wariness in his gaze was not lost on Zhang Xu, who discerned the underlying tension. Oh, it's nothing really. Zhaowen hasn't he been sleeping well these past few days, so Zhao Shifu and I thought we'd stay the night to take turns keeping watch. Zhang Xu explained. Upon hearing this, the elder brother immediately waved his hand. No, that won't be necessary. I've already told Zhaowen he should rest. And I can take turns with the third brother. That won't do, Zhang Xu insisted. Zhaowen mentioned that you three have been exceedingly busy and hardly getting any sleep at night. It's unacceptable to let you stay up. As he spoke, he made a move to enter, but the third brother, still unaware of the underlying motives, positioned himself to block their way. Just then, Song Zhaowen, having just finished washing up, approached and inquired, Elder brother, what are you all discussing? Zhaowen, you've arrived at the perfect moment. These two friends of yours say they want to help keep watch tonight. I've already told them that I can manage. And the third brother has also offered to take turns with me. You should send them back. It's not right to impose upon them. Song Jiawu's words were eloquent and convincing. Anyone else would likely have believed him. Alas, Zhang Xu had been aware from the outset of his true intentions. With a subtle glance at Song Jiawen, the latter quickly caught on. Oh right. I was just discussing with Zhang Xu about looking at houses tomorrow. Their place is quite far from here, so I agreed to let them stay. Upon hearing this, Song Jiawu's expression darkened further. Convinced that Zhang Xu was after the valuable calligraphy scrolls in the storage room. But elder brother, you shouldn't hesitate. Zhang Xu's family is quite well off. If this house can be sold for a higher price, we three brothers could benefit as well. Song Jiawen's remark effectively silenced the elder brother, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. To maintain his stance would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the others. Well, then, the elder brother conceded, glancing towards the guest room. I'll go tidy up the room. You three can make do for the night. With the conversation reaching this conclusion, the third brother had no option but to agree. As the elder brother and the third brother went inside to prepare, the three at the door exchanged knowing smiles. It appeared that someone was destined to have a restless night. Zhao Jiangwo remarked with a smile, Zhang Xu, are you certain this is all right? Rest assured, we shall sleep soundly tonight. With Zhao Shifu here, your elder brother will undoubtedly be wary of us and won't dare to act recklessly, Zhang Xu reassured him. He was acutely aware that Song Jiawu was likely plotting to pilfer something under the cover of night, but with their presence, that plan was effectively thwarted. Chapter 91. Deception as anticipated. When the guest room was finally tidied up, the elder brother mysteriously produced a lock from somewhere. Observing this, Song Jiawen could not help but inquire, Brother, what do you need a lock for? He replied, Well, since someone is coming to view the property tomorrow. The storage room is such a mess. If they see it in disarray, they might think poorly of it, and the yard won't fetch a high price. I thought to lock it up and tell them it contains items left by the old lady, which we will move later. This fib was transparent to anyone with a discerning eye. Although Song Jiawen appeared somewhat dim-witted, he certainly sensed that his elder brother was spinning a tale. Watching him lock the door, Song Jiawen felt an increasing admiration for Zhang Xu. This astute individual seemed to have calculated every detail regarding their situation, particularly the elder brother, who had a penchant for cheap deals, was wide-eyed in the morning hall, not gazing at the old lady in the coffin, but rather towards the guest room and the storage room. Meanwhile, under the elder brother's secret instructions, the third brother waited at the window of the guest room, guarding against Zhang Xu and his companions attempting to sneak out. The two brothers spent the entire night without a wink of sleep. As dawn broke, Song Jiawen emerged from the house and hurried towards the morning hall. Noticing his brother's bloodshot eyes, he urged, Brother, you should get some rest. Otherwise, when the buyer arrives, it will be embarrassing. At this hour, Song Jiawu dared not sleep, his eyes fixed on the storage room. No, I can hold on, he insisted. They had all expected the prospective buyer to arrive early in the morning, but after lunch, no one appeared. Just as the elder brother and the third brother were on the verge of exhaustion, a figure finally stepped through the yard gate. This person was indeed there to view the property, having previously communicated with Song Jiawu. The latter had initially intended to have the buyer intentionally lowball the price in front of them. After the deal, he planned to exclude the second brother and sell at a higher price. However, with Zhang Xu present, such a plan was no longer feasible. At this moment, all he desired was to secure a high price for the house, knowing that the contents within would ultimately be under his control. While Song Jiawen was busy attending to other relatives, the elder brother discreetly pulled the prospective buyer aside. The situation had changed. Today, they must acquire this property at all costs. The buyer looked puzzled. What is going on? Am I not the only one viewing the property? Do we need to raise the price? He was unaware of how his unfortunate brother had managed to attract a wealthy heir who also had an interest in the house. I want to elaborate, but remember, we must secure this deal. If all goes well, coupled with the previous 1,500 I gave you, that totals 3,000, which should be more than sufficient. As the elder brother stealthily handed him a stack of 1,500 bills, the buyer, although confused, agreed. By around 2 in the afternoon, most of the others had departed. Only then did Song Jiawen lead a few individuals into the house. Master Chen, you have seen the house. What do you think? He directly inquired. The house is decent. However, I am uncertain about the price you wish to sell it for. Listening to the other party's words, Song Jiawen glanced at his elder brother beside him, whose eyelids had begun to droop. Clearly uninterested in the matter and impatiently gesturing for him to make his own decision. I shall not elaborate further. The price for this courtyard is 1,500. Upon hearing this, Master Chen was taken aback. He did not anticipate that this young man would propose a price that coincided with their previously estimated maximum. The house is quite nice, yet with the funeral still in progress, does the price of 1,500 seem a bit? Before Master Chen could finish his thought, Zhang Xu interrupted him decisively. I'll take it for 1,500. This unexpected turn of events left the elder brother and the third brother seething with frustration. Observing the situation, Master Chen looked towards the elder brother, and under his taciturn gaze, he reluctantly increased the price by 100. 1,600. Yet, before he could finish speaking, Zhang Xu promptly countered, 2,000. Compared to the modest increment from the other side, his offer was markedly more generous. At this moment, Song Jiawu was blissfully unaware that the earlier confusion regarding the money had already been noticed. They were fully aware of the 3,000 base price. Remembering the elder brother's instructions, Master Chen gritted his teeth and raised the price by another 100, 2,100. Meanwhile, the elder brother was mentally calculating. Recognizing that the price of 2,100 was merely equivalent to the cost of 2 calligraphy scrolls. Not a loss, not a loss. 2,900. Zhang Xu boldly declared the price. Observing this, Song Jiawen intentionally remarked for them not to take offense. However, Master Chen had already been instructed, and he finally gritted his teeth and called out 3,000. Song Jiawu and Song Jiaji fixed their gaze on Zhang Xu, their hearts racing. Initially, they thought he would continue bidding, but Zhang Xu, with a hint of resignation, said, I actually quite like it, but with the price so high now. Alas. Never mind, if you like it, take it. At this remark, the elder brother's anxious heart was immediately set at ease. The subsequent proceedings were much smoother. They signed the contract and exchanged the money, with the house registered in Song Jiawen's name. They agreed to transfer ownership once the funeral was concluded. Immediately thereafter, the elder brother summoned a few laborers, ostensibly to clear out the storeroom, but in reality, he intended to seize the calligraphy scrolls for himself. Song Jiawen and Zhang Xu stood in the courtyard, watching the elder brother's actions with smiles on their faces. Chapter 92. Leaving the rest to him, isn't this rather cruel? Zhang Xu chuckled. It's all right. Otherwise, how would you reclaim this house? A few minutes later, the eldest brother handed a bag to the third brother, both appearing quite satisfied as if they had already envisioned how to indulge after their fortune. Third brother, let us divide this 3,000 yuan now, Song Jiawen stated, producing the cash. At this moment, the eldest brother exchanged glances with the third brother and generously declared, Second brother, this funeral was arranged by you, and neither of us is unreasonable. Here is the deal. You take 1,500, and the rest we shall split. Seeing this, Song Jiawen naturally felt the need to be polite. After several rounds of mutual refusal, they exchanged pleasantries that were as beautiful as they were hollow, ultimately resigning to accepting the money. I haven't slept all night. I will head back with the third brother for a nap and return later, the eldest brother said, disregarding the gazes of others as he and the third brother dashed out. They believed they had stealthily taken the calligraphy piece, still blissfully unaware. Looking at the 1,500 yuan in his hand, Song Jiawen sighed and turned to Zhang Xu. I had someone assess this courtyard before, and it was only worth about 1,200. I never expected to come away with so much. In the 1980s, over 1,000 was equivalent to 2 years' wages in his factory. Even if he were to purchase elsewhere, he might still have a considerable sum left. Yet, a glance at the courtyard where he had grown up filled his eyes with reluctance. Rest assured, you need not move. They will return shortly, and by then, this courtyard will be yours, Zhang Xu assured him. Without needing further elaboration from Zhang Xu, Song Jiawen understood what was to be done. A house valued at 1,200. After the funeral arrangements would likely fetch far less now. Once the eldest and third brothers realized they had been deceived, they would certainly consider selling the house to mitigate their losses, allowing Song Jiawen to repurchase it at 1,200, thus pocketing 300 in the process. As he watched Zhang Xu depart with Zhao Jiangwo, he began to admire the young man. Zhang Xu, he suddenly called out. Master Song, is there something else? Zhang Xu replied, confidence gleaming in his eyes, knowing full well why Song Jiawen had called him back. In a few days, I will resign from the factory and join you, Song Jiawen stated. Excellent. I will await your arrival. Zhang Xu responded joyfully. Both Song Jiawen and Zhao Jiangwo were considered capable assistants. Not only could they help with transportation, but they also served as formidable bodyguards. Now, having offended both Sun Fuping and the Bai family, their presence would at least ensure his safety. Zhang Xu, shouldn't we linger a bit longer? Zhao Jiangwo expressed concern for Song Jiawen's ability to handle the situation. After all, the eldest and third brothers of the Song family were cunning individuals. It would be quite challenging for the honest Song Jiawen to gain an advantage against them. At that moment, Zhang Xu couldn't help but smile. Master Zhao, aren't you their captain? Why doubt the confidence of your own men? Primarily, Initially, I contemplated remaining. But I do not wish to have excessive interactions with Song Jiawu. Beside me, Zhao Jiangwo appeared somewhat perplexed. Why? I had not noticed it before, but just now. When that fellow was counting money, I observed that he was clad in attire belonging to the Bai family. The Bai family is a prominent entity in Guangzhou, with several companies and numerous employees under their wing. Within the supply and marketing cooperative, a few counters have been leased to the Bai family, and the staff their don garments identical to those worn by Song Jiwu. In such circumstances, it is only natural that he would prefer to limit his interactions with individuals affiliated with the Bai family or their employees. To take it a step further, even if I held no apprehension towards the Bai family, if Master Song finds himself unable to manage these two individuals, I doubt it would be necessary for him to assist me, would it? Zhang Xu's remarks were quite forthright, yet to Zhao Jiangwo, they resonated with a sense of rationale. Just then, as they were making their way back, the beeper at Zhang Xu's waist began to buzz urgently. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a message from Qinpeng. I just delivered goods. There is an influx of mousse in the market. Return promptly. Gazing at the scrolling Chinese subtitles on the screen, Zhang Xu's brow furrowed involuntarily. He understood that soon, competition for the mousse would ensue, yet he had not anticipated it would transpire so swiftly. Chapter 93, Deception Upon Arriving Home. Zhang Xu immediately noticed Qinping seated at the entrance, surrounded by several boxes of goods. Qinping, Zhang called out to his friend, who promptly stood up to greet him, exclaiming, "You finally returned. What is the situation?" "It's like this," Qinping began, recounting his morning delivery experience. Initially, based on the order placed by the salon owner, he was supposed to deliver 4 boxes of mousse. Everything was aligned with the pricing Zhang Xu had previously negotiated. However, upon arrival, the salon owner reneged, drastically reducing the price from 12 to 6 yuan. According to Zhang Xu's calculations, their mousse brand dominated the market in Guan City, making it difficult for other merchants to compete, often requiring months to establish a presence. Yet, merely a little over 2 weeks had passed, and the salon owner had suddenly produced some stock identical to theirs, boasting fresher production dates and lower prices, thus rendering their inventory uncompetitive. Those people are infuriating. Do you know how that fellow's son insulted me? Qinping recalled the man's disdainful expression, feeling nauseated. He said our products were outdated and disgusting, accusing us of having a corrupt conscience by selling inferior goods at exorbitant prices. Listening to this, Zhang Xu remained unfazed. The goods, originally acquired from the supply cooperative for around 2 yuan and sold for 12, were indeed overpriced, which explained the salon owner's dissatisfaction. Did he mention how much they bought their products for? Zhang Xu inquired calmly. He didn't say, but when I tried to negotiate at 5 yuan, he wouldn't budge, insisting on receiving only items with favorable expiration dates, Qinping replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu began to contemplate. Given Sun's cunning nature, it was likely that the expiration date was merely a pretext for price reduction. Ultimately, the transaction would hinge on the price. The insistence on 5 yuan as a baseline indicated that their price had been firmly established at that figure. After pondering for a while, Qinping grew anxious. What should we do now? We refrained from selling loose goods to maintain their profits, and now they suddenly cut off our supply. We still have over 300 boxes unsold in the warehouse. That is a significant amount of money tied up. Qinpeng, you and Master Zhao should rest for a bit. I'm heading to the salon, Zhang Xu declared. Assuming his friend intended to confront the salon owner, Qinping refrained from further comment. As he left, Zhang Xu took the 4 boxes of mousse from the entrance with him. What are you doing? If they don't want those, it's quite a trek for you, Qinping exclaimed, puzzled. Don't worry. These will definitely sell, Zhang Xu assured him. If anyone else had said such a thing, Peng would have been skeptical. But since it was Zhang Xu, there was no doubt in his mind. Behind the 2/8 big bar, 4 large boxes were tied securely. Zhang Xu, however, felt no embarrassment despite his business's expansion. Half an hour later, he arrived at the familiar alley. Not far ahead, a sign spun in a triad of blue, red, and white. Boss Sun stood at the entrance, munching on sunflower seeds. Observing his triumphant demeanor, Zhang Xu surmised that this fellow had certainly made a fortune in recent days. Hey, Zhang Xu. In the past, Boss Sun had referred to him as Boss Zhang, but now, with goods in hand, his confidence had notably surged. Boss Sun, I heard you've taken on someone else's goods? Indeed. Don't bother sending yours my way. The quality is subpar, not to mention the price is steep. Not to worry, these weren't meant for you anyway. I merely came to gauge the situation. Seeing Zhang Xu's nonchalant expression, Boss Sun, who had initially intended to assert his dominance, found his countenance darkening. If they're not for me, then you should leave promptly. Recognizing the disdain in Boss Sun's demeanor, Zhang Xu discerned that the man was undoubtedly blaming him for the high supply prices. By the way, we are about to supply new goods soon. Boss Sun, do you still intend to sell this brand? New goods? Boss Sun paused, then scoffed. What new goods could there possibly be for mousse? Spare me your nonsense. At that moment, Zhang Xu cast a glance at the calendar hanging in the shop. While his memory was not particularly vivid, he recalled that Fei Xiang's advertisement was set to be released at the beginning of next month, when the brand he endorsed was unveiled. A frenzy of public demand would undoubtedly ensue. The desirability of their current offerings would soon diminish, a mere question of time. Boss Sun, don't say I didn't warn you. Although they are the same type, I have heard that Fei Xiang has endorsed a particular brand, Zhang Xu remarked, eyeing Boss Sun's hairstyle with a playful tone. You are certainly at the forefront of trends. You must understand what this implies, right? Chapter 94. Turning the tables upon hearing these words, Boss Sun was momentarily taken aback. He understood all too well that a single song from the Spring Festival Gala could catapult a product into popularity. If he were to endorse a certain brand now, the goods he had on hand would pale in comparison to that brand's offerings. Just a moment ago, Boss Sun wore a serious expression. But he quickly approached Zhang Xu, casually retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Boss Zhang here, have a smoke. Though Zhang Xu was not a smoker, he pretended to accept the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, and then feigned pushing his old bicycle, preparing to leave. Observing this scene, Boss Sun hurriedly pursued him. Boss Zhang, why the rush? Come, sit down, let us go inside. Please, Boss Sun, in such a grand establishment of yours, how could I dare to enter? I wouldn't want to delay your business, Zhang Xu replied. Hearing this, Boss Sun's face flushed slightly. Boss Zhang, please don't speak of me that way. I was merely caught up in the moment. You see, the same product you offer for 12, they only charge 5. How could I not be upset? Boss Sun, when it comes to selling goods, we must uphold our integrity. Your shop is indeed the first in Guangzhou to offer mousse. Isn't it? Indeed. And the price I've given you is lower than others, correct? Yes. Last time when you had an issue, I promptly replenished your stock and even refunded you, right? Yes, you are absolutely correct. But the competitor's price is simply too low. Boss Sun's emotions began to escalate. Although he was unaware of how Zhang Xu had learned about the advertisement, it seemed that their previous collaboration indicated he was not lying. If it were true, he would be the first to supply new goods, undoubtedly reaping substantial profits. Furthermore, Zhang Xu had indeed made him the pioneer in Guangzhou's salons. Now, regarding this stock, Zhang Xu glanced at the goods on the bicycle. Boss Sun was no fool. He quickly discerned that Zhang Xu intended for him to take these goods regardless. Boss Zhang, I can take this stock from anyone. The expiration dates do not concern me. I serve countless customers daily, and the volume is significant. However, this price I want to take advantage of you. 5 yuan, you can continue to source from me, and we'll settle the payment a month later. If the new brand's advertisement does not materialize, I want to charge you a single penny. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Boss Sun's face broke into a broad smile. For him, it was akin to purchasing insurance. If the new brand did not emerge, he would profit significantly from the goods. If the new brand did surface, he would naturally be among the first customers of Zhang Xu. From any perspective, it was a win-win situation. Very well, since you are being so gracious, I cannot let you suffer a loss, Boss Sun, shedding his usual stinginess, extended his right index and pinky fingers, signaling a number. If the new brand truly launches within a month, you must supply me first. For the mousse I have now, I will settle the payment at 6 yuan per bottle. What do you say? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Xu's lips curled into a subtle smile. It is settled. Following his words, Boss Sun promptly called forth his apprentices to assist Zhang Xu in transporting the delivered goods inside. As he departed, he personally escorted the visitor out of the alley. On his way back, Zhang Xu realized that to fulfill the promise he had made that day, he must swiftly contact the new brand's mousse factory. However, during this era when computers had yet to become ubiquitous, obtaining information about the factory proved to be a formidable challenge. With less than half a month remaining before the advertisement's release, he had no choice but to make a trip to the supply and marketing cooperative. At the cooperative, there existed a plethora of contact information from various suppliers. While not all might be open to collaboration, their contact details were likely preserved. He knew he must make good use of the connections his mother, Zhang Meiqin, had cultivated. Upon arriving at the cooperative, he noted that the day was already waning. As per his usual routine, he headed straight for the office door. Upon entering, he discovered that his mother was not at her desk. The staff members nearby recognized him and informed him that Director Song had taken the afternoon off and was currently absent. Absent? Zhang Xu was taken aback. Given his understanding of his mother, it was nearly time for the quarterly selection of exemplary employees at the cooperative. She should not have taken leave at such a critical moment. He pondered the reason for her sudden absence, sensing an urgency in the air. Zhang Xu nodded, glancing helplessly at his mother's desk drawer. Without a pager or a mobile phone, finding her had unexpectedly become a dilemma, just as he hesitated on whether to wait. A familiar voice reached his ears. Isn't that Zhang Xu? Turning towards the source of the voice, he was pleasantly surprised to see Feng Xingli, which sparked an idea in his mind. Old Feng Xingli, holding some documents, beckoned Zhang Xu to enter the office with him. The other staff members, upon seeing this, rose to greet him. In those days, not only at the supply and marketing cooperative but also in other factories, the leaders were regarded as figures of authority by their subordinates. Chapter 95, Contact Information. Why are you here today? Looking for your mother? Yes. I forgot to bring my house key. I intended to come and ask her for it, but she unexpectedly had to step out. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingli glanced at the staff beside him. Did Director Song mention when she would return? She didn't specify, but her bag is still here. So it seems she should be back shortly. Feng Xingli nodded, setting down the documents in his hand, and patted Zhang Xu on the shoulder. Since she will be back soon, why don't you sit and wait for a bit? Zhang Xu recognized the opportunity had arrived, yet feigned a look of hesitation. Would that be inappropriate? I wouldn't want to disturb others at work. Ha ha ha. You young man, you have no idea. With the end of the workday approaching, who is still focused on their tasks? Just make yourself comfortable. The leader's words caused the other office members to blush slightly. As he stepped out, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xu surveyed the surrounding individuals. Upon witnessing Feng Xingli's familiarity with him, they understood that he was not someone they could provoke and chose to avert their gazes. With a natural demeanor, Zhang Xu seated himself at his mother's desk and began to feign boredom, idly flipping through the items on the tabletop. The documents were placed in the second drawer, and seeing that everyone else was engrossed in their work, he effortlessly pulled out the notebook. However, the notebook was quite thick, approximately 7 or 8 centimeters, making it challenging to locate the information about the mousse factory. Despite the difficulty, Zhang Xu had already made a promise to Boss Sunday. With less than half a month remaining to fulfill that commitment, if the goods did not arrive, he would be the one facing the consequences. Not to mention the fact that the shipment volume from their side was substantial, and future cooperation opportunities would vanish. Even the outstanding payments for this half-month would not be a trivial amount. Just as he was meticulously examining the pages, Zhang Meiqin entered through the door. Zhang Xu was so engrossed that he did not hear the footsteps approaching from behind. What are you up to, young man? Zhang Meiqin's voice carried a hint of playful teasing. After all, he was her own son, and she felt a deeper sense of guilt towards Zhang Xu. Mom, when did you arrive? I didn't hear anything. Looking up at his mother, Zhang Xu felt a pang of guilt, as if he had been caught in a wrongdoing. I was out running errands, and upon returning, I found you rummaging through my things. What is it? Have you set your sights on something again? Zhang Meiqin's gaze flickered, as if she wished to keep her earlier affairs hidden from Zhang Xu. Just browsing, Zhang Xu quickly lied. I came to check if the mousse we discussed earlier has arrived. In truth, he was well aware that he and Chun Peng had intercepted the mousse, and it was impossible for it to reach the supply and marketing cooperative in the near future. It has been some time. The buyer hasn't provided me with any updates. Strange, could they have forgotten? Perhaps mousse has become quite popular recently, and they are unable to keep up with production. Zhang Xu casually spun a lie, recalling the purpose of his visit, and feigned indifference as he said, if the efficiency of the supply and marketing cooperative is so lacking, I might have to explore other brands. By the way, Mom, do you have any other brands of mousse available? His words deftly concealed the true intent of his visit while shifting the responsibility onto the supply and marketing cooperative, which made Zhang Meiqin feel somewhat embarrassed. Previously, mousse had not sold well, and although a few representatives from mousse factories had visited, they had only chosen to cooperate with a single one. Do you have their contact information? Zhang Meiqin frowned slightly. While she was indeed his mother, she was also the director of this state-owned supply and marketing cooperative. Disclosing the contact information to Zhang Xu could potentially harm the cooperative's interests, given the current poor profitability of the cooperative. Being able to pay salaries on time was already a significant achievement. I am also forced into this situation. If the stock runs out in the coming days, my loyal customers will surely look elsewhere. If I am left without options when your goods finally arrive, wouldn't it be difficult to sell? Zhang Xu articulated his point with conviction, and Zhang Meiqin nodded in agreement. Fine, I will see if I can find the contact information for other companies. But we must agree that if the previous goods arrive, you still have to take them. Deal. Zhang Xu secretly rejoiced, despite being his mother. He had her firmly under his control. Handing over a thick dossier to Zhang Meiqin, she was far more adept than Zhang Xu, who had merely flipped through it haphazardly. Within 2 minutes, she had managed to find the contact information for several previous mousse factories. From brand names to sales representatives' phone numbers, everything was included. It must be said that although the supply and marketing cooperative was currently struggling, Zhang Xu viewed this information as exceedingly valuable. So I can take all these contacts? He asked. You have quite the appetite. You can only choose one. Zhang Meiqin shot him a look. A son is a son, but business is business. Those who came from that era still held a considerable sentiment for state-owned enterprises. For them, national interests had to come first. If it weren't for feeling indebted to her son, Zhang Meiqin would never have casually shared that contact information with him. Little did she know. After jotting down the contact details of one company, Zhang Xu discreetly noted the others as well. Chapter 96. Visiting my father. All right, then I shall take my leave. Zhang Xu stood up, ready to depart. However, Zhang Meiqin called out to him. You rascal, are you just going to leave after arriving? I am also in a hurry. Our boss is far more impatient than you can imagine. Wait. As Zhang Xu appeared poised to leave, Zhang Meiqin rummaged through her drawer and produced an item. Take this back to your father. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu was momentarily taken aback. Since his mother divorced his father, there had been no communication between them. Why was she now considering sending something to him? Mom, what is this? Zhang Xu inquired, staring at the object wrapped in oil paper with a puzzled expression. It was given to me by your grandmother when I got married. Now that the divorce is finalized, you should return it to him. Just let him see it. But keep it hidden. When you marry Manjun, give it to her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu immediately understood that this was a family heirloom from the Zhang family. He was astonished that such a relic could still be preserved after all these years. Although he had not yet seen it, the moment he held it, he felt the weight of its significance. Remember, show it to him today. Fine, Zhang Xu replied, caught off guard and somewhat helpless. It was important to note that Song Weiye had already been reported and was in custody. By the timeline, he would not be released for at least 10 days. Clearly, Zhang Meiqin's request was unattainable. Once outside the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Xu hesitated. Naturally, he wanted to deliver the item to his father as soon as possible. After all, it was his mother's wish, and perhaps this object might rekindle some hope for reconciliation between them. Contemplating the bicycle parked by the roadside, he ultimately decided to ride in the opposite direction. Upon reaching his destination and explaining his purpose, Zhang Xu was directed to a small room to wait. However, as the attendant left, they uttered a remark that left him momentarily stunned. A woman came by earlier this afternoon. Why is she here again? Again? And it's a woman? Zhang Xu could only think of one person who knew about Zhang Weiye's detention, and that was his fiancée, Yu Manjun. He was curious as to why she had come today. Although she was indeed the future daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, one would expect her visit to be brief, merely to catch a glimpse. In the dimly lit space, the walls painted in shades of green and white echoed the year's somber tones. A few minutes later, Zhang Weiye was brought in. It was a minor issue, a standard detention, and he was not handcuffed. During the wait, Zhang Xu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, he was the one who had brought his father into this predicament. Their reunion was likely to be fraught with tension. Yet, when they finally met, The sight of his father's sunken yellow eyes and wrinkled skin tugged at Zhang Xu's heart. After just 5 days, his father appeared to have aged a decade, with even more gray hair than before. As Zhang Weiye settled across from him, Zhang Xu calmly greeted him, "Dad, I'm here." Zhang Weiye chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You two are quite amusing. You just came by, and now you're here again." "Two of us. My mother came?" Zhang Xu quickly inquired. "Indeed." There was nothing much said, only a reminder not to delay you. Listening to his father's words, Zhang Xu finally understood the peculiar expression on his mother's face when they had met earlier. Yet, he could not fathom why she had insisted that he bring this item to his father, when she could have shown it to him herself. "My mother asked me to bring something for you," he stated. "Something?" Zhang Xu nodded, retrieving the oiled paper package from his pocket. Observing the item in his son's hand, Zhang Weiye's brow furrowed in concern. On the way here, Zhang Xu had already unwrapped it, revealing a jade ring. Upon unveiling it, Zhang Xu felt indifferent, yet Zhang Weiye's breathing quickened noticeably. Is this what your mother wanted you to bring me?" "Yes, father. This was left to me by my grandmother." Zhang Weiye stared at the ring for a long moment before he sighed. "I understand her intention. Take it back. Once you marry Manjun, give this ring to her." At that moment, Zhang Xu was utterly perplexed, unaware of the significance of the ring or the stories it held within. The only discernible aspect was its uniqueness. "Father, I just inquired. There are still 10 days left. You can endure a few days in here, and once you return, I shall personally bow and apologize to you." To send one's own father into detention is indeed a singular occurrence in this city of Guan. Despite their father-son bond, Zhang Xu wished to avoid escalating tensions with Zhang Weiye, especially since he would soon be marrying Yu Manjun and would need her favor. "It's all right. It's rather peaceful in here." Their time for conversation was short, merely 10 minutes. When the staff arrived, Zhang Xu, filled with regret, watched as his father was led away. After his departure, he gazed at the jade ring in his hand. Although he did not comprehend its full value, he could tell it was quite precious. Yet Zhang Xu remembered that his family had always been impoverished farmers. Had they possessed such an item, they would not have endured until now. With lingering questions, he carefully tucked the ring away. Upon returning home, he found that Qin Peng had already left and Zhao Jiangwo had gone to visit Song Jiawen, as there was nothing else to attend to. In the courtyard, Yu Manjun was busy cleaning. Hearing the sound of the door, she immediately tensed up. Chapter 97. The wedding cancelled? "Manjun, you have returned?" Yu Manjun gazed anxiously at him, occasionally glancing towards the house as if something dreadful lurked within. Noticing his fiancée's palpable tension, Zhang Xu felt a flicker of bewilderment. "What is the matter?" "I must say, Manjun, you have not yet married into the family, yet you are already engaging in such activities here. Are you not concerned about what the neighbors might say if they overhear?" As the sharp and caustic voices emanated from inside, Zhang Xu found himself momentarily startled. That voice, it was all too familiar. "Manjun, has your mother arrived?" Yu Manjun nodded just as footsteps approached, and a middle-aged woman stepped out from the house. "Oh, Zhang Xu." Upon seeing him, the woman's face lit up with a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat insincere. "Auntie, you have come." Zhang Xu greeted her with utmost politeness. The woman before him, Wang Lifan, seemed far more prosperous than when she had ventured out for business previously. Not only did she sport a double chin, but her neck was adorned with a gold pendant, accompanied by rings that nearly enveloped her fingers, a truly dazzling sight. "It has been a while since I returned, and considering Manjun has been home alone, I thought I would come and check in while I'm not too busy. Where is Uncle? I have not seen him around." Zhang Xu glanced around. He said he couldn't come empty-handed, so he went out to buy some items. "Come, let us step inside and talk. Auntie is getting weary standing here." The woman's words subtly revealed her newfound wealth. To Zhang Xu, it seemed less a visit and more a display of opulence. Once inside, Wang Lifan immediately retrieved a handkerchief from her handbag, cautiously laying it on a chair. Although she had been in the room earlier, she had not sat down but rather stood aside, scrutinizing the surroundings. Zhang Xu noted this gesture with keen awareness. Beside him, Yu Manjun's expression shifted dramatically. Her mother's actions clearly conveyed disdain for the Song family. "I apologize, my clothes are susceptible to stains, and I would rather not have to deal with cleaning them later." Zhang Xu, however, feigned indifference to his prospective mother-in-law's remarks. After all, he was to marry Yu Manjun. Despite Wang Lifan's prior sharpness, she remained his future mother-in-law, and he could not afford to display any discontent. "By the way, where is your father? I just visited his factory. I heard he has been laid off." Wang Lifan casually inquired as she accepted a cup of water. This question was, of course, deliberate. In the eyes of outsiders, being laid off signified a lack of capability. To put it generously, she had come to visit the Song family. To put it less kindly, she was there to stir trouble. Mom. No. Zhang Xu, please do not misunderstand Auntie's intentions, Wang Lifan quickly added. Sensing her daughter's disapproval. Auntie has been away for business for so long that she has lost touch with social niceties. Truly. It has been ages since she last saw your father. My father has been occupied with matters recently. Zhang Xu, of course, could not reveal to the other party that his own father had instructed him to report and that he was currently in detention. Upon hearing this, Wang Lifeng's expression changed slightly. The purpose of her visit was not to seek out Zhang Xu, but rather to find Zhang Weiyi. With the head of the family absent, certain matters were naturally difficult to broach. Well, I initially had some matters I wished to discuss with your father. But under these circumstances, let us postpone until next time. At this moment, upon hearing her mother's words, Yu Manjun's complexion turned even more ashen. Zhang Xu was not foolish. He could discern that Wang Lifeng was certainly concealing something. It's all right. Auntie, you may speak freely with me, for I am the master of my household now. You are in charge? Wang Lifeng was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes sparkled with cunning, and her face instantly blossomed into a smile. Perfect. Since you can make decisions, I shall confide in you. Actually, just as Yu Manjun contemplated how to prevent her mother from speaking further, a knocking sound echoed at the courtyard door. Upon hearing the urgent rapping, Wang Lifeng immediately exclaimed, "It must be your uncle," without regard for anyone else. She rose and hurried towards the door. Watching his prospective mother-in-law depart, Zhang Xu turned his gaze to Yu Manjun, who sat opposite him. Yu Manjun lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes, her gaze flickering with evasion. Manjun, your mother intends to inform me that our engagement is to be annulled, correct? At this, Yu Manjun abruptly raised her head. She had considered lying, but faced with her fiancé's earnest gaze, she ultimately nodded heavily. Zhang Xu scoffed softly, saying nothing. He was acutely aware that the Yu family was no longer the resilient household it once was, as his father had remarked. Although there was a betrothal between the Yu and Song families, it was a relic of a bygone era. With the elders of both families now departed, the engagement had become mere rhetoric. To annul, it was simply a matter of uttering a few words. Moreover, by the late 1980s, a time of transformation and upheaval, such engagements were perceived by many as shackles and constraints, rightfully deserving of abolition. Chapter 98. Taking her away, rest assured. I shall not acquiesce. Yu Manjun's gaze fixed on Zhang Xu, promptly asserting her stance, while softly lamenting, if you hadn't insisted on accompanying me to register for the marriage, none of this would have transpired. Her words left Zhang Xu feeling somewhat helpless. At that time, due to familial circumstances, he had been reluctant to marry prematurely. Now, however, the Yu family had ascended from poverty to a status that felt unattainable, a rather dramatic turn of events. Never mind. After all, I'm a man. I won't be at a loss for speaking about it. Zhang Xu's words carried an air of frustration. Yu Manjun bit her lip, harboring a semblance of discontent. Yet, given the situation had progressed to this point, the two could only navigate one step at a time. In the midst of their conversation, Wang Lifan entered, accompanied by a man laden with bags. As they entered, she grumbled, I asked you to buy a few items, yet you chose the most expensive ones. Are you not aware of the value of fruit these days? The man bore a look of resignation. He felt utterly powerless in the face of his wife's complaints. Yu Yongqiao, Yu Manjun's father, had previously worked alongside Zhang Weiyi in the same factory. When the tide of entrepreneurship began to rise, Wang Lifan, envious of relatives who prospered outside, relentlessly urged him to venture into business, ultimately compelling him to resign. Unexpectedly, after 2 years of losses, they had finally managed to turn a profit this year. To put it positively, they had returned in glory. To put it negatively, they were merely posturing. Zhang Xu. Yu Youchao's face brightened upon spotting him. He had watched this young man grow up and had often advised Zhang Weiyi to hasten the registration of their children's marriage once they came of age. Little did he anticipate such a significant upheaval would occur. His father is not present. We shall speak to him directly soon. Just now, as I entered, I overheard a neighbor mentioning that Weiyi seems to have. Before he could finish, Yu Manjun swiftly interjected, Father, allow me. At that moment, she took the gift from her father and strode confidently toward a nearby table, embodying the demeanor of the lady of the house. Wang Lifan, observing this, felt a surge of indignation. Even in the past, she had opposed her daughter marrying into this family, let alone now that the Yu family's fortunes had changed. The disparity between the two families had widened dramatically. "Uncle, it has only been 2 years since we last met, and you've matured into adulthood. I still recall when you and our Manjun were just toddlers running about," Yu Yongchao remarked, eliciting shy laughter from the younger generation. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lifan pinched her husband sharply at the waist. Yu Yongchao winced in pain, grimacing, and ultimately conceded the floor to his wife. Across from them, Zhang Xu fixed his gaze on Wang Lifan, seemingly awaiting her words. "I must say, this house has remained unchanged for 2 decades, and in retrospect, Annie feels a pang of nostalgia." Wang Lifan deliberately rose and began to wander about, yet her insinuations were undeniably exasperating. "Auntie, if you like it here, feel free to visit often. After all, our families are not far apart." Upon hearing this, Wang Lifan feigned a shake of her head and sighed, "Alas, our house is already on the market. I fear I shall not have the time to come by anymore." "Selling the house?" Yu Manjun immediately stood up. "Mom, why have I not heard about this before?" "The child, how trivial a matter to discuss with you. This is something your father and I have been managing. Selling a house is not such a significant affair that I would need to involve you, a mere child. Not to worry, after all, Manjun will be living with me. Should uncle and auntie wish to visit, just give me a heads up, and I will prepare the guest room." Zhang Xu, too, was quick to adapt. Considering Yu Manjun as part of the Song family, Wang Lifan observed the two, scoffing lightly, and then slowly approached Zhang Xu. "Xu, auntie has watched you grow up. You have always been clever, yet today, you seem rather oblivious. What is the matter? Surely, there are no pressing financial concerns at home that would necessitate selling the house, right?" Wang Lifang's expression changed abruptly, as if she had lost interest in further trivialities. "Originally, I intended to discuss this when your father was present. But since you claim to be in charge now, I will be direct. Your uncle and I have come to sell the house and prepare to take Manjun away from Guanxi. Mom, how could you not inform me of such an important matter?" Yu Manjun exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation. Her feelings for Zhang Xu were genuine, and after spending so many days immersed in the Song household, she had developed a sense of belonging as a future matriarch. Now that Wang Lifang suddenly announced her intention to take her away, it could be seen as a benevolent gesture or, more harshly, as an excuse to dissolve their engagement. Seeing her daughter's distress, Wang Lifang was apprehensive about Zhang Xu's potential disapproval and, not wishing to escalate the situation, ultimately suppressed her frustration. However, her gaze towards Zhang Xu was tinged with disdain. "I have no objections. If Manjun stays with me, it does not seem to be a disadvantage." Chapter 99, Preparedness. Yu Manjun gazed incredulously at Zhang Xu beside her. Wang Lifan, standing nearby, also seemed taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would acquiesce so readily. It is worth noting that en route here, she and Yu Yongchao had deliberated for quite some time, aware of the current predicament of the Song family. The couple had even braced themselves for the possibility of being extorted by the father and son duo. The reason for Yu Yongchao's slightly delayed arrival was twofold. He had gone to purchase a few items, and he also intended to withdraw 1,000 yuan from the bank as compensation for the annulment of the engagement. However, Zhang Xu's demeanor not only astonished Yu Manjun but also left both of her parents in a state of disbelief. Moments later, Wang Lifan was the first to regain her composure, promptly donning a smile. "Zhang Xu, you have always been sensible since childhood, and I knew you would agree. I won't say much more. Your uncle and I discussed this on our way here, and we are aware of your family's current situation. We have prepared 500 yuan as a gesture of compensation." As she spoke, Wang Lifan discreetly beckoned to her husband behind her. Upon noticing this, Yu Yongchao hastily retrieved money from his pocket. The crisp new 100 yuan bills, with their bluish-gray hue, seemed rather discordant against the backdrop of the dilapidated surroundings. The originally agreed sum of 1,000 yuan had now been halved. In Wang Lifan's view, their willingness to offer this amount was a testament to their benevolence, and Zhang Xu ought to be grateful. As the money was placed on the table, Zhang Xu merely glanced at it without making any move to take it. Sensing the potential for an unexpected turn of events, Wang Lifan quickly stepped forward to pick up the money, insisting on placing it in his hands. "Zhang Xu." At that moment, Yu Manjun finally spoke. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she fought to keep them from falling. "Manjun, you know the current situation of our family. If you wish to stay, I will not hinder you. If you wish to leave, I will not obstruct you." Zhang Xu's words were straightforward. Everything hinged on Yu Manjun's response, but she too yearned to discern her fiancé's stance. "I will ask you but once, do you want me to stay or to leave?" As Yu Manjun bit her lip to utter these words, Zhang Xu hesitated momentarily before gradually making his way to the side. The Yu family stared at him in astonishment, uncertain about what he was searching for in the cabinet. After several seconds, when Zhang Xu straightened up, he held a small red box in his hand. This was originally meant for you on our wedding day. I am not one for many words. If you like it, then wear it. As he spoke, he opened the box and placed it atop the 500 yuan. Inside lay a ring crafted from pure gold. In the late 1980s, diamond rings had yet to gain popularity. A pure gold ring was not only aesthetically pleasing but also a valuable asset. Having watched numerous films, they understood the significance of a ring. At the moment she beheld the ring, Yu Manjun could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. You rascal! When did you start spending money behind my back? Despite Yu Manjun's stubborn demeanor, she stepped forward and picked up the ring. Just as she intended to try it on, Wang Lifeng, her mother, swiftly snatched it away. Mom, what are you doing? Yu Manjun exclaimed, her frustration mounting as she witnessed her mother take the token from her. Wang Lifeng, however, remained silent, gazing at Zhang Xu with the ring in her hand. You clever young man, you appear quite impressive on the surface. You just declared that the marriage agreement was void, and now you still hold on to this? Auntie, I merely suggested that Manjun should choose for herself. I never stated that I would relinquish my claim. Your words seem somewhat unjust, Zhang Xu replied. Wang Lifeng was about to retaliate when Yu Yongqiao intervened, embracing her gently. Manjun's mother, please don't be hasty. If this escalates, it will be challenging for Manjun to navigate her life in the Yu family. Yu Manjun's father was indeed supportive of his daughter. Unlike Wang Lifeng, he had watched Zhang Xu grow up and had always taken a liking to the clever boy. On their way here, he had repeatedly advised his wife against her outbursts. Had it not been for her dramatic antics, he would not have acquiesced to this arrangement today. Yu Yongqiao, who do you think you are? Wang Lifeng retorted. This is all for Manjun's benefit. The organization now advocates for young people to pursue love freely. And you? Oh, I can't bear this any longer. Indeed. Although they had become wealthy, their mindset and behavior could not change overnight. As soon as Wang Lifeng faced a setback, she dramatically collapsed onto the ground. Her expensive attire contrasting sharply with her demeanor reminiscent of a bygone era. Listening to her shrill cries, Yu Yongqiao felt helpless. Meanwhile, Yu Manjun, undeterred, carefully picked the ring up from the floor. Seeing her daughter stand against her, Wang Lifeng escalated her antics, rising and marching towards the door, pretending to open it. Yu Yongqiao quickly pursued her. After all, they were now affluent. He could not afford to lose face. What are you doing? How dare you stop me? Didn't you say on the way here, Manjun's mother? Remember we had contingency plans? Don't be so anxious, Yu Yongqiao whispered in her ear. Upon hearing this, Wang Lifeng, who had been wailing just moments ago, abruptly changed her demeanor. Her tears seemed to be turned off like a tap. At that moment, Zhang Xu and Yu Manjun stood together, aware that their parents' return likely meant more discord was brewing. Chapter 100. The Written Agreement. Mother, please don't. As Yu Manjun was about to persuade, she was interrupted by Wang Lifen's wave. Zhang Xu, since Manjun has stated her intention to marry you, I have nothing further to say. Wang Lifen's sudden change of demeanor took Zhang Xu by surprise. Mother, are you serious? Yu Manjun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Wang Lifen shot her a disapproving glance. Isn't this all you're doing, you little rascal? A mother's efforts are in vain. I've raised a white-eyed wolf who has turned her arm to her grandmother's side. Mother. Yu Manjun's cheeks flushed crimson at her mother's words, clearly embarrassed. I can agree to this, but marriage comes with its customs. A bride price is only reasonable, don't you think? Wang Lifen glared at Zhang Xu. She had already calculated her approach. If the Zhang family agreed, that would be fine. If not, she would insist on a hefty bride price to deter them. Song Weiye enjoyed gambling and had incurred considerable losses over the years. Besides their current house, little wealth remained. At a monthly salary of 50 yuan from the factory, after deducting living expenses, it was evident that their family was struggling financially. Moreover, Wang Lifen had learned that Song Weiye was now unemployed and lacked a legitimate source of income. Saving money was even less feasible. Aunt, just tell me how much you require, and I shall do my utmost to gather it. Zhang Xu feigned a troubled expression, gritting his teeth in response. Yu Manjun, observing this, recognized his act of humility. She knew that during these days of selling face masks, their family in Wanshur was unparalleled, having already earned over 20,000 yuan. Even after deducting what needed to be shared with Qinping, a substantial sum remained. In this era, being a 10,000 yuan household was indeed a rarity. Here is the deal. I want to make it difficult for you. 2 wheels, 3 electrical appliances, and 48 stools, along with a bride price of 1,000 yuan. If you can manage that, I shall consent to the marriage with Manjun. However, these requirements are not akin to what your parents dealt with. It must be an upgrade from a bicycle to a small motorcycle. Upon hearing this, Yu Manjun felt somewhat troubled. In this day and age, a small motorcycle was a prized possession. While domestic options existed, they would still cost several thousand yuan. Imported ones were even pricier, requiring years of savings even for affluent families to acquire. Mother, aren't you making this difficult for him? Yu Manjun immediately retorted. Zhang Xu, since my daughter has stated her position, I shall not be unreasonable. A second-hand motorcycle would suffice, as long as it runs. Wang Lifan pretended to relent. Having conducted business over the years, she was aware that even second-hand motorcycles were in high demand, typically costing a few thousand yuan. As for the 3 electrical appliances, television, refrigerator, and washing machine, even at the lowest prices, they would still amount to 6 or 7,000 yuan. The 48 stools were more manageable, with a bit of effort. They could be procured. She had accurately assessed that there was little wealth in this household, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she mentioned a bride price approaching 10,000 yuan, a sum that a typical family could not possibly gather, even with borrowed funds. Zhang Xu fell silent. It was not that he could not produce this amount. He simply could not allow the other party any opportunity for reconsideration. Auntie, the difficulty here is not trivial. Including even 1,000, it would just barely reach 10,000. Young man, it is certainly more than 10,000. However, since my daughter has taken a liking to you, if you can manage to produce 10,000, I will agree immediately. At that moment, Zhang Xu wore an expression of distress. Clearly the reaction Wang Lifan had hoped to elicit. In the time frame, he raised his head once more. 10 days. 10 days? Mother, that is far too little. 10 days is not a short period at all, my foolish daughter. If he truly wishes to marry you, not to mention 10 days, he should be able to manage it in a single day. Wang Lifan cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Xu. 10 days for 10,000. Mind you, even in the 1980s, such a feat would not be easily accomplished, let alone over 20 years later. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Xu stood up with reddened eyes. And what about the return gift? Wang Lifan observed the young man, aware that his anger was genuine, and thus deliberately posed the question. Caught up in the moment, she made a rash promise. Let us not discuss anything else. Whatever amount you can produce, I, along with your uncle, will return it double. Wang Lifan held a deep-seated contempt for the Song family, convinced they could not possibly muster the 10,000 yuan. However, let us be clear from the outset, this money must be of legitimate origin. Borrowing from others is out of the question. With the terms settled, Zhang Xu was acutely aware of this woman's character. Should he produce the funds now, there was a 99% chance she would retract her statement. Auntie, as a businesswoman, you understand that such words without proof are meaningless, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Lifan laughed rather than grew angry. Very well, you are indeed somewhat astute. We will draft a written agreement. Should you be unable to fulfill your end, you shall never seek my daughter, Manjun, again. It was settled. At this moment, not only Wang Lifan, but even Yu Manjun beside her believed Zhang Xu had lost his senses. He intended to caution the young man, but as he stepped forward, he was met with a fierce glare from his wife, leaving him no choice but to swallow his words. Yu Manjun, observing her mother drafting the agreement, exchanged a glance with Zhang Xu before stealthily retreating to her room. Chapter 101. I apologize for disappointing you. 2 minutes later, Wang Lifan emerged, holding 2 identical copies of a document, her eyes brimming with excitement. She had initially thought that the dissolution of the engagement would cost her something, yet this young man, in a moment of impulsiveness, had agreed to the terms in the absence of his family. Zhang Xu, we have finalized the document. We will return in 10 days. And you must not let my daughter down. As Wang Lifan spoke, she intended to take her daughter away, only to find her missing. Just as she prepared to search for her, Zhang Xu stepped forward. What are you doing? You didn't hide Manjun while preparing the document, did you? Of course not. Manjun is inside and will be out shortly, Zhang Xu replied, lifting the document in his hand. I merely wish to ask, Auntie, when will you provide me with the 20,000 yuan? The unexpected question left Wang Lifan momentarily stunned. After scrutinizing him for a few seconds, she assumed that his mind had been affected by the stress, and she laughed. Zhang Xu, we have only just begun writing this document. Does your family have 10,000 yuan? The agreement clearly states that it must be presented in cash, 1,000 yuan at a time, before me. To ensure that Zhang Xu could not concoct any tricks, she deliberately demanded cash. The written agreement left no room for his arguments. With a creak, the door next to them opened, and Yu Manjun emerged, holding a cloth bag she had sewn herself, filled with the money they had earned over the past few weeks. Seeing the item in her daughter's hands, an ominous feeling washed over Wang Lifan. Mianjuan, why are you holding that bag? We are going home, she said, attempting to approach, but her daughter swiftly evaded her grasp. Auntie, no. Mother-in-law, aren't you in a hurry? We need not wait 10 days. Let's settle this now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Xu, in front of Yu's parents, tipped the bag over. The sound of bills cascading onto the table echoed like a series of slaps against Wang Lifan's face. How could she have anticipated that this young man's family was already wealthy? The document in her hand suddenly felt like a scorching weight, heavy and burdensome. Yu Yongchao glanced at the money and realized there was much more than 10,000 yuan. He looked at his daughter in astonishment. Mianjuan, what is this? This money is what Zhang Xu has earned over the past month and a half. Upon hearing this, Wang Lifan and Yu Yongchao were stunned into silence. Staring at the pile of cash on the table, a mere glance revealed that it far exceeded the amount specified in the document. Auntie, Zhang Xu called gently. Noticing their silence, Wang Lifan, shaken from her stupor, turned to Zhang Xu and, recalling his earlier actions, realized she had been deceived. You dare to trick me. Observing the irate future mother-in-law, Zhang Xu could only muster a helpless smile. Auntie, I assure you, I did not deceive you. At no point did I claim to be without funds. I was merely negotiating the price, hoping you would ask for less. Who could have anticipated your reaction? Enough. Wang Lifan interjected furiously, casting an exasperated glance at her daughter. Manjun, look at this. This is the husband your grandfather has chosen for you? Mother. Even without the marriage contract set by Grandpa, I would still choose to be with Zhang Xu. Yu Manjun, having shared a childhood bond with Zhang Xu, felt compelled to defend him in light of her mother's harsh words. You. Wang Lifan was rendered speechless by her anger. Meanwhile, Yu Yongchao, witnessing the escalating tension, exchanged a knowing glance with the young couple before stepping forward to embrace Wang Lifan. Lifan, consider this. The money has already been presented. And Manjun and Zhang Xu share a genuine connection. Perhaps we should refrain from further discussion? Upon hearing her husband's words, Wang Lifan glared in disbelief. Even you are siding with him now, are you? Auntie, I have indeed presented the funds. After all, we will soon be family. I never intended to demand this 20,000 from you. As for Manjun, I promised to treat her well. What do you think? To Wang Lifan. Zhang Xu's words felt like mockery, igniting her fury even further. She slammed the table, letting forth a torrent of ungracious words. As Zhang Xu's expression began to darken under the weight of the confrontation, a knock resonated at the gate. With this interruption, Yu Manjun seized the opportunity to usher Zhang Xu outside, hoping to allow her mother a moment to cool off. Zhang Xu glanced back at his future mother-in-law seated in the living room, mentally strategizing how to address her later. At this hour, he had expected it to be Zhao Jiangwo returning home. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a community elder. Oh, Zhang Xu. We've heard about your dramatic act of defiance against your family. It's quite impressive. The elder waddled in, her plump figure accentuated by the bright red armband on her left arm, drawing immediate attention. Realization dawned upon Zhang Xu. Word had spread throughout the community regarding his father's detention. Chapter 102. The matter is not yet resolved in recent days. There has been a stringent crackdown on gambling and card playing, and the community has been anxiously seeking a representative case. Naturally, Zhang Weiya has become their focal point. And now that an incident has occurred, the community promptly dispatched individuals to the police station to ascertain the situation. Little did they expect that the one who reported him was, in fact, his own son. This truly epitomizes a classic case. Just yesterday, these individuals held an overnight meeting. And now, the matriarch of the community has arrived, banner in hand. Zhang Xu, I have already thought it through. We shall hang the banner at the entrance of your courtyard. From now on, you will be the model of anti-gambling in our alley, she said cheerfully, pulling a red armband from her pocket. Here, wear this, and whenever you see anyone playing cards, you shall. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Xu's expression soured. The timing of this visit was rather unfortunate. Auntie, our family is quite busy today. Please leave, and I will come to the neighborhood committee later. Zhang Xu, despite his small stature, found it difficult to push her away. The matriarch had only retreated a couple of steps when Wang Lifan appeared, drawn by the commotion. Now, you are the beacon of righteousness, standing against familial ties for the greater good. This is commendable. How can you? Auntie, please, let's discuss this another day. Zhang Xu insisted, attempting to usher her out. Just as he was about to close the door, Wang Lifan stepped forward to block him. Zhang Xu, what is going on? Wang Lifan scrutinized him closely. Although she had not fully grasped the situation inside, she had an inkling that Zhang Weiye was in trouble. No, Auntie. Let us return home first. We can discuss this later. Absolutely not. Our Manjun is a virtuous young lady. She cannot be tied to a criminal's family in such a muddled manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xu's expression darkened. A criminal? It was evident that she was deliberately making such statements in front of others. The matriarch outside seemed to sense the awkwardness as well. Retracting her hand that had been resting on the door. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she awkwardly chuckled. Well, that's fine. You can come by whenever you have the time. As the footsteps outside gradually faded, Zhang Xu realized that the potential trouble from his future mother-in-law was far from over. As anticipated, Wang Lifeng glanced at Zhang Xu, her lips curling into a smirk that indicated she was far from finished. I was aware that Zhang Weiye enjoyed playing cards and had lost a fair amount, but I never expected this. Your dear son has actually had his own father detained. This is truly unprecedented. Hearing the mocking tone in Wang Lifen's words, Zhang Xu's expression grew increasingly grim. He silently retreated to the living room, casting a glance at Yu Manjun, who appeared flustered and seemingly at a loss for words. In the late 1980s, those who found themselves detained were rarely of virtuous character. Gamblers who engaged in card games were frequent visitors, often released after merely a few days. Such incidents were not considered significant, however, for some. Having been incarcerated was a blemish on their reputation. Wang Lifeng had been troubled by how to reject the marriage proposal, but now it seemed the solution had presented itself. This isn't truly a grave matter, and besides, didn't they mention it was Zhang Xu who reported himself? Doesn't that indicate his integrity? Yu Manjun quickly interjected. Manjun, I simply cannot comprehend. His father has been in jail, and our family has never faced such disgrace. If you were to marry him, it would be an embarrassment when it comes to light. Lifeng, I don't believe it's as dire as you suggest. It's merely a few days in detention. A fine to pay. What more could it entail? You've seen how Zhang Xu can earn money. Didn't Manjun say he made quite a sum in just half a month? Initially, you looked down on his family background, and now silence. Wang Lifeng could no longer contain her frustration at her husband's betrayal. The courtyard fell silent once more. Wang Lifeng fixed her gaze on Zhang Xu, declaring, This matter is settled. Our Manjun comes from an honorable lineage and cannot be tarnished by your family. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Lifeng attempted to pull her daughter away. Yu Manjun, sensing the impending separation, wished to resist, but found herself overpowered by her mother's strength. She turned to Zhang Xu for help, exclaiming, Zhang Xu. Hearing his fiancé's plea snapped Zhang Xu from his stupor. Just as Yu Manjun was about to be taken away, he reached out and grasped her arm. Wang Lifeng glared at him, demanding, What are you doing? She is my fiancée. What do you think I intend to do? He asserted, forcefully prying her mother's fingers away. Ow, ow, ow. Within 3 seconds, Wang Lifeng could no longer maintain her grip. Yu Yongchao quickly stepped forward, shielding his wife and addressing Zhang Xu. While I do not oppose your marriage to Manjun, is this how you treat your future mother-in-law? Though Yu Yongchao's words appeared to chastise Zhang Xu, they were, in truth, a covert endorsement, as he regarded him as a prospective son-in-law. Zhang Xu, having regained a measure of composure, replied, Yes, I apologize, uncle. Please take Annie away for now. I will discuss my relationship with Manjun with you later. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Yongchao understood that remaining would only provoke further resentment from their daughter, compelling him to lead his wife away. As Wang Lifeng was escorted out, she continued to voice her discontent. Encountering such a mother-in-law was hardly a pleasant experience. Chapter 103, The Backup Plan. As her parents departed, Yu Manjun hurriedly approached to secure the courtyard gate, turning back to glance at Zhang Xu, who stood there in a daze, her eyes brimmed with tears. My mother is like that. Please don't take it to heart. Not at all, Zhang Xu replied, shaking his head, his expression softening considerably. How about we rush to register our marriage early tomorrow? We wouldn't want the introduction letter to expire. Yu Manjun understood that. In such circumstances, the most prudent course of action was to solidify their bond. After all, they were destined to share a lifetime together, and registering sooner would alleviate many unnecessary complications. Zhang Xu, however, shook his head in a daze, unable to meet his fiancé's gaze. Are you truly certain about this? What do you mean? Yu Manjun fixed her eyes on him, disbelief etched across her face. You don't want to marry me? That's not it. Are you really ready to marry me? Though Zhang Xu had been reborn and knew how to make a fortune, he found himself entirely at sea when it came to matters of the heart. He was acutely aware that in his previous life, he had lost this woman, and now all he desired was to treat her well. Yu Manjun remained silent. studying him for a long moment before suddenly leaning forward and planting a forceful kiss on his lips. Their mouths met, leaving Zhang Xu momentarily stunned. Although Yu Manjun had been living with them for some time, such intimate contact had never occurred. Without verbalizing her thoughts, her actions conveyed everything to Zhang Xu. The question of whether to register or not seemed to fade into insignificance. Outside, in a Santana parked nearby, Wang Lifeng was furiously reprimanding her husband. "Why did you drag me out here? I've never encountered someone like you, eager to push your own daughter into the fire. This is hardly a fire pit." "Zhang Xu may be a bit headstrong, but I've known him since childhood. He's a good person," he replied. "Are you implying that I have issues and am looking for trouble?" She snapped. "Not at all. I simply believe that young people should make their own choices without our interference." Wang Lifeng's anger surged at Yu Yongchao's words. "After all this effort to connect with the Bai family, Bai Jianbin is still single, and our daughter is exceptionally beautiful. Not only is she among the top 10 in Guanxi, but if we could align with such a prestigious family, we could enjoy a life of comfort without needing to toil for that meager salary." Originally, Wang Lifeng had no intention of returning this year. But she had heard rumors that the Bai family's young master was indeed single and that they were searching for a bride. Any girl with looks or a good family background was being considered. After all, they were the wealthiest family in Guanxi, and if this union were to materialize, their future would be secured. This very ambition had led to the earlier scene of the broken engagement. Such matters of matchmaking are not so simple. You can't just assume it will work out. You know nothing. I've already slipped a considerable sum to buy Jianbin and you must support me in this. You gave her money? How much? Yu Yongchao was taken aback. Regarding the matter of financial assistance, they had previously been informed, and at that time, Yu Yongchao had merely suggested to wait and see, harboring an inherent reluctance within. Little did he know that his wife had secretly contacted someone about it. 500 yuan. 500. The mere thought of 5 crisp 100 yuan bills made Yu Yongchao's heart ache. Although they now possessed some wealth, they could not afford to squander it. If the money is given and they are still obstructed, it would all be in vain. Do you understand? Listening to his wife's words, Yu Yongchao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, yet ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, it was his wife who ruled the household, and 500 was indeed a considerable sum. Should it go to waste, he would find it quite unjustifiable. Yu Yongchao's indecision only served to strengthen Wang Lifeng's resolve to see her daughter marry Bai Jianbin. However, it appeared that the girl had taken a liking to Zhang Xu, prompting the need for a strategy to either separate them or instill disappointment in her regarding him. "Yongchao, I recall that during Zhang Xu's school days, there was a girl who was rather fond of him, wasn't there?" "Indeed, there was such a girl in the area of Hushu Lane. But it seems she was aware of Zhang Xu's engagement to our Mandan and subsequently ceased her pursuit." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing much." Wang Lifeng carefully noted the address, intending to pay a visit the following day. Yu Yongchao cast a glance at his wife in the passenger seat, observing the slight upward curve of her lips, instantly aware that she was concocting another scheme. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart, he recognized her as his wife and reasoned that her intentions were ultimately for their daughter's benefit, leading him to refrain from further remarks. Poor Yu Manjun remained oblivious to the fact that her own mother was scheming to disrupt her relationship with Zhang Xu, contemplating the involvement of another party. Chapter 104. Seeking the brand the following morning, Zhang Xu promptly organized the delivery route for Chinpeng. The previous day's incident was merely a minor interruption today. He still needed to contact several mousse manufacturers using the phone numbers he had secretly noted down. Observing his friend departing with Zhao Jiangwo, he noticed Yu Manjun lost in thought before the telephone, clearly still preoccupied with the events of yesterday. "Manjun, your parents have returned. Why don't you go home for a while?" he suggested. "Are you urging me to leave?" Yu Manjun replied in surprise. No, if you could stay indefinitely, I would be delighted. However, we are not yet officially married, and if word got out, it might be somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, your parents have finally returned, and I thought it best for you to spend some time with them." Zhang Xu's intention was to encourage his fiancée to persuade Wang Lifeng. After all, they were to share a lifetime together, and if any rift were to form now, their future would undoubtedly be strained. The Yu family had only one daughter, and while they did not indulge her, her words held considerable weight with her parents. "I'm leaving. Who will answer the phone after I go?" she queried. "Isn't there me? Chinping and Master Zhao are out delivering every day. I have some free time. It's perfect for me to contemplate the company's future from home," he reassured her. "Well, that does seem reasonable." Hearing Zhang Xu's words, Yu Manjun could sense his underlying intention was to have her spend more time with her family. given that her parents were currently engaged in business. They hardly saw each other throughout the year. After discussing the matters at hand, Zhang Xu handed her several hundred yuan for her to bring home some items. Watching Yu Manjun depart, he breathed a sigh of relief. After the tumult of the previous day, he truly felt at a loss about how to face his fiancée. Allowing her to return home for a few days would grant them both a much-needed respite. Closing the courtyard gate, he immediately approached the telephone and retrieved the various numbers he had noted the day before. Lacking any brand annotations, he was compelled to call each mousse company individually. The first 3 calls yielded nothing but mousse manufacturers. Before he could even mention his order, they informed him of price increases and that deliveries would require scheduling. In recent days, mousse had become a highly sought-after commodity, prompting the salespeople at these factories to adopt an elevated demeanor. It wasn't until the 4th call that he encountered a slightly more accommodating tone. "Hello, who is this? May I ask if this is Qingdi?" "Yes. May I inquire who I am speaking with?" Upon hearing Zhang Xu mention the brand, the voice on the other end seemed to become quite animated. "Oh, I am from the Guanxi Supply and Marketing Cooperative. 2 years ago, you left us a message. Do you recall?" Employing the same tactic he had used with other mousse manufacturers, Zhang Xu now presented this familiar approach to the representative from Qingdi. Yes. I cannot believe you still remember me." The individual on the other end expressed surprise. "May I ask if your cooperative is interested in sourcing our products?" Listening to the other party, Zhang Xu could discern that this individual was likely unaware that their products would soon become the most sought-after mousse of the year. Notably, 2 suppliers had previously raised their prices and ceased collaboration. Observing that he still had contact information, Zhang Xu decided to make an inquiry regarding pricing. If the terms were agreeable, they could establish a long-term procurement relationship. This news was monumental for a junior salesperson. Although Guanxi was not a large city, the supply and marketing cooperative was a titan among department stores. Securing a supply agreement would undoubtedly ensure robust sales. That sounds splendid. How about I pay you a visit this afternoon to discuss the supply details? In the late 1980s, video calls were not yet a reality, and business transactions were primarily conducted face-to-face. Zhang Xu readily agreed, and after confirming the time with the other party, he finally exhaled in relief. He was surprised that the impending brand explosion had not yet reached the awareness of the salesperson. However, given the communication limitations of the time, it was not unexpected. This situation allowed him to profit from the information gap. After hanging up, he glanced around his quiet home, feeling somewhat out of place. Recently, he had been accustomed to long days away, leaving Yu Manjun alone to handle phone calls. Now, with the sudden absence of his companion, he found himself in the unfamiliar role of customer service. Beep, 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 his pager vibrated against his waist. Initially, Zhang Xu assumed it was a message from Qinping regarding an issue, but upon checking, he discovered a text from Jiang Yuan. "I'll be at your house shortly. Prepare yourself and come out." Upon reading this message, Zhang Xu's brow furrowed in dismay. This girl, though young, possessed a temperament befitting a spoiled heiress, which often left him feeling ill at ease. The prospect of her visit was not one he welcomed. He quickly picked up the phone to call the Jiang residence. Chapter 105. Reluctance to entertain. Upon answering the phone, Jiang Yuandao inquired, "Who is this?" "Old Jiang, it's me, Zhang Xu. Why on earth are you calling me? Shouldn't you be out delivering goods today?" Having previously instructed his subordinates to investigate Zhang Xu's current situation, Jiang Yuandao was understandably curious as to why this young man had the leisure to call him at such an hour. After Zhang Xu explained his circumstances, Jiang Yuandao paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "Ha! You're late to seek me out. Yuan just left after calling the switchboard." Realizing that Jiang Yuandao was aware of the situation, Zhang Xu responded, "Aren't you going to stop her?" His irritation was palpable. "What? Is my granddaughter not worthy of your attention?" Jiang Yuandao's tone suddenly shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure. "And no, it's just that my surroundings are quite chaotic, and I'm worried I might not give Miss Jiang the proper reception." Having known this old man for some time, Zhang Xu had increasingly come to respect the Jiang family's formidable status. Initially indifferent, his attitude had transformed into one of reverence. Now, sensing Jiang Yuandao's irritation, he felt diminished. In the face of such power, he had learned the necessity of restraint. Moreover, the old man had spoken the truth. Jiang Yuan was not only stunning in appearance, but also came from an affluent lineage. Should a deeper connection be forged, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. As for whether she harbored any interest in him, Zhang Xu had not given it much thought. He was well aware of whom he truly desired and understood with whom he wished to share his life. Zhang Yuan was merely a fleeting social engagement. Half an hour later, a shiny Santana rolled into the alley. Its gleaming exterior drew the attention of many onlookers, for vehicles of such caliber were rare in this era, unlike in decades to come when they would be commonplace. Whose car is this? When did our alley produce someone so capable? If it's not for the Song family, then what is the point? The Song family? They're so impoverished they're being pressured for debts. Why would anyone seek them out? Are you jesting? You don't understand. Last time Sun Fuping came for debts, he drove a car too. I suspect this situation is quite similar. As the neighbors watched the car advance, they quickly gathered to gossip. They observed as the vehicle halted in front of the Song residence, and the woman who had previously claimed to be there for debt collection lifted her nose skyward, as if to flaunt her prescience. The moment the car stopped, the driver exited and opened the rear door, from which Zhang Yuan emerged, adorned in attire of considerable value. She was a sight seldom witnessed among the residents of the alley. Knock, 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 accompanied by the crisp sound of knocking. Zhang Xu, who had been pacing in the courtyard, abruptly lifted his head. What one least desires often comes to pass. After glancing at the messages on his pager, he begrudgingly made his way towards the gate of the courtyard. As the creaking of the door echoed, Zhang Yuan, unable to contain her impatience, barged in without hesitation. Fortunately, Zhang Xu managed to dodge just in time. Otherwise, that sturdy wooden door would have surely knocked him solidly. What are you doing? Zhang Yuan inquired, noticing Zhang Xu standing a short distance away, gazing at her. Why have you come? Boredom, of course. I only know a handful of people in Want City, and if I don't seek you out as my guide, am I expected to fetch you myself? Their initial encounter was charged with tension. I have matters to attend to today. If you have nothing urgent, please refrain from bothering me, Zhang Xu stated bluntly, clearly uninterested in playing the tour guide. At these words, Zhang Yuan's temper flared. If you think telling me to leave will work, you are sorely mistaken. I will keep my eyes on you. Zhang Xu had encountered her spoiled demeanor before. He had hoped that his earlier remarks might temper her spirit, or at least incite some disdain for him, prompting her to depart. To his surprise, her reasoning was utterly unfathomable. Even when he feigned disinterest, she persisted in following him. Faced with her relentless presence, Zhang Xu felt helpless. However, having just spoken with Zhang Yuandao, he realized that further attempts to drive her away could jeopardize future collaborations. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to having this young lady accompany him. As he mounted his bicycle, preparing to leave, he was taken aback when Zhang Yuan directly climbed onto the back seat. Feeling the weight of her presence behind him, Zhang Xu exclaimed, Miss Jiang, you have your own vehicle. Why must you ride with me? This is merely a way to understand public sentiment. Let us hurry, she replied from the back. Checking the time displayed on his pager, Zhang Xu noted he had a bit of leeway, and it seemed he would have to find a way to dismiss her after all. As he rode out, just as they exited the alley, they encountered a car approaching them directly. At that moment, Zhang Xu was too preoccupied with devising a plan to shake off Zhang Yuan to pay attention to the vehicle. However, as they brushed past it, the car came to an abrupt halt. Inside were none other than the couple, Yu Yongqiao and his wife, whom he had just met the day before. Chapter 106. Is this your family's business? Wang Lifen, seated in the passenger seat, immediately turned around and patted her husband's shoulder anxiously. Yongqiao, did you see that? This boy, I told you he was trouble. I was contemplating ways for him to leave Manjun, and now he is out there flirting with some loose woman. Our daughter is so devoted to him, determined to marry him. What should we do now? What can we do? Hurry up and catch up to him. You brought your phone, right? Of course, he replied. I'll first stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a camera. We can coordinate through a call later. This mother is going to invest heavily to ensure Manjun sees the true colors of this fellow. As Wang Lifen spoke, she pulled out a wad of cash from her bag in the back seat. After instructing her husband to keep close, she took a taxi and headed to the cooperative. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu remained oblivious to the fact that the car following him belonged to his future father-in-law. Upon arrival, before the car had even come to a complete stop, Zhang Yuan could no longer contain herself and jumped out. This area was known as the most bustling part of Guanxi. Zhang Xu carefully locked his bicycle and pointed to a modest two-story building. There aren't too many places to go in Guanxi. This area was developed just a couple of years ago. The department store here may not have as much merchandise as the cooperative, but it offers plenty of fresh novelties. Let us pass the time here. Pass the time? Zhang Yuan remarked curiously, noting his apparent concern for time. Are you meeting someone this afternoon? Yes, Zhang Xu nodded. A woman? That is none of your concern. I remember you have a girlfriend. Aren't you afraid she'll find out you're out here with another woman in broad daylight? Zhang Xu, uninterested in engaging, merely glanced back before stepping inside. Jiang Yuelon quickly followed, looking up at the department store S sign with a barely perceptible smile. By the late 1980s, the cooperative had long lost its former glory. It had been replaced by privately owned department stores, which, although not vast in selection, boasted an array of fresh items that the cooperative could not provide. What is so interesting here? Aren't these just shops? In business, one must not only focus on one's own affairs, but also learn from others. This can save one from many missteps. He began to explain the situation of the department store to her. As they entered, they encountered the popular beeper shops and small electronics stores selling portable cassette players, which were the most favored establishments. Interestingly, the prices here were slightly lower than those in other shops outside. Initially, the rental for this place was free for the first year, by attracting businesses with unique conditions. The owners had made significant concessions on product pricing during that time. However, they now faced the inevitable challenge of rising rental costs, which, once increased, would deter customers. They found themselves in a dilemma, wanting to leave but feeling reluctant. Ultimately, one can only persist in updating certain hard-to-obtain products to generate profit. Zhang Xu walked ahead, articulating these insights. Beside him, Jiang Yuelon gazed at this man in astonishment. Her grandfather had previously remarked on his exceptional intellect, and indeed, it proved to be true. So, according to you, these merchants actually wish to leave? She inquired. Rest assured, if I were the owner of this department store, I would not permit their departure so easily. Zhang Xu replied, gesturing towards a nearby bulletin board. Do you see? Every quarter, there are new renewal incentives, each time with different categories. This is calculated to adapt to the fluctuations in the rental market outside, all designed to retain these merchants. It is a pity for these individuals, as they remain oblivious to the fact that they are merely profit-generating machines for the owner of this department store. Zhang Xu's words prompted Jiang Yuelon to mumble, Bah. Mind your own business. What did you say? Ah, nothing. I meant to say, you were quite impressive. Not as impressive as your grandfather, Zhang Xu remarked. Suddenly recalling something, he leaned closer to Jiang Yuelon and quietly asked, having known each other for so long, I have yet to inquire. What does your family do? Our family? Yes. Didn't you say our family manufactures profit-generating machines? Jiang Yuelon placed her hands behind her back, deliberately leaning closer to Zhang Xu. Her mischievous smile immediately made Zhang Xu realize, this department store belongs to your family? What else could it be? Zhang Xu, now fixated on her, felt a wave of regret. He had merely intended to take this girl for a casual stroll, and now he found himself embroiled in this awkward revelation. I was just speaking off the cuff. You must not tell your grandfather. That is hard to say. You see, when I am in good spirits, I keep my mouth shut, but when I am displeased, I speak without thinking. So, speak. What will it take for you to agree? Zhang Xu interrupted her. Jiang Yuelon contemplated for a few seconds before looking back at Zhang Xu, her smile revealing a hint of mischief that made him feel somewhat anxious. You, a poor fellow, have no money for treats, so let us set that aside. Instead, tell me more about what you mentioned earlier. Are there any other issues with our department store? Jiang Yuelon's intent was clear. She aimed to present Zhang Xu's remarks to her grandfather to assert her business acumen. Her grandfather, Jiang Yuandao, often claimed she lacked a commercial mindset, and she had rarely had the opportunity to counter his assertions. Finally, having encountered someone articulate, she intended to gather his insights on her family's business. Even if it turned out that no changes were necessary, she could still boast to her grandfather. Observing her expression, Zhang Xu surmised her intentions. Now that matters had escalated to this point, and to avoid offending the Jiang family, he felt compelled to continue. Chapter 107. Ordering food. The two individuals made their way towards the staircase, oblivious to the fact that they were being followed. At a distance of less than 10 meters behind them, Yu Yongchao cautiously peeked around, anxious about being discovered. Suddenly, his mobile phone emitted a loud noise from his waist, startling him into darting down a nearby corridor. Hello, are you there? This is from the distant department store. It seems there's nothing much happening. It appears the conversation has been rather mundane, with no inappropriate interactions. All right, I'll wait for you. Hurry up. After hanging up, Yu Yongchao chose not to pursue them. He understood that there was only one exit to the department store. All he needed to do was wait downstairs, and they would not be able to escape. Half an hour later, Wang Lifeng excitedly dashed through the entrance, a newly purchased camera hanging around her neck. You know, since we came to the department store, I might as well have bought it right here, which made me run so far. She began to complain as soon as she saw her husband. Do you know how to use it? Yu Yongchao inquired, pointing at the camera nestled against her chest. Don't worry, they taught me well, Wang Lifeng replied, pulling out an unopened roll of film from her bag. However, she encountered some difficulties while loading it. After a struggle, she finally managed to insert the film into the camera just as Zhang Xu and Zhang Yuelon descended the stairs. Unlike their previous encounter, Zhang Xu and Zhang Yuelon were now noticeably closer. Zhang Yuelon had her arms wrapped around Zhang Xu's, visibly struggling as they made their way down the stairs. With each step of her right foot, her brows furrowed in concentration. Shameless, utterly shameless. Our Manjun just left, and this scoundrel dares to behave like that. Wang Lifeng, unable to contain her anger, stood up to confront them, only to be held back by her husband. Aren't you here to take pictures? I'm also quite flustered. Let us not miss our chance. With the click of the camera, the two of them moved closer to each other and ducked into a nearby clothing store, utilizing the garments on display to conceal themselves. How many have you taken? Rest assured, it's more than sufficient, Wang Lifeng replied confidently. Just as the two figures exited, Zhang Yuelon's bodyguard rushed over. Miss, what happened to your foot? One of them immediately noticed the swollen ankle on Zhang Yuelon's right foot. I twisted my ankle. What else could it be? Let us return to the car. I'll fetch some ice for you. It needs to be iced. Watching the bodyguard depart, Zhang Xu helped Jiang Guolan towards a nearby Santana. It seems you can't accompany me today, but remember what you promised me. Don't tell your grandfather that it was I who said those things. Do you understand? Are you ordering me around? For the first time, Zhang Xu felt an urge to lash out at the young girl upon seeing her expression. Jiang Guolan chuckled softly, merely responding in agreement. Zhang Xu glanced at the time, realizing he was close to the agreed hour, and decided to make his way ahead. Just as he stepped forward, his bodyguard returned with ice. Miss, please apply this cold compress on your own. I will escort you back right away. Who said I'm going back? But your foot isn't such a condition. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. Hurry up and follow me. However, Jiang Yuelon, growing impatient, commanded, hurry, follow, now. Faced with her emphatic directive, the bodyguard reluctantly complied. Driving after Zhang Xu's bicycle, Zhang Xu had arranged to meet someone in the park. Nowadays, the only places conducive to business discussions are typically over drinks, leaving few alternatives. However, he had already devised a plan. There was a restaurant nearby, and evening was approaching. Considering he was the one seeking assistance, it is often said that sharing a meal softens hearts, thereby enhancing the likelihood of successful negotiations. Upon arriving at the park entrance, it wasn't long before a man in a Zhongshan suit and glasses approached from a distance. His satchel bore signs of wear and tear, suggesting it had seen better days. Noticing Zhang Xu's gaze fixed upon him, the man immediately approached with a smile. You must be Zhang Xu, Mr. Zhang? Yes, that's me. And you or Zhang Xu realized he had neglected to ask for the man's name during their phone conversation. The man, unfazed, produced his business card from his bag. My surname is Huang. You may call me Xiao Wang. Zhang Xu accepted the card, noting the name Huang Chao quite fitting for the times. In contemporary China, there is a prevalent aspiration to surpass the West, with many parents projecting such hopes onto their children. It's nearly mealtime. How about we find a nice restaurant nearby to dine and discuss? Upon hearing this, Huang Yichao's expression soured slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Mr. Zhang, perhaps we should opt for a noodle shop instead. That is out of the question. It would be remiss of me not to treat you properly on this occasion. You're treating. The incredulity was evident in his voice. What's wrong? Is there an issue? No, nothing at all. Let us proceed. Zhang Xu discerned that Huang had likely assumed he expected him to cover the bill, as evidenced by his earlier expression. Logically speaking, given that Xingdi was poised to become this year's most sought-after product, a salesperson should not exhibit such hesitation. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Huang Yichao appeared taken aback by the establishment's caliber. Mr. Zhang, this place must be quite expensive. Perhaps we should just have something light? Do not be so modest. I am the one seeking your favor. Zhang Xu found his attitude somewhat amusing. If he were dealing with other salespeople, they might have already begun negotiating commissions. Yet this fellow seemed concerned about the quality of the restaurant Zhang had chosen. Chapter 108. The troublemaker arrives after sitting down. Zhang Xu politely handed the menu to his companion. Huang Yichao casually flipped through it and exclaimed, Goodness, this plate of vegetables costs 80 cents. And a serving of braised pork is 3 yuan. This could buy several pounds. Observing the apprehensive demeanor of his companion, Zhang Xu began to doubt whether he was indeed a salesperson from Qingdi. After Huang Yichao ordered a couple of vegetable dishes, Zhang Xu requested 3 meat dishes. Since we're discussing business today, shall we just have some soft drinks? Huang Yichao inquired tentatively. Judging by his reaction, it was evident that he was reluctant to drink alcohol. Zhang Xu readily replied, Beijing Ice Ocean? That sounds good. Upon witnessing Huang Yichao's reaction, Zhang Xu could hardly contain his laughter, were it not for the presence of the waiter. Seemingly noticing Zhang Xu's surprise, Huang Yichao sheepishly said, Mr. Zhang, please forgive my awkwardness. Our factory is not doing particularly well at the moment, so I hope you don't take offense. Not at all. I appreciate your honesty. In fact, I quite like it, Zhang Xu reassured him. Oh, by the way, here is the price list for our products. Please have a look. Before the dishes arrived, Huang Yichao promptly pulled a prepared price list from his bag. Upon confirming the brand, Zhang Xu was astonished by the prices listed. Previously, when he contacted the mousse factory, even for an order of 500 boxes, the price was set at 160. However, for Qingdi, as long as the order exceeded 100 boxes, the price could be kept under 150, and the quantity offered was significantly greater. From any perspective, it was clear that today's order would undoubtedly be finalized. This price. Zhang Xu frowned as he scrutinized the figures, even momentarily questioning whether there had been an error on Huang Yichao's part. If you feel the price is not suitable, we can certainly negotiate further. If you order 500 boxes at once, I can offer you a discount of 5 cents. Or, no, 10 cents. Huang Yichao exclaimed. My goodness. With 24 bottles in a box, that would save over 2 yuan. Zhang Xu envisioned the prospect of counting a considerable sum of money in the near future. Do you have the contract? He inquired. Yes, I have it. Take a look. Whenever you're ready to sign, just let me know, and I will come back. Huang Yichao replied. However, before he could finish, he saw Zhang Xu already writing on it. Mr. Zhang, please confirm your decision before proceeding. I only brought 1 copy of the contract. Huang Yichao interjected. You can fill in the quantity, and I will handle the rest. Zhang Xu's statement left Huang Yichao somewhat astonished. Glancing down at the quantity Zhang Xu had just written, he was taken aback. It was a staggering 2,000 boxes. Seeing this relatively young man before him, Huang Yichao assumed he was joking. Mr. Zhang, perhaps you should consider ordering a smaller quantity. If you order so many, what if they don't sell? You need not worry about that. Each time you supply, just deliver 500 boxes, and when I finish selling, I will notify you in advance, Zhang Xu assured him. That is agreeable. However, our prices are significantly lower than those of our competitors, and regarding the payment terms. Huang Yichao trailed off, clearly feeling a bit uncomfortable discussing the settlement methods. Zhang Xu observed the timid demeanor of the young man before him and finally comprehended why this fellow had been so exhilarated upon hearing his request for goods over the phone. His appearance was hardly that of a consummate salesman. Rest assured, payment will be in cash upon delivery. Really? Huang Yichao exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is true. That is splendid. I shall assist you in filling out the paperwork right away. Despite being new to this line of work, Huang had managed to secure a few small orders previously. When he first met Zhang Xu, he had even harbored doubts about whether this young man was merely seeking a free meal. To his surprise, not only did Zhang Xu treat him, but he was also remarkably forthcoming about the goods. It was noteworthy that only half an hour had elapsed since their initial meeting. As he began to fill out the information, his hands trembled slightly. At that moment, several individuals entered from outside, their raucous chatter enveloping the entire restaurant. Young Masterby, the expenses here are quite steep. Fear not, today's indulgences are on me, by Jianbin. Young Masterby is so generous. Young Masterby is impressive. The familiar voices and names caused Zhang Xu to furrow his brow. Casting a glance toward the entrance, he was taken aback to encounter his arch-rival in such a setting. Just then, Bai Jianbin strode in with his entourage, boasting incessantly, I have a significant deal about to commence, and profits are imminent. Once it materializes, I shall take you all to even finer establishments. Bai Jianbin's words naturally reminded Zhang Xu of the batch of denim clothing that the rival had procured previously. This young man, yet to embark on his business venture, was already brimming with hubris. Zhang Xu could almost envision Bai Jianbin's expression of helplessness when faced with unsold stock after an ineffective advertising campaign. Nevertheless, for the Bai family, such financial matters were trivial. Bai Jianbin merely aspired to achieve something noteworthy to impress his father, without contemplating the larger picture. Jianbin, the car is parked. Here are the keys. Zhang Xu. Before Zhang Xu could respond, Sun Fuping entered from outside, handing the keys to his nephew while simultaneously noticing Zhang Xu's presence. Damn it. How's this guy here too? It was evident that Zhang Xu had not anticipated encountering these two individuals today. Chapter 109. The Courtship of Animals. Mr. Zhang. Do you know him? Huang Yichao inquired with surprise. Sort of, Zhang Xu replied rather coldly. Bai Jianbin approached directly, smiling. What do you mean by sort of? We are old acquaintances. As he spoke, he pulled out a chair beside them and sat down without hesitation. Young Master Bai, with your status? Surely you aren't still hoping to dine on our leftovers? Zhang Xu retorted. What are you talking about, you rascal? Sun Fuping interjected, his face flushed with anger. We haven't settled our accounts yet. Uncle. Bai Jianbin interjected, halting the confrontation. He then glanced at the contract on the table. I never expected that amidst our meal we would also discuss business. So, are you planning to abandon your previous mousse brand in favor of another? That seems unrelated to you, young Master Bai, Zhang Xu replied. Disregarding the comment, he turned to Sun Fuping and asked, Uncle, didn't you previously consider selling mousse? How about this? I will take charge today and order several thousand boxes from this salesperson. What do you say? Bai Jianbin's words made Huang Yichao swallow hard. The quantity from Zhang Xu alone represented several months of his shipment. Now, with another person openly suggesting thousands, even estimating 2,000, it constituted a significant performance, something he had never encountered before. Sun Fuping recognized Bai Jianbin's intention to undermine Zhang Xu and quickly chimed in. Kid, this is Bai Jianbin, the son of the richest man in Guanzhou. Do you have a price list? Upon hearing this, Huang Yichao promptly retrieved the price list he had just tucked away. Here's our quotation. Please take a look. Of course, bulk orders come with discounts. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianbin nodded, it is indeed affordable. But he did not finish his sentence, instead tossing the price list back. Huang Yichao, perplexed by his intention, inquired, So, what do you mean? Sun Fuping leaned in. Our stance is quite clear. We have no issue with acquiring the product, but the market in Guanzhou is quite limited. We require exclusivity. Exclusivity? Huang Yichao was taken aback. I apologize, but we do not currently have exclusivity for our products. If you feel the quantity is too high, you may reduce your order. Seeing this, Bai Jianbin turned once more to Zhang Xu. Whatever he orders, I want double. Exclusivity is negotiable, but you cannot supply him. As for the price, no discounts are necessary. Huang Yichao was no fool. From the moment these two entered and began speaking to Zhang Xu, their tone and expressions indicated they were not merely acquaintances. It was evident that these three were at odds. Mr. Zhang, you are the salesperson. You decide. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Zhang Xu remarked, not wishing to put the salesperson in a difficult position. He understood Bai Jianbin's intentions to undermine him and could only feign calmness. Lifting the beverage before him, after a brief silence, Huang Yichao was about to speak. I have already considered this, Mr. Bai. If so, let us double the price. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. If Mr. Bai is agreeable, $3 per can should suffice, don't you think? Bai Jianbin frowned and turned around, surprised to see the beautiful woman he had encountered earlier. He immediately donned a friendly smile. Miss, it seems we meet again. Huang Yichao rose upon seeing her. Clearly, the salesperson recognized this young lady. I thought Zhang Xu was here to see someone else. Turns out she is a salesperson from our Jiang family's small factory. Huang Yichao had seen her before and had some recollection of this rather dull salesperson. Is she your company's salesperson? Zhang Xu asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, indeed, Huang Yichao confirmed. Qingdi is from your company? Bai Jianbin also expressed his surprise. Yes. So why did you buy my mousse before? Listening to Zhang Xu's inquiry, Jiang Yuan smiled. I was analyzing the products of our competitors. Is there a problem with that? To his astonishment, it turned out that the product he desired had already been known to his boss. Zhang Xu understood Jiang Yuan's nature. Her mention of raising prices was merely a means to retaliate against Bai Jianbin. At this moment, Bai Jianbin remained oblivious. Since Miss Jiang has said so, I shall be magnanimous as well. $3 it is. Bai Jianbin. Sun Fuping interjected quietly, attempting to halt him. The mousse's price was already competitive compared to other brands. Doubling it would mean a financial loss. Yet, in Bai Jianbin's eyes, losing money was trivial. Showcasing his wealth before an attractive woman was of utmost importance. This was akin to how male animals display themselves in courtship rituals within the animal kingdom. Zhang Xu observed with a detached gaze, confident that Jiang Yuan would not make such a statement lightly. Very well, since young Master Bai is so agreeable, Huang Yichao. Let us proceed to have the contract signed directly with young Master Bai. Yes, Miss, Huang Yichao replied, handing over the pen and contract to Bai Jianbin. Chapter 110. Compensation. At this moment, Bai Jianbin found himself in a predicament. akin to being forced to confront a daunting challenge. He gazed at the mousse, the price of which he had impulsively doubled, feeling a pang of regret. Nonetheless, he ultimately affixed his signature to the document. In his perspective, the retail price of the mousse was exorbitant, yet he reasoned that the high cost was justifiable. Moreover, the denim apparel he had previously acquired was about to be sold, rendering this expenditure trivial in comparison. How delightful it was! With this in mind, he surmised that Master Bai would likely be equally agreeable regarding the deposit. Deposit? Bai Jianbin noted the glimmer of anticipation in the other party's eyes and promptly nodded. Yes, let me check the deposit amount. As he perused the contract, he discovered that the agreement signed by Zhang Xu did not mention a deposit at all, but rather stipulated full payment up front. In his eagerness to impress the lady, he had hastily taken over the contract without thorough examination. In response, he inquired, if that is the case, shall we settle for half? Zhang Yuan chuckled. To his astonishment, following the price hike, even half of the deposit equated to the original purchase price. Sun Fuping, observing the transaction, felt a deep sense of regret. His nephew was no stranger to such dealings, and although it had never been explicitly discussed at home, this was not a matter of mere thousands, but rather tens of thousands. In light of the meager salary of less than $50 a month that his nephew earned, this sum was considerable. Very well. Let us proceed with 2,000 boxes. I shall instruct them to withdraw the funds immediately, declared Bai Jianbin, nudging Sun Fuping with his elbow. Reluctantly, Sun Fuping accepted the bank card handed to him by his nephew and departed. With the current unit price at $3, the total value of the goods amounted to 144,000. The deposit would thus be over 70,000. Witnessing this staggering figure, Zhang Xu couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. While his uncle was away to procure the funds, Bai Jianbin, unable to resist, engaged in conversation with the charming lady, completely oblivious to Zhang Xu and Huang Yichao, who stood nearby. Zhang Yuan, for her part, maintained a light banter with him, though she occasionally cast glances toward Zhang Xu and his companion. The look in her eyes was all too familiar to Zhang Xu. It was evident she was concealing something. As anticipated, half an hour later, Sun Fuping returned, albeit with only 50,000 in hand. That's all the bank had available, he stated apologetically. Zhang Yuan, with a smile, instructed her subordinates to accept the money, saying, no worries, the Bai family is regarded as the wealthiest in Guangzhou. I trust they maintain a reputation for reliability. However, once the goods arrive, regarding the remaining balance, rest assured, for the outstanding payment, we shall exchange money for goods hand in hand. But you must promise me, this merchandise can be sold to anyone, except him, pointing at Zhang Xu. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Of course, we are all business people here. Our integrity is paramount. Just as Bai Jianbin cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Xu, Zhang Yuan approached him directly, instructing her subordinates to hand over the cash. $50,000. This was no trivial sum, unlike 5 or 50. Miss Zhang, what is this? Zhang Xu glanced at the money in his hand, perplexed. If it weren't for you, this mousse would never have fetched such a high price. 50,000 yuan, consider it your commission. The moment these words were uttered, the room erupted in astonishment. Bai Jianbin and Sun Fuping, witnessing this, felt their hearts race even faster. Miss Jiang, Bai Jianbin exclaimed, how can this be permissible? I haven't even provided him with the goods. The salesperson merely assisted in selling at a premium. Am I not entitled to a commission? Jiang Yuan, feigning nonchalance, delicately sipped from the bottle of Beibinjiang soda that Zhang Xu had just consumed, making her stance clear. If others were to find out, they might think the Jiang family mistreats its employees, wouldn't they? Bai Jianbin recognized her deliberate provocation and, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Xu, retorted, he is your employee? Indeed, Jiang Yuan replied with a smirk. Our employees undergo performance evaluations upon hiring. If it weren't for your magnanimity, he likely wouldn't have secured the position. She then turned to Zhang Xu, declaring, from today onward, you are officially an employee of the Jiang Group. Do you understand? This is blatantly intentional. Bai Jianbin fumed, witnessing the duo's amateur theatrics. In a fit of rage, he tore the contract to shreds. Bai Xiaoya, this contract is in duplicate. If yours is gone, I still have mine. Would you like me to make you a copy? Zhang Yuan taunted, waving the remaining contract in front of him. Bai Jianbin lunged forward to snatch it, but was abruptly halted by a burly figure that had emerged from the shadows. Several imposing men, all bodyguards of Zhang Yuan, stood tall, each exceeding 6 feet 3 inches. Their muscular frames adorned with golden chains around their necks, clearly seasoned fighters. In stark contrast to the ragtag group accompanying by Jianbin, they were clearly in a different league. Realizing he was outmatched, Sun Fuping quickly intervened, saying, Jianbin, this girl is not to be trifled with. We should return and investigate her background before proceeding. Previously, he had been instructed to look into her, yet now he had no results to show, which only amplified his frustration. Though he was scolded publicly by his uncle, he could only swallow his anger in silence amidst the crowd. Chapter 111. Anger. As the meal became increasingly untenable, Bai Jianbin let out a cold snort, declaring, Let us see how this unfolds. Young Master Bai, do you still want this? Perhaps it is better saved for your grandfather's coffin, should you choose to forego it. The money cannot be refunded. Zhang Yuelon paid no heed to the insults hurled at her. In fact, the more vehemently she was scolded, the more elated she felt. Once Bai Jianbin and his entourage departed, Zhang Xu looked at the money in his hands and returned it to Zhang Yuelon. What gives? I said it was yours. And now you have it, he remarked. This money is rather burdensome. After all, your family is the wealthiest in Guanxi, and even your grandfather seems wary of them. You should take this back and consult him on how to handle it. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. And Zhang Xu understood this well. From what he had gleaned, the Jiang family's enterprises appeared more formidable than the Bai family's. Nonetheless, both families wielded considerable influence in Guanxi. If matters escalated, someone like Zhang Xu would find himself at their mercy. He was well aware of the value of money, but he also recognized which funds were accessible and which were not. Although he had previously strained relations with Bai Jianbin, he had managed to avoid detection regarding the issues with his denim attire. Under Zhang Xu's calculations, he had anticipated a few more months of peace. However, with today's uproar, he now feared entanglement with the Bai family would be inevitable. Why are you looking at me with such disdain after I've assisted you today? Jiang Yuelon thought she had aided Zhang Xu enough to alter his perception of her. To her surprise, his gaze was peculiar. Miss Jiang, I'm not particularly capable and do not require assistance from others. If you do not have pressing matters, I would prefer if you refrain from seeking me out. If that's agreeable. At this, Jiang Yuelon's ire flared. Zhang Xu, you scoundrel. Miss Jiang, my modest enterprise can hardly withstand the Bai family's scrutiny. If you truly wish to help me, it would be best to steer clear of my dealings with them. All right. So my assistance today was a mistake? You are not at fault. You rogue, you scoundrel. As Jiang Yuelon cursed, she turned on her heel and stormed out, followed closely by her bodyguard. The surrounding diners cast curious glances in their direction, while the salesperson offered an awkward smile to Zhang Xu. I apologize for the spectacle. Given the circumstances, I assume you will not be collaborating with me any further. I shall settle the bill now. Little did he realize that Qingdi was part of the Jiang family's holdings. Having crossed paths with Jiang Yuelon, he now had to seek alternative solutions. Naturally, he could go back and have Chen Peng re-establish contact, but that would merely shift him from the forefront to the shadows, which was somewhat disheartening. However, with Boss Sun already having made commitments, Zhang Xu felt powerless. If he failed to deliver goods in the coming days, he would have to bear the losses himself. Fear not, our boss has made it clear that in business, we do not operate on his favor, let alone that of our young lady. The words of the salesman instantly ignited a glimmer of hope within Zhang Xu. However, he was not naive. While the other party spoke so confidently, he could not overlook the fact that Jiang Yuelon would discuss the situation with his grandfather. He was certainly unafraid of any tricks they might play, as their intentions were clearly documented. Nevertheless, a contract is merely a contract, at worst. He would only be able to reclaim the payment, but he had made a promise to the other party. Is everything truly fine? Rest assured. The price will remain as previously agreed, the other party reassured him, once again retrieving a contract from their bag. It seems that the young lady has quite an interest in you. Just wait a few days until she has calmed down, and then you can coax her properly. Ahem. We are not in the kind of relationship you might be imagining, Zhang Xu said, his face flushing with embarrassment. I understand, came the response, accompanied by a rather lecherous smile that starkly contrasted with their earlier demeanor. After completing the contract and inquiring about the delivery time, Zhang Xu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon exiting the restaurant, he hesitated when he glimpsed his bicycle. Having offended Jiang Yuelon earlier, he pondered the consequences of not seeking her out. The young lady could very well resort to underhanded tactics against him. After much internal conflict, Zhang Xu ultimately decided to humble himself. He understood that to appear grand in public, one must endure trials in private. Just as he was about to mount his bicycle, he discovered that the tire had deflated. A glance downward revealed that the valve core had been removed. Zhang Xu did not feel anger. Observing the valve core left beside the bicycle, he realized the young lady had not sought to utterly ruin him. Pushing his bicycle, Zhang Xu slowly made his way toward the alley leading to his home. Along the way, he contemplated what price to set for the new merchandise. It was noteworthy that the Qingdi brand mousse had yet to make its debut in the city of Guan, while other brands had already seen their prices slashed to 5 or 6 yuan. Even if Qingdi were to become popular, doubling the price would likely be beyond the means of many. Yet, he needed to ensure volume, which seemed somewhat unfeasible at this juncture. As he wavered in his decision-making, a thought suddenly struck him. He had become somewhat acquainted with the leaders of the supply and marketing cooperative. Supplying them could prove to be an excellent opportunity. However, he would need to negotiate the pricing carefully. On one hand, he aimed to secure exclusivity in Guan, and on the other, he needed to establish effective channels. The supply and marketing cooperative was a long-term goal for him. Once he amassed sufficient capital, he would possess the means to acquire that iconic building in Guan. Until then, he could certainly make the most of the cooperative's final moments of glory. Chapter 112. The valve core was pulled out as he departed. Not far away in a parked car, Wang Lifan and Yu Yongchao were intensely fixated on his retreating figure. What is going on? I think I just saw Bai Jianbin emerging, looking quite irate. It appears Zhang Xu must have provoked him. That shouldn't be the case. After all, the Bai family is the wealthiest in Guanxi. There's no way that Zhang Xu, despite his audacity, would dare to bully him, especially with Sun Fuping in the picture. Wang Lifan found it hard to believe. Zhang Xu, clever since childhood, who said that bullying someone necessitates violence. Well, I've always found that lad to be rather unsatisfactory. Now, for the sake of our daughter, he is allied with the Bai family and might even facilitate a match between Manjun and Bai Jianbin. Quickly, let us follow Bai Jianbin's car. Listening to his wife, Yu Yongchao felt a reluctance brewing within him. Yet, this household was governed by her, leaving him with little choice. He started the Santana and pursued the direction Bai Jianbin had taken. For Wang Lifan, what mattered most at that moment was capturing photographs of Zhang Xu clandestinely meeting Jiang Yuelon. Once she showed them to Yu Manjun, the marriage would be in jeopardy, without a doubt. As their vehicle departed, the snowy night seemed to grow even colder. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xu, several predators were watching him from behind. Upon returning home to find the lights ablaze, Zhang Xu assumed Yu Manjun had returned and hurried inside. Zhang Xu is back? Zhao Jiangwo's rugged voice startled him. He had forgotten that due to his busyness, Zhao Jiangwo had taken up residence in his home. Seeing him, Zhang Xu felt a twinge of helplessness. He had been living with Yu Manjun for some time, with her taking care of the household chores. Now, her sudden absence was something he found difficult to accept. What's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with Manjun? I haven't seen her all day, Zhao Jiangwo inquired. Zhang Xu could only respond with a wry smile. It's nothing. Her parents returned, and since we aren't married, it's not appropriate for her to stay here. Did you two have a fight? Zhao Jiangwo pressed. How did you know? I've been through this. Such matters can't easily be concealed from me. Gazing into Zhao Jiangwo's knowing eyes, Zhang Xu had intended to keep things under wraps. But it was evident that he could no longer do so and proceeded to recount the entire situation. Upon hearing the items they demanded were worth 10,000. Zhao Jiangwo's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! When I got married, I had only 24 legs of furniture and a sewing machine, totaling a few hundred. They're asking for over 10,000. Aren't they selling their daughter? Zhang Xu found this sentiment all too familiar. Before his rebirth, the topic of bride price had been one of the most contentious discussions online. However, for the 1980s, their demands for 3 electric appliances and 48 legs of furniture didn't seem excessively unreasonable. Moreover, Wang Lifan's excessive demands were originally aimed at ensuring her daughter, Zhang Xu, could sever her engagement. Did they truly give you the 20,000 yuan? Zhao Jiangwo inquired further. Of course not. It was merely a jest. After all, we are still family, and I cannot genuinely ask for it, as it would also embarrass Manyan, he replied. Indeed, Zhao Jiangwo nodded in agreement. By the way, Master Zhao, are you adept at repairing bicycles? Is it broken? The valve core has been removed. Zhao Jiangwo chuckled. Could it be your future mother-in-law's doing? Zhang Xu could only laugh wryly, his mind occupied with the image of Jiang Yuelon fuming in the restaurant. No, she is far more formidable than my future mother-in-law. The Jiang family not only owns a chain of department stores, but also boasts its own mousse factory. In terms of influence, the Yu couple cannot possibly compare. Zhang Xu had previously attempted to probe Jiang Yuandao, But the old fellow was quite cunning, always evading the subject without revealing his true identity, merely stating he was in Guan City to explore business opportunities. Who would have thought that the department store opened last year belonged to them? It is noteworthy that, in this era when supply and marketing cooperatives are on the verge of obsolescence, department stores have become the new favorites. One cannot deny that the old man of the Zhang family possesses remarkable foresight. Even the management of the department store, from any perspective, is saturated with various profits. To call him shrewd would not be an exaggeration. Your inner tube has been torn. I shall purchase a new one for you in the morning. Zhao Jiangwo's voice interrupted Zhang Xu's thoughts, compelling him to respond nonchalantly. All right. Alone in the stillness of the night, Zhang Xu tossed and turned in bed, contemplating Jiang Yuelan's demeanor. Ultimately, he resolved to pay a visit to Jiang Yuandao the following day, lest that little girl attempt to undermine him from behind. Chapter 113. A doorstep apology. The following day, after having breakfast, Zhang Xu mounted his recently repaired bicycle and headed directly towards the villa district in the northern part of the city. Aware that Jiang Yuandao had a habit of morning jogging, he made an effort to arrive early, hoping to avoid an encounter with Jiang Yuelan. As anticipated, upon reaching the villa area, he noticed several tall figures in the distance that captured his attention. A few meters away from a group of bodyguards, Jiang Yuandao was jogging, his face glowing with vitality, suggesting he had been running for quite some time. Well, young man, what brings you here so early? Jiang Yuandao inquired. I have some matters to discuss with you, Zhang Xu replied. Observing Zhang Xu, Jiang Yuandao slowed his pace. Even if you had come to find me, I would have sought you out. Yuelan returned from her outing yesterday and has been holed up in her room, refusing to open the door for anyone. I asked the bodyguards, and they confirmed she had seen you, correct? Feeling a bit awkward at the elder's words, Zhang Xu had initially thought the old man was merely upset. He realized now that his temper was quite formidable. Old master, I was also. Enough. I am not one to disregard the situation. The bodyguards have already clarified that her actions were rather excessive. And Miss Yuelan, this is a matter for you young people, and I cannot intervene, Jiang Yuandao remarked, deliberately stepping closer to Zhang Xu and slyly hinting, however. I am aware that you currently require our family's goods. If my granddaughter remains displeased, do you think you will be able to obtain what you desire? A threat. This was an unabashed intimidation. Suddenly recalling how readily he had signed the contract, he realized that the seemingly honest salesman was not as straightforward as he appeared. With the stakes laid bare, Zhang Xu knew he could not afford to clash head-on. Noticing his uncertainty, Jiang Yuandao intentionally addressed the bodyguard behind him. By the way, I recall that Yuelan has recently developed quite a fondness for the vegetarian buns from that shop up front, correct? Yes, sir, the bodyguard affirmed. Upon hearing the response, Jiang Yuandao turned his gaze towards Zhang Xu, the unspoken implication clear and concise. I understand, old master. You continue your run. I shall fetch some buns for you to enjoy upon your return. Jiang Yuandao nodded in satisfaction. As Zhang Xu sprinted towards the bun shop, he glanced behind a nearby large tree. All right, come out now. As his words fell, a familiar figure emerged from behind the tree. If Zhang Xu were present, he would certainly recognize this as Huang Yichao, the salesman he had encountered just the day before. Sir, Huang Yichao greeted. You have interacted with him. What are your impressions? At that moment, Huang Yichao turned his gaze towards the now distant Zhang Xu, slowly removing his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes that contradicted the appearance of a nearsighted individual. Quite acceptable. At least he poses no significant threat to the young lady. The city of Dongguan possesses significant developmental potential, with plans already in progress from the higher authorities. For the Jiang family to flourish here, it is imperative to cultivate our own influence. This individual, among those who have come to this place, displays considerable intellect, if utilized appropriately. He could at least become my right-hand man in Dongguan. However, my lord, I observed yesterday at the restaurant that the young lady seems to harbor some affection for him. Hearing a hint of jealousy in Huang Yichao's words, Jiang Yuandao turned to him and remarked, Are you not equally interested in Yuelan? My lord, enough. Yuelan lost her parents early, and she is my sole granddaughter. As long as her partner possesses good character, I shall not impede her choices. This statement silenced Huang Yichao, who was Jiang Yuandao's subordinate and not a true business representative of the mousse factory. Typically, he would change locations for undercover work every few months, all to assist Jiang Yuandao in identifying current issues within the company. This experience has endowed Huang Yichao with a depth of understanding that surpasses that of his peers. Although Jiang Yuandao professes indifference regarding his granddaughter's suitor's profession, He discreetly reminds Huang Yichao that he may not measure up in terms of character. Very well. You may return to the mousse factory. The goods ordered by Zhang Xu should be dispatched as usual. Ensure there are no complications. Understood. Noticing his prompt compliance, Jiang Yuandao continued, by the way, I have arranged for the funds to be sent to the hospital, so you need not worry about your sister's condition. Thank you. My lord, I shall take my leave. Perceiving the implications in Jiang Yuandao's words, Huang Yichao dared not dwell on them and promptly departed in another direction. Observing the path he took, Jiang Yuandao's gaze narrowed slightly. He possessed a keen ability to manage his subordinates effectively. Huang Yichao's sister was half paralyzed and required constant care, often necessitating extended hospital stays. Thus, financial stability was crucial for him, and whenever Jiang Yuandao sensed a lapse in Huang Yichao's focus, he would deliberately mention his sister to serve as a reminder.